Chapter 1. Only a few things in life will make my blood run cold, and one of them happens to be having a pistol pointed at my head. Especially when the one holding it was an imposing green-faced alien with more wrinkles than brain cells.
"You cheated me, Lennox,"
growled the alien, a species known as the shotties in civilized country, as they held the pistol steady on me. The ugly bastards were prone to anger quickly and known to act irrationally.
"You shouldn't have won that round."
We sat at a gambling table where things grew terribly quiet. I slid my cards across the table slowly, so as not to give him a reason to shoot. "A royal flush still beats a full house in any star system, Numa," I said. "It's not cheating when you have a better hand." Numa growled at me, a deep guttural sound that made my pint of beer start to shake on the table. The other players at the poker table, a mixture of miscreants and other members of Numa's drug empire, watched the interaction between us with morbid curiosity. We all knew that Numa had killed for less. It would be nothing for him to pull the trigger right now, ending my life. His gun might not look like much, but it was a favorite for those that liked to awe their victims right before death. It was one of those atom blasters, so-called because a single shot would disintegrate half your body into mere atoms. There was no coming back from any kind of direct shot with an atom blaster, which was why it was outlawed in most of the galaxy.
"You have a hidden card rolled up your sleeve,"
accused Numa, pointing at my black and silver utility shirt.
"Roll them up now."
I said nothing as I unrolled each sleeve, pulling them up over my hard forearms until they reached my bicep. When that didn't reveal any cards, I opened the front of my shirt, showing I had no extra cards on me. I slowly stood and emptied my pockets, showing off my pistol and a credit stick that was worth about 10,000 Mithrandian credits. Sweat was starting to pool on my brow, but Numa couldn't prove that I'd cheated. "I've been on a hot streak," I said, reaching across the table to take the chips that I'd won. "And tonight just isn't your night, Numa." His eyes narrowed in anger, but he didn't fire that pistol. He didn't set it back down on the table either, choosing to put it back in the holster inside his jacket.
"There aren't many men still living that have accused me of having bad luck, Lennox," he said while standing up. "You should feel fortunate that you're still one of them."
He nodded his head to the other men at the table who stood with him. Within seconds I was alone, with only my pile of chips to keep me company. It wasn't my cue to leave the seedy bar on the outskirts of Jungbo 3, a lawless and criminal system far from the more civilized worlds. In fact, it was an indication to stay. If the intel was correct, I'd receive a tap on the shoulder and a blindfold within the next 30 seconds. It came within 20. Meaty fingers put the blindfold on my head, being rougher than I would have liked. He put my hand on his shoulder, where he led me away from my now empty table and down a hallway where we entered an elevator. I knew it was an elevator because I heard the ding when the doors closed, and within moments I could feel the pressure against my feet as we rose 10 stories off the ground. I followed the guard as he moved across the floor, taking turn after turn that was designed to leave the casual visitor completely confused about how to locate Numa's real office. For anyone else, that might have worked, but I was keeping track of the number of turns inside my head. Left, right, right, right. Finally, we stopped outside of a heavy door while the guard pried it open. I could hear men talking on the other side, but they stopped as soon as the entrance was clear. I was placed in a chair, and the blindfold was roughly removed from my head. Once more, I found myself looking into the eyes of Numa Papillion, the most dangerous drug lord in 30 parsecs. It was just another day on the job. Another day, another criminal enterprise. Such was life for a Galactic Ranger. At least Numa wasn't snarling at me up here. In fact, he was grinning from ear to ear. It wasn't hard to see why. His office just seemed to suit him. The center of attention was a holographic dancing girl in the corner, one with tits that were almost comically too large. She blew me a kiss as soon as I glanced at her.
"Not bad,"
Numa said, nodding his head.
"Not bad at all, Lennox. I hope you approach your business deals like you do your poker."
You can say I do, I replied. My motto has always been to have a better hand than the other guy.
A motto that will get you far in this life, said Numa, barking with a laugh. You want a drink, Lennox?
What do you have? I asked. Don't care about the brand. Numa pressed a button on his desk, which opened a small trapdoor on the wall. A small droid came flying out from the wall, barely larger than a bowling ball. On top of the droids were a few drinks. It stopped first at Numa, who took one absent-mindedly before flying over to me. I grabbed one of the cups and took a sniff. Smelled just like whiskey to me.
If I wanted to kill you, Lennox, I would have shot you downstairs, said Numa.
I didn't doubt him, so I took my drink and downed it quickly, which only made Numa grin.
It's not often that I get visitors, you know, especially this far out from the core. The Mithrandian Republic, in all their wisdom, have decided I'm a dangerous fellow. They call me a criminal.
And are you? I asked. A criminal? Numa sneered.
I'm a businessman. Society has needs that I can satisfy with my products. I run my organization just like any CEO in the core worlds of Renasta or Gethys. But because the Galactic Congress deems my products to be illegal, that makes me a criminal?
Some of the drugs you carry aren't merely innocuous, like simple painkillers, I replied. Most of your stuff is highly addictive and leads to destructive behavior. Numa shrugged offhandedly.
It's a difference of opinion, if you ask me. There are many that would swear that my drugs have helped them get their lives back together, that my drugs have kept them alive in a galaxy that doesn't give a fuck about them. I'm a healer, in the purest sense of the word, Lennox. Nothing more.
He and I both knew that was complete bullshit. The drugs Numa was slinging were powerful hallucinogens, designed to cripple the brain for hours as it kept the user in a drug-induced state of paranoia. Users of Numa's products had been a leading cause for suicides and criminal activity in Mithrandus for the last 3 years. But that wasn't Numa's most heinous crime. No, that would be what he was doing with the proceeds from his drug empire. I can understand why the Republic doesn't like you, I said, choosing my words wisely. After that little flare-up in Cato Mistabar 3 months ago, I'm sure they'd be wanting revenge. Numa spit a wad of greenish fluid on the floor, what I guessed to be saliva.
Cato Mistabar,
he growled.
Who is the Republic to say I can't supply friends of mine with the arms needed to defend themselves?
I think they might object, seeing as Cato was a system that was rebelling against the Republic, I said. Your intervention could be misconstrued as you being a traitor to the Republic. Your resume only gets more impressive.
You're awfully interested in my personal history, Lennox, said Numa, giving me a long, serious glare. One might get the wrong impression about your intentions. My men told me you were here to make a business deal.
And so I am, I said, feigning a smile. You'll have to forgive me. I always like to know a little bit about who I'm about to do business with. I wouldn't have stayed alive as a smuggler for this long without having some common sense. Numa gave a sideways glance to one of his businessmen before shaking his head. I knew the gesture well, having read about it from a dissident that used to be part of his organization. If Numa had nodded, I would have died right then and there. I never would have felt the bullet go through my skull. My luck was still holding, but I wasn't sure how much longer it would continue to do so. I had to get to the point. I pulled a little baggie of drugs out of my pocket and set it on the table in front of Numa. My contact tells me that you can sell these to me for a better price, I said, fingering the little N on the pills. An N that stood for Numa. Of course, I figured coming straight to the source could help cut out the middleman. Numa's eyes flickered down toward the pills and then back to me.
Tell me something, Lennox. Why would I cut you a deal directly without giving a cut to my distributors? That's not the hallmark of a good businessman, is it?
Because I'm looking to become your next distributor, I blurted out, and a distributor doesn't buy from another distributor. He buys from the boss himself.
You're not the first man who's come to my door thinking he's going to be the next hotshot in a 5,000 credit suit to become my right-hand man,
said Numa.
Why should I take a chance on you? I don't even know you.
No, but you know money, don't you? I replied. In my pocket, I pulled out another credit stick, dropping it on the table. In that stick, you'll find 15 million credits, I said. The source code has been corrupted for them, so they aren't traceable, though I invite your own people to verify this. Of that 15 million, 5 million of it is up to buy whatever supply you're currently sitting on. Numa raised an eyebrow.
5 million is about a month's supply.
I'd buy 2 months if I had more credits, I said simply.
Then what's the other 10 million for?
A payment, I said, from your newest distributor right back to the boss. I'm a businessman myself, Numa. I know the proper chain of command is to make sure your boss gets a cut of anything you do. In this case, consider my 10 million an application fee. A small down payment on tomorrow's success. Numa put his green hands together, cracking his knuckles in a grotesque way that caused the sound to echo off the walls. He studied me for several moments before giving another head nod to one of his people. I knew what that head nod was for, too. It was for the background check to make sure I wasn't part of the law. Any other ranger might have fidgeted while the check was being run, but not me. Fidgeting now meant certain death, so I met it with a stoic and calm face.
He's clean, said the goon standing to my right. As clean as a criminal can be. No ties to law enforcement or any government agencies. Family resides on Juno 4A. Past offenses include 3 counts of conspiracy to sell outlawed products, vehicular homicide, manslaughter, and assault with a deadly weapon.
I resisted the urge to smirk. I knew Garth had put in the part about vehicular homicide, if only because of my past habit of damaging every spaceship I took control of. The rest of the stuff was only add-ons to make me look the part, though assault with a deadly weapon was definitely my specialty in my line of work.
Then we shall see how good of a distributor you will be, Lennox, said Numa, sneering at me. I'm always on the lookout for new earners in my organization. If you can move this amount of product in a timely manner, you'll have further opportunities to show your worth. Which ship is yours?
The one in the 3rd docking bay of the Bestaway docks, I replied. It has silver trim on the wings.
At least you were intelligent enough not to park it in the main docks, replied Numa. You wouldn't believe how many people park their freighters in the main docks and expect me to load my product under the watchful eyes of the security forces. Jungbo 3 might be far from Nasta, but it's not completely lawless.
If you want to do a job, you have to do it right, I said, referencing something my father told me at a young age. Of course, I don't think he ever expected it to apply to a drug deal, but the meaning was still appropriate.
Indeed,
replied Numa.
Very well. Meet me this evening at 9 o'clock sharp. I'll have all the material I need, and my men and I can load up your freighter.
You do the loading yourself? I asked, raising an eyebrow.
I've had a string of thefts lately, replied Numa, reflexively grabbing his pistol. These days I take a more hands-on approach to my business. It keeps the riffraff from causing any trouble.
I prefer that approach myself, I said. Hey, hands-on, that is. I hope you won't be put out by the appearance of my dumpy freighter. Numa sneered.
I've seen worse, Lennox. I've seen much worse.
In the time it took Numa to make ready my newly purchased drugs, I made my ship ready for departure. It wasn't the biggest ship in the port, but then again, that was done on purpose. Big and fancy ships stood out. As a Galactic Ranger, my first priority was to blend into my surroundings. My ship was called Wide Ambitions, but how it got such a bizarre name I have no idea. The man who sold it to me said the original owner was some kind of new money yuppie, but why he chose the word wide over better-fitting adjectives was beyond me. She did the job of blending in well, which was all I could really ask from wide ambitions. I saw to it that the ship's fuel cells were fully charged and that I had enough provisions to make the trip back to Renosta. Once those twin tasks were completed, it was time to wait. Ordinarily, I wouldn't mind a beer and maybe some feminine company, but not while I was on the job. I had the distinct ability to turn off my vices when I was working. At 5 minutes after 9, Numa showed up with a small entourage of 6 armed guards. 3 of them were green-skinned and wrinkled shotties just like their boss. One of them was a man, and the last 2 were some kind of reptilian lizard men with heinous-looking tails. "You're late," I said, checking my watch. "Where I come from, we do business deals on time, Numa." The drug lord waved his hand as if it was of no consequence.
"Then you might want to learn how I do business, Lennox. I come and go as I please. The only time I value punctuality is in my subordinates, which you'll see if you become my distributor. If that's a problem for you, then I can remove your balls from the rest of you."
I said nothing in response, but inwardly I was fighting the urge to smirk. I was really gonna enjoy turning him in at the agency when this was all over. "You got the stuff?" I asked, nodding my head to the small crate being pulled on an antigrav cart right behind Numa.
"Everything you paid for,"
said Numa as he snapped his fingers. One of the lizard men almost fell over himself to open the box, revealing many neatly packed bags of a fine gray powder. It was enough drugs to sedate a small planet for 3 weeks, and the street value was worth about 5 times what I paid for it.
$5 million of my finest quality,"
said Numa proudly before smacking a fist against his chest.
"I invite you to weigh it to make sure it's all there, but I can tell you that it's unnecessary. I don't cheat my distributors."
That was a trick if I ever saw one. People didn't just get as rich as Numa without cutting a few corners. I knew that if I did weigh it, it would end up being lighter than expected, and if I accosted him about it, he would have all the reason to kill me right then and there. Part of dealing with these underworld types was learning how to deal with their false sense of propriety. Numa knew he was cheating me just like he suspected I cheated him in the cards earlier. There was no room for honest men in this kind of business. "I'll take your word for it," I said. "New partners need to trust each other, no?"
"I couldn't agree more,"
replied Numa, putting on an obnoxious grin.
"Trust is a big thing in my organization. If I can't trust you, then I most certainly won't work with you."
"Let's get it loaded up," I said, pointing my finger at one of the lizard men. "You there, put the cart in the cargo bay right behind me. You know how to use the loading bars?" The lizard man's tongue thrashed out at me violently, which I took to mean that he very much knew how to work simple loading bars. He stepped inside with another shotty, straddling the cart of drugs. I followed them and directed where to place it, which put Numa at my back. I was hoping he would take the bait by stepping onto the ship, which, to my delight, he did after a few moments.
"I'm surprised this old rust bucket actually flies,"
Numa said, slapping a meaty hand against the side of the wide ambitions.
"After you do a few deals with me, Lennox, you'll be able to afford something more befitting your new status."
"I've always wanted one of those fancy freighters," I said. "The ones with multiple decks that look like hotels instead of a hole-in-the-wall broom closet. But this one came cheap after some refurb work on the engine, so here I am."
"Reminds me of my first ship,"
said Numa.
"Those were the fucking days. I remember filling it with fat-bottomed whores after I got into the drug trade. I fucked my way from Jungbo 3 all the way to the other side of the galaxy and back. And wouldn't you know it, about half the whores actually survived that first trip."
Numa let out a deep, cackling laugh that made me sick. There was nothing I wanted more than to wipe that smirk from his face. At least his time was almost up. For the briefest of moments, I brushed my hand over my pistol where it was still sitting in the holster. I had the safety turned off, knowing that when the time came I would need to start shooting in a hurry. Numa was still talking as I scanned the outer docks, making sure that we were truly alone. Apart from a few dock workers, no one would be able to stop what was about to happen.
Of course, that ended up with me catching the slap for the first time,
continued Numa, still cackling to himself.
But what's a couple diseases for a lifetime of fun, eh?
Hold on a second, I said, springing my clan into motion. What's stuck on the side of the crate there?
Huh?
Asked Numa before kicking the side of it with his foot.
There's nothing there.
There is, I insisted. Some kind of sticker or something. It's not a tracker, is it? Numa snapped his fingers again, which made one of the lizard men and another shoddy leap forward to inspect the spot I was pointing at. As soon as their faces were near the crate, I whipped the pistol from the holster.
Me no see no stickers here, boss,
said the lizard man right before I fired directly into the back of his skull, forcing his brains to leak out from the new hole in his forehead. Before the rest of them knew what happened, I blasted the shotties next to him, one of the ones that was still standing, before getting his friend that was still kneeling next to the dead lizard man. In a matter of seconds, I had 3 of the 6 thugs dead. With the element of surprise over, now came the fun part. The only man in Numa's entourage drew his pistol and started firing at me, which made me jump out from behind the drug crate toward another crate that was full of spare parts for the ship. The man came after me quickly, and he only narrowly missed me before I could grab hold of one of the loading bars. I swung it with all my force, watching as it smashed into his face and knocked him out completely.
Lennox!
Roared Numa, now coming after me with the surviving lizard man who was using his tail to thrash at my feet.
I'll kill you for this, Lennox! No one double-crosses me!
I turned and shot the lizard man, who ironically put a beam of plasma from his pistol directly into his tail, nearly severing it. It barely fazed him, but at least it took away his most dangerous weapon. I watched a green blood spray out from his tail, getting under the feet of Numa and causing him to slide against the wall. I dashed out from the spare parts crate and kept up my firing, this time hitting the lizard man in the face and killing him. I slipped a little on the blood, going in the same direction as Numa until I reached him. Yanking back on the pistol, I slammed the butt against his face, knocking him to the ground. In the name of the Galactic Rangers, you're under arrest, Numa Papillion, I said, grabbing the handcuffs I had hidden on my ship. I slapped them on his wrists before he could regain his senses, at which point he started screaming at me.
You're fucking dead! He yelled. I'll kill you, Lennox! I'll drink your blood and destroy your entire family! I know where they live. All I need is to get word time in and I'll have assassins sent to Juno 4A!
You think that background check wasn't fabricated? I asked, yanking him to his feet. The only thing you really know about me is my status as a ranger. I couldn't keep up the small talk with Numa for long, as the last remaining shotty was now firing at us. There was a temptation to use Numa as a living shield for me, but I knew my superiors would be pissed off if I dropped a corpse. I threw him behind the crate of drugs and started firing at the last shotty.
Don't worry, boss,
said the shotty between the blasts.
I'm calling for reinforcements right now. They're on their way. Make them move their asses,
raged Numa, now suffering from a bloody gash in his cheek from where the butt of my pistol hit him.
I'm docking their pay.
I had to get out of here before the reinforcements arrived. I could handle Numa and the other shotty, but if 30 or 40 more goons showed up, my luck would only get me so far. I yanked Numa back toward the cargo bay while I fired on the remaining shotty who was still standing on the loading platform. That was when an idea hit me. I couldn't get a good target on the shotty without exposing myself, so I decided to let the ship work for me. As I kept pulling Numa deeper into the bay, the shotty was following us again, moving just slow enough to not expose himself. When he crossed the cargo doors, I knew he was right where I wanted him. I leapt across the bay and hit the button to close the doors. The Wide Ambitions might have been an old rust bucket, but her internal mechanisms were still just as sharp as the day she rolled off the assembly line. Once I hit that button, the shotty was caught between the closing doors coming up from the floor and down from the ceiling simultaneously. I poked my head around to watch it as it caught him right around the middle, dissecting his body into 2 uneven green pieces as his guts spilled on my doors. Guess he only had half a chance, I muttered before turning to face Numa. The drug lord was seething now that 6 of his men were dead and there was nothing to prevent us from taking off. I dragged him across the length of the ship, not stopping until I reached the bridge.
What's it going to take to let me go?
Pleaded Numa, scared for the first time since I met him.
I'll give you anything. Drugs? I can make mountains of it. Women? I have thousands of them at my beck and call. Gold. I'm richer than most members of Congress. What's it going to take, Lennox? Tell me.
I shook my head at him. You really don't know anything about Galactic Rangers, do you?
I know that everyone likes money, even Galactic Rangers,
said Numa. I turned him so that we were face to face. You want to know the one thing I want more than anything else?
Tell me, he urged. I'll make it happen if you let me go.
I grinned at him. I want to see you fry for what you've done. I want to see you punished in front of the families of all the people your products have killed. That would give me more pleasure than all the gold in the galaxy. Numa's face turned to rage once he realized I couldn't be bribed or intimidated. He screamed at me at the top of his lungs,
I'm going to fucking kill you!
I tossed him in a prepared cell that would be adequate for the journey. It contained a simple bed and piss pot, more than enough for us to get to Renasta without incident. Better make yourself comfortable, Numa, I said before heading to the bridge. The rest of your life starts today. He was still screaming as the wild ambitions took off from Jungbo 3, blasting into the night sky. Before I was entirely free of the atmosphere, I took one hit from the port's defenders, a few tracer rounds that shattered the flaps of my starboard wing. The damage was minor, but I knew I was going to catch all kinds of shit about it when I got back to Renasta. Before long, the dull gray skies of the planet receded into the distance as I was surrounded by the harsh blackness of space. I put in the coordinates for the capital of the Mithrandian Republic, entering hyperspace travel within a matter of minutes. It was time to book my latest capture. Chapter 2.
We expected you yesterday. What the hell took you so long to get back to Renasta, Lennox?
I couldn't help it as a grin grew on my face. It was 3 days after I'd arrested Numa, and at the current moment I was sitting in the office of my commanding officer, Garth Valmus. And he looked really pissed off. But then again, he usually did. I might have made a detour on my approach to Renasta, I said innocently. I got sidetracked a little.
A little,
repeated Garth as he rummaged around his desk.
Is that why I'm seeing a receipt for some second-rate titty bar on the outskirts of Tarabo Prime?
I can assure you, sir, that the Booby Palace is anything but second-rate, I said, struggling to maintain my composure. Best girls in the galaxy. And they even brought in a Vendrex girl this time around. You know how sexy those sails are. Garth put his hand against his forehead. It was a game that we liked to play, stemming back a decade. He liked to pretend that my antics were on the verge of getting him fired, and I liked to maintain my innocence at all costs. In fact, our pretensions were probably closer to the truth than we would have liked.
You're gonna get me canned with all this shit, Lennox, said Garth, and you alongside me. Couldn't you at least have dropped off Numa before you went gallivanting around the galaxy with your Vendrex girls?
He wasn't going anywhere, I replied. I did the locks myself. Plus, it helped me get a critical piece of information from him.
What could that possibly be?
Numa has a weakness for Vendrex girls. Something about their cat-like appearance really does it for him. As soon as I brought the girl on the ship, he was begging for 5 minutes alone with her, so I was able to get him to tell me all the distributors he has under his current roster. It's all right there in that data drive on your desk. Garth picked up the drive and glared at him incredulously.
You tricked Numa into giving up the leadership of his organization based on seeing one Vendrex stripper?
In his defense, she was a gorgeous stripper, sir. A crack finally broke in his stern exterior. Garth couldn't help the smile that developed, even if he tried his damnedest to push it back down moments later.
I take it that's why you're expensing the receipt, then.
You told me I needed to cover all my expenses during the job. Garth shook his head and closed the file, putting it on the side of his desk.
"Next time, just bring the bad guy to me first," said Garth. "Then you can go nuts with any girl your heart takes a fancy for. Got it?"
"Duly noted, sir." Garth cracked another smile.
"Besides your usual antics, job well done, Lennox. I mean it when I say that. We've been after Numa for so long that I was beginning to think we'd never catch him. You don't know how many families you've saved just because his shit won't be on our streets anymore. Now, if I could just get you to complete a mission without totally destroying your ship, we might be in business."
"I think total destruction is a little much in this case, sir. There was only some light damage on the flaps, nothing major." Garth gave me a stern look.
"It's gonna require 3 months in the docks just to repair that damage. Those tracer rounds you took completely damaged the flap mechanism. It's the reason you spun out when you tried to land, further damaging the landing gear. We needed to tow the ship toward the port just so you could get out."
"That's the thing about those old freighters," I said. "You just never know when they're going to give out on you."
"Can you be serious for once, Lennox?" he asked. "It's this kind of attitude why my superiors think you don't belong here. Why I have to defend your ass every time they start talking about culling rangers, which is exactly what was brought up while you were away on this mission."
I said nothing as Garth reached into his desk, pulling out another file. This one was marked with my name across the top, and I wasn't surprised to see that it bulged with all the paperwork inside.
"Needlessly reckless," read Garth before going back for more. "It's our recommendation that Galactic Ranger Lennox Perry be permanently removed from active duty. His unorthodox tactics and complete disregard for agency equipment have made him a liability that we can no longer afford. Sound familiar, Lennox?"
"What's the big deal about this time, sir?" I asked. "They're always coming for my head, but it never means shit because I always get the job done. They may not like my methods, but they have to know I'm the best damn ranger in this entire galaxy."
"Not the best," said Garth harshly. "Don't let your head get that big, Lennox. You could be much better."
"That's a subject we're going to disagree on then, sir."
"Either way, it doesn't matter much because this time they're serious about this, Lennox. They want you gone from the agency. Compared to the rest of the Rangers, you're getting up there in age."
"I'm only 36, sir."
"In an agency where the average age of Rangers is 28, replied Garth. "The agency is getting younger, Lennox. It's being discussed that any Ranger past the age of 40 needs to be pulled from active duty missions because they just can't handle the rigors of the job."
"You and I both know that's bullshit," I said. "I'm in better shape at 36 than I was at 28. That was an understatement. Despite my hard-drinking ways, I still found the time to treat my body like a temple. I knew that the better I took care of myself, the more success I would find as a ranger. As a result, my strength and stamina at this point in my life had never been better.
"It's bullshit, but that's what the higher-ups are talking about right now," said Garth. "And listen, I defended you like I've done many other times before, but it was a much harder sell this time, Lennox. They were this close of relieving you of your duties for good."
"So they don't like me," I said. "That's fine. I don't care for them either. Desk jockeys, all of them. They only got to their positions because they took easy missions to pad their credentials and kissed enough ass to get to the top of the ladder. Those people are the complete antithesis of me."
"Maybe so, but they get the ultimate say over what we do," said Garth. "You just need to tread a little more carefully. Don't be making pit stops to woo Vindrex strippers. Don't damage company property. Don't be picking fights with other Rangers, etc., etc., etc. Do I need to go on?"
"In other words, be the perfect little ranger just out of the academy."
"I got it,"
I said, crossing my arms.
"Couldn't have said it better myself," replied Garth. "And I'll be able to keep you in the job that way, too. You're a damn fine ranger, Lennox. One of the best I've ever seen. We sent 2 other Rangers after Numa, and they both came up empty-handed. Now, you get the job done without any loss of life, and you make it look easy. It's Rangers like you that are keeping the galaxy held together, and God knows we need that now more than ever."
Garth touched on a subject that they both agreed on. The Mithrandian Republic was frayed with tension these days. torn by political infighting that was causing the fabric of the Republic to come undone. It was dominated by two distinct political factions, the Blues and the Greys. Both parties had controlled all political discourse in the Republic for generations, but the differences between them were making it increasingly difficult to find common ground. At one point in time, everyone would have agreed that the Greys used to be the more dominant faction, but around 50 years ago, the Blues took over, relying on popular politics to capture the votes of the common people. It was that switch that started the tension between them, something that had grown worse with each passing year until now, when there was almost constant fighting, both verbally and physically. Their supporters killed each other in the streets, and the government had been deadlocked for years because of it. It was all coming to a head this year with an upcoming election. For the first time in 50 years, the Greys were expected to come out on top. They were led by a charismatic young politician named Pierce Huntsman, and his political movement was expected to upturn Mithrandian politics for the first time in half a century. For me, I didn't care whether it was a blue or a gray on top. Politics were about dead last in terms of my interests, just ahead of non-alcoholic beer and knitting sweaters. The only thing I cared about was that I could continue to do my job without any interference from outside the agency, which was mostly the case.
"Listen, Lennox, this next case is going to take all your talents to solve,"
said Garth, putting another thick file on his desk.
"And I have to be honest with you. Nobody in this agency besides me wants you on this case. Not a single one of my superiors."
"So why am I getting the honors then?" I asked. "They didn't just suddenly get a hard-on for me, so what gives?"
"Because you're the only ranger I know that has a chance of success,"
replied Garth, keeping his voice lower than usual.
"But this is the big one. Are you familiar with the Tanaki?"
"Who isn't?" I replied with a snort. "The Tanaki are one of the largest mafia-like organizations in Mithrandus. They deal in a little bit of everything, from drugs to white-collar crime and everything in the middle. They don't just take any goon off the streets, either. Their people have to come with recommendations. You have to know someone to become a member of the Tanaki. You have to have a record of making money to even sniff their ranks."
"The Tanaki have become a dangerous threat in recent years," said Garth. "We had a passing interest in them when they were just one of a dozen criminal enterprises, but they've been slowly consolidating power. They ran the Sphinxes out of business completely. In the last 6 months, they won a turf war with the Malorian Vandals, taking all their former territory and killing off what remained of the opposition. But there's more to them than that."
Garth killed the lights and used his computer to project an image on a screen just to the right of them. An image of 3 men appeared, although only 2 of them could be remotely distinguished by their features. The third man was nothing more than a shadow, but I could tell he was bald from his lack of hair.
"These 2 men are the brothers that lead the Tanaki. They share the last name, Hondas. The one on the left is Carlos, but he goes by Knuckles, because he's missing half his fingers from some kind of childhood accident. On the left is Carmine with no known alias. They're the top of the chain, but reporting to him is a small army of followers. Each of the core worlds have their own lieutenant, who only reports back into the brothers. Each lieutenant has his troops, with their hands in just about any racket they can get into. It's like Numa, but 10 times as deep."
"Who's the third guy?" I asked. "Your pilot?"
"We don't know for sure,"
replied Garth.
"Could be, or it could be one of their lieutenants. My gut feeling tells me it's someone a lot more dangerous than that. Probably someone pretty high in their organization."
"So why now?" I asked. "Just because they've grown so much in the last year, or some other reason? And I thought we already had someone assigned to them, wasn't it Tech?"
"2 reasons, mostly,"
answered Garth,
"and they're both equally important. You heard about the attack on the Forum 2 weeks ago?"
"It's hard not to hear about it," I replied. "The news was all over the galaxy. Over 3,000 people were killed, and so far, we don't have a clue why it happened or who was behind it."
"Well, we do have a clue now," said Garth. "The explosives used to create the attack have been analyzed, coming back to rare metals that are only found on the planet of Edardon 6. We've categorized all the transactions coming from that planet for the last 6 months, and only one transaction stands out as being suspect. One that was made by the Tanaki approximately 4 weeks ago.
Do the Tanaki stand to gain from terror attacks, though? I asked. I would have thought they would shun any attention like that. Keep playing in the shadows like they do so often.
Unless it's some kind of play for political power, said Garth. Carmine Hondas is known for his interest in popular politics. He also has genuine business connections outside his dealings as the head of the Tanaki. With enough money and support, he could be the kind of candidate that many have been waiting for. Someone who breaks the dominance of the Blues and Grays, a true third-party candidate. And there are rumors he's going to throw his hat into the election at the end of the year.
I scoffed. The people will never vote for someone who unleashed a terror attack on their own population, though.
That's up for you to prove, said Garth. I want you to prove that the Hondas brothers were the ones behind the bombing at the Forum. And when you do, I want you to take them both in, using any means at your disposal.
Any means? I asked, raising my eyebrow.
That's not permission to be completely reckless, growled Garth. But I trust that when the time comes, you'll do the right thing.
You only mentioned one reason to me, I said. What's the other? Garth took a deep breath.
You were right about one thing. Tech was on this case. About 2 days ago, we received a small box delivered right here to the agency. When the secretary opened it, she started to scream. It took us forever to console her, but when someone else investigated the box, we found 4 severed fingers, as well as a human head, Tech's head.
4 severed fingers, I said, shaking my head. An homage to Knuckles Hondas by any chance?
That's what I'm thinking,
said Garth.
Either way, Tech was one of the best that we had. And the fact of the matter is that I only assigned him to this case right after the Forum bombing. Whatever he stumbled into, it was deep enough to kill him. And now the Hondas brothers know that we're on to him.
I shook my head in disgust. I'd known Tech for over a decade, truly one of the best Rangers that we had. I hadn't been particularly close to him, but I respected him enough to know that he wouldn't have gotten himself killed over something stupid. Tech was a fine Ranger, I said, but his death will make this much harder for me. Not only will they see me coming a mile away, but they'll be ready to kill me as soon as I'm detected.
You don't have to take the job if the risk is too great, Lennox. You have the option to say no.
I scoffed at him. You must not know me that well, sir. I never turn down orders. Not unless you ask me to chase down some kingpin by wearing some hula skirt or something. I have to draw the line somewhere.
Be serious for once, Lennox, said Garth. 3,000 people died because of the Tanaki. Who knows what they're trying to do or why? Something tells me they're just getting started, too. But this is the start of an aggressive bid for power, one that could completely wreck the Republic if we let it. It has to be neutralized at any cost. Now, do you see why my superiors wanted anyone but you on this case?
I don't know why they would want anyone else but me, I replied fiercely. This sounds like a pretty straightforward mission, sir. Save the galaxy, take down the Tanaki, protect the innocent. Though I'm still feeling like there's a but coming.
There is, said Garth. I want you to take a partner for this mission.
Oh, hell no, I said, pushing away from the desk. You know better than to ask that of me, sir. I work alone. I don't have the temperament to babysit someone else.
I think one of the reasons Tech died was because he was in over his head, said Garth, crossing his arms. And if someone like Tech could get spit out so quickly, I don't see why it can't happen again. I want someone watching your ass.
You know how this is going to work, though, I argued. He'll be too busy tripping over my coattails to keep his mind on the job. Let me do this alone. I work best when I'm alone.
Denied, replied Garth. I'm not going to have my best ranger get killed because he didn't have backup. The only question we need to determine now is who I'm going to stick you with.
I threw my hands up in the air, hating the idea of being tied to anyone. It had been that way for my entire life. I wasn't the kind of guy that liked attachment in any form. Perhaps it was because I lost whatever family I had before I was old enough to walk, but to me, life was something you went through alone. It wasn't like I couldn't handle myself either. I've taken big jobs before and delivered results all by myself. What I hated the most was the implication that I needed help. And if this was going to be forced on me, I sure as fuck didn't want to be stuck with some second-rate ranger. What about Dawes? I mumbled, still pissed off about the whole thing. He was in my class at the academy and he is not a total fuck-up. Can you assign him to the case?
Dawes has been assigned as protective detail for the Bischoff family for the last month,
replied Garth.
His current assignment doesn't end for another 5 weeks. Dawes is off the table for now.
I sighed loudly. Then how about Martin? I know he does good work and doesn't talk too much, so I'll barely know he's there. Garth stared back at me.
Lennox, Martin was put on disability leave 2 months ago. That's why you haven't heard his voice around. He hasn't been here at all. Literally.
Then who is available? I asked.
I'll be honest with you, our resources are stretched pretty thin right now, said Garth. That's why I'm assigning you one of our top recruits that we just got out of the academy.
I groaned. Fresh meat? You can't be serious, sir. Garth grinned at me.
You're still calling them fresh meat, are you?
We call them that until they show they can complete their first mission, I said. But how is some rookie ranger supposed to watch my ass? I told you that I don't want to babysit, sir, and that's the actual definition of babysitting, if you ask me.
Which is why I'm getting you one of the best, said Garth. This recruit comes highly recommended. Scores are all off the charts for most categories.
Most categories? I said, picking up on that instantly. Which ones? Garth waved his hand harmlessly.
It's nothing, really. Just needs a little more proficiency with weapons.
I groaned again. And I'm gonna have to teach him how to shoot.
Teach her how to shoot,
corrected Garth.
But I'm told she's a very quick study.
No way, I said, standing up and making for the door. There was no way in hell I was going to accept this, no matter what the threat to the government was. I wasn't going to put up with a rookie that still needed training wheels, especially one that couldn't shoot. I didn't give 2 fucks about any of her other skills. Being able to bring down your enemy was the most important skill this job required, and anyone that couldn't do that was a liability. I'd have to watch their ass more than they watched mine, and in doing so there was no way we'd pin down the Tanaki.
Hold it, Lennox,
ordered Garth as soon as my hand touched the door.
I need you for this. There's no one else.
Then assign another rookie to the case and let them go at it, I said. Preferably one that can shoot and make up for who you're trying to give me.
There is no one else, he replied. All the other new recruits have been gobbled up already. I had to give up a week of vacation just to get her reassigned to this. And I'm not going to sacrifice my week of sipping bourbon as we travel through the polar nebula just so you can say no.
Better put that bourbon on ice, sir, I said coolly, and hope it's still waiting for you next year when you finally get to take that vacation.
Hold it, Lennox,
he said one more time, shaking his head.
Fine. You win. This is an important mission and I can't have anyone else on this. How about an increase in pay? Say 5% for the completion.
Make it 50, no, 20, and we have a deal, I said.
20? Shouted Garth. You can't be serious.
I'm deadly serious, sir. You came to the best to get this job done, and I want it recognized in my salary. 20% bump in pay or I walk.
I'd give you 20 if I had 20 to offer,
Garth said quietly.
But I'm only authorized up to 15. Can you live on that? 15?
So you started with 5? Why didn't you start with 15?
Lennox,
he warned.
Careful.
I thought about it for a minute before grinning at him. I'll accept 15. Garth looked surprised.
You will?
I will if you throw in a new ship, too, I said. One of the Trevellari class models. The new ones. Just rolled off the line 6 months ago. Garth's eyes bulged in surprise.
Lennox, I don't even get one of those Trevellari ships. They're incredibly expensive, for one, and the agency has only been allocated 3 of them.
Seems like you have at least 3 options then, I said innocently. I know you can talk someone into letting me borrow it for a while. Let them know I'll return it once the job is done.
Yeah, I'm sure someone will want it back after you've taken it for a spin, grumbled Garth. They'll be lucky if it's still in flying condition when you're done with it.
Those are my terms, said Lennox. 15% and a Trevolari vessel. Do we have a deal? I had his balls in a vice and he knew it. Garth was a great man, but he had a terrible poker face. I always knew when something was too serious to ignore. All you had to do was look for the change in his tone. This was one of those times. I also knew that the Trevolari would be worth more than the lost 5% in my salary. Despite the amenities of the vessel, what I really liked about it was that it was perfect for my line of work. On the outside, it didn't look much different than the Carsons, which were the dominant line of spaceships found everywhere throughout the galaxy. No, what set the Trevolari apart was the lush interiors and the Class 1 engine, which made hyperspace travel throughout the galaxy nearly timeless. It still took me 2 days, well, 3 days, technically, to get from Jungbo back to Renosta in my beat-up freighter. A Trevolari would have done the job in less than half the time. I haven't heard a yes yet, sir, I said, shaking the doorknob with my hand. Not too late to back down. Garth took a deep breath and growled at me.
Fine. I'll get your damn ship and the bump in pay.
Maybe I ought to retire from being a ranger and go be a trade negotiator, I said, grinning at him. I think Mithrandus as a whole could benefit from my negotiation skills.
Don't flatter yourself, replied Garth. I'd never signed the release paperwork. The Rangers own your ass until I decide to have you canned, which I might just after this mission is over.
Well, with my bump in salary, this might be the last job I need to take, I joked.
Since you're so full of jokes today, why don't you take this opportunity to go over to the academy, he said. I'll arrange for you to meet your new partner. I know all the recruits are currently at the range before graduation tomorrow. It'll be a great time for you to break the ice.
Can't wait, I grumbled. Anything else before I go?
Yeah, there is one more thing, Lennox. Don't be an asshole to your new partner. No matter which way you look at it, this woman is a brand new ranger. I expect you to treat her with the honor and dignity that position deserves. That means don't make her fetch your booze while you do all the actual sleuthing. Got it?
I'm not worried about that, sir, I said. I've always been a hit with the ladies. He grinned slyly at me.
Not this one, Lennox. She's a little different.
My brow furrowed in confusion. Just how different are we talking here, sir? His answer only made me more pissed off. A fucking lesbian. Can you believe that? Not only did I have to take a partner for this mission, but the boss gives me a rug muncher to boot. To say that I was pissed was quite the understatement. More accurately, I was livid. I didn't know if this was Garth's idea of a joke or some form of punishment for him always having to defend my ass, but either way I was considerably less than enthused as I made my way to the academy that afternoon. I had to cross the city, which on a planet like Renosta could mean traveling for hours before you even got to the next district. Thankfully, the academy was only a stone's throw away from headquarters. I caught a ride from a Kinops taxi driver, which always made an interesting experience, seeing as they had 2 heads and 4 hands. I suspect having 2 heads made them better drivers than humans, because they could afford to keep an extra pair of eyes on their surroundings. But I still hated when they swiveled the extra head around to talk to me during the ride. After being dropped off at the academy, I made my way inside and checked in at the front desk. They allowed me to go straight back to what they called the observation platform, which was where the instructors typically sat during drills. The observation platform overlooked the main yard of the academy as well as the gun range, and it was here that I found the latest recruits for the Galactic Rangers. There were about 15 of them in all, a mix of sexes and species that was quite common for the galaxy. The only thing that wasn't a mix was their ages. All recruits to the academy came in at the age of 17 and spent the next 5 years of their lives training for graduation. What I saw below represented the best of the best when it came to qualifications. Over 100 candidates typically started off in each training class. It was considered a good year to have 20 graduates. Seeing as there were only 15, I could tell this class had been put through the ringer. But the group of new Rangers below would be the cream of the crop. I still wasn't enthused about the prospect of taking a partner. No matter how good this person was below me, they could never account for the years of experience needed to do the job to my satisfaction. I wore my experience like a badge of honor, much like my scars. It meant I could do the job without losing my head, which one or two of them would undoubtedly do on their first mission, which would result in their dismissal. All those years of training for nothing. There was only one instructor on the observation platform when I arrived, a familiar face that I recognized because he was in my training class 14 years ago. Hamilton was the ultimate instructor, one of those that could teach better than he could do. He was the first to admit it, too, and his career as an actual ranger was incredibly brief. Unlike me, Hamilton had been near the top of our class all those years ago when none of us were shaving regularly and we had more pimples than brain cells. He was just naturally good, understanding subjects that we struggled with. After a while, he became the go-to person for any tutoring, and he was always willing to lend a hand to a friend in need. Great things were expected from Hamilton when he graduated, and there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders as soon as we were out on our first missions. Personally, I think the pressure of the situation was what got to him. It was his second mission when he broke down in a firefight with Yuntan gangsters, large, scaly creatures that looked like giant walking dragons. For any ranger, a meltdown in the field was tantamount to instant dismissal. The agency couldn't suffer any weak links in the ranks, but an exception was made for Hamilton because of how much knowledge he brought to the table. He was removed from active duty, never performing on another mission again, and he was placed at the academy where he could use his skills to teach the new generations of rangers. He'd received a second chance, something most rangers could only dream about. Personally, I thought the decision was a bad one. I always thought Hamilton deserved another shot, but the leadership of the agency was utterly ruthless when it came to in-field efficiency. As a result, Hamilton was permanently sidelined. It was to Hamilton that I was complaining about my new partner, and he took the news with his usual light-hearted amusement. "It's not going to be that bad, Lennox," he said, chuckling at my anger. "And what does it matter if she's a lesbian anyway? Not like you're going to be sleeping with her." "I don't want someone with a chip on her shoulder," I said. "Really, I don't want a partner at all, but Garth insisted. The whole thing is rubbing me the wrong way. There's nothing I can do about it." "What kind of mission does Garth have you on?" "I wish I could tell you, but no can do," I replied. "This one's locked up even tighter than usual. Some serious shit, which is another reason why I'd prefer to work alone." "You might be surprised, though," said Hamilton, nodding down to the recruits. "This is a promising class. I have a few shining stars down there, and most of them will make excellent rangers." "See, it's the most of them part that makes me nervous," I said. "I'm getting stuck with one that can't even shoot a gun." I waved a paper in front of me which detailed the skills of the recruit that was to be assigned to me after graduation tomorrow. Interestingly enough, it didn't contain a name whatsoever, so I didn't know who I was looking for. The only identifier on the paper was her recruit number. And of the 7 women I was looking at below, it could be any one of them. "I think I know exactly which one has been assigned to you," said Hamilton, an amused glint in his eye. "Let me see that paper so I can confirm the number." "Knock yourself out," I grumbled as I handed it over. He looked for the number and compared it back to his database. Once he found it, he started laughing softly before handing the paper back at me. "Why are you laughing?" I groaned, ripping the paper from his hand. "I got a shitty recruit, didn't I?" "Not at all," replied Hamilton. "You've received someone who, in my estimation, is the top recruit I have to offer in this class. You should be pleased." My brow furrowed in confusion. "The top recruit needs more proficiency in weapons?" "Yeah, weapons might be her weak spot, but my judgment is more to do with the fact that she's incredibly well-rounded. Look at the rest of her skills. Technical proficiency is off the chart. She scores well in diplomacy, tactics, and stealth. She's one of the best pilots that I've seen in years. She's an all-round excellent recruit, and I expect great things from her. All I'm saying is this girl better be the real deal, I growled, because I'm not going to have long to bring her weapons up to proficiency before we'll be getting deep into this mission. I've stayed alive this long, and I'd like to keep it that way. Hamilton still managed to look around. I'm not worried about you at all, Lennox. You'll be just fine with her. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you can guess which girl is your recruit down below, I'll let you in on a little secret about her. A good secret or a bad secret? Depends on how good your picker is. So which one is she, Lennox? I chuckled and stepped closer to the glass. At the current moment, they were going through an obstacle course that involved using a rope to climb up onto a raised platform, crossing a set of monkey bars to get to the other side, while avoiding a 30-foot drop before descending down a sheer wall using only ropes to a pit that was 60 feet deep. The last part of the obstacle course was climbing a wall that only had pegs spaced pretty far apart. Once they were to the top, they entered the range where they were given only a disassembled pistol and a magazine, with 6 actual bullets. Pulse pistols weren't used in the indoor range for obvious reasons. They had to assemble the pistol before putting a killing shot into 6 different targets with no margin for error before the course was complete. And right now, they were going one at a time, allowing us the perfect vantage point to watch it all unfold. There was a tall Mucine man with long purple hair that was currently hopping off the climbing wall and moving toward the range, which meant a new recruit was about to enter the area. You're on, then, I said, shaking Hamilton's hand. But I might make you throw in a bottle of whiskey if I guess the right one. I'll take those odds, Hamilton said. A woman is about to start after this Mucine. You have 1 in 7 odds on whether or not she's yours. You can't ask me any questions beyond what you can observe, though. Got it? Got it, I replied. This should be interesting. Hamilton put his hands together. Damn straight it will. Let's see how good you really are. About as good as my pecker, if not better, I grunted. Okay, here she comes. The woman who entered the course was a Vendrex, just like the stripper I had flaunted in front of Numa. This woman wasn't dressed like her, though, wearing a simple gray jumper instead that didn't have any trouble highlighting her body. Her hair was cut to around the middle of her back, though it was tied up in one ponytail as she started to move. I watched as she hit the course hard, climbing up the rope to the top of the platform in a matter of seconds. She crossed the monkey bars with the kind of effortless grace I would expect from a race of cat girls before landing on the opposite platform, where she soon started rappelling down. She stumbled for a split second once she reached the bottom, letting go of the rope just a little too soon, which held her up from getting to the rock wall. Even still, the rock wall was no match for her as she quickly got to the top and went for the pistol. She took longer than necessary to assemble the weapon, but each shot was dead on once she started firing. She only missed the target on the 4th shot before completing the entire thing. There was room for improvement, especially with the weaponry, but it was a solid effort overall. Well, Lennox, asked Hamilton, think that's your girl or not? I studied her results for a moment before I started to shake my head. Nah, not her. Hamilton looked surprised. Really? What makes you say that? She was polished, but she stumbled on her way down the rappelling wall. Shooting was more of a stumbling block, but my gut feeling tells me she's not the girl. I guess you haven't lost all your senses yet, Lennox, joked Hamilton. She's not your girl. I thought she might trip you up, though. Kyla's right around the 50th percentile in this class. Not the best, but not the worst either. Well, if she's about average, then I'm curious to see what my new partner looks like, I said. Is she next? Hamilton smirked at me. You tell me. The next girl was a red-skinned, warm-blooded Buccaney. Their species was one of the last that was incorporated into Mithrandus, only being with us for a few hundred years. They were mostly defined by their large ears, which wrapped all the way around them in coils to give the impression that they were wearing a crown. I never cared much for the Buccaneys, but mostly because the women and men were virtually indistinguishable. In fact, if Hamilton hadn't told me this was a girl, I wouldn't have known better. This Buccaney was decidedly average as she went through the obstacle course. The rope climb was the hardest part for her, more from the species' lack of upper body strength, but she still made her way to the top. When she got to the pistol, she had it assembled in a matter of seconds before putting a killing headshot in each target. Yeah, that's definitely not my girl, I said once the Buccaney was finished. Way too good with weapons, and only decent with the other stuff. Hamilton raised an eyebrow. Sure about that, Lennox? You really want to gamble and say she's not your new partner? No chance, I said. Not gonna fool me that easily, Hamilton. He grinned at me. Still 2 for 2. Let's see how you do with the next one. We watched 2 men go through the motions next. One was exceptional, reminding me of Hamilton from many years back. He didn't stumble on anything, and his shots were clear and precise. That's number 2 in the class, muttered Hamilton, right behind your partner. I was starting to feel better about this whole thing, especially as the second guy completed the obstacle course, doing a good but not great job. When the next girl appeared, I saw that she was human. She had golden, wavy blonde hair that was tucked back into a messy ponytail. She had a great body, too, with a well-endowed chest and soft curves. Before she even began, I wrote her off as being my new partner. Not her, I said to Hamilton. She's too hot. Only lesbians I know have faces like 50-year-old men. Hamilton chuckled, but said nothing more as the blonde started the obstacle course. To say she was as flawless as her appearance was an understatement. She moved through each step like it was some kind of choreographed dance that she'd been practicing her entire life. She moved up the rope even faster than the Vendrex girl, making it look totally effortless. I blinked once and missed the way she scurried across the monkey bars, not even breaking a sweat. The blonde then rappelled down the wall without any trouble, landing on her feet before taking several long strides to get to the rock wall. She moved up the fastest of anyone I'd seen so far today, but that was when the trouble began. All of her excellent footwork fell apart the moment her hands touched the pistol. She had trouble loading the spring, and the first time she did it, it popped back out at her. She had to stop and pick it up, and then she had trouble with the stock before she could finally start aiming. Of the 6 targets, she put killing shots in 3 of them. She missed 1 of them completely, while the other 2 would be nothing short of grazing wounds. I was flabbergasted once she was finished. Ordinarily, someone with that poor proficiency in weapons would be kicked out, or held behind if they weren't a total fuck-up. Her performance in the rest of the course saved her, though, being cleaner than anyone else's. And it was at that moment that I realized exactly who she was. That's her, I said. That's my partner. I guess I'm gonna owe you that whiskey after all, said Hamilton. Your picker still works, Lennox. I'm at a loss for words, I said, shaking my head. The first part of that course was some of the finest athleticism I've ever witnessed. And then I watched the back half of it, and now I'm wondering what the hell is wrong with this girl. Why can't she shoot? If I knew, I'd tell you, said Hamilton. She would be the highest-rated recruit in over a decade if she had the weapons proficiency. In this lot, she's still top of the class despite it. Her performance in the first half, that's how she does every subject in the academy. All or nothing. Spectacular performance. Why hasn't anyone sat down with her and tried to help her get better, though? I asked. Shooting isn't that hard. We've sunk countless hours into it. But you know as well as I do, it comes down to the student. My guess is she's one of the self-sabotage types. Doesn't want to be legendary, so she settles for being great. Either way, it doesn't make much sense to me either. I'd almost rather take the Buckany girl, I said. I'd rather have someone with me that I know can protect themselves over how well they can climb across monkey bars. In all the missions I've been on, I haven't had to cross monkey bars yet. Well, with her as your partner, maybe she can leave the shooting to you and you can leave the monkey bars to her, joked Hamilton. Yeah, I'm sure that'll work out just like you predict, I grumbled. So what do you say, Lennox? You want to meet her? I had mixed feelings about that question. On one hand, I wanted to get this over with, but on the other, I still had illusions of convincing Garth to change his mind. I knew with the Trevellari ship now in play, that option was now closed to me, though. I suppose, I replied. Hamilton chuckled and slapped me on the back. Aren't you missing something, Lennox? Huh? Missing what? That secret about her, he said. Don't you remember? I groaned out loud. Don't tell me you slept with her, too. Or wait, one of her girlfriends is down there already, isn't she? I'll bet you it's the Buckany. They seem like a weird sort of yin and yang. Hamilton shook his head. No and no. What I was going to tell you is that Anna's not a lesbian. She's not? Not a chance. But she is bisexual, though. Figures, I grunted. She can't even pick a side and stay there. 10 minutes later, I stood next to a podium while Hamilton addressed all 15 recruits. I might not have been in my best uniform or wearing my medals, but I had my chest stuck out and my chin held high as befitting the status of an elite ranger. I couldn't help but notice the eyes of most of the recruits on me either, especially the women. I was of half a mind to ask that Buckany girl out for a drink when all this was over, since she kept eye-fucking the shit out of me every few seconds. Remarkably, though, my new partner didn't so much as look at me once. Her eyes were glued straight ahead, a perfect display of discipline. "Recruits, tomorrow is a very important day for all of you," said Hamilton. "Tomorrow is the day when you'll reach the culmination of the toughest 5-year period of your life. Tomorrow is the realization of all your dreams and ambitions, the moment when you become a certified ranger of the Mithrandian Republic. All of you have earned your right to be here through blood, sweat, and tears. And my sincere hope is that you become as decorated as this man standing right next to me. Galactic Ranger Lennox Perry is amongst the best that Mithrandis has to offer. A man that truly knows no equal." Hamilton was playing me up a lot, and I was definitely grateful for that. Even after half a lifetime of kicking ass throughout the entire galaxy, I still enjoyed the opportunity to look good in front of new recruits. "One of you has been selected for your first mission upon your graduation tomorrow," continued Hamilton, "and that mission will be joining Lennox on a perilous, top-secret mission of great importance." That seemed to certainly perk them up. I could see the Buckany girl shift in her seat as she stared at me, smiling every so often. I had no doubt about the kind of mission she wanted to take with me. I was tempted to take her up on that offer. "I'm pleased to inform you which recruit has already been selected for this mission," said Hamilton. "One of the finest recruits I've seen in years, and one I know will make an excellent partner to Lennox. I know it will come as no surprise that Anna Bartlett has been selected to accompany Lennox on this mission." Despite Hamilton's words, it definitely seemed to have come as a surprise. One girl actually gasped when Anna's name was called. One of the men scoffed in obvious disgust, and I wasn't surprised to see that it was one of the men who'd performed exceptionally well during the obstacle course. No doubt he believed the spot should have been his. Even Anna seemed surprised, and that was the first time that our eyes met. From this distance, I could see that they were a deep brown in color, which only seemed to add to her overall beauty. "The rest of you will be finding out your assignments tomorrow afternoon, after the graduation ceremony," continued Hamilton. "For now, though, you're dismissed. The ceremony begins tomorrow at 0900. I don't need to remind any of you that tardiness won't be tolerated. It's not too late to get thrown out of my academy, so don't be the person that gets kicked out on the last day. You're all dismissed, everyone except for you, Anna." The recruits didn't stick around for long once Hamilton finished speaking. I thought a few of them might come up and ask me about being a ranger or what kind of missions I'd been on, but they seemed too shocked after Anna's announcement and didn't want to entertain ideas of talking to me. I still couldn't decide whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Within a matter of moments, there were only 3 of us altogether, with Anna being the only recruit. Hamilton gestured for her to approach the podium, and when she stood up, she surprised me by just how tall she was. I couldn't get a good feel for it when I was watching her on the course, but she had to be at least 5'9" or so. She was lean, too, but she was lean in such a way that it didn't detract from her feminine qualities, which was the nicest way possible I could say that she had an incredible body. "Anna Bartlett, I want you to meet Galactic Ranger Lennox Perry," said Hamilton as he introduced us. I had to give her credit. She walked right up to me and extended her hand like she didn't give a fuck who I was. Her confidence seemed to be unwavering, and I wondered whether or not I'd have a book-smart brat on my hands.
"Pleased to meet you, Ranger Perry,"
said Anna. Fuck me, even her voice sounded sexy. How was I supposed to work with this girl? "Come on, Lennox, she's your new partner. Be professional and welcoming." "It's Lennox," I said. "Not Ranger Perry, not Sir, not Lynn, and certainly not Lenny. Call me Lennox. Now, what happened to you at the shooting range? Why'd you fuck up so bad?" Judging by the expression on her face, she wasn't expecting such a stern rebuke, and she turned as red as an apple. "Real smooth, jackass," really welcoming.
I still took down 3 of the targets with kill shots,
she said, defending herself.
The others were wounded. They wouldn't have posed as much of a threat.
You grazed 2 of them and you missed the 3rd completely, I said. In our line of work, a miss is a wasted opportunity. You just gave the bad guy another chance to kill you. He won't give you the same luxury. Lennox, warned Hamilton. Take it easy. She hasn't graduated yet. Our enemies aren't going to wait until she's fully trained to try to kill her, I said, more for Anna's benefit than Hamilton's. I need the best of the best with me on this mission. They tell me that's you, but after seeing you on that course, I have my doubts. I expected her to shirk away from me, but to my surprise, the grain of doubt only made Anna more determined to prove her worth.
I promise you that I'm the best recruit here,
she said.
I might need a little more practice on the range, but all my other skills are off the charts. Every single one.
I hope so, I said, or this might be your first and only mission. And that's even if you survive. There was grit in this one at least, a twinkle in her eye that hinted at her fighting spirit. She wasn't going to break so easily.
I won't let you down, Lennox,
she said before turning toward the door, leaving us both behind. Damn it, Lennox, you didn't need to be so hard on her, said an angry Hamilton. She has all the makings of an extremely talented ranger. No offense, Hamilton, but so did you, I said. If it were anyone else saying that, they might have gotten decked. But since Hamilton and I went way back, he didn't take it personally. I have enough experience now to know who's going to be good in the field and who's just showing off for the instructors, he said calmly. She's the real deal, and I think she'll surprise you before this is all over. Before I could respond, I got a message from Garth on my arm guard, which served as my personal communicator. Opening the message, I couldn't help but grin. What now? Asked Hamilton, noticing my expression. Dodge another paternity test or something? Better, I grunted. Garth got my ship. You're looking at the brand new owner of a Trevellari-class ship. Hamilton's mouth fell open. You're kidding me. You? You have a Trevellari? Damn straight, I replied. I guess Garth managed to sweet-talk some agency executive out of his ride. That man could sell condoms to nuns. He's kept you here this long, so I'm inclined to agree with you. It's time for me to get my ship ready for departure, I said. Anyway, good seeing you, Hamilton. Hope you're right about this girl, for my sake more than anything. Have I ever steered you wrong? I chuckled. Not yet. I started to walk away before remembering something else. I turned back toward Hamilton. Hank Tallgrass, I said, shaking my finger. Hamilton furrowed his brow. Hank, what now? My whiskey, I said, grinning to him. I like to drink Hank Tallgrass. Coarse, but always fresh. Best whiskey in the galaxy, if you ask me. I won't be leaving until tomorrow evening, so make sure you send a bottle to me before I do. Hamilton chuckled. Hank Tallgrass it is. Take care of yourself out there, Lennox. And for God's sake, don't wreck the Trevellari. I scoffed. Now you're starting to sound like Garth. Chapter 4. Stepping onto the Trevellari-class ship Juno for the first time was like watching a beautiful woman undress. I just couldn't take my eyes off her. The Juno was a work of excellence, from her engines all the way to her bridge, built for businessmen with extra credits to burn. She spared almost no expense in design and layout. It wasn't the largest ship for that reason, since businessmen mostly travel alone, but there were still 3 bedrooms, a comfortable living area, full kitchen, a dedicated workspace for myself, and an internal spa bathroom that was fitted with a hot tub. Obviously, that tub was for winding down after a long day on the job, but I pictured a few new planets where I could get some R&R with some gorgeous women who might just enjoy a soak in my new tub. The Juno also had a weapons bay, installed by the agency at an additional cost for the kind of work we usually did. The bay was full of just about any armament I might need to complete the job. And there were even light plasma cannons that were tucked into the wings, just in case there was any trouble. The ship had a cargo bay which was full of several crates of high-grade titanium plating, which was also part of my cover story. I would be posing as a successful merchant who was looking to unload his wares with the Tanaki, giving me a reason for the ship, the material, and my first contact with them. Interestingly enough, Anna was supposed to be posing as my wife, which I had some serious reservations about. I hadn't spoken with the blonde recruit since yesterday when we met at the academy. I skipped the graduation ceremony and instead sipped on the Hank Tallgrass that Hamilton was kind enough to send over. I'd planned to have Hamilton send her over to the agency docks after graduation, so we could get moving on the mission, and I was still waiting for her to show up by mid-afternoon. Truthfully, I had visions of just taking off right now, leaving her behind and working by myself, but I knew I couldn't get away with it. Not when Garth had kept his word to get me this ship. I was tinkering with something on the bridge when Juno's security system alerted me there was a visitor. I had a scan done of the new arrival, which told me that my visitor was one Anna Bartlett, Galactic Ranger, Class F. Her identity confirmed, I allowed her entrance onto my ship. I could hear her boots echoing off the floor as she neared the bridge, but nothing would have prepared me for what happened when she entered the room. I was well aware that Anna was attractive when I watched her do the obstacle course, and she'd been outfitted in her gym attire. Her messy ponytail and red, sweat-soaked face didn't do her much justice. The woman that walked onto my bridge was a fucking bombshell. That messy blonde hair from yesterday was loose and long today, looking incredibly wavy and voluminous. She had a small, delicate nose and pink lips that looked awfully inviting. I knew she was in shape from what I could see yesterday, but her clothing seemed to hug her body like it didn't want to let go. She was wearing a form-fitting gray top that swelled generously over her tits before coming in tight around her stomach. Her utility pants were a little more loose, but they still had no trouble showing off the curves of her ass or her incredibly long and shapely legs.
Lennox?
At that moment, I realized I'd been staring, and I looked for the easiest excuse I could find. Sorry, you just reminded me of someone else, I said. Anna smiled at me, which only seemed to add to her beauty. What the fuck was a girl like this doing in the Galactic Rangers?
It's okay,
she said, hoisting her bag up.
I'm all ready to go. Where do you want me to put my things?
Second bedroom on the right, I said. First bedroom is mine. Bathroom is across the hall. You ever been on a Trevolari before?
First time. I never thought I'd get the chance, but I'm really grateful that I did. Do I even want to know how you got your hands on one?
Perks of the job, I replied. It helps to have friends in high places. Anna grinned.
I guess it does.
I was temporarily relieved when she walked back toward the hallway to put her bag away. I felt liable to do something stupid if she kept giving me that sexy smile. Not that it was forbidden to fraternize with female rangers, but mostly they weren't attractive enough to want to fraternize with them in the first place. I'd had a short fling with a Mucine Ranger about 5 years ago, but it all ended when she got killed 2 months after we started sleeping together. That was just a peril of the job. One wrong move could easily mean your death. It helped to not get too attached to your fellow Rangers. You never knew when it might be the last time you saw them. By the time Anna returned to the bridge, minus her bag, I couldn't hold in the obvious question much longer. She sat down right next to me as I blurted out, "So what's your deal?" I asked. "What are you running from?" Anna blinked at me for several seconds before she answered.
How do you know I'm running away from something?
It's not hard to figure out, I replied. I've been a ranger since you were in grade school. I worked with so many of them that I understand the types of people who do this job. You have your standard outcasts who just don't fit in anywhere else. The hero kind who have to be constantly praised just so they can keep their dicks hard. And then you have the ones who have a family history of serving and do so because of obligation. You don't seem like any of those.
Pretty accurate,
said Anna.
None of those really describe me.
Judging by your looks, you ought to be decorating some billboard in Renosto wearing nothing but a skimpy swimsuit, not joining the elite rangers where your life will be in jeopardy. So that tells me you're running from something. What you running from? She struggled for the response before finally coming out with it.
My foster family,
she said, spitting out the words like they were a vile-tasting stew.
If you can really call them family. Vultures are more like it. I had 12 other foster siblings when I lived with them, and they were always on the lookout for more.
They were only collecting a check, weren't they? I asked. You're just a meal ticket to them. Anna nodded.
It became obvious to me from a young age. There was nothing resembling actual love in that house. I even had an older foster sibling that died because he was joyriding in an air car. And my foster parents just put his stuff out in the trash and had a new kid in his room before the week was over. I was just another mouth that needed feeding for them.
What about your real parents? I asked.
I never knew them. They died when I was really young, and I got put with the grubblers as a consequence. I'm not sure the exact circumstances, but I know they were killed by some criminal group on our home planet of Rishikade. I guess they were witnesses to some kind of crime, and the local mob decided it was better off to leave no survivors that could possibly testify against them.
You kept your original last name then?
Well, there was no way I was changing it to Grubbler,
said Anna, grinning at me.
Not after the way they treated me.
Can't say I blame you, I replied. You could have done a million other things, though, once you turned 17. Why the Rangers? That fierce glint returned to her eyes.
I could have gone anywhere. You're right. I had offers for just about any college in my homeworld. Free rides and everything because of my grades. I had a modeling offer too. But I had no self-esteem at the time, so I thought it was more of a joke than a serious offer. More than anything, I hated the fact that my parents were killed simply because they'd been bystanders. I wanted revenge. And what better place to get it than the Galactic Rangers?
So you left the Grubblers and enrolled in the academy, I said. Even still, it wouldn't have been cheap for you. The academy doesn't give scholarships.
I made it work, though,
said Anna defensively.
I worked standard jobs just to earn the credits I needed to stay in my classes. And I studied to make sure my grades would never slip. It's been a hard 5 years, but here I am. And I'm not planning on quitting now.
I was impressed with the girl's pluck. I could see now why she was at the top of her class, regardless of her weaponry skill. If I could just develop her a little more, she might even be a better ranger than me one day. Assuming she survived long enough, that is. She didn't seem too put off about the deep dive into her past. Anna gave me another toothy grin as she turned the tables on me.
So you've never had a partner before, have you?
Rangers don't have partners, I said. This entire arrangement is completely unnatural to how I operate.
So why now, Lennox? What's so special about this assignment that they need to put me with you? I've heard all about you. Even before yesterday, I knew who you were. They still talk about you at the academy.
As examples of what not to do? I joked. Anna laughed softly.
Not exactly. You have a reputation of getting results, but your methods are sometimes strange, to say the least.
That's putting it nicely, I replied. Garth would say that I'm too reckless with my own life.
And is he right?
I shrugged. I don't have much in life. I don't have a wife to go home to or kids to see. The only family I have is my aunt who lives on the deserts of Satra too. You could say that I'm reckless because I don't have anything to live for. Either way, I don't mind taking chances.
That's a very blunt response,
she said. And an honest one, I added. Part of the reason I am the way that I am is because I'm willing to push myself further than most rangers. The only thing that matters to me is completing the mission and saving the day. Where some rangers exercise caution, I'm charging forward to take down the bad guy. It hadn't stopped me yet. If you're going to be my partner, you're going to have to know how I operate.
I think I can handle that,
she said, smiling at me again. You're going to have to stop doing that.
Doing what?
Grinning at me all the damn time, I growled, Anna's head cocked to one side.
Why? Does it bother you?
Rangers don't smile, I said, unless it's a triumphant smirk right as you slap some cuffs on one of these underworld bastards. Besides
what, Lennox? Why don't you want me smiling?
She was doing it again. I could see her pearly white teeth between those pink lips, her brown eyes dancing like she was about to box me into a corner. I really wouldn't mind seeing the look in those brown eyes as they approached the cusp of orgasm, but this was my new partner. It would be a bad idea to sleep with her. I needed to cut this off before someone got the wrong idea. I'm your partner, damn it, I snapped. Stop smiling and fluttering your eyelashes like some teenager. You're barking up the wrong tree. In hindsight, I definitely overdid it. Anna shrank back from me like I'd just told her I had rabies.
I wasn't trying to...
She started, before I cut her off. Save it, I said. Get off my bridge. I'll call you when I make something for us to eat. She had the good sense not to argue, but she left the bridge like a scolded puppy. In my head, I could already hear Hamilton telling me to take it easy on her. I thought to say something, but she was already gone, going back to her new bedroom. You've got a lot to learn about being someone's partner. Chapter 5. 2 hours later, I didn't feel any better about the way I snapped at her. In fact, I felt a lot worse. She seemed like a great girl, and I was being too hard on her. Like it or not, our fates were entwined together now, especially since I gave the order for the ship to depart Renasta just 30 minutes ago. Our destination was the easy part. Edardon 6 was where the materials had been purchased that made the bombs that destroyed the Forum. It was also where Tech met his unfortunate end, so it seemed like the appropriate place to start digging. Once our course was set, I put the ship on autopilot and went to the kitchenette to make some food. My plan involved getting a little something for Anna, mostly as a peace offering. At least the food would be decent. The food processor on the ship was much better than it was on any previous vessel I'd been on. It was fast, too, as I had 2 plates of pasta ready to go in under 5 minutes. Grabbing a plate in each hand, I made my way to Anna's door and knocked. It sprung open quickly, only to reveal the brown-eyed beauty staring back at me. I noticed right away that she was only wearing a small robe, and her hair was wet. She must have taken a shower at some point, but how did I miss that? Quite suddenly, the thought of Anna in the shower became something that I wanted to revisit later on when I had some privacy. Peace offering? I said, waving the pasta in front of her face. We've gotten off on the wrong foot, and I want to make things right between us. Hungry?
Starving,
she said, smiling at me again. That damn smile. I couldn't tell her this, but the only reason I didn't like it was because of how it made me feel in my chest. It was the kind of smile that could make someone weak in the knees, and the last thing I needed was a crush on my rookie partner.
Do you mind if I get dressed?
She asked.
Then we can eat?
Sure, I said, setting her plate down on the desk in her room. I'll just be on the bridge.
Hold on,
she said, walking over to her closet.
You don't have to leave. Just give me a second.
I didn't realize what she was getting at until she stepped into the closet, blocking my line of sight. Of course she's not going to get naked in front of you, dumbass. What were you thinking was going to happen? A minute later, Anna popped out of the closet wearing a pair of gym shorts and a loose-fitting shirt. I had already seated myself at her desk, so she made herself comfortable by sitting on her bed.
Holy crap,
she said after the first bite of her food.
This came out of a food processor?
Top of the line, I joked, just like everything else on the Juno.
It tastes amazing,
she said, eagerly taking the next bite.
I'd gotten used to the shitty processors we had at the Academy barracks. They could barely make scrambled eggs without screwing them up. One time I opened the door and my eggs were green. I still have no idea how that happened.
Were you close to anyone at the Academy? I asked. Any friends there? Anna took another bite and shrugged.
Not really. You're not the only one that's been a bit of an outcast. Most of the other alien girls were cliquey, and the only other human was kind of a bitch. The guys all thought they were better than us.
I saw how the one reacted when you got the job, I said, rolled his eyes and looked like he was ready to throw a fit. Anna shook her head.
That would be Brian. Graduated second in our class. Always a poor sport whenever I beat him in something. He tried to tutor me in weaponry, seeing as that was the only thing that he was better than me in. I told him I was a lesbian to get him off my back, and most of the guys left me alone after that.
But you're not really a lesbian, are you? Anna gave me a shy look.
I mean, I've experimented with girls a little. It wasn't anything I didn't enjoy, but I like men. Just not cocky assholes with a chip on their shoulders.
I guess we're gonna have problems then, I joked. Anna started to laugh.
I don't think so. You have this facade like a hard-ass veteran, but you just being here in my room right now tells me that's not really the case.
Oh, trust me, I can be a huge asshole, I said. Just ask anyone at the Academy. including Garth, they won't hesitate to tell you. She studied me for a moment before she replied,
Something tells me you're not an asshole to those that don't already deserve it, though.
I grinned at her. Like crime lords?
Especially crime lords.
She replied with a giggle.
Like the one that you just brought in. Numa Papillion.
You know about Numa? Anna nodded and her voice went low.
He's the reason my real parents died.
Anna's shoulders slumped forward at that point, and I found that I was moving even before I realized it. I crossed over to her bed and put my arm around her shoulders. I'm sorry, I said. I know it probably doesn't help much, but he'll never see the light of day again. He'll be in prison for the rest of his life.
It does help,
she said.
Knowing that piece of garbage will be behind bars for what he's done is the only saving grace. I kinda wish I was the one to do it.
It felt damn good, I said. Mostly for the way he begged once I had him. Anna tucked a wet strand of hair behind her ear as she glanced at me.
Thank you, then. For taking him down. And for apologizing for being a jerk earlier.
Technically, I haven't apologized for that yet, I joked. Anna grinned and patted my leg.
I know. I was just setting you up so you could do it.
So, are we good? Partners?
Yeah. Partners.
Agreed Anna.
And for what it's worth, I'm really grateful to be your partner. I couldn't ask for a better mentor.
You might find my advice gets you kicked out of the agency. At the very least, I'll keep you alive, though.
Where are we going, by the way?
She asked.
I felt the ship take off, but I didn't see the destination.
You read the briefing that Garth put together for you, didn't you?
Yeah, this afternoon after graduation. He brought me up to speed on everything we know about the Tanaki and the Hondas brothers.
Well, I figured we'd start at the place where Tech died, I said. That means going to Edardon 6.
Never been there before,
admitted Anna. You're not missing much, I said. It's the Wild West out there. The only reason Edardon 6 is settled is because of its generous quantities of high-quality metals. Otherwise, it's too damn hot for most humans to stand. It was a hell of a place to die.
Do we need any protection for us to go there?
She asked.
Any full bodysuits?
I'd rather not if we can help it, I said. The atmosphere is more of a dry heat than anything else, so while the temperatures are nominally pretty high, it's not as bad as it sounds. Every place else that's worth being in has air conditioning anyway, so as long as we minimize our time outside, we should be fine.
How soon will we get there?
Tomorrow morning, bright and early.
So quickly. I wasn't expecting that.
With the engines on this ship, speed is on our side, Anna. I hope you're prepared to start in the morning because school is over. She suddenly looked more alarmed than I expected. Anna put the nearly empty plate on her desk and began to pace around the room until finally I had to say something. Got the jitters? I asked. She nodded.
Maybe I should spend most of the evening in the weapons bay. I already saw the range there. I could use the practice for tomorrow.
Actually, yes, let's do that, I said, which made her stop in her tracks. That reminds me of something I wanted to show you. We left our plates on the edge of her desk as we exited her bedroom and made our way to the weapons bay. Once we were there, a full shelf of different firearms was available to us, from little pea shooters all the way up to rocket launchers and everything in between. I have something for you, I said, reaching for one gun that wasn't hanging on the wall. Check this out.
Wow. Lennox, are you serious?
Exclaimed Anna as I put the pistol in her hand.
This is an Eagle 9. How did you get that?
Eagle was one of the most prominent arms manufacturers in the Republic. I've always been a fan of their weaponry, and I had several of their guns hanging on the wall. The one in Anna's hand was special, though. I had it pulled from the armory, I said. It's sized for a woman, so I thought it would be extremely useful for you. It's reliable, simple, shoots incredibly well, like most Eagle products. I figured it would be better off with you than gathering dust back at the agency.
I've never fired something like this before,
she admitted before turning toward me.
Thank you. This is an incredible gift.
We have to work on that shooting of yours, and I figured the Eagle 9 was the perfect firearm to do it with, I said. I'm going to help you so that you nail every target moving forward. You're going to be a sharpshooter by the time I'm done with you.
You can try,
said Anna with a low tone of voice.
Many have. I don't know what it is, though. I just don't seem to get better.
Well, let me see what you're capable of, and I might be able to help, I said, offering her a box of bullets. Show me your best, okay? I had a target set up on the other side of the range before stepping back to watch Anna load her gun. The plating on the side of the target was extra thick so that none of the bullets we used could puncture the hull of the ship. Anna stepped up to the firing line and got in her stance. She held the Eagle 9 in her hand and took several long breaths to steady herself before her finger wrapped around the trigger. She got off 4 shots before lowering the weapon. I watched her shots cluster around the head of the target, but it was only the last one that was a true killing blow.
About my usual,
muttered Anna to herself.
I just can't seem to get any better.
Your hands were shaking a little at the beginning, I said. Why is that?
Because I'm about to shoot for my new partner and I'm trying not to be completely incompetent,
Anna said incredulously.
Surely you can understand my nerves, right?
You have to get over that, I said. Nerves will always come into play during a mission. You have to learn to neutralize it. Hold still for a minute. I'll be right back. I left a very confused-looking Anna for a moment before I returned with my bottle of Hank Tallgrass. There was barely any left. Maybe a few shots at most, but Anna started to laugh when she saw the bottle.
Your solution is that I get drunk?
She asked. Not enough in here to get drunk if you wanted to, I said. No, you need something to steady your nerves, and a little liquid courage will do that. Take a swig.
Seriously?
I'm always deadly serious, Anna. She gave me an odd look before dropping a gulp down the hatch. Anna set the bottle down and wiped her lips.
Better?
We'll see. Fire off the rest of your mag. With a deep breath, she steadied herself again and fired. This time, she didn't shake, and 3 of her next 4 shots were kill shots. One was still a little wild, though. Again, I said, reload your mag and do it again. Keep aiming for the kill zones. I made Anna repeat the drill 5 times before I could figure out what her problem was. The whiskey helped a little, but confidence wasn't the root cause of her problem. It was her method. How do you aim your weapon? I asked out of the blue. Anna blinked several times.
What do you mean?
I mean, what's your strategy right before you fire? How do you aim?
The same way they teach us at the academy,
she replied, seemingly unsure what I was getting at. I snapped my fingers. That might be the problem right there. The academy method focuses on utilizing the sights on the gun to predict where your shot's going to fall, but it's an imperfect method if you ask me. It's missing a piece.
What piece is that, Lennox?
Something that I learned growing up on Satra 6, I replied. It's going to sound a little weird until you try it, but you have to call the target to you.
You're right. That does sound incredibly weird, she
said, shifting toward one hip.
Are you messing with me?
Not at all, I said. Get in your stance. Let me show you how. Anna spread her legs slightly and raised her gun. She looked directly at the target and froze before putting her finger on the trigger. Now I want you to look at the target. What do you see?
A standard issue agency weapons target, she
replied.
Am I supposed to be seeing anything more?
No, I said. I want you to line up your sights until you're ready to fire. Are you there yet?
I am now.
Okay, good, I said, moving just behind her. Now I want you to call the target toward you.
Lennox, how am I supposed to do that?
Use your mind, Anna. Picture the target. Now picture it like you're making it expand. It's growing larger because it's coming closer to you. The lines are getting more defined. You can see the head so large that you couldn't possibly miss it. Bring the target toward you.
But I don't know how,
she whispered. Before I responded, I stepped closer to her. I wrapped my hand around hers and I placed my other hand right against her hip. My mouth was incredibly close to her ear. Just picture it, I said. Use your mind to bring the target closer to you. What does it look like now that it's bigger? Anna took a deep breath.
I don't know. It just looks larger.
Large enough that you can't possibly miss?
Yeah, kinda. It would be really hard to do.
Keep that concentration, I whispered. Don't let it falter.
I don't know how much longer I can hold it, Lennox.
I'm going to let go of your hand now, I said. When you're ready, Shoot. Anna didn't say a word once I let go of her hand. I didn't step away, though, mostly because I felt like she didn't want me to anyway. I was close enough to her that I could almost feel her body breathing in and out, readying to take the shot. When Anna fired again, all 4 shots were killing shots. One of the 4 was just a close call, being closer to the edge, but it was still much better than anything she'd done so far. She put the weapon down and gave me an incredulous look.
Okay, seriously, Lennox?
She said.
How? How and why?
I grinned. I hate the Academy's method. It doesn't work for me either. I don't know what's different about us, but something about mentally calling the target forward just seems to work.
It worked better than anything I've tried before,
she said.
But how come no one has brought it to me until now?
The Academy likes their Rangers standardized on some things, I said, but they're not right about everything. If you continue to practice using my method, I'd bet money you'll make rapid progress. Anna beamed a smile at me.
Well, let's see if you're right, shall we?
For the next 20 minutes, Anna went through nearly an entire box of ammunition. She kept her composure, though I doubt it was from the liquid courage that she consumed. She was clustering much better now, a rapid improvement over the day before. By the time she was done, she was looking at me like I was some kind of divine entity.
Are you just my good luck charm or something?
She asked, putting the Eagle 9 down.
Seriously, I've never been more accurate in my entire life than I have right now.
Most of the time, it's not the person, it's the method, I said. I think if you keep practicing, you're going to see even more improvement.
I can't tell you how grateful I am for you,
she said, sincerely, touching my arm.
I know you have a lot more to teach me, but no matter how weird it sounds, I'm always going to listen to what you have to say.
I couldn't help the grin that developed on my face. I think we're going to be just fine working together, Anna.
I think so too, Lennox. I really do.
I recognized the look that appeared in her eyes at that moment, having seen it many times before. I knew right then and there that if I invited Anna back to my room, she would have come. And it was incredibly tempting. Her hair had dried somewhat, but seeing her long, tanned legs sticking out of those gym shorts had me one moment away from making a bad decision. As hard as it was, I had to resist myself. I'm gonna get some sleep, I said, feigning a yawn. You probably should too. Job starts tomorrow. Ugh, and I want both of us to be well rested. Anna didn't protest, and as we left the weapons bay to go back to our bedrooms, the air was thick with tension between us. I stopped at her bedroom, and I noticed that she was fiddling with the strings on her shorts. She opened her mouth to say something, but I cut her off before it was out. Good night, Anna, I said. Great work today. She caught her breath in a hurry, but smiled once the words were out. She nodded and turned toward her door.
Good night, Lennox.
I shut the door behind me once I reached the bedroom, taking about an hour to surf the web feeds before turning off the light. By the time my head hit the pillow, I was anything but sleepy. All I was thinking about was that blonde beauty in the other room. Chapter 6. When I got out of bed the next morning, I was groggy and my head throbbed. I hadn't slept well. Part of it was the nerves of a new mission, one that was more dangerous than my more recent experiences. Most of the time, there was no margin for error in my line of work, but that was especially the case with this one. The last thing I wanted was my handsome mug being sent to Garth in a box. The other reason was Anna. It was almost intoxicating to see how much progress she'd made in one day, just by changing one little thing. I knew she still needed to keep working on it, but it astounded me how no one at the Academy thought to try something different. It was one of the things that had rubbed me the wrong way about Ranger training. They wanted all of us to be identical, interchangeable pieces that were similar in every way possible. And, in my opinion, it was completely unrealistic. It had a bad habit of shutting down personal potential in favor of conforming to their idealized version of what a Ranger should be. In doing so, it blemished Anna's weapons growth when more specialized instruction might have made it flourish. In a way, She wasn't that different from me. I was far from the mold of a perfect ranger, and yet I was willing to put my skills up against anyone. With a little more development, Anna would become the best of the best, and I was determined to help her get there. She joined me on the bridge about an hour before we arrived on Edardon 6. I was still sipping my morning coffee when she appeared wearing those same tight gym shorts from the night before. Only this time she had it coupled with a light blue tank top that showed off generous portions of cleavage.
Good morning,
she said, yawning as she sat down next to me. Her nose wiggled when she smelled the coffee.
Can I get some of that?
I pointed to a cup that was already sitting just in front of her, one she hadn't yet noticed.
Oh, silly me,
she said.
Wait, how'd you know I like coffee?
I didn't, I replied, but rangers live on this stuff. If you're going to be one, you better get used to drinking it all the time.
Fortunately for you, I enjoy the stuff already.
Anna took a drink of it before putting it back on the warming coaster that I had the mug resting on. Once the coffee was down, she stretched again, giving me another bird's eye view of her cleavage, and it was certainly looking inviting. I tore my eyes away only reluctantly as I brought our destination up on the main viewing screen. We were less than an hour away, which meant that Edardon 6 already loomed large on the horizon. It had a brownish pallor to it, and much of the surface was marked with jagged mountains. Water only existed at the poles of the planet, and I knew there were some cities that were under those oceans, mostly to get away from the intense heat. Edardon 6, I muttered. Our first stop on this mission. Also the last place Tech visited before he was murdered. He was getting close to something, and someone here wanted to put an end to it.
Where are we starting with this?
Asked Anna.
Do we have a lead?
I nodded. Before Tech died, he made mention of setting up a meeting with the man that bought the metal that went into the bomb. Apparently this guy is a real nobody, though. No real connections to the Tanaki from what we can tell.
A fall guy?
Suggested Anna.
Someone to take the heat off of them?
Perhaps, but the whole idea of a fall guy is to not attract attention, and you certainly don't kill a Galactic Ranger for no reason. Something tells me this fall guy is being watched very closely. Once we start snooping around, I'm sure they'll make themselves known to us. Anna didn't directly respond to that, and as I glanced over at her, I could see some apprehension on her face. I elbowed her softly. Keep your chin up, I said. You graduated at the top of your class, and you don't have to take shit from anyone. Except maybe me. Relief flooded her face. She even smiled at me.
I'll be ready when we get there. I'm ready right now.
That's my girl, I said. Perhaps you should get dressed. This hour will go by quickly, and we'll want to do a weapons check before we go. Anna looked back down at her lack of attire and blushed.
Of course. Give me 10 minutes.
She was back in 8 minutes, which was amazing for a woman that looked as good as she did. She was decked out in her gray utility pants and combat boots, but she was only wearing a thin, sleeveless shirt because of the weather. She was wearing a holster, but I told her to take it off as we neared the surface. Our cover story won't do us much good here, I explained. For now, we're just friends of Tech until we learn more. But we're also not rangers. That holster on your hip would be a dead giveaway. We'll conceal our weapons inside our clothing.
Not husband and wife either?
She asked. Sorry to disappoint you, I joked. Anna laughed softly.
Always the bridesmaid and never the bride. Don't worry, I understand.
We headed to the weapons bay where Anna made a beeline for her Eagle 9. I smiled when I saw that she'd already formed an attachment to it, and it didn't stick out once it was secured within her utility pants. For myself, I selected my old friend, my Huxley .45 caliber. She'd gotten me through my fair share of shit and had enough stopping power to take down an entire host of goons. After putting a couple of mags in my pockets and making sure that Anna was similarly armed, I received notification that the ship was coming into the main port. This isn't a large town we're going into, I said. Only about 20,000 people here, so it won't be too hard to find our guy.
As long as he hasn't skipped town,
said Anna.
If I was involved in the killing of a ranger, I'd find the most remote hole I could find and bury my head in the sand for the next year.
You would because you have a brain, I joked. Most of these people aren't as fortunate. Let's see if we can find our new friend here. His name is Skiff Montel. I wonder if he's still in the same rat hole he crawled out of. Once the Juno landed on the surface, I commenced the shutdown procedure while we searched for Skiff. All the security on the ship was biometric, which meant that it was locked and based on eye scan and fingerprints. At least I knew no one would be allowed access while I was gone. As soon as the doors were open, the heat hit us. It was like stepping into an oven on full blast, and I knew we wouldn't last very long out here in the open. Fortunately, the Edardonians were known for their ingenuity. We walked into a covered metallic dome structure where we met the port attendant, a heavy fellow with more chins than I had fingers.
"Name and business,"
said the very uninterested attendant. "Leonard Freebass, metal trading," I answered, giving my fake name. "This is my business partner, Wella Dowd." I reached across so he could scan my arm guard, at which point he waved me forward. As soon as we were away, Anna smacked my arm.
Wella Dowd? Seriously? Well endowed?
I cracked the smallest grin as I glanced at her cleavage. Seemed appropriate to me. She shook her head.
You don't look much like a Leonard anyway.
"Thankfully, we only have to wear these names while we're here," I said. "So, enjoy it while it lasts, Wella." Anna rolled her eyes, but I noticed she didn't stop smiling. As soon as we were on the outskirts of the dome, it looked like we were about to step out into the heat again. That was when I noticed something flying by just in front of us at breakneck speed.
What the hell was that?
Exclaimed Anna. "Air taxis," I replied. "You'll understand why they go so fast once you see the layout of the city. It's mostly a straight line, following the valley as it cuts through the mountain ranges on either side. Because the city is so long, though, the taxis are incredibly fast." Another one zoomed by us as the gust of wind made Anna's hair dance. I stepped toward the edge and held up both my arms. An air taxi came to a stop in front of us.
By the looks of it, it's a hovercraft?
Asked Anna. "Extremely fast hovercraft," I replied. "And comfortable, too. Come on, you get in first. I don't like being behind the driver." Anna ducked her head in, and I followed. I preferred this seat only because it put me in the line of sight of the driver, another portly man, though this one wasn't quite as heavy as the attendant.
Is everyone on this planet so large?
Whispered Anna after the air taxi took off. "Edardonians eat well," I replied, "and they don't get outside much, as you can probably see why." Anna giggled.
Makes perfect sense.
The one nice thing about the speed of the air taxis was that it only took us about 45 seconds to reach our destination. The building was seemingly pretty innocuous. The sign outside said that it was a metal shop, but one thing that threw me off was just how small it was. There were no docks attached to the building, and if anything, it was like a small office more than anything else. "Nothing about this smells right to me," I said, right as we were pulling up.
Why's that?
Asked Anna. "The buyer for this metal is supposed to be a metal shop. All the metal shops that I've ever seen are attached to large warehouses where they shape it to their purpose, or at very least store it. There's nothing else to this building. There's barely enough room for a small staff, and there's no dock doors. It looks exactly how a shell company would look. I wonder if anyone is even here." I tried the door, but it was locked from the inside. I could see lights on through one of the smaller windows, but even after pounding on it a few seconds, nobody appeared. I took a look around to see if there was anything I was missing. Through the glass on the lower portion of the window, I could see what appeared to be an air car dealership on the other side of the street, one that had holographic projections of cars racing in the skies above it. The rest of the street was nearly empty because of the heat. "I guess we have to break in," I said, looking at the door. There was a small panel of glass right near the door handle, and I knew it wasn't that thick. I grabbed the butt of my Huxley to do the honors, but I didn't want to start flashing heat if I didn't have to.
Hang on,
said Anna, putting her hand on my wrist.
I know something that will help us do it easier.
That something was her own arm guard, which she held up to the glass. She toggled between a few apps before finding one that she wanted, at which point a small laser burst out from the guard. She used it to cut a neat hole through the glass, allowing entry for my hand. "That's pretty slick," I said, looking at her guard. "How come mine didn't do that?"
Garth said you would say that,
she teased.
"Yours does. I'll show you how to use it sometime."
"Never thought we'd ever be having that conversation," I said. But she didn't get the innuendo. It was probably better that way. Once the glass was out of the way, I was able to open the door and step inside, getting away from the heat that was already making us pant. We stepped in through another set of doors where I was instantly greeted by a fat older woman who was swinging a broom in my direction.
"Thieves!"
she yelled, smashing the broom against my head.
"Get out of here! Thieves!"
I grabbed the broom and threw it on the floor. "We're not thieves," I explained. "I'm here to see Skiff Montel. I'm told he's the owner of this place."
"Locked doors means no entry,"
yelled the fat woman as she made to grab the broom again. Anna kicked it out of the way so she couldn't retrieve it, which only made her more incensed.
"You're not stealing from us,"
she yelled before grabbing a stapler and chucking it at my head. I was getting annoyed now, and I batted it out of the air and stepped around the counter. "You, just contain her," I instructed Anna. "I'm going to look around."
"Yeah, sure thing,"
said Anna as she turned her full attention toward the shrieking woman. I stepped away from her and took a look around. My suspicion, just from looking at the exterior of the building, proved to be correct. This was nothing more than a shell office, with only a main counter, a seating area, a bathroom, and 2 back offices. Seeing as there wasn't a back door, I checked the remaining space for any sign of our quarry.
"No one here besides me,"
yelled the woman once she saw what I was doing. That only served to make me more curious. I checked the bathroom, finding that each stall was empty before moving on to the 2 back offices. I slammed the door on the first one, which made some small vase topple over and shatter against the floor. That first office was a complete mess, but I noticed the workstation there was still turned on with all 5 screens running. Most of them had financial information in the background, stocks and whatnot for various galactic companies, but one of them had some soft-core porn playing, which only made me smirk. There was also a half-consumed bottle of tea on the desk, and the lid was still off. Someone else had been in this room very recently, and judging by the porn, it wasn't the old lady. "You don't seem like the type to have a thing for Vendreck's porn," I told the old lady as I moved toward the last office. "But I bet our friend Skiff likes it, don't you, Skiff?" I almost took the door off the hinges when I battered through it. This last room looked like nothing more than storage, having a couple old file cabinets in the corner. There was a small food processor in here, as well as table and chairs, and one conspicuously large closet. The old lady was shrieking even louder now, but I knew it was only because I was so close to finding what I came here for. "Oh, Skiff, we have some business to discuss," I said as I opened the closet door and thrust my hand inside. It wrapped around a very human neck, and I yanked that neck forward to see the crazed eyes of a human man. He was incredibly sweaty for being inside, and his pupils were dilated as wide as they could possibly go. "I think we need to talk," I said, holding Skiff with both hands. I didn't expect the fucker to bite me, though. His eyes went even more crazy as his chomper sank into my hand, and I gritted my teeth at the pain. Using all my strength, I tossed him toward the floor, releasing his mouth from my hand. It was a strong enough blow that I expected him to be a little dazed, but he recovered his composure quickly and launched himself at my legs. "Oh, no, you don't," I growled, reaching around his midsection and then pulling his legs upward. The crazy man promptly let go of my legs and tried to get back to the ground. I just held him higher, though, to prevent the possibility.
"Let me go,"
he yelled.
"I didn't do anything."
"From where I'm standing, you look pretty guilty for a seemingly innocent man, Skiff."
"How do you know my name?"
"I know a lot about you, Skiff," I said, "but I'm most interested in what you know about a certain purchase you made. A purchase made on behalf of someone else."
"I don't know shit."
I let go of his ankles, which only made him crash toward the floor head first. Skiff cried out in pain, but it was the quick draw of my Huxley that made him stop in his tracks. "No more games," I said, holding the pistol steady. I need to know who your contact is in the Tanaki, who paid you to buy the metal that was in that bomb. Skiff's already crazy eyes became even crazier.
I don't know anything about that. It wasn't my metal. I'm just a broker more than anything. I don't do deals with the Tanaki.
You did something, whether you realized it or not, I said. Maybe you needed a quick buck to fuel your porn habit. Or maybe business was slower than usual. I don't care either way. I'm here because a Galactic Ranger is dead. And the last person he met with was you.
The Ranger is dead?
Stuttered Skiff.
I didn't have anything to do with that.
Maybe, maybe not, I replied. But if you don't answer my questions, I'll make sure you get charged with his death. Being the last person to interact with a dead man never looks good to a jury, especially when that man is a ranger.
You don't understand,
he said, crossing his arms defiantly.
They'll kill me. I know how they work. They don't give idle threats. Cross them once, and they'll shove your balls down your throat and make you ask for more.
I took a step closer toward him. And what do you think I'll do to you if you don't give me the answer I want? Skiff whimpered and took a step back toward the wall. He was unnaturally skittish, and not just for a man that was afraid for his life. He was so twitchy that I suspected some kind of drug use, and that was confirmed when he grabbed a bottle of wood cleaner that was on top of one of the file cabinets. He flipped the cap off and took a deep huff from it, which remarkably returned some level of lucidity to him. He shook his head like some kind of wild animal, but at least his pupils returned to normal size. That's disgusting, I said, watching the entire act.
Don't knock it till you tried it,
replied Skiff before he remembered my gun was still trained on him.
You're really gonna arrest me if I don't tell you?
It's a guarantee, I said. And when I do, that means no more magic wood cleaner to get high off. And gosh, you just know that withdrawal is gonna be a bitch.
I need some kind of protection from him,
said Skiff as he started to pace around.
You need to put me far from the reach of the Tanaki, somewhere I'll be safe.
That depends on how much information you can give me, and how accurate it is, Skiff. He pulled out one of those Technicolor electric cigars, the kind that lit up when it was smoked and produced a miniature firework display as it burned. I'd mostly seen them with the younger crowd, so I was surprised he still smoked them.
Okay, fine. But I mean it. I need protection,
said Skiff.
Agree to protection and I'll tell you a name.
What's the name? I demanded. Skiff shivered.
It's a code name more than anything. Goes by NY. Don't know what the NY stands for, but she's deep in the Tanaki. Specializes in import-export. Anything they need or want on Edardon 6 goes through her. But she wasn't the first one I dealt with.
Who was the first?
The first was a man that went by the name of Colo, but he was replaced by NY in the middle of our transaction. I don't know why.
Did you ever deal with the Colo again? Skiff shook his head.
Only NY. She was the main contact. She paid me and I authorized the metal to be delivered to an off-grid warehouse where her people took over immediately. I never saw the metal. I was only the broker for it, and I was paid once the transfer was complete.
How did all this come about?
Because I needed the money,
replied Skiff.
The drugs I like aren't cheap, and when I can't get them, I have to resort to this damn wood cleaner.
My eyes flickered toward the half-empty bottle of cleaner. So you've already spent the money she gave you, which is why you're back on the cleaner? Skiff nodded angrily.
It was a terrible deal. The money was decent, but I spent it on higher-end drugs where my money didn't go as far. The high was the best of my life. But the crash sucked balls, and now here I am dealing with you while your gun is pointed at my chest. Terrible decision.
Where can I find this NY? I asked. How do I locate her?
You don't,
replied Skiff.
She came to me once I started pestering the local Tanaki for opportunities. I do know one thing, though. She lives up north, under the water at the poles. Those underground cities.
Which one?
Polara.
He answered.
A couple million people on the bottom of the seafloor. Nice, comfy dome to keep 'em all safe and dry.
If it's a couple million people, how the hell am I supposed to find her? Skiff started scratching at the skin on his neck.
She's got her vices, too. She likes clubbing, from what I've been told. Only there's only so many clubs in the city. If you go there and start asking around, I'm sure you'll find her.
NY in Polara, I repeated. If any of this information isn't accurate, I'll be paying you another visit, Skiff.
Well, if it is,
he said.
I assure you, I just want out. I don't want to deal with the Tanaki threat anymore. I've learned my lesson.
We'll see about that, I said. I'm going to find this NY, and when I've verified your information, I'll have the agency reach out to you about a new identity for you. Something to help you hide. Skiff grinned for the first time as he approached me. I saw then that most of his teeth were heavily discolored, a few even missing. He grabbed my shoulder.
Thank you so much.
Before I could respond, we both heard a loud thud in the other room. I brushed away from Skiff and approached the front office where I could see Anna bending over the old woman who was now laying on the ground. Tell me you didn't hit her, I said to Anna. Anna shook her head furiously.
She just went out like a light. 1 minute she's shaking her finger in my face, and the next she just collapses. I swear I didn't hit her.
Yeah, she does that when she gets all worked up,
said Skiff, waving his hand dismissively.
Nothing to worry about. Watch this.
Skiff crossed over to the desk where there was a small cup of water. He grabbed it, then tossed it in the old woman's face, and she promptly sat up like there was nothing wrong. When she saw Skiff, she scowled.
It happened again?
She asked.
Get off the floor, Denise,
said Skiff.
We're moving soon.
Chapter 7.
I don't have a good feeling about this at all, Lennox.
A few hours had passed after our confrontation with Skiff, and Anna and I were on our way toward Polara, one of the great underwater cities of Edardon 6. We'd be docking at the city's above-water port within the next 30 minutes. But even after discussing what we knew so far, our plan was still shaky.
How are we supposed to find someone who goes only by the code name NY in a city of 2 million people?
Continued Anna.
Okay, so we know she likes clubs. So does everyone in the 18 to 26 demographic. We have to be talking about a couple 100,000 people in a city the size of Polara. We could be here searching for months.
Something tells me if we start asking the right questions, word'll get back to her, I said. These people operate in the shadows for the most part. Anyone who asks for them is either the law asking questions or a new potential partner. Either way, requires some investigation on their part. If we just ask a few questions, we should find her sooner rather than later. Or bring her straight to us.
So this is where our cover is going to come into play then?
Said Anna.
Time to hit the clubs tonight, husband?
I grinned at her. Time to cut loose a little, wifey. We should get dressed so that we look the part.
I was hoping you'd say that.
By the time we were about to land, I'd changed my clothes completely. Gone were my combat boots, utility pants, and my plain gray vest. I put on a nice pair of black slacks, some comfortable loafers, and a collared hunter green shirt. I replaced my arm guard with a more traditional-looking watch, wanting to play the part of a businessman more than anything. One look in the mirror, and I thought I looked damn good. I was definitely passable, but when I stopped by Anna's room, my jaw nearly hit the floor. Holy fuck, she looked incredible. My eyes started at the floor, where Anna was sporting a nice pair of fuck-me heels, at least 3 inches high. I could see a generous expanse of leg before I reached her dress, a skimpy little number that was cherry red and cut way too high on her leg. I could almost see her ass, not like I was complaining. The top of the dress was held onto her shoulders by thin spaghetti straps, and the neckline plunged so far that it almost hit her belly button. I think I let out a small groan when I saw how great her tits looked framed in that dress. As good as she looked in that dress, her face was the best part. She had some light makeup on that only accentuated her already beautiful features. Her hair was loose and flowing, a mixture of windswept and light bedroom hair that was utterly gorgeous. I had trouble remembering my own name, let alone our mission, after one glance at Anna, which only served to make her giggle.
I think my husband approves of my outfit,
she said, her eyes dancing with mischief. Fuck, Anna, you look... Holy shit. She beamed with a grin.
That means a lot coming from you. You look extra dashing yourself, Lennox. We ready to land?
Land? Land where? Anna giggled again.
Lennox, do I need to cover up? Or are you going to be able to focus without thinking about my tits once we get down there?
It's a toss-up, but I'm willing to soldier through it. She elbowed me in the ribs, but I noticed her smile never wavered.
Come on, lover boy.
We walked back to the bridge, but I made the good decision to walk in front of her. I needed to get my head back on straight, and I didn't need to be any more mesmerized than I already was. The ship was coming in for a landing at the port, which was the only part of the city that was above ground. It also had the appearance of floating on the water. Our trip into the port was just as uneventful as last time, though I did notice the heat was much less oppressive here at the pole. We were waved through by the attendant, where we joined a long line of all different species that were trying to get into the city. While we were in the line, I noticed a few of the men eyeing up Anna, looking hopeful until their eyes fell on me. I put on my best glare when I looked back at them, not wanting them to get any ideas. It was like herding cats, though. No sooner had I stared one down than another two got the idea. I couldn't say I blamed them. If it were me, I'd be trying to talk to her, too. Finally, Anna grabbed my arm and put it around her waist, pushing extra close to me.
There are easier ways to convey a message without your head getting whiplash,
she said, giving me a knowing look. I had to admit, she felt damn good pressed against me. I just didn't want them distracting you from the mission, I said innocently.
Right. A distraction,
she replied, though her tone told me she didn't believe it at all. Still, I wasn't about to complain. Once she was hanging on me, the stairs promptly stopped. We managed to get to the front of the line where we could see the travel tubes for getting down to the city. It's a very simple solution, I explained to Anna. Think of the tubes like high-speed elevators. You step in, they shoot you down under the water until you reach the city. There's two sizes of tubes, one meant for 1 or 2 people and another meant for large groups or cargo. There are many more smaller tubes than larger ones, so that's the kind we'll take.
Fascinating,
said Anna as she watched a slobbering alien known as Jinx enter the tube before the doors closed, shooting him down below. When our time came, I wasn't surprised that Anna chose to enter the tube with me. I told myself it was because she wanted to make sure we got shot out at the same place, but I couldn't help but wonder if there was anything more to it. The tube was pretty cramped for 2 people, which meant that, once again, her fantastic chest was pressed against my side. It might shock you how fast we move when this thing starts. I didn't get to finish my sentence before the door shut and we were shot down the tube. Anna gasped in surprise and clung to me tighter as an intense feeling of weightlessness struck us. We descended quickly, covering the ground we needed in less than a minute before the speed slowed down greatly right before we hit the bottom. With a subtle dinging sound, we were inside the city. The doors opened up and Anna gasped again.
Wow. Lennox, would you look at that?
The underwater city of Polara was an incredible sight. The entire city was covered by a massive reinforced dome that could handle the pressure of being so far underwater. During the day, the dome lit up to give the appearance of natural light, though being anywhere in the city always gave me the impression of still being inside. It was nighttime already down here, with the only lighting being from the buildings and the numerous streetlights. This was a city that loved neon, and almost every building was decked out with a colorful array of glimmering lights that made it look like a gambler's paradise. The population was just as diverse as the lighting. Every species in the galaxy was represented here, from a small family of green shotties to a stag party of drunken mucine, their purple hair wild as one of them threw up on the street corner from too much booze. Polara was a city where sin and vice were the standard. It could be found around every corner. Okay, there are 3 clubs on this main thoroughfare, I said, referencing a public map of the city that was on one street corner. Let's visit each of them in succession and see if we can find this NY. To my surprise, Anna shook her head. She put her finger on one club near the middle of the city.
This one, right here,
said Anna.
This is the biggest club in the city. We should start here.
I frowned a little after glancing back at the map. Anna, there's like 3 other clubs between here and there. Why should we skip the others?
I'm willing to bet if this NY likes clubbing as much as Skiff says, she'll be at the hottest club in the city. I did a little research before we got off the ship. This nightclub is called Jadefire, and it's the most luxurious in the city. This is where our target is going to be found.
Anna seemed almost certain of it, and that was good enough for me. I decided to trust her instinct. Let's roll then, wifey, I said. I hope we get it right the first time. Anna took my arm, and we started walking in that direction. When we found the club, it was illuminated in shimmering lights of blue and purple. There was a line wrapped around the door, which was practically into the next block. I groaned as I saw the line. That's going to take forever. Anna didn't seem to think so, though.
I have an idea. Hold on a second.
She disappeared on me for a brief moment as she scanned the line, while I examined the outside of the building. It was about 3 stories tall, and it looked like 2 of them were used for the actual club, while the top floor was administrative. I tried to imagine how many credits this place raked in from all the thirsty patrons outside, and I briefly contemplated a career change until Anna tugged my shoulder. I had to give the girl more credit. She strolled back up with 2 sexy Vendrex girls on either arm. The cat-like women were looking at me like I was kibble ready to be devoured. Not that I would have minded.
We're going inside now,
said Anna, confidently giving a wink to her new friends. You sure about this, Anna? I asked, but she was already gesturing for me to come with her. We stopped at the door where a burly, shoddy bodyguard looked over our entire group. Anna gave him her best smile, even throwing a wink at him before he grabbed the rope and unhooked it, letting all 4 of us in. I couldn't believe our luck. We'd skipped the entire damn line. How in the hell? I questioned Anna once we were inside. She only giggled as one of the Vendrex girls kissed her cheek.
Hope to see you later, gorgeous,
said one of the cat girls as they both walked away.
When you're pretty, you don't have to wait in line,
Anna said simply, giggling at me. Now you tell me, I grumbled. I just had to get pretty to get in. She patted my cheek.
You're already pretty. Pretty fucking handsome. Come on, let's grab a drink.
She took my hand as we entered the club. The place was packed with patrons on a night like this. The main dance floor was directly in front of us, and it was flanked with holographic dancers at the corner to mark the limits. Just above the main dance floor was the second floor dance area, which was separated by a thick layer of transparent glass. That meant that anyone standing on the first floor might just be able to get a glimpse up the skirts of the sexy women on the second floor if they were lucky. The music was synthetic and loud, the beat tied to the pulse of the heart. Beauty was almost everywhere, as all the ugly people would never get a chance to come inside. As beautiful as most of them were, there were very few women who even held a candle to Anna. She was head and shoulders above them all. We went to the bar to grab our first drinks for the night, with Anna ordering something that was neon green and sparkling inside her glass. I ordered my traditional whiskey, downing the first shot before I flagged down the bartender again. How does go about trying to do business in a place like this? I asked once I had her attention.
What do you mean?
She replied. I mean, I'm looking to do business with a patron of yours, someone that has a few connections.
The first thing you need is a name, though, sweetheart.
I don't know her real name, just a nickname. She goes by NY. If the name meant anything to the bartender, she didn't show it. Her poker face never wavered.
What's it worth to ya?
She asked. I waved a credit stick in front of her face. 2,400 credits for the person who points me in the right direction of NY. The bartender nodded slowly.
I'll spread the word with the staff.
Thank you. 2,400 credits was enough wages for them for a month, even in a high-end establishment like this one. I watched as the bartender leaned in to whisper to her colleague before they disappeared in the back room, no doubt to spread the word further. I was content to wait for an answer, but I soon felt Anna tugging on my hand.
Come on, let's dance,
she said, gesturing to the floor. Dance? I asked, blinking slowly. But it won't be long until they bring us NY. Anna gave me a pointed look.
Remember what you told me? Anyone asking for NY will either be a businessman or the law. If we sit here and wait, they'll finger us for who we really are. Let's live up to our cover and go dancing. Cops don't dance on the job.
She had a point. Ordinarily, I might scowl at the thought of actually dancing, but the look she was giving me as she tugged me onto the dance floor only made me more eager to go. Before I knew it, Anna stopped and turned, wiggling her hips as she gave me a seductive look with those sexy brown eyes. She bent low to the ground, taking her time as her hands slid ever lower on those long, delectable legs before popping back up. After a few more moves, her hair was brushing against her face, but every time I got a glimpse of those eyes, my cock got a little harder. Anna knew the effect she was having on me. She gave me a coy smirk as she turned around and pushed her body against my chest.
You're supposed to be dancing with me,
she said, reaching her hands around to brush my sides.
Not staring at me.
Hard not to stare when you dance like that, I said. Anna grabbed my hands and put them on her hips. We started swaying together, moving to the rhythm as the crowd of clubbers did the same. Before long, Anna turned and grinned at me, putting her arms on my shoulders as her hips began to sway from side to side. All that movement wasn't just contained to her hips. Her tits were jiggling with the movement, barely constrained by that sexy dress. She started to push back against me, and my hands found their natural position on her hips. Anna turned her head so that we were looking right at each other. Her next question caught me entirely off guard.
Do you ever think about what would happen if we weren't partners?
I tried to play it cool, but I could tell I was just another smoldering look away from making sure she ended up in my bed tonight. Still, it was a line I knew we shouldn't cross. I couldn't give in so easily. What do you mean by that, if we weren't partners? Anna's confidence flickered for just a second, but she didn't get the chance to answer. I was tapped on the shoulder by one of the bartenders, and she gestured for us to follow her. I shrugged at Anna, who was still unbalanced by my response. She put her game face back on, though, as we followed the bartender through the crowded dancers, taking us up the stairs to the second level and through a pair of double doors near the rear of the building. Once we were through those, the bright colors of the club faded away completely to reveal another staircase in pastel white. We were going to the third floor. When we got to the top of the stairs, the bartender turned left and led us down a hallway full of closed doors. She didn't stop until she reached the end of it, putting 3 quick raps on the door before opening it to let us in. Is NY in here? I asked before the bartender could walk away. She didn't answer me, which didn't make me feel any better about the encounter. Instead, she held out her hand, making it known what she wanted. I fished the credit stick out of my pocket and deposited it in her palm. She stared at it for a moment and craned her head towards the entrance before walking away. Turning toward the open door, I stepped inside to find 2 chairs in front of a grand desk made entirely of marble. There were only 2 lights on in the room, but they were spotlighted on the chairs in front of the desk, which left the main occupant shrouded in darkness.
Have a seat,
came a gruff male voice once we were alone. I could barely make out the speaker without any light, but my eyes were adjusting rapidly. Soon enough, I could tell that he was human and that he was wearing a suit, but the rest of his features remained hidden to me.
My people tell me you're asking for an introduction to NY,
he said bluntly.
Why?
Are you NY? I asked.
I represent her, he replied, and I ask my question again. Why are you interested in her?
My wife and I are metal traders, I said, gesturing to Anna as I launched into our cover story. I'm told that NY is a buyer for rare metals, and I'm interested in selling my wares to her.
Then sell it at any other marketplace in the galaxy, said the man. You don't need NY for that.
I opened my mouth to say something smart, but Anna put her hand on my thigh.
We were told that NY offers great pricing for the kind of metal we have. My husband and I are simple traders, but we have a great source on the metal on his planet. I think it's something that she'll be very interested in.
How did you hear her name?
He asked. I sell titanium plating to a fellow with a lot of connections on a regular basis, I replied. I explained I was looking for a buyer for a new source of ruthenium, and he mentioned a prior deal done with NY in the past. Said she didn't screw around and offered good pricing. The man behind the table grunted at me. I was getting annoyed with him real quick, and I thought a couple of times about giving him the Skiff treatment when he got out from behind his desk with an identity scanner. He held it first toward Anna, who gave me a look of apprehension until I nodded my approval. She looked into the eye scanner and offered the fingerprint before I did the same. These scanners worked quickly. It wasn't a minute after he plugged it in that he had the results, seeing the crafted background that worked as our cover story.
Well, it seems that you two are relatively clean, said the man before his eyes fell on me. Except for you. What's with all the parking violations on your record?
I resisted the urge to scowl. Garth had struck again. I hate paying money to the government that they didn't earn, I replied. So when can we meet with NY?
Tomorrow evening, 9 p.m., he replied. Come back to this building, but do so without anyone else, and unarmed. If you don't, there'll be no meeting whatsoever. NY doesn't take any chances.
Just the two of us, I said, gesturing to Anna. We just want to make a mutually beneficial business deal.
Don't we all?
Sneered the man.
Now get out.
I wanted to crack his skull, but Anna grabbed my hand and squeezed softly. I was thankful she was here, or else I would have done something I would have regretted. She smiled at the man and left the room with me hot on her heels. We didn't say anything until we were back out on the street, 2 blocks from the club.
That didn't seem too hard,
admitted Anna.
I felt like it was going to be harder to get to this NY than that.
It was just a little too easy, wasn't it?
You don't think she was the one that killed Tech, do you? Or maybe that guy in there?
Too soon to tell, I replied. Either way, we should learn more tomorrow night. NY is our gateway into the Tanaki. We need to see how far up this goes. If the Hondas brothers are the ones that set this up, we'll be able to kill the snake by cutting off its head. Anna started to chew on her lip.
It just makes me a little nervous, Lennox. There are a lot of things here that could go sideways quickly.
One step at a time, I said. We'll get to the bottom of this. It's just that what we find once we get there might be shocking. Anna nodded.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Chapter 8. There wasn't much to do for the next 24 hours, but bide our time until our meeting with NY. I could tell that Anna was a little on edge, too. Instead of finding a place to stay in Polara, we made our way back to the ship for safer lodging. Much of the tension that had developed between us in the club had slipped away, and I went to bed with only thoughts of Anna dancing in that cherry red dress. I was up early the next morning because I had plenty to do. I was behind on my daily logs to Garth, and I knew he'd have a companion if I didn't shake a leg on those. By the time I was finished, the door to Anna's room was still closed, and I figured I'd get some practice down in the weapons bay. By the time mid-morning rolled around, I smelled like a mix of gunpowder and whatever fragrance they'd pumped into the club last night. I needed to wash up, and I figured now was the best time of any to try out that hot tub in the ship. Only problem was, someone else had that idea first. I opened the door to find a pair of brown eyes on me instantly. I hadn't noticed that her bedroom door was now open, and I found her sitting there in the tub with her blonde hair tied up in a messy bun as bubbles stuck to her shoulders. Sorry, Anna, I said, making me turn around. I didn't realize you were in here already.
That doesn't mean you need to go,
she said.
The tub is plenty big enough for both of us.
You sure?
Come on,
she said, giving me an inviting smile.
The water is perfect.
The water's always perfect, I said, putting my towel down. That's why it's a hot tub. Anna was barely listening as I stepped in. Her eyes stayed glued on me, checking me out while I was wearing next to nothing. It was nice that the shoe was on the opposite foot for a change, especially when I'd spent so much time ogling her. She was right about the water. It felt all kinds of heavenly, especially with the jets on against my back. For a brief moment, I hated that I waited so long to test it out. Across from me, Anna had finally stopped gawking and was now resuming her attention to the holoviewer, which was playing some of the news across the galaxy. None of the headlines were particularly gripping. Protests had developed on Tudeshi Prime because of the labor conditions. Colonization of the outer rim systems of Binkasa and Kiopsa were being hampered by a violent native alien species. Lastly, congressional leaders were squabbling about election funding, which was a direct setup to the next commercial that aired. A full hologram of a dapper and friendly-looking middle-aged man appeared in front of them. It was a face that I'd seen many times before, and his presence on the holoviewer was only increasing the closer we got to the election.
Yet another Pierce Huntsman commercial,
groaned Anna, rolling her eyes.
That's the third one I've seen in 20 minutes.
Not much for politics either?
Not really,
she replied.
Blues or grays? Who cares? Nothing really changes despite who's in power.
I snorted. You've been hanging out with me for too long.
Maybe I shouldn't be such a cynic,
replied Anna.
People seem to love this Pierce Huntsman. I've heard more than a few people say he's going to stop all this turmoil in the galaxy, right a lot of the wrongs. It's hard not to believe them. He certainly looks the part.
That he did. One thing that Huntsman seemed to have in spades was charisma. I think that's why most of the Blues and their base was scared shitless of him, the first politician in 3 generations that could seriously challenge their power. The rest of the Greys' base, seeing their chance to get on top, were relentless in their support of him. You either loved him or you hated him, and that was the polarization that put Mithrandian politics into such disarray. I still think this guy can beat anyone else that goes against him, I said. And that even includes Carmine Hondas if he should find the balls to run.
Carmine Hondas isn't a politician,
replied Anna.
But I think he could buy up any of the votes he needed. It makes this mission even more critical than ever, knowing that someone as evil as him could have a shot at taking the presidency. Could you imagine what would happen if that came to pass?
I don't want to, I said, chuckling. The entire government would be under the grip of the Tanaki. All the more reason to tie this forum bombing back to him and show the people what he's really capable of. Anna let out a deep sigh.
I hoped that being in the Rangers would let me escape from just about everything else, including politics.
Not so fast, I replied with a subtle grin. We're the ultimate tool of politics. We're the eyes and ears of the Republic. I hate to tell ya, we're always going to be deeply embedded in everything that comes out of Congress or the presidency. That's never going to change.
A girl can still dream, though, can't she?
As long as you remember it's just a dream. She started to nod, which caused some bubbles to collect on her chin. I splashed her with a little water, which only made her grin at me. We'll learn more tonight, I said, when we meet with NY. I hope she's more forthcoming than her representative was, though.
And more polite,
grunted Anna.
I don't want to have to watch your hands in the hopes that you're not about to deck someone.
I can control myself. Anna raised an eyebrow.
Are you sure about that?
The question seemed to be deeper than just talking about NY. Somewhere within Anna's smirk I could see a broader question about us. It reminded me of what we talked about last night on the dance floor. The question that never received an answer. I've never had a problem with it before, I said finally, answering both questions. That seemed to be good enough for her. But while she didn't offer a response, she also didn't turn away from me. For several long, tense seconds, she kept her brilliant brown eyes trained on me. An eternity passed during those seconds, and there were many things said without the assistance of words. When Anna finally looked away, I could tell she was blushing. This entire thing was moving along a little too quickly. I could tell she liked me, but what was bothering me was just how much I liked her in return. We were supposed to be partners. We were supposed to get along, but not this well. The time would come when I'd have to hurt her feelings just to maintain our working relationship, and I hoped she was strong enough to put aside personal feelings in favor of professional ones.
You got a little distant on me, Lennox.
I snapped back to reality, realizing that she was staring at me again. Was it just me, or was she sitting up straighter in the water now, revealing more endless flesh than a partner should be looking at? And why did it seem like Anna wasn't wearing a top? Just in my head, I replied, shaking it off and trying not to concentrate on the way the tops of her tits poked out of the water, thinking about the mission. Anna giggled.
Somehow I doubt that.
I glared at her. The mission comes first, Anna. Everything else is second. You need to remember that if you're going to be my partner. I thought I might have rebuked her too strongly again, but Anna didn't seem fazed by it. She splashed me with the water playfully, grinning ear to ear.
I liked you better last night when you couldn't take your eyes off of me.
I couldn't help but take the bait when it was given to me. Funny, because I liked you better when you were prancing around in that little red dress too, I teased. Anna's eyes flickered toward the water.
You'd rather me wear clothes than none at all?
I'm not following you at all. She smirked.
I'm not wearing anything under here, Lennox.
Holy shit. So I wasn't wrong. As much as I wanted to pull her closer to me and clear those remaining bubbles from her tits, I didn't do it. It looked like we were going to have that conversation earlier than I thought, but how best to broach the subject? Should I go at it with sensitivity so I didn't hurt her feelings, or did I just come right out and say it in tried and tested Lennox fashion? Ultimately, I went down the route I knew best. Anna, we can't fuck. Hearing those 4 words stopped her in her tracks. For a brief moment, the confident Anna was gone, replaced by the nervous recruit that I met back at the academy. She pushed back at me from slight embarrassment.
I know that, Lennox,
she admitted quietly. Do ya? I countered. Because I've been with enough women to know the warning signs. Everything you've been doing since yesterday seems to point to only one thing. We're partners, Anna, not lovers. She swallowed heavily and turned a brighter shade of red.
I know, Lennox. I do.
If we sleep together, yeah, it might be great, I continued, cutting her off. I would rock your world and make you forget every blundering and awkward sexual advance that you've ever received. I'd leave you a sputtering puddle of spent fluids, but that wasn't meant for us. Getting attached to people doesn't end well here. I can't tell you how many Ranger funerals I've been to, many of them close friends, and even an old lover. It never gets easier. Anna didn't say anything to that, which only made me keep going. You're a beautiful girl, I said finally. I'm still trying to figure out why the fuck you picked the Galactic Rangers and not something else more cushy.
I told you that it was because...
I held up my hand, cutting her off. I know, but the point still stands. We're not going to have sex, so get that thought out of your head. This is a job and nothing more. The words were harsher than I wanted. I was trying to go for clarity, but I pulled out shock and awe. Judging by the expression on her face, she felt like I'd just steamrolled her, and not in a good way. For the second time since I met her, I felt like I'd been too hard on her. It was too late to retreat now, though. I grabbed my towel and left the bathroom, dripping water all the way back to my bedroom. Once the door was closed, I fell against it. I should have done this job alone. I should have insisted to Garth that I would only do it by myself. I probably would have had to sacrifice the Juno to make it happen, but it was better than this. I would have taken the wide ambitions on another run if it meant not constantly putting my foot in my mouth. The worst part was that my speech to Anna wasn't just for her. In a way, it was a reminder for me, too. A reminder that I couldn't fuck her no matter how much I wanted to. And it only made me feel worse as I got dressed. By the time I was lacing my boots up, I felt like gum on the bottom of a shoe. It was one of those times when I wouldn't have minded having a politician's vocabulary. There was a way to turn her down without barking at her like I did, but I sure as shit didn't have the words to do it. I was a ranger, first and foremost. Everything else came second, which, unfortunately, included Anna's feelings. By the time a couple hours had passed, I'd largely put it behind me. I still felt bad about the encounter, and I wanted to talk with Anna again, but she mostly kept to herself for the rest of the afternoon. I could hear her moving about the ship, but our paths didn't cross until close to 6 when she knocked on my office door. She walked in after the door sprung open. The first thing that I noticed was that she'd dressed much more modestly than I'd seen in the past. Gone were the short shorts and the tank top in favor of her utility pants and a long-sleeved compression shirt. She looked exactly how a ranger should look, but for some reason, that made me a little disappointed.
I was going to make some food just now,
said Anna, her tone polite, but entirely neutral.
Do you want something too? I'll bring it over if you're in the middle of something.
I'm not that hungry, but I'll eat with you, I said, pushing up from my desk. That cool? She gave me a reserved smile, but nodded her head.
Of course.
I followed her to the kitchen, at which point she broke off to make her food. When she pulled it out of the food processor, I could see that she picked out some kind of salad. As she set it down and started to eat nervously in front of me, it reminded me of about a half-dozen different first dates. Why did this feel the same? To my surprise, Anna was the first one to broach the subject.
I'm sorry, Lennox,
she said, toying with a piece of lettuce with her fork.
I know that we can't have sex. I know that we shouldn't have sex.
She took a deep breath and pushed a strand of blonde hair behind her ear.
It's hard for me. Trying to find the boundary between us, you know?
I nodded, but didn't say anything.
It's just that you're the first person in my life, the first person in a long time, that I felt comfortable with.
She continued.
That I felt a connection with, a spark. You're right about one thing. If we did cross that line, it would be something very memorable. Something amazing.
Something fucking incredible, I added bluntly, which made both of us laugh.
Yeah, it would,
she said, her eyes sparkling before recovering some of her sincerity.
But I know we can't. And I know that you know that. I just don't think I truly accepted it until just now.
It's not that I don't want to either, I said. It's just that I don't want those feelings of attachment if something ever happened to you. Or to me. You know how deadly this job can be. She nodded quickly.
I'll behave myself. I know I can be a good partner to you. There's just a few things I still need to learn. And sometimes that means learning the hard way.
You already are a great partner to me, I countered, making her smile. That's the reason this is so hard. You've been doing an awesome job, Anna, especially for a new recruit just out of the academy. I was afraid I'd have to hold a rookie's hand and everything, but you've surprised me with your intelligence and initiative. I couldn't ask for a better partner. Anna gave me a 1,000,000-watt smile.
Really? You really mean that, Lennox?
100%, I replied. No doubt about it.
That means a lot coming from you,
she said, before letting out a long sigh of relief. She started to laugh once it was out.
Sorry, just a lot of tension coming out. I didn't know how long it would take us to have this conversation, and it went better than I expected.
Better than expected for you means putting a ban on sex? I joked.
In a way, yeah.
She said, giggling.
But we did it in a way that no one's feelings got hurt. At least mine didn't. Did yours?
Nope, I'm still good.
Good,
she said, giving me a mischievous look.
And I'm glad we can both admit that sex between us would be mind-blowing.
More like earth-shattering or toe-curling, I teased. I'd rock your world until you couldn't see straight. Anna burst out into a fit of giggles.
More like I'd rock your world.
Those are big words for someone who spent more time between the legs of a woman than you have a man. Anna raised an eyebrow.
I think you'd be surprised at just what I can do. Too bad you won't ever find out.
Too bad indeed. Anna grinned.
Thank you, Lennox. Thank you for being cool enough that we can still joke around about this. I already feel like the tension is gone, and I'm really grateful for that.
I resisted the urge to grunt. I was glad she felt that way. Unfortunately, I didn't. I still felt a level of tension that wasn't about to disappear anytime soon. Me too, I lied. Anna smiled and finished her salad, and we spent the next 15 minutes talking a little about the mission and a little about some banal, trivial things. Soon enough, it was time to get ready.
I guess I should get dressed,
said Anna, standing up and stretching, which thrust out those perfect tits in front of me.
Don't worry. I'm not going to put on something as skimpy as yesterday.
You can dress however you like, I said. Partners and friends first, remember? She smiled and nodded.
Friends first,
she agreed. And then Anna did something that I didn't expect. She closed the distance between us and leaned up on her toes to kiss me on my cheek. Well, I thought she was aiming for my cheek. It was only a peck. It was close to the corner of my lips, but it was only a peck. When she pulled away, I could see tinges of red on her cheeks.
What?
She asked innocently.
Friends kiss on the cheek?
I let out a laugh that erupted from my belly. Out of instinct, I reached down and smacked her ass playfully. Go get changed, Trouble. She gave me one last grin before she disappeared from the kitchen. Chapter 9. Not quite an hour later, we were on our way back down into the underwater city of Polara. Our meeting wasn't until 9, but since we wanted to portray the part of eager traders, we figured getting there a little early wouldn't hurt us. Like yesterday, I was dressed much the same, wearing a pair of dark brown slacks and another button-up shirt. Unlike yesterday, though, Anna was much more covered up, wearing a more modest black dress that didn't have me thinking about sex every time I looked at her. I appreciated that she took our conversation seriously, but I also hated not having a bird's-eye view of their tits whenever I wanted one. It was a weeknight in the city, which meant that it wasn't nearly as crowded as it was the night before. I could see kids playing in one of the city parks, throwing around bungo ball just like the professionals did on the HoloViewer. There were still businessmen out in the streets instead of partygoers, and the entire vibe was more professional than recreational. By the time we reached Jadefire, I noticed the line out front wasn't nearly as long. We didn't need any antics to cut through the line, as they were clearly expecting us.
Go on through,
said the burly guard that Anna had winked at yesterday.
Find a bartender to escort you to the 3rd floor.
Understood, I replied. Anna and I entered the club, which had a more muted atmosphere tonight. There were still plenty of dancers on the floor, but the music wasn't nearly as loud. She still took my arm so that we could give off the guise of being married, and we approached one of the bartenders to let them know who we were.
"We've been expecting you,"
said the man with a cool demeanor.
"Wait right here. We'll take you up shortly."
He walked away promptly, and I couldn't help but get a bad feeling about his choice of words.
Does that bother you at all?
Asked Anna, clearly feeling it too.
Yeah, it does,
I replied, almost like our visit isn't a good thing.
I wonder if we're going to be told to fuck off by NY.
Said Anna.
Or worse.
You have your gun, right? She nodded.
Strapped to my thigh.
We just might need it before tonight's over. The tension had risen a little by the time a new bartender came to see us, leading us upstairs, then through the double doors once more. Like yesterday, this bartender barely said a word to us while she put us in a quiet room with a large desk made to seat 6. There was a single large window to the outside that had a pretty view over the entire city, but I gestured for Anna to take a seat closest to the door. Never block off your exit route, I whispered to her as we sat down, especially in a situation like this one. We took a seat in the comfortable but cracked leather chairs and waited for about 2 minutes for someone to arrive. When the door opened, my head craned to see the new arrival, finding a man's physique with incredibly short hair and a bulky body. As soon as he turned to sit at the head of the table, I could tell he was the one that arranged the meeting yesterday. I squeezed my fist in remembrance of his prior arrogance.
Good to see you again,
Anna said to him, making small talk.
Thank you for this opportunity.
The man grunted and shook his head like he was annoyed to be there. By that point, I reached my limit. You roll your eyes at my wife again, and I'm going to introduce your face into a concrete wall, I growled. Within a matter of seconds, the shit hit the fan. The man stood up from his desk and started cursing at me in a language I didn't understand, clearly his native tongue. I matched the movement, standing up while preparing to deck him. Poor Anna was caught in the middle, and she was trying to maintain some semblance of control over the situation. Unfortunately, she was failing miserably due to her size. I was too hot to be talked down, but the situation didn't unfold as I expected. The door opened suddenly, only for a Mucine woman to enter the room. Despite the fact that I was still glaring at the arrogant prick in front of me, I could tell she was Mucine because of the telltale blue skin, extended ears, and purple hair which she had combed to one side. She was wearing one of those shimmering tops that would sparkle in the bright lights downstairs, and was skimpy enough that it showed generous amounts of skin. The pants she was wearing were as dark as the night itself, but with a small hole that her blue tail poked through, swishing in the air behind her. Her eyes were wide with fear as soon as she entered the room, and I thought she might try to settle her associate before this devolved any more than it already had. She didn't. Instead, she produced a pulse blaster and pointed it right at her raving associate's head. The man scarcely realized what was happening before she pulled the trigger, killing him instantly. It was the last thing that I expected to happen. But as soon as I saw the blaster, I went for my Huxley. By the time the man hit the ground, I had it pointed directly at her head, but she didn't seem to care one bit.
You don't need the gun,
she said in a rich, exotic accent that was instantly pleasing to my ears.
He was my enemy, not you.
You'll excuse me if I don't immediately trust the word of someone who just killed their own assistant, I said, not moving a muscle. Beside me, Anna had also drawn her gun, but I could tell that she was still a little spooked from seeing the man die so suddenly and viciously.
I'm sorry, but it had to be done,
said the Mucine woman, putting her blaster away.
I don't mean you any harm. I need your help more than anything. You two are Galactic Rangers, and I need all the assistance I can get.
Shit. So much for our cover. Anna wasn't so easily swayed. She still tried to maintain the facade.
Galactic what?
She shrieked.
My husband and I are just trying to sell some ruthenium. Cut the bullshit,
said the Mucine woman.
I know exactly who you are, and I can guess why you're here. It's that knowledge that formed the reasoning of why I just did what I did. You're here because of the forum bombing. Galactic Ranger Lennox Perry and his partner, recent Academy graduate, Anna Bartlett. Do I need to go on?
That's a neat trick you have there, I said. Have a mole on the inside, do you?
You don't think the Tanaki have tricks of their own?
She countered.
Our scanners see through the bullshit that your agency fabricates as your backstories. If I were you, I'd suggest never submitting to another Tanaki scanner again. Unless you want to give away your identity completely.
That's if we live to see another Tanaki scanner, I replied. I still don't know who you are or what your intentions are. The Mucine woman smiled and sat down, but not before using her leg to kick the dead man out of her way, being careful not to get any of his blood on her dark pants.
I'm your contact,
she said.
MY is my code name. It's short for Rennie, which is my actual name. Charmed, I'm sure, but it's helpful to get out the formalities from the very beginning.
NY as in the Tanaki import-export dealer we've been looking for? I asked.
In the flesh,
She said, gesturing to her body.
and right now, you need something from me, and I need something from you. We're unlikely allies, whether you realize it or not. My job is to help you realize it, because as the dead man at my feet just found out, I'm running out of time. What makes you think that we're going to cut any deals with the Tanaki?
Asked Anna.
If you know so much about us, you know they're the subject of our investigation. What are you looking for? Immunity? Revenge.
Replied Rennie.
I want revenge, plain and simple. And after I get my revenge, I want immunity, and a soft place to land.
Anna and I shared a look with each other. Revenge against who? I asked.
Put the guns away and I'll tell you.
She said.
I mean you no harm. You two are quite possibly the most important people in my life right now, and no one else in this building will hurt you. So let's dispense with the weapons and have the business meeting we came here for. No?
I was willing to play ball with her. There was something in her voice, a desperation that betrayed her need to kill her own associate just for the chance to speak plainly with us. I put my gun down on the table and gestured for Anna to do the same. Once she did, I sat back down and stared back at Rennie.
Thank you.
She said sincerely.
We both want the same things. There's no reason that we can't work together. And what would that be?
Asked Anna.
To see the Tanaki stripped of power and authority.
Replied Rennie.
To see the Honda's brothers brought to justice. To deliver retribution to all those that the Tanaki have wronged.
You'll have to forgive me if I'm a little skeptical, I said. That's a big charge for someone in an organization's hierarchy. You've benefited from the Tanaki growing in power and wealth. Why change that now? Rennie's eyes filled with tears, but her resolve didn't change. She slammed her fist down against the table.
Because those bastards killed my brother.
It took a moment for Rennie to compose herself before she wiped away her tears and started speaking again.
My brother Russo was the first of us to enter the Tanaki.
She explained.
We were scarcely more than teenagers at the time, growing up on the salt farming colony of Mikimi Prime. Have either of you ever been to Mikimi Prime?
Once, I replied. I didn't care to go back. Backwards would be the best word to describe the planet.
Cutthroat would be mine,
replied Rennie.
We had a hard life growing up. We were raised by our father, a low-level Tanaki thug, who never even sniffed the power hierarchy of the organization. He reported to the lieutenant that ran the planet, but he wasn't much of an earner, so he didn't get many jobs. Even still, my brother was attracted to the glamour of the entire thing. Work for the Tanaki and have a chance to earn wealth. That's what he wanted to do, but he was smarter than my father. He knew there wasn't much to be made on Mikimi, so he left for Edardon 10 years ago. And you?
Asked Anna.
How did you get involved with the Tanaki? I couldn't stay on Mikimi with my father,
replied Rennie, shaking her head.
He was the worst kind of earner. The kind that couldn't help but sample his own supply. Too many mornings I found him in a blacked-out coma from the shit he should have been slinging on the streets, until one morning when his heart gave out instead. I had nowhere else to go, so I reached out to Russo, and he arranged transport to join him in Edardon. When I got to the city of Polara, I was amazed at how well he'd done for himself,
continued Rennie.
This poor boy from a nowhere colony had a nice suit on, a nice arm guard. His hair was sterling, and not constantly greedy with salt. He'd made something of himself that my father never could. I got a little
envious, I finished. He had a taste of the good life, and you wanted to join him. Rennie nodded.
It wasn't a hard sell for him by any means. I joined his Edardon organization, and about a year later, he was the one running the entire planet for the Tanaki. At first, I was just his assistant, learning the ropes. But soon I was running my own deals. With Edardon, there was one industry that thrived, the metal industry, as you two already know. We became experts at buying and selling, and we made a ton of credits doing it. Where did it all go wrong?
asked Anna.
What happened to your brother?
Rennie took a deep breath.
The same thing that always goes wrong with the Tanaki. You start off with a taste of the good life, and then you want more. You get it, and think you can handle even more, so you keep taking until one day you find yourself in over your head. My brother wasn't immune to the power. At the heart of it, he was still just a poor kid from Makimi with a nice suit. He got involved in a deal with the Malorian Vandals that he should have known better than to do.
The Vandals were all killed off about 6 months ago, I said. Is that when he died? Rennie nodded as tears filled her eyes.
I told him it was a bad idea, but he was convinced he could do business with the enemy as long as he had a nice profit from it. The Ondas brothers didn't see things the same way. When they found out he was dealing with the Vandals, they got him out. The bastards killed him, and they came to me first to tell me what they did. They cut his hand off as proof, and threw it on the table like it was a side of beef. I still have nightmares when I see that bloody hand.
Rennie wiped away a tear.
Anyway, they wanted me to take his place. I was the next best earner on the entire planet, and they thought I could be intimidated. They thought they could scare me with his hands into being a good subordinate and not ask too many questions. That's where they made a mistake.
Mighty stupid of them, I replied, to not think you'd want revenge. They just gave you the keys to the kingdom and didn't ask any questions?
They're not that stupid,
replied Rennie, pointing to the dead man on the floor.
I received him as a handler. He was here to officially act as my liaison, but unofficially he kept an eye on me with the Ondas brothers. I know that if I showed any signs of stepping out of line, he would have killed me, just as easily as he killed my brother.
Anna's eyes widened.
Him? He's the one that did it personally? So you can see why I had to be the one that killed him,
said Rennie.
It's just the beginning. I won't stop until I've seen both the Tanaki brothers taken down.
Then we do have the same interests, I said. But I need you to help us now. If you know we're here about the forum bombing, then you know the buyer of that material went through you. What I need is to know whether you authorized that acquisition and why.
That one came from higher up than me,
replied Rennie.
From the Ondases themselves. And I know why they did it. Chaos. Chaos?
Repeated Anna.
For what reason would they want chaos? The upcoming election,
replied Rennie.
For the first time in many years, this election means something. The Blues aren't guaranteed a victory. If anything, it looks like they're going to lose to the Greys. Carmine Hondas thinks he has an opportunity to run as a third-party candidate. And the only way he does that is by making the public lose faith in both parties.
So he sets up a terror campaign during election season to undermine both parties, I said. The public gets dissatisfied with only having two options and think that it's time to make a major change.
The forum bombing is just the first of many,
replied Rennie.
There's more orders coming down the pipe for more metal. The kind that makes big explosives from only trace amounts. The kind that's heavily regulated from this planet for that very reason. But we know how to get around it. It's another reason that your arrival was well timed. I refused to sell any more of it. I'm not letting any more innocents get killed on my watch. That's not what I signed up for.
You are on borrowed time as it is, I said. Refusal to do the job would have earned you the same fate as your brother.
Which was another reason he had to die,
said Rennie, kicking the dead man at her feet.
Sooner or later, he would have been given the order to do so, and they would have put someone else in my place without a conscience. You need to understand that I do this to make money. I think the forum bombing was a despicable act, and I puked for days afterward when I found out that I made the acquisition possible. I won't repeat that mistake again.
Do you know where they're going to strike next? I asked. If they've ordered more bombings, we have to know where in order to stop them. Rennie shook her head.
They don't tell me that. Only the Ondases know. I just sell the material, and a week later, thousands get killed. But if you ask me, I don't think this story about Carmine Hondas running for president is the real reason they're doing this.
I raised an eyebrow. Have you seen something that suggests otherwise?
The Ondasses are as secretive as they get,
replied Rennie.
They rarely leave their home planet, but I've heard whispers of strange ships leaving their compounds. Ships that have only started to arrive recently. I don't know who they belong to, but this whole thing doesn't smell right to me. Carmine Hondas is a gangster, not a politician. Those that know him know he doesn't give a shit about politics. So why the sudden interest in a presidency? Ultimate power?
Suggested Anna.
The president is the most well-known face in the galaxy. If someone wants to hold the strings of power, it's the best place to do it. For someone that loves control, it's a natural ending point. You might be right,
conceded Rennie.
But for someone who's eschewed politics his entire life is a very sudden change of heart. He could earn just as much fame as a congressman or planetary governor and still be able to run his rackets from the relative shadows. In the presidency, he'd have the spotlight. He'd have to walk away from the Tanaki. I just don't see him doing that.
So who is Carmine Hondas working for, then? I asked. If not for himself, who else has a vested interest in seeing the galaxy thrown into chaos?
That's where I come to as well. But unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for that,
replied Rennie.
The Republic comprises nearly 80% of the known galaxy. None of the other 20% are united or pose a serious threat to us, especially to try to interrupt an election. Most of them still remember the heavy-handed response of the Golko Wars.
Bloody conflict, I replied. Nearly 20 years after the peace and the Golko's territory shrunk by 2/3, they haven't been a threat since then, but they still linger on the outer rim of the galaxy. I've heard their manpower is still broken for another 2 generations.
I don't think it's the Golko,
said Rennie.
I'm not sure of much more than I've told you, but I would bet all the money I've earned in this job that someone is pulling Carmine's strings.
What can you find out? I asked. Do you have any contacts who might be involved or be able to tell you more information? We're on a strict time frame, especially if we're going to see additional bombings. Rennie shrugged.
I have a few additional sources that I can check with, but I'm on a limited time frame too, Lennox. They will kill me for this, unless you can get me protection. I can hide what happened tonight for a few more days, but I can't hide it forever. I need your help.
I can get you protection, but we need to set you up in a safe house somewhere where the Tanaki can't find you, I said. I need approvals to do that, but my team is usually pretty fast. If you can give me 24 hours, I can get you off Edardon 6 to a planet where you'll be an unknown, but I need more information. I need to know what the next plan is.
I know someone who might be able to tell me more,
said Rennie.
But I have to move quickly, because if he thinks I've turned, he'll kill me himself. Not if we have anything to do with it,
said Anna.
We can protect you, Rennie. No more people will have to die on your watch.
To my surprise, Rennie started to well up with tears.
Being here is the biggest regret of my life. In hindsight, I would have stayed on Mikimi Prime if I'd known what would have happened at the Forum. Do you believe in an afterlife? Either of you? I do,
said Anna.
I believe in one too,
said Rennie.
And I feel like I'm going to have to answer to all those mothers who lost children at the Forum. One day, I'll have to answer for what I've allowed to happen. And I'm not going to be strong enough to do it.
Up until that point, I was still considering that this might be a ruse. Anyone could fake sorrow if it meant getting something they wanted. And I didn't doubt the actor in anyone. But when I saw the visible response in Rennie at the death of so many children, I knew she wasn't faking. This was someone who got mixed up in something that she never should have been near. And now, her life was on the line. I was going to see to it that she received the protection she needed. I just need those 24 hours, I said, and then I'll get you off Edardon. If you feel like you're in danger before those 24 hours expire, I'll send you my personal comm number. Wherever you are, we'll extract you before trouble can get to you. Rennie smiled, which I had to admit was actually a beautiful one.
Thank you both. I'll find out any information that I can and bring it to our next meeting. Where should it be? Being here is too dangerous now.
I'll figure out a safe spot in the city and we'll escort you to my ship, I said. You'll want to pack a small bag in the meantime, but otherwise, don't let anyone know you've killed him or do anything out of the ordinary. No reason to attract attention before you're home free,
I can remove his body for now.
said Rennie.
It won't start stinking until 24 hours anyway. It should buy us time.
I stood up from the desk. Then let me start working on your extraction plan now. I wasn't surprised when Rennie hugged both Anna and I, squeezing us tight.
Thank you.
She whispered.
Thank you for helping me.
We'll see you tomorrow, I said. Stay away from trouble in the meantime.
Here, take the fire escape exit,
said Rennie, motioning us to follow.
The main entrance is watched, and I don't want either of you to attract any more attention.
She took us to the fire escape, at which point she gave us another long hug.
You two are my only hope now. See you in 24 hours.
With one last look at Rennie, Anna and I started to descend down the fire escape. Chapter 10. I had more reservations about going down the rickety fire escape than I did meeting with Rennie. It had been neglected for years, and there were several spots where it had rusted out. But Anna and I made it to the back alley with no trouble, where there wasn't a soul to be found.
What a story,
said Anna once I helped her down.
That's not what I was expecting from this meeting whatsoever.
She bit off more than she could chew, I replied. And she lost her brother and her innocence because of it. If she hadn't met us, she was going to lose her life, too.
Is it really that easy to give her protection?
Asked Anna. I winced. No, not really. I'm going to have to pull some major strings to make that happen in 24 hours, but I don't want to gamble on anything longer than that. Once the Tanaki find out what she's done, they won't just kill her. They'll torture her until she's begging for them to end her life. Really gruesome stuff that I had the misfortune of cleaning up a time or two. It's a terrible way to go. Anna shot me a sideways glance as we approached another alleyway.
You don't think she's playing us, do you? I hate to suggest it, but it's still a possibility.
A possibility, but a limited one, I said. I didn't get the impression that she was acting back there. Either way, she's committed now by killing her associate. I'll run a few background checks on her to be certain we're not missing anything, but for now, we're going to assume that she's telling the truth until we determine otherwise. Anna nodded but stayed silent. I glanced over at her and saw that there was a lot on her mind, and none of it looked good. I bumped her shoulder playfully. First time seeing someone get killed in front of you, wasn't it? Anna gave me a shocked look.
Was it that obvious?
No, but you know what to look for after doing this job for long enough, I said.
I don't know why it bothers me,
she said.
I was prepared for you to do it when he came in with that attitude. I just didn't expect anything to go down like that.
For what it's worth, I didn't either, I admitted. But that's part of the job. Being able to adapt on the fly. You did great back there. Even if you were shocked by the sudden death, you didn't lose your composure. Anna gave me a small smile.
Really? You mean that?
Of course I do. She bumped into my shoulder as a response.
Thank you, Lennox.
My plan was for us to take the side streets back to the tubes, avoiding any attention that way. But it wasn't 5 minutes after leaving that I noticed someone was following us. It always came with the same feeling. That remnant instinct from our more primal brains that something was wrong. I could feel their presence, but I waited until I could catch a view behind us without letting them know I was aware. Soon enough, I counted 4 men, 1 burly shoddy and 3 humans. Don't turn around, I said to Anna quietly. We're being tailed. Keep walking normally and don't tense up. Anna's face filled with anxiety, but she didn't miss a step. She looked over at me as we continued to walk.
Can we lose them?
We're getting close to the tubes, I said, but the streets between here and there are dimly lit with low foot traffic. Even if we sprint, they're likely to catch us. If they're Tanaki, they won't hesitate to start shooting.
So we fight then,
said Anna grimly. It looks that way. There's an industrial area this way. This time of night it'll be empty. We shouldn't have any casualties from stray bullets. Follow me. I picked up the pace slightly as we made our way down a crowded street with a bearing toward the industrial section. The brilliant flashing lights of Polara were soon dulled as we neared several plants that weren't so brightly adorned. The buildings were interesting in their own right, mostly because the exhaust went all the way up to the dome, exiting outside the city to keep it free of pollution. It was still a concrete jungle, though, with many places to hide without having to worry about innocent civilians.
Do you think Rennie betrayed us?
Whispered Anna, asking a question that was on my mind as well.
Are these her people?
No way for us to know just yet, I said, but we need to dispatch them quickly. There's an alley coming up that will be on our left. As soon as we get close, I want you to brake hard left and draw your weapon. You ready? Anna nodded.
I'm ready, Lennox.
We arrived at the alley, which was just large enough for air trucks to dock for the unloading of freight. Once we made the clearing, I gave the signal. Go! Anna and I bolted down the alley. Within seconds, I had Huxley in my hand, and by the time I got to the corner, I could see our tail drawing their weapons as they chased after us. Bullets peppered the concrete wall to my right, even hitting a street cleaning droid, which was quickly destroyed in the process. Get behind that crate, I said to Anna. Cover me. Bullets were still flying as Anna sprinted to her new position, using it to face the alley where the attackers were coming. I crouched behind the first dock I saw as I waited to take the head off the first man to come around that corner. Unfortunately, the first thing I saw wasn't a head, but a pistol. I fired aimlessly into the crowd, spraying lead around us while one of the attackers ran across the street. The new attackers started to fire on us, covering for the first man while he shot at my position. I fired off 2 shots but missed the first attacker while Anna only got off 1.
Give us the Mersane, bitch,
yelled the first attacker,
and we'll let you live.
I didn't say anything to that, just shot another 2 rounds when he poked his head out again. His partner covered for him, ensuring my shots were fast and ultimately inaccurate.
Last chance,
taunted the first guy.
Is her life worth both of yours?
I didn't answer his question with words, but with bullets. The next time he reached around the corner to fire, I put 2 shots in his forehead. I nearly got shot myself by his partner, who unloaded a full magazine on my position before Anna made him turn back around. Still, we had one problem. The other human and the shoddy were still unaccounted for. I looked down the rest of the alley and knew what they were about to do. They're going around us, I said to Anna. Keep watching this guy, but they're going to try to hit us from behind. Anna nodded and inserted a fresh mag into her Eagle 9 while I dashed down the alley, keeping close enough to the wall to maintain my cover. It wasn't until I was about 30 yards from Anna that I saw the shoddy as he rounded the corner.
Human scum,
he roared before firing his atom blaster at my position. I was lucky that the metal dock plate absorbed most of the punishment. I ran across the alley using a dumpster as my next hiding place as the shoddy fired at me again. I was able to get off 2 quick shots at him, which forced him into hiding, but his partner fired to cover his retreat, leaving me pinned down.
Lennox!
Called out Anna.
Are you okay?
I'm fine! Keep firing! I yelled back. I could hear the telltale barking of her Eagle 9 as she kept the other guy at bay, but we were quickly ceding ground. The shoddy was moving in, and the rapid fire from his atom blaster meant that no sooner did I get a new hiding place than it was rendered utterly unusable. Something had to change. As I was doing a quick scan of the building next to us, I found the next big break. I dashed between heavy fire and made my way back to Anna's spot where her gunman was closing the distance as well. Grabbing her by the arm, we made a run for one of the product conveyor belts, which was covered to keep it out of the elements. I wasn't sure what elements they expected to harm it in a city covered by a bubble, but I was still thankful it offered protection as we crawled up the conveyor and rolled into the covered warehouse. We had a lead on the attackers, but one that wasn't as big as I would have preferred. Within seconds, one of the closed dock doors was blasted to bits as the shoddy stepped inside. I was waiting for him. I got off 2 quick shots to the head that took him down, creating a large boom once his heavy body hit the ground. In the interim, the 2 remaining humans stormed in, firing as they went. They grazed my arm in the process. Fuck! I muttered as the lead stung my flesh.
Are you okay?
Asked Anna, concern etched into her face. Grazed me. Run! We took off down the crowded warehouse rows. Product stretched all the way from the floor to the ceiling, comprising what looked like rows and rows of different medications in fancy, colorful bottles. I could hear the rapid footsteps of the 2 remaining men chasing after us, firing at will as we continued to run. At one point, they sprayed through one of the boxes of pills, spilling them onto the floor. Anna and I dove to the ground and started firing, forcing the men to stop. In the process, one of the bottles rolled right in front of my face, allowing me to read the label. Boner pills. Figures, I muttered under my breath.
What?
demanded Anna. It's an entire warehouse filled with boner pills, I said. You know, the kind that make your dick go from zero to hero.
I know what boner pills are, Lennox.
Out of instinct, I grabbed a few bottles and tossed them in my pocket, thinking that they might come in handy at some point. Anna and I pushed to our feet and started running again, where we came to the front office. I thought to make a dash through there, but I halted in my tracks once I saw the front door crash open and 2 more goons filter in, shooting at Anna and I.
We're trapped,
said Anna with panic in her voice. I scanned the warehouse quickly, looking for any exit that might not have been covered. To the left was the actual manufacturing area where they made the pills, but going that way would lead to having no cover, so I nixed the idea. Just to our hard right, I found a ladder that led to a raised portion of the warehouse over the front office. There was another ladder against the outer wall to the roof. No, we're not, I said. Get your ass up that ladder now. Anna didn't hesitate. She scampered up that ladder like her ass was on fire while I kept up covering fire on 4 attackers that were quickly closing in on us. The 2 original goons were almost on our ass, but Anna kept them at bay while I climbed the ladder. I was amazed I didn't get shot again because I was sure it was coming. When I threw myself onto the 2nd floor landing, I rolled quickly and got to my feet, pointing at the next ladder. You go up, I said. I'll cover you. I looked down the top of the ladder and fired at the 2 groups of attackers as they came together to form one. I took out one guy before my mag ran dry. Reaching into my pocket, I found another mag and 2 bottles of those pills. Here's a parting gift from your girlfriend, I yelled, winding back and throwing the bottle at the next guy's face. It hit him square in the nose, forcing him to let go of the ladder and fall on his ass. By the time the next guy was hitting the ladder, I had my mag in and fired, killing him too. The last 2 guys sought cover, and I saw that Anna was already on the roof, so I sprinted across to join her, climbing as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I threw myself on the roof, kicking the hatch closed in the process. There was nothing on the roof that I could use to lock it, and I knew it wouldn't stop them for long. The biggest problem we faced was getting off the roof. I looked for a fire escape, but as soon as I poked my head over it, I saw 2 guys below us. They fired at me a couple of times, and I only narrowly missed being hit. Shit, I muttered, looking for a plan B.
What about that thing? Asked
Anna, pointing to the exhaust tower.
Can we cross that?
Part of what made this building unique was that it shared a tower with the building next to it. They rose out of each building and joined in the middle to become one tower. The tower was protected by an outer metal skeleton to prevent it from sagging as it moved horizontally, but there wasn't enough time for us to climb all the way up to walk across, which meant we would have to climb across the open alleyway to the other side, using monkey bars. Son of a bitch, I swore as Anna leapt up to grab the first set.
It's just like the academy,
she said, thrilled that the escape route would be this easy. Well, isn't that fucking irony? I said. I covered her until she made it across, at which point she took up position to cover me. Putting my weapon in my pocket, I jumped up and grabbed the metal bars with both hands. I hated every second of crossing those bars, especially when someone started to shoot at me from down below, barely missing. Anna took the head off the first one before raising her arm to get the next guy as he came up from the ladder on the original building. By the time I made it over, there was 1 remaining goon on the original roof and 1 on the ground. I saw the light at the end of the tunnel, but as we raced across the rooftop, Anna lost her footing and screamed as she hit the ground. Looking down, I could see that her bare leg had landed on some metal debris, embedding itself in her skin. How bad is it? I asked as I looked at the bloody wound. Can you walk? Anna gritted her teeth as she tried to get back up. She wobbled and nearly fell over before I caught her. Hang in there, I said, pulling her close to me. I turned around to fire off a shot at the guy still shooting at us from the roof before we managed to duck around part of the raised roof. I let Anna down gingerly, but she still yelped once she was sitting. Her leg was bleeding heavily, and I could see a piece of metal that was jammed into her skin. This is going to hurt, but it needs to be done, I said, grabbing her hand with mine. Her eyes looked fearful as I reached for the metal and ripped it out.
Fuck!
Cried Anna once the wound started to gush. I knew I needed to stem the bleeding, but there was nothing else left in my pocket except for empty mags. I reached for Anna's dress and ripped it across the front, tearing off a long piece. I'll buy you a new one if we survive tonight, I promised while I tied it around her wound. It was far from ideal, but it would have to work for now. With a little help, Anna was able to stand, and we made our way across the roof, only at a much slower pace. Behind us, I could see that the last guy on the roof had made it across the monkey bars and he was closing position with us. I fell to my knees and took 2 shots, hitting him in the chest. That left only the guy on the ground to deal with as long as we weren't faced with any more surprise reinforcements. Anna and I made it to the fire escape on the other side of the building. By this point, I could hear sirens in the distance, so I knew it was only a matter of time. We couldn't afford to be questioned by the locals because of how it would jeopardize the mission, so we had to beat a hasty retreat. "Can you get down by yourself?" I asked Anna, pointing to the fire escape. Anna judged it and bit her lip.
I can walk across, but going down each level is going to be really hard.
"Put your arms around my neck." She listened to me, throwing her arms around my shoulders and hoisting herself up. I could only spare one hand to help balance her while my other carried my gun. That hand landed right on her bare ass, under her dress, as we navigated the first ladder drop. Going down with her was extremely awkward. I smashed my hand against more than one metal step as we hit the first catwalk. Once we were level, Anna dropped down and limped across right as shots bounced off the metal from the ground. The last attacker had found us. We were sitting ducks on the catwalk, but I fired 2 more shots at him, which made him duck for cover. Anna was sitting on the metal stairs, which I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wasn't going to wait for my help. She dropped to the next landing awkwardly, crying out in pain when she stood up. "You okay?" I yelled down at her.
Lennox, watch out!
I turned just in time to see the gun pointed directly at me from the guy below. I pointed my gun and fired, but I'd spent my last bullet. My mag was empty. So was my gun. I had nothing left. He fired once, twice, and then 3 times as I prepared for a quick death. It never came. Instead, I heard 2 more shots ring out, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Anna clutching her smoking Eagle 9, having killed the final goon. "Fuck, that was a close one," I muttered, looking down at her. "Thanks for saving my ass." She shot me a small grin.
Thanks for saving mine.
I made my way down to the next catwalk as the sirens around us grew louder. For the last 2 jumps, Anna put her arms around my neck, repeating our earlier position. I clutched her bare ass again, trying not to enjoy the feel of it too much. By the time we were on the ground, I hoisted her onto my shoulders and took off on a dead sprint as the flashing lights began to bounce off the concrete around us. I ran for the better part of 10 minutes, always feeling like they were just behind me. We finally made it to a residential neighborhood where I flagged an air taxi who took immediate offense to our battered and bloody appearance.
"No! Get the hell out!"
shrieked the high-strung Lumerian behind the wheel. He glared at us with every one of his 10 eyeballs, which happened to be ideally suited for driving.
"No blood in this car!"
I pointed my Huxley at him, which made the Lumerian shut up instantly. "Drive," I ordered. He didn't say a single word in response, but the taxi took off in a hurry. Anna gave me an amused look, very aware that I didn't have a single bullet left in my gun. Of all the things I dealt with that night, having a pissed-off Lumerian taxi driver was the least of my worries. Chapter 11. By the time we reached the tubes, news about the disturbance in the industrial sector was being broadcast throughout the city. The closest viewer monitors to the tubes were showing a slobbering Jinx talk about a potential underworld shootout that left 10 victims dead and 2 factories heavily damaged. I doubted that last part, especially as they showed aerial footage of the area we'd just gotten intimately familiar with. I couldn't help but watch to see if they'd gotten us on film, but apart from a couple grainy pictures that showed 2 shadowy figures, our identity was safe for the moment. Still, I was afraid that this could blow up further, and I anticipated the authorities locking down the city, which made it paramount that we get back to the ship. The problem with that was that we were too bloody and dirty not to attract attention.
Ouch!
Whimpered Anna as she stepped into a small pothole with her bloody leg.
Fuck, that hurts.
I wrapped my arm around her back. "Are you okay?" She looked down at her leg and shook her head.
I'm bleeding through my dress.
I could see 2 trickles of blood coming down from behind the stained fabric used to dress the wound. I needed to get her patched up, but I couldn't take the risk down here. There was also the real possibility that if we showed up bloody and bruised like this, the tube's authorities might not let us pass, and they might start asking some hard questions. I scanned nearby shops to find something that was still open this time of night. The good thing about Polara being a city of sin meant that most stores were open throughout the night. Over here, I said, pointing to a place that sold all kinds of hats and headgear. It was buttressed against a small alley where there was a separate underground entrance for storage. The place was run by a droid attendant, one that was made with a distinctly human look despite the fact that it rolled on one 360-degree wheel.
"We are pleased to serve you," the droid greeted us as soon as we entered. "Please let me know if we can be of assistance."
"Scarves," I growled. "Where can I find the scarves in this store?"
"Our collection of scarves begins in aisle 3,
informed the droid with a robotic tone of voice.
"I will accompany you to its location."
"Piss off," I said, making a beeline toward the third aisle while I helped Anna limp along right next to me. I purchased 2 different scarves, including one that was programmed to turn different colors depending on what style the user wanted. I turned the shade to dull red to match the other scarf, already knowing what I was going to do. "You got a bathroom here?"
"Of course we do, fine patron," replied the droid. "Against the back wall, between aisles 6 and 7.
By the time we got to the bathroom, Anna's leg was really gushing blood. I had her elevate it by pushing against the sink, using some disposable towels to clean away the blood.
"Ouch,"
she said again.
"That stings."
"Sorry," I replied. "Just bear with me a little longer, okay? We'll be back on the ship in no time." She nodded, but I could tell she wanted to wince every time I went over it with the rag. Finally, I had the wound cleaned, and I used one of the red scarves to tie a knot against the wound. I repeated the process on her other leg, which made Anna raise her eyebrow. "We're going for the fashionable look," I said, chuckling to myself. The scarf on each leg could be interpreted as high fashion, as fucking weird as that might sound. A single scarf might draw attention to your one leg, and then they'll see that you're limping. It's just a small ruse for us to get through the tubes.
"I hope this works,"
muttered Anna.
"because it looks incredibly strange."
"Have I steered you wrong yet?" I was hoping to make her smile at least, but that wasn't the case. She stared down at her leg until I was finished. At that point, I grabbed a few extra towels to wipe the dirt and grime from our bodies, making sure we looked presentable before we left the shop.
"I feel utterly ridiculous wearing scarves on my legs, Lennox,"
Anna said as we trudged toward the tubes. "I think you look great," I said. "Very fashion-forward of you." She elbowed me in the ribs, but at least I got a smile that time. As it turned out, getting through the tubes was the easy part. Security had been heightened already, but they didn't look at us much, especially since I was helping Anna manage her limp. As strange as the scarves appeared, it wasn't anything different from the usual weird outfits that appeared in this city, and I think that really sealed the deal for us. By the time we got back to our ship, it was getting really late. The first thing we did was go straight to the medical bay where Anna could get the proper attention for her leg. The medical bay on the Juno was top of the line, with 2 regenerative tissue pods and a droid doctor. Anna's wounds weren't so serious that the pod couldn't fix it, and after 20 minutes inside, the skin on her leg looked brand new.
"Like it never even happened,"
she muttered, tracing the new skin with her fingers.
"Incredible."
"Told you I'd make sure you got patched up," I said, right before sticking my arm into the pod. "I'm going to send a message to Rennie about all of this while my arm is being healed." Anna raised an eyebrow.
"Are you sure that's the best idea? Rennie might be the one behind our attack tonight."
I shook my head. One of the goons thought we had Rennie already. Either way, they know what she's done, and they'll send more men to get her. She needs a warning before we can get her away. I'll also send a message to Garth so he can start working on getting her a safe place to land. Anna nodded and said nothing more. I could tell there was a lot on her mind, and there seemed to be a few items she hadn't processed yet. Right as I opened my mouth to ask her, she started speaking.
"I'm going to take a shower, I guess,"
she said, hugging herself. Anna didn't wait for my reply. She was gone from the medical bay within seconds, leaving me with nothing but my arm guard and a pestering droid. I figured that she was taking the events of the night hard. It was our first major action since her graduation, and I assumed she was shell-shocked more than anything. I resolved to give her some space until she was ready to come around. I sent a message to Rennie while my arm healed, and once that was done, I went to the bridge to monitor any broadcast traffic from the city. It was lucky we got through the tubes when we did, as they were shut down shortly after we made it through, after a fire started at one of those factories. Eventually, the local police would get the break they needed and come sniffing around, but we'd be long gone by that point. Rinny responded back to my message a short while later, letting me know she was okay and she had a safe place to stay that night. We accelerated our timetable by 12 hours due to the attack, and Rinny promised to find her way to us in the morning, above the surface. By the time all this was done, a solid 45 minutes had passed. It was getting late now, but as I made my way back to my room, I could still hear the shower running from Anna's bathroom. Thinking it was odd she would still be in there, I cracked the door slightly. "Anna, you all right in here?" There was no response. Suspecting something was wrong, I opened the door all the way and stepped into the bathroom, not stopping until I arrived at the shower stall. It was there that I found Anna sitting on the floor, holding her head with both hands while part of the shower sprayed her leg. Judging by her wet hair and lack of clothes, she'd started to take her shower before coming to rest on the floor. I quickly turned the water off and knelt beside her. "Are you still hurt?" I asked, trying to check her for any blood. "Anna, what's wrong?" She shook her head in a way that was completely unconvincing, so I tried again. "Anna, talk to me," I said gently. "What's wrong? Why are you sitting on the floor?" Finally, those delicate brown eyes settled on me, and I knew what she was going to say before the words even came out.
"I killed them tonight, Lennox,"
she whispered.
"I killed people. All those men that were chasing us are dead."
It wasn't the first time that I'd seen this. In fact, every new ranger goes through it, though some go through it harder than others. That first kill tends to stick with you, even when they're nameless entities. Those men that attacked us were definitely bad guys, but right now Anna was questioning how many of them had families they'd never see again, or whether they truly needed to die. I took her hands in mine. "You did great tonight," I said. "You saved my ass more than once. You did exactly what I needed you to do, and we're still alive because of it." Anna's lower lip trembled. At that moment, I could tell what she needed more than anything. I found myself picking up her wet, naked body and putting her in my lap. I wrapped my arms around her as she clung to me, her wet hair soaking through my clothes.
"I didn't know it would feel like this,"
she whispered.
"I don't know what to think."
I caressed her bare shoulders softly. "All you need to remember is that the bad guys are dead. You're still alive, and so am I. And we're going to get the people who ordered this attack on us." Anna wiped a tear from her eye.
"I'm sorry, Lennox. You must think I'm so pathetic. Crying like this, and I
put my hand under her chin and forced her to look at me. "I don't think you're weak. I think you're human. Everyone goes through this. Everyone. Some people let it take them down. They decide they can't be a ranger, that some other profession is probably a better fit. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're having those kinds of thoughts, I need to know right now, Anna, are you where you belong?" To my utter relief, Anna didn't need to think about it. She stood fiercely.
"I'm a ranger,"
she said.
"I'm meant to be here."
"Damn straight you are," I said, which actually made her giggle. "You did great tonight. I couldn't have done this without you."
"Yeah. You really mean that?"
"I really do." Anna wiped away another tear.
"I'm sorry you had to find me like this. I'll be better tomorrow, I promise."
"Take as much time as you need," I said. "There's no shame in this. You want me to grab a towel for you?"
"I think I can try to get the rest of my shower,"
she said.
"but I kinda don't want to get up right now."
"I don't really want to let you up right now either," I teased. Despite the situation, I really enjoyed having her in my arms. The fact that she was naked only seemed to heighten the tension between us. I tried not to stare at her tits, which were more perfect in the flesh than I could ever have imagined. But I was still human after all, and they really were an amazing pair. After a few minutes of holding her, Anna tried to stand up. I let go reluctantly, but I wasn't surprised when she pressed her nude body to mine moments after restarting the water.
Thank you for being so understanding,
she whispered against my chest.
I don't know what I'd do without you, Lennox.
Hopefully you don't find out, I said, stroking her back. Anna pulled back slightly to stare into my eyes. She was just so damn gorgeous that I couldn't stand it. I don't know who was moving first, but we came together slowly as we kissed. It wasn't a kiss of passion, but rather affection. It was a thank you and a you're welcome kiss at the same time. A kiss of gratitude. But why did it feel so fucking good? Anna turned toward the shower at the same time that I turned away, trying to retain some semblance of control on the situation. Every bone in my body screamed at me as I walked out of the shower seconds later, closing the door behind me. I told myself that going further was wrong, that Anna was my partner, and very vulnerable right now, but all the excuses seemed to pale as I got ready for bed. I laid my head down on my pillow, and for the first time in ages I thought about jacking off just to relieve some of the pressure in my body. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured the sight of her glistening body under the spray of water, her damp blonde hair as it clung to her skin. I told myself to get over her because it was never going to happen. The thought upset me more than I thought possible. I wasn't sure how long I laid there, hating my circumstances, before I heard the noise. It was a swishing sound, the kind my door made when it was open, but that couldn't be right. I didn't open my door. I reached for the small light next to my bed, flicking it on as I prepared for trouble, but my hand fell on another hand placed against the night table. A soft hand.
Lennox?
It was Anna's voice, spoken just above the tone of a whisper. I could barely see the reflection in her eyes, thanks to the clock display near my bed, but when she climbed on top of me, I could tell she was still naked. Anna, I whispered gruffly, what are you? She shushed me by kissing me. I couldn't help but groan into her mouth as our lips came together. This kiss was neither friendly nor gracious. This was the kiss I'd been wanting for some time, the kiss of passion. Anna moaned as our tongues sought each other, teasing, licking, caressing as she pressed her body against mine.
Don't say anything,
she whispered once the kiss broke.
I want you. And I know you want me.
My eyes rolled to the back of my head when Anna grabbed my cock, which was already stiff under my sleeping shorts. She gave him a few light strokes before pulling them off completely, throwing them on the floor. I should have stopped her, but my willpower was spent. Anna was right. I wanted this just as much as she did. I knew there would be hard questions we'd have to face tomorrow, but for tonight, I just wanted to enjoy myself with this stunning, naked woman in my bed. Anna attacked my mouth again, her tongue probing against mine for several long minutes before she started to move south. She lifted my shirt, trailing kisses along my chest and down my stomach before wrapping her fingers around my shaft and placing the smallest kiss against the crown. I heard her giggle lightly as I grabbed her ass, squeezing it with both hands as she kissed the tip over and over again, moving down the shaft until she could kiss my balls. She repeated the same movements on the way back up, but then when she reached up, she opened her mouth and then suctioned her lips against it. Fuck, Anna, I groaned, delivering a healthy smack against her ass. The encouragement spurred her onward, and soon she was moving all the way down, taking more of my cock in her pretty mouth. I was loving the way she sucked me, using lots of wetness and suction for a mind-blowing sensation. While she was working her magic, I let my hand drift between her thighs, drawn by the source of heat within. Anna moaned around my cock when I put subtle pressure against her clit, rubbing it gently.
Right there,
she whimpered before deep-throating my cock once more. We continued moving like that, teasing each other, doing everything we'd been thinking about doing since the moment she stepped aboard my ship. Anna's pussy was like a scorching inferno. It was so blisteringly hot with arousal, but so damn wet at the same time. I needed to be inside her. I wanted it desperately. She seemed to read my mind because she wasn't bobbing on my cock for much longer after that. She kissed her way back up my body before throwing her leg over my waist. I could see the faintest outline of her face in the dim light, and her eyes looked full of desire as my cock pressed against her dripping sex.
Please,
whispered Anna as her forehead rested against mine.
Please, Lennox.
I knew exactly what she was asking for, and though I knew it would change things between us forever, I didn't want to stop. Once I felt her heat on the tip of my cock, there was no going back. Both of us groaned in pleasure as my cock sliced through her buttery folds, sinking all the way into Anna's depths on the first thrust. Anna leaned back with all her weight, so full of cock I was sure she could taste it. When she leaned forward and kissed me, I was more aroused than any time in recent memory. Our tongues dueled once more as I withdrew my cock, pressing forward into her forbidden, wet pussy. I could see the hint of light illuminating her brown eyes when she pulled away. I reached over to caress her face at that moment. "You're so fucking beautiful, Anna." She grinned and kissed me passionately, grinding her hips against mine as our rhythm grew more focused, more intense. All those thoughts about wanting to fuck her came crashing back to me. I thought it was never going to happen, that we'd be resigned to subtle flirtation for the rest of our working partnership. All of that was shattered as Anna rocked above me, my hands moderating our pace as they squeezed the tender, creamy flesh of her thighs.
"Oh, Lennox,"
whimpered Anna as I continued to batter her pussy.
"Yes, yes."
I had Anna right where I wanted her. Despite her being on top, she was completely at my mercy, allowing me to dominate her body to my heart's content. I was harder than any time in recent memory, but the only thing I wanted, no, needed, was to make Anna have the orgasm of her life.
Fuck, 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 fuck,
moaned Anna, closing her eyes and squeezing me with her thighs.
"You're gonna make me, oh."
Anna's entire body shuddered when she came, so much so that I felt she might topple right off my cock. I let go of her ass and wrapped my arms around the small of her back, crushing her tits against my chest as her body continued to shake for the next 30 seconds until she regained some measure of composure.
What did you do?"
moaned Anna, her head shaking from side to side.
"What did you do to me?"
I grinned and kissed her. Did that feel good?
It felt so fucking good,
she replied, her eyes searching mine.
"How did you do that? I never come that easily."
I delivered a smack against her cheek that made her smile. "Maybe I already know what you like."
"If that's the case, you better do it again."
"Oh, I certainly plan to." Before we went at it again, I leaned all the way up so that I was sitting with Anna still in my lap. With a little pivot, I pushed her back down, but this time I was on top of Anna instead of the other way around. She seemed to enjoy the fact that I was now in the dominant position because her legs wrapped around my waist as soon as I started to move against her. Within a matter of minutes, I was moving at full force again, driving my cock so deep inside her inviting pussy. I didn't think Anna would come so easily a second time after the first, but she surprised me when she started to spasm as soon as I unleashed the full measure of my thrusting.
"Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!"
whimpered Anna as her chest turned to a splotchy red hue.
"Please don't stop."
I slowed down slightly, if only to pay some attention to her tits, which had been sadly neglected until this point in our coupling. Anna's nipples were harder than diamonds, and I desperately wanted to suckle them while we fucked. A different kind of moan erupted from her mouth when I started to play with her nipples, and soon enough her hands were glued to my head, keeping me firmly against her tits.
"Suck them,"
begged Anna.
"Just like that. Now bite them, gently. Oh, Lennox, just like that. Oh my fucking God."
I really enjoyed the way her body was responding to nipple play alone, and I was determined to bring about another orgasm from her before I came. I started pounding her harder while maintaining the tight suction around her nipple. Anna moaned even louder, her words having long ceased to make any sense. They were guttural, Primitive sounds only, reflecting just how close she was to another earth-shattering orgasm. This time she wasn't alone. I could feel my body approaching the peak of pleasure, and there was nothing else I wanted more than to come so hard for her like she did for me. My balls tightened, and I knew it wouldn't be long before I was shooting ropes of cum for my blonde partner. But where? Was it safe to come inside her? Was Anna protected? I needed to know for sure. Gonna come, I grunted, waiting for her to tell me where she wanted it. I was ready to pull out as soon as the moment neared, but Anna hooked her legs around my ass so that I stayed buried.
"Don't you dare pull out,"
she said. She cupped her tits with each hand.
"Come in me, Lennox. Shoot it so fucking deep in me."
It was that statement from Anna that brought on my orgasm. I wanted to fill her body completely, and now that she gave me the green light, I buried my cock and unloaded as spurt after spurt of hot, creamy cum started to fill her pussy. Anna kissed me as I came, a tender kiss as I emptied my balls inside the gorgeous woman beneath me. It took a solid minute before I felt like every drop was out, and I heard Anna giggle slightly when I kissed her the last time. I laid back on the bed when a million different questions came to mind. What the hell was gonna happen now? We just had sex. Not bad sex, but very, very good sex. We weren't supposed to, but we did it anyway. What would it mean for us? Could we abstain from doing it again? Did it compromise the mission? And why was I so fucking tired now? There was so much to say, but now wasn't the best time. I could sense that Anna felt the same way, and after all the emotions from earlier, sleep was the best remedy right now. Questions would have to wait, especially as Anna placed her head against my shoulder and fell asleep moments later. I had to admit, though, I liked the way she felt cradled in my arms. Moments later, I was out too. Chapter 12. When I woke up the next morning, Anna was already gone. I could still smell her scent against my pillow, a pleasing fragrance that reminded me of last night. It was a memory I wasn't soon going to forget, but I also was reminded of the new complications that it brought with it. Was that why Anna was already gone? Was she already remorseful about what we did? I knew the situation was delicate, but I needed to make sure this wasn't going to affect our partnership too severely. I had to talk with her, but Anna wasn't in her room, nor the bathroom when I started looking for her. She wasn't in the hot tub, the bridge, the living quarters, or the kitchen either. That meant there was only one place where she could be. I made my way down to the weapons bay, at which point I heard the sound of gunfire through the thick doors that separated it from the rest of the ship. Upon opening them, I saw Anna in her ready stance, unloading a magazine at a target. For someone that looked so calm and serious firing her weapon, her outfit seemed a little out of place. She was wearing a pair of black, tiny shorts and a light pink tank top that was struggling to contain her perfectly formed tits. Just underneath, I could make out the swell of her nipples. Nipples that had been in my mouth just last night. Anna didn't register my sudden appearance and kept shooting, taking out targets one after the other. I could see that her problem from the academy seemed to be a distant memory as she mentally called the target toward her and fired, achieving dead-on accuracy just about every time. It made me proud of her. She'd become an impressive partner, one that I could trust with my life. Somehow, the realization of that only made me feel worse about what happened last night, hoping I hadn't thrown it all away for a moment's weakness. I waited until Anna emptied her magazine and set her weapon down before speaking. "Your accuracy is improved by leaps and bounds," I said quietly, trying not to scare her. "It's like you're not even the same person I met the day before your academy graduation." Anna turned and gave me a shy smile.
"That means a lot coming from you. I've been using your method."
"Clearly it works," I teased, stepping closer, although I knew that already after our attack last night. Anna gestured to my arm, where the new skin stood out from my grazing wound.
"How's your arm? Tender this morning?"
"I'm fine. How about your leg? How is it?" Anna raised her leg and rested it against the stall door. She rubbed the smooth skin where her wound had been.
Like I'm brand new. Not even a scratch.
For a brief moment, I remembered how those legs felt wrapped around my waist, but I tried to squash the thought before it took over completely. I got a message back from Rinny, I said. She'll be with us this morning. The city is still searching for us, so it's paramount that we get out of here quickly. Anna nodded.
That's good. Hopefully she can give us a clue where we go next.
I let out a deep breath as my frustration grew. This conversation was so robotic. Both of us were dancing around the elephant in the room, and no matter what happened, it was time to address it. Listen, Anna, about last night, she held up a hand suddenly.
I know. I've been dreading this part. I've been dreading it since I woke up this morning.
Is that why you left so quickly? I joked. I usually get up early, and you beat even me today. Anna shrugged, which made several locks of her hair fall off her shoulder.
It's not that. It's just that I was afraid of what you would say once we actually talked about it.
What are you afraid about? She gave me a knowing look.
You know, that we shouldn't have done it in the first place. That it was a huge mistake and that you've already requested a new partner from Garth.
I swallowed heavily. It was a mistake, Anna. No matter how good it was, we shouldn't have done it. She nodded quickly and turned away.
I know that. But you want to know something? I'm not sorry that it happened, Lennox.
I didn't know how to respond to that, so I continued to watch her. She seemed to struggle with getting the right words out, but it would be a mistake to rush her.
Can I be honest?
Anna asked suddenly. I think the only way we get out of this mess is to be honest with each other, I replied. Anna took a step closer to me, then another, and then another. She didn't stop until her tits were pressed against my chest. She looked gorgeous like this, with a little bedhead and a nervous smile. I was surprised when she kissed me. She tasted as good as I remembered last night, and her lips drew me in deeper, wanting more. Before I knew it, my tongue was exploring her mouth as she rubbed her body against me. When she broke away, Anna seemed to recover some of her confidence.
I'm not sorry about it, Lennox,
she repeated.
I wanted it to happen. I wanted to kiss you just now, just like I've wanted to kiss you over a dozen times since we met.
Only a dozen? I must be losing my touch. She smacked my chest.
And last night, I wanted to crawl into your bed. Not just because I wanted to have sex with you, but because of the way you make me feel. I was in a weird place after our attack and you comforted me. You made me feel better about myself, not only as a ranger, but as a person.
Anna brushed some hair away from her face.
I know that this complicates some things between us, but I won't let it get in the way of finding this threat in front of us. This is just a little icing on the cake.
It's dangerous, though, Anna. What happens if you let your feelings for me interfere with the larger mission? I asked. What if there comes a time when you need to choose between me and the mission? Will you be able to make that choice?
You know one thing I've learned so far in all of this?
She asked.
That death could come for us at any time. I saw it last night, and I know I'll see it many times before this thing is all over. I just don't want to die with some things that are left unsaid.
Like what? What haven't you said yet? Anna started to blush.
That I really like you, Lennox. That I like that you're my partner. I like how well we work together, and I know you always have my back, just like you should know that I'll always have yours. I'm not pretending that I have all the answers to this, but I just want to keep moving forward one day at a time. See what happens, you know?
We still need to be partners first, I said. That comes before anything else. Anna nodded.
Partners first.
Lovers a distant second, I said, which made Anna laugh.
I'm just happy that lovers ranks on the board at all,
she said, finally.
I was scared to death you'd tell me it couldn't happen again.
It shouldn't happen again, I said, and I'll probably regret this someday. It might be the dumbest thing I've agreed to, but...
But?
Asked Anna, hopefully. I like you too, Anna, I admitted. The sex was great last night, but I like you. As a person, as a partner, and as a woman. A smile lit up her face.
The sex was really, really good, wasn't it? Great, even.
Absolutely in-fucking-credible. You're welcome for that, by the way. She smacked me again.
How did you... I don't even want to ask. I'm almost embarrassed how quickly you made me come.
Don't be. It was sexy. I loved watching it. She let out a sigh of relief.
I'm glad you say that. I thought you might make fun of me for how quickly it happened.
I chuckled. I must be doing something right. And you certainly did, too. Not bad for someone that was supposed to be a lesbian. Anna laughed softly.
I know how to please both sexes. Maybe you'll see that firsthand one day.
Oh, inviting other women into my bed so quickly? Anna shrugged playfully.
If you play your cards right. Could be a lot of fun, don't you think?
Sex with two women sounds fun in any context, I replied. Especially when one of them looks like you.
There you go, racking up points,
said Anna, pushing her tits against my chest.
Any idea how you want to cash them in?
I have plenty, but we should table this for another time, I said with much reluctance, even as I spared another long glance at her chest. As much as I want to say yes. Anna smiled.
I know. It gives me something to look forward to then. And thank you, by the way. I won't forget last night anytime soon.
I grinned. Me either. After putting away her weapon, Anna and I went up to the main deck where we entered the bridge. It was still early in the day, and I knew that Rennie was supposed to rendezvous with us on the docks by 10. How she was going to do that was beyond me. The tubes were still shut down, but when I pointed this out to Rennie, it didn't seem to bother her. I figured that a resourceful girl like herself probably had a few options and didn't think much of it. But when the ship's AI let me know there was a visitor at 8:30, I automatically thought it was trouble. Camera identification, I asked using the Juno's voice prompt. Is it the local Polaran authorities?
Negative,
replied the ship's AI.
Visual scanners indicate a Mucine woman by the name of Rennie Caldostria. Shall I permit entry?
I gave Anna a sideways glance. She's early. Really early.
Do you think it could be a trap, Lennox?
Show me the scanners, I ordered the AI. Instantly, I saw the picture of Rennie standing near the entrance to our cargo bay. She was beating her hand against the side of the hull, and there was silver blood caked to the side of her face. Rennie's blood. Open the door, I said to Anna right before I made a quick detour to grab my Huxley. And fire up the engine. I think we've worn out our welcome here in Polara. I felt the Juno come to life under my feet as I dashed down the cargo bay to meet Rennie. When I arrived, I saw that she was pinned just behind the doors, weapon drawn. Looking out to the port, I could see two men and a shotty firing at the Juno. Drawing my Huxley, I put a bullet between the eyes of the first man that tried to get closer, which only made the other two hunker down beside the ship next to us. Are you okay? I asked Rennie, looking into her exhausted blue face.
They've been chasing me since I got to the port,
she explained.
I didn't have any other options.
You're safe now. Let's clear these two out.
It gets worse, Lennox,
said Rennie.
The Tanaki know what I've done, and they know that I'm somehow getting help from a very deadly duo. A man and a woman who killed 10 of their people. You're in just as much danger as I am. They won't let you depart the city.
11 people now, I replied, and they don't have that choice. I gestured for Rennie to go deeper into the ship as the engines started to generate thrust. The Juno was soon hovering a few feet off the ground, which only made the Tanaki goons desperate. I knew there was no chance the shotty could make the jump with his gratuitous rolls of fat, but the remaining man wasn't as compromised. He emerged from his hiding place and emptied his magazine on the cargo bay opening. Son of a bitch, I grumbled, keeping my head down until he was out of bullets. By now, the ship was in the process of turning, and I could hear alarms going off at the main port structure. If we didn't leave quickly, the planet's home defense force might just scramble their ships to stop us. It was a risk I couldn't take. Full power, I told Anna, speaking to her through my arm guard. Move your ass! I felt the ship buckle as we started to move. On the ground, I could still see the man trying to close the distance, but the ship was just too high for him to jump. Aiming my Huxley, I waited until just the right moment and took my shot, hitting him directly in the chest. The Juno was now skimming over the water as our altitude continued to build. I jammed the door closed and made my way to the bridge where Rennie was sitting near Anna as the ship picked up speed. Now we just need to hope the Tanaki haven't compromised the planetary government, I said, taking my seat. The Juno doesn't have enough firepower to take down one Kalos-class fighter, let alone an entire squad of them. Anna gave me a panicked look.
You really think they're going to send Kalos fighters after us?
They might, I replied, and if they do, we won't stand a chance outside of jumping to hyperspace. Kalos fighters are light, fast, and comparably armed. They're meant for police action, which is why most settled planets have them. If the Tanaki have compromised the government, I could definitely see them giving that order. Shit, we've got company. I barely spit out the words before the Juno registered 4 vessels behind us giving pursuit. I didn't need to see the profile of the ships to know they were Kalos fighters. The bastards were too fast, despite being launched from further south on the planet.
ETA until interception is 2 minutes,
announced Juno's AI. Fuck, I grumbled. How soon can we jump into hyperspace?
At the current speed and altitude, we will not be in a position to jump until approximately 2 minutes and 36 seconds.
This day just keeps getting better and better, I said aloud. Push full power to the engines. 36 seconds might not sound like much, but it's more than enough time for 4 Kalos fighters to shoot us out of the sky.
You really think they'd shoot us?
Asked Anna, now hanging on to the console as we were pushed back in our seats by the extreme speed. They will when we don't kill power to the engines, I replied. If we go back to Polara, our mission will be compromised. We have to get off this planet. The Juno was building altitude rapidly, and already the skies over the polar ice caps were starting to turn a darker shade of blue. Unfortunately for us, the Kalos fighters were already trying to lock on to the Juno.
Incoming message from the lead ship,
announced Anna.
They want us to cease all thrust power to our engines and set them to idle power only. Should I respond?
No, I replied. If you acknowledge and don't throttle down, they'll take that as permission to shoot. We continue on like we haven't received it. It'll buy us more time.
I really don't like this, Lennox,
said Anna, gripping the console now with both hands.
The ship is now under target lock,
announced the Juno.
We will soon be fired upon.
Jam the signal, I ordered.
I can't do that,
replied the Juno.
I'm not authorized to take offensive action against Methandrian military vessels.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. How long until we can jump to hyperspace? I asked.
1 minute and 25 seconds.
Now we pray, I grumbled.
Lennox, can I help?
Asked Rennie suddenly.
I might be able to help with the target lock problem.
Really? You can?
Tech is sort of my thing,
said Rennie.
Can I take a look?
Be my guest. I tossed one of the command HUDs to Rennie, and she was locked into the system within a matter of seconds. As Rennie looked through the Juno's command network, the Kalos fighters closed the distance.
Interception is now only 15 seconds away,
said Anna.
As soon as we get to 0, they're going to fire.
Sweat was beading on my forehead as I cranked as much power out of the engines as I possibly could. I'd narrowed the interception window to 20 seconds, but the capacitors were close to failure. We needed a break more than anything. And, as luck would have it, Rennie found one. Suddenly, the Kalos fighters lost target lock on the Juno. What the fuck? I swore. How did that happen? Are they peeling off?
No, I managed to jam the signal,
said Rennie proudly. How'd you override the AI?
Because I've done it before in other vessels,
answered Rennie.
You just need to learn where to look. You don't stick around in the Tanaki for long if you can't learn how to outrun the authorities. I like her already,
said Anna, shooting a grin at Rennie.
She can stick around.
Can the fighters still see us? I asked Rennie.
They know we're here, but they can't tell where,
she said.
The jam won't last forever, but it's long enough for us to get away.
I didn't breathe a sigh of relief until we jumped into hyperspace after a very tense couple of minutes. At that point, all the stars blurred together in long lines of extraordinary light as Edardon 6 faded to memory. When it was all over, I wiped the sweat from my brow, and I wasn't surprised to see Anna do the same. On the other hand, Rennie still had dry, silverish blood on the side of her face, and she was desperately in need of a shower. Before that could happen, though, there were a few things I needed to know. What happened to you after you sent me that message last night? I asked our new purple-haired passenger. We moved the timetable up after our attack, and you showed up, clearly being chased. Fill in the gap for me.
I think the Hondases knew something was up,
replied Rennie.
I think they knew my associate was dead. Or perhaps he didn't check in when he was supposed to. Everything was fine until I heard about you, at which point I went to an unmarked safe house in the city where they couldn't find me. I'm assuming your attackers were meant for me.
They thought you were with us, I said, and I thought we killed them all. Rennie shook her head.
Not in a city like Polara. The Tanaki own this planet. Any low-level foot soldiers that are killed are easily replaced. All you did was live to see another day. This new group stayed on the streets looking for me. They didn't catch up to me until I got to the port. How did you get to the port, by the way?
Asked Anna.
I thought the tubes were still shut down. They are, but I knew someone that could take me up using an alternative method,
said Rinny, putting her hand on her stomach cautiously.
It's not for the faint of heart. If you think the tubes are bad, riding a bubble is so much worse.
A bubble? I asked, raising my eyebrow. Is that what it sounds like?
It is,
replied Rinny.
For an expensive fee, you can escape Polara through a bubble, and they shoot you to the top of the ocean in an extremely turbulent ride. It's not for those with weak stomachs. I nearly lost my breakfast as soon as I stepped out. By the time I got to the port, the Tanaki had already found me and started chasing me. I couldn't wait for our meeting time, so here I am. For better or worse, I'm stuck with you now.
At least you're alive, I said. And so are we. And you don't ever have to go back to Polara or Edardon 6. Rinny took a long breath, almost as if she was comprehending what that really meant to her. I knew she'd spent several long years on the planet with and without her brother, but I wondered if she'd actually miss it.
It's only a bad memory for me now,
admitted Rinny a few moments later.
Ever since they killed Russo. It's just a place I'd like to forget. We'll give you a new place to start over,
promised Anna.
Far from here, where you can start over again. You can put this life behind you.
Rinny smiled at her.
That would be wonderful. It would be truly amazing.
We're working on that still, I said. But the most important thing now is figuring out where we're going next. We don't have any prospects on where to go, so this is where I could surely use your help.
I figured you'd say something like that,
said Rinny.
Which is why last night I did a little digging of my own. The Ondas brothers have called a meeting. A meeting?
Asked Anna.
What kind of meeting? One that doesn't happen that often,
said Rinny.
And one where only the upper ranks of the Tanaki meet together to discuss business. The Ondases will most certainly be there, as well as their top lieutenants.
Were you extended an invitation? I asked. Rinny snorted.
God, no. I might have been important on Edardon 6, but in terms of the overall hierarchy, I wasn't important enough to get invited to one of these. The man I reported to was, though, and I found the details in a secure transmission that I hacked into last night. They're going to have the meeting in 2 days on the planet of Gethusa Prime.
Gethusa Prime, I repeated. It seems like an odd choice for a high-level Tanaki meeting. Why there?
A distraction,
replied Rinny.
Gethusa Prime is where the Greys throw their annual gala for their biggest donors. That's also happening in 2 days' time. No doubt they're hoping that the local authorities will be so distracted by the gala that they can meet in secrecy without anyone knowing any better. Not a bad idea,
said Anna.
Everyone's going to be so focused on the next big thing that Pierce Huntsman says that they could have their meeting in broad daylight and no one would notice.
Or this meeting could be a ruse, I said, and Huntsman might be their next target.
I wouldn't rule anything out when it comes to the Tanaki,
said Rinny.
They're masters of misdirection. I know when and where this meeting is going to occur, though, and it'll happen an hour before Pierce Huntsman is scheduled to go live with his speech. An hour is running it pretty close if they hope to assassinate him,
said Anna. But it's enough time to make a quick getaway, I said. Okay, we're going to Gethusa. I have a meeting to crash.
Sounds good to me, but I have one question,
said Rinny, hoisting her small bag in the air.
Where am I sleeping?
Chapter 13.
It's just right over here,
said Anna as she led their purple-haired passenger along the humming corridor of the Juno. Once the coordinates had been set for Gethusa Prime, Anna had volunteered to help Rinny settle into the ship. Seeing as Rinny would be their companion for the next few days while they figured out her next move, Anna wanted to make sure the Mucine woman felt comfortable. Anna felt an odd sense of kinship with Rinny, mostly stemming from the fact that it wasn't that long ago that Anna also felt like an outcast. Her time at the academy could best be described as lonesome, and she knew what it felt like to have nobody she could really trust. Well, at least not anymore. Not since she met Lennox.
Thank you for doing this,
said Rennie as they walked.
I know the situation has changed rapidly since we met last night, but I didn't have any other options. My mind keeps going back to what they did to my brother, and for his memory alone, I had to make sure I didn't share that fate. You won't if we have anything to say about it,
said Anna, turning her head to offer an encouraging smile.
Lennox is working out the details right now, and I know he's going to get everything squared away. I don't think he's capable of not doing an awesome job.
Anna stopped just beside the third bedroom of the ship and opened the door. Of all 3 bedrooms aboard the Juno, this one was the most Spartan since it lacked an occupant. It was a mirror of Anna's room with simple adornments like a bed, a working desk, and a closet.
It's not much, but I hope you'll be happy here,
said Anna, stepping inside.
We all share the shower across the hall. Lennox tends to shower in the evening, so I typically do mine in the morning so we don't overlap. Not that he would mind, of course. He's really easygoing once you get to know him.
Rennie set her bag down on the desk and crossed her arms in front of her breasts. Her tail wagged along behind her, bouncing from side to side.
You really think highly of your partner, don't you, Anna?
Anna was caught off guard by the question. For a brief moment, her mind drifted back to last night, where she could still feel his lips pressed against her neck.
I have the best partner,
replied Anna finally, as a smile appeared on her lips.
Yes, I really do.
Rennie grinned.
Have you two been sleeping together for very long?
This time, Anna spluttered before she got out a choked-up response.
What makes you say that?
Rennie laughed and put her hand in the air.
I didn't mean any offense. All I'm saying is that it's kind of obvious you have a thing for your partner. I noticed you two were close last night, and I had my initial suspicions. So it's true?
Anna didn't know what to say. Her initial thought was to deny it, to maintain some semblance of professionalism, but she also knew that Rennie would detect the lie anyway.
It's okay, I'm not judging you,
said Rennie.
I don't blame you in the slightest. He's a very attractive man, capable and handsome. If I were in your shoes, I'd be doing the same thing.
Anna turned red.
I didn't mean for it to happen, but it just did.
Rennie took 2 steps closer as her tail wrapped around her leg and squeezed.
Is he as good in the bedroom as he looks? Because he looks like a real giver. A giver?
Asked confused Anna.
You know, someone that isn't just worried about getting their rocks off and leaving,
said Rennie.
Someone who makes sure their partner is very satisfied before they come. Get me? Oh,
said Anna, giggling.
Well, your intuition is spot on, I would say.
Rennie laughed.
I knew it! Very interesting. Interesting is one word to describe it,
said Anna.
Earth-shattering is another. Okay, stop for a second,
said Rennie, holding up both hands.
You're going to get me riled up, and that's the last thing I need right now. I haven't had a real man in over a year, and the batteries on my sex droid wore out 3 months ago.
Anna snickered.
You have a sex droid? Had a sex droid,
grumbled Rennie.
They don't seem like much when you have them, but you tend to miss them when they're gone. Unless you find a real breathing partner, but the pickings are always slim in a place like Polara and with my line of work. That is, unless you could convince another woman that sharing is caring.
Anna laughed so hard that she had to clap a hand over her mouth.
Sharing is caring, huh? Ever tried it?
Rennie raised a purple eyebrow.
A few times. Liked it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think this trip just got a lot more interesting,
repeated Rennie, grinning from ear to ear.
Well, if you need anything, just let me know.
Anna had to admit that she didn't hate the idea either. She was thrilled with her time with Lennox last night, but she wondered what it would be like to have someone like Rennie invited into bed as well. The blue-skinned Mucine woman was incredibly pretty, with her pointed ears and voluptuous breasts. The biggest question was whether Lennox would like her too.
The kitchen is just down the hall if you're hungry. It'll take us another 36 hours to get to Gathusa Prime,
said Anna as she approached the door.
I might take a little nap. I didn't get much sleep last night, and the exhaustion is starting to catch up to me,
said Rennie.
I'll close the door while you sleep then,
said Anna as she made to leave.
Anna? Yes? Thank you,
said Rennie as she sat on the bed.
For all that you and Lennox have done for me.
Anna smiled.
We're going to get the people responsible for your brother's death, Rennie. and we're going to bring them to justice.
A genuine smile filled the Mucine woman's face. She then pulled down the covers on the bed and slipped inside, right as Anna closed the door and began to walk back to the bridge. What an interesting turn of events this was turning out to be. Not only did Anna want to do right by Rennie, but she was also intrigued by the woman's overt sexuality. When coupled with her undefined relationship with Lennox, it made for several interesting possibilities. It would have to wait for now, though. The mission always came first.
You sure about this, Lennox? Could your identity have been compromised in the process?
I shook my head as I stared back at the hologram projection of Garth working in my office. It was several hours after we picked up Rennie, and so far the Mucine woman had been napping in her bedroom. After getting caught up on my report to the agency about our actions on Edardon 6, I received an incoming call from Garth, wanting to know more details about what I'd submitted. The only people that know our true identity are either with us right now or dead, I replied. The more concerning aspect is that the Tanaki have a way to breach our protective covers with their scanners. Rennie claims to have removed the initial data scan from their systems, and seeing how good she is with technology, I'm inclined to believe her.
Alarming is a better way to describe it,
said Garth, putting his hand against his face. He looked like he hadn't gotten much sleep lately with the deep bags under his eyes.
I've made a full report to the board, alerting all agents not to submit to Tanaki scanners for the time being. Thankfully, you're the only one working a current assignment with them.
Lucky me, I grumbled.
Do you trust this Mucine woman? Asked Garth. Is she worthy of getting our protection?
I do, and she is, I replied, showing utter confidence with my words. It wasn't that I trusted Rennie completely, but I knew that any hesitation on my part wouldn't play well with Garth. So far, I hadn't detected any dishonesty from Rennie, and she seemed like she genuinely wanted to help. Garth studied my face for a moment before nodding.
Our resources are stretched pretty thin right now, as you know. I need to make sure we're not offering protection to just anyone.
The people that attacked us last night were looking for her, I said. If she stays on Edardon 6, she's as good as dead. She needs a fresh start. Frankly, it's only because of her that we know what's going to happen on Gathusa Prime.
Let's talk about that,
said Garth.
There's no room for error on this one, Lennox. The Gala has a lot of eyes on it, especially this year. I can't have this blowing up in your face with the eyes of the entire galaxy on you. You'll need to proceed with extreme caution.
Noted, I replied. We're due to arrive tomorrow, and Rennie is helping us find out exactly where the meeting will be held. If my intuition is right, it'll be close enough to the gala that they can benefit from the beefed-up security, but not close enough to attract any attention. If the Tanaki are taking orders from someone else, I'm sure we'll find out from this meeting.
Is that your suspicion?
Asked Garth.
You don't think this is coming from the Hondas brothers?
I shrugged. I don't know yet. Rennie seems to think this activity is coming from outside the Tanaki, and I haven't seen enough to disprove the theory. My main objective is getting into that meeting without getting caught.
Or disturbing the gala, warned Garth. The last thing we need is any heat from the Greys or the Blues during an election year. If our funding gets cut again, we'll be forced to make some hard decisions.
You bring up an interesting point, though, I said. This gala is for the Greys, right? All to celebrate their candidate and his likely chances of capturing the presidency for the first time in 50 years. Has anyone considered the fact that maybe the violence we're seeing might be coming from the Blues? Garth looked around suddenly and lowered his head.
Keep your voice down when you say that. Your hologram echoes in this office, and you know several of the higher-ups are Blues. If the wrong person heard that.
I get it, I replied, but it's worth mentioning. If you wanted to stop a young and charismatic opposition leader from succeeding, it's likely the idea occurred to someone. Cause enough chaos that can be traced to the Greys and their election victory hopes fade quickly. Garth held up 2 fingers.
2 problems with that theory, Lennox. Number 1 is that any chaos and calamity would reflect badly on the current ruling party, which is the Blues. It would only hasten their electoral defeat. Number 2, Our current intelligence suggests that the Blues are quite disorganized right now. President Venetia is their highest-ranking party member, and he's so old and infirm that there are rumors he can barely eat by himself. With no obvious successor, and after years of infighting, it's no surprise the Greys are about to come out on top.
What about the Greys? I countered. If it benefits them to cause chaos, do they have something to hide?
Huntsman is clean, replied Garth. No record, no nothing. Veteran of Okla Wars from 20 years ago. Got his law degree and then started fighting for the little guy. A few minor infractions on his staff, but nothing noteworthy. As far as we can tell, both parties are clean.
Either way, I think it's likely that a huntsman could be a target at this gala, I said. With the Tanaki this close to him, it makes sense to increase his protection.
Already ordered, replied Garth. No harm will come to him on my watch, but I need you to move quickly on this one, Lennox. We found another bomb this morning.
I raised an eyebrow. You found one? As in, one that hadn't exploded?
Correct. Someone tipped us off before it could blow up, he replied. The bomb squad arrived and disarmed it before they could blow the presidential library to bits. If that thing went off, we would have likely seen another death toll in the thousands.
Why am I just hearing about this now? I asked. Why wouldn't it be on the news?
Because I had this story squashed, said Garth. If the public found out about this, they're likely to connect it to the forum bombing. All of a sudden, questions start getting asked, and phrases like domestic terrorism start getting thrown around. I don't need that on my plate when I already have my best agent working on it.
I smirked. Best agent, eh?
Yeah, best agent. How is she, by the way?
Smartass, I quipped. She's doing great. I like the girl. Garth looked surprised.
Seriously? I'm shocked, Lennox. I was afraid to ask in case you already sent her packing back to Renasta.
She's doing just fine, and she's learning. Most importantly, she's covering my ass.
That's a lot of ass to cover, too.
I scowled. You done yet?
Almost,
said Garth, before a more serious expression took root.
Find out what you can at this meeting, Lennox. I don't know if we'll get so lucky with the next bomb. We need to bring this to a speedy conclusion.
Understood, I said. I'll keep you posted.
One more thing, said Garth. How's the Juno? She still in one piece? I promised my director that she would be in one piece when you get back.
I winced. I don't make promises I can't keep, Garth. With those words, I ended the call, chuckling to myself as I pictured Garth shitting himself back on Renasta. I continued to work for another couple of hours before thinking about grabbing some food. When I did, I found that I wasn't the only one that was hungry. Anna was at the table, sitting on one leg while she browsed her personal tablet. Beside her was Rennie, and they were both still picking at a small container of fries sitting in between them. Rennie looked greatly refreshed after her nap and shower, and she was wearing a one-piece outfit that showed off generous portions of her thighs and cleavage. I thought she looked great, and I wouldn't have minded seeing what was under that dress. As usual, Anna looked immaculate, even though she was wearing a long-sleeved corded top and her utility pants. Her hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail, and she was studying a holographic model in front of them. Anna's tablet was set to projection mode, which brought up a miniature-scaled map of the cities on Gathusa Prime, which was one of the more heavily populated planets in Mithrandian space. Tomorrow's gala would occur in the southern city of Masaka, which was uniquely situated at the very top of a 2-mile-long canyon.
There you are,
said Anna, smiling at me once I walked into the room.
I was just about to come get you. Look at what Rennie was able to retrieve.
Hopefully the address of Carmine Hondas so I can bust his door down? I asked as I took a seat next to the women.
The next best thing,
replied Rennie.
I have the location of the meeting.
How'd you get that so quickly? I asked.
I hacked into my former superior's file system,
said Rennie, looking proud of herself.
He received an invitation to the meeting. Or rather, 3 separate addresses where the meeting could take place.
I blinked in confusion. I thought you said you knew where it was.
I do,
said Rennie.
We looked at the property records of each address to see if the names could yield any clues. 2 of them were empty office buildings, but the third is a second-floor suite that's attached to a casino. A casino that has been long suspected of having Tanaki funding,
added Anna.
It definitely does,
said Rennie.
I've heard before that the lieutenant on Kotuza Prime had a gambling background, and this lines up with what we're seeing. This is our meeting place.
Rennie focused in on the casino, which was at most about a quarter of a mile away from where the gala was being held. It was a large casino, with about 20 stories of actual rooms sitting atop 3 main gaming halls. Just far enough away to not attract attention, I mumbled. And they'll do it right under the noses of the Greys. We should get a room so we have a reason to be on site.
I can take care of that,
said Anna, flipping open her arm guard.
1 room for Mr. and Mrs. Dowd coming up.
It's just going to have to be Anna and I said, looking at Rennie. It's too dangerous to put you on Tanaki property since you're a wanted woman.
I can wear a disguise,
offered Rennie, trying to be helpful.
It would be a benefit to be on the ground with you.
I shook my head. You can be just as helpful here on the Juno if we need you. You'll be safer, too. It didn't seem like Rennie liked the option of being kept away from the mission, but she accepted it nonetheless. So this is the room that they're having the meeting in, I said. How can we surveil it?
That's going to be the hard part,
said Rennie.
It's not your run-of-the-mill conference room. It's completely bug-proof, and the Tanaki will know if you try to plant a listening device. You'll have to get close enough that you can hear what's going on. Do the attendees wear disguises to these meetings?
Asked Anna.
Or is any measure taken to conceal your identity? What I'm getting at is, can we wear concealed clothing and blend into the meeting without discovery? Not even close,
answered Rennie.
Great measures will be taken to confirm your identity. The Ondasses won't take that kind of chance.
And we already know their scanners can blow past our covers, I added, so we can't impersonate another lieutenant. It looks like we only have one option on the table.
What's that, Lennox?
Asked Rennie. We're going to have to infiltrate the conference room without them knowing we're there. Chapter 14. I studied the floor plan of the casino in front of us, trying to find a weak spot where we could listen to the meeting without being discovered. The conference room that was set aside for the meeting was one of 3. Sectioned off away from the main area of foot traffic at the casino. The area was guarded by 2 shotties near the entrance, and I knew they would be on their toes to spot any trouble. Are there any of the other 2 conference rooms already booked up? I asked. Can we use one of them as our hiding spot to observe the meeting? Rennie did a brief search and started to shake her head.
They're reserved, but I can't tell by whom. We can't book them with the casino directly, if that's what you're thinking. It only makes sense,
said Anna.
They reserve all 3 rooms to prevent any random people from getting the chance to interfere with the meeting. There's not going to be anyone back in the conference area but mob bosses and lieutenants.
Which means our chances of getting back there are slim, I grunted. Okay, let's look at the floor above it. What do you have?
That part of the casino isn't attached to the hotel structure,
said Rennie.
The conference rooms are set in a separate structure that's only 2 stories. First story is attached to the casino, and the second story is used as storage.
That might be our inn right there, I said, pointing out a remote staircase that led to the second-floor storage. We'll have to tear through the floor so we can get in without setting off a bug. And we'd have to do it before the meeting starts or they'll hear us. But it's the best chance we have of listening in without discovery.
How long would it take you to get through the floor?
Asked Anna.
And would we have to worry about ceiling tiles falling on their heads throughout the meeting?
I shook my head and smirked. Not a chance. I've done something like this before. It's a little touch and go, but it worked the last time I did it. Well, until I was discovered, that is. Anna rolled her eyes.
Thanks for the jolt of confidence.
Hey, I'm still here, aren't I? And we'll be just fine. Don't worry. Despite her statement, it didn't seem like Anna was that worried. She gave me a knowing look, one that told me she trusted me regardless. If Rennie wasn't there, I might have kissed her, but I held back. I still thought about it, though. That and much more. With our plans set, we were ready to move the next morning when our ship docked at Masaka's port. The city couldn't have been more different than Polara, where we traded an underwater den of sin and vice for a vibrant city filled with futuristic architecture that relied on the reflection of natural light to give it color. Instead of artificial neon, we had the entire range of red, orange, and yellow as the city captured the light of its twin suns. When you added in the fact that it sat on the edge of a steep cliff, it gave Masaka a unique city-on-the-hill feel to it. And it wasn't hard to see why it was an important symbol to the Greys. This was where they would announce their rebirth as a party, and I wasn't about to let the Tanaki crash the party. Before we could leave, Anna and I parted with Rennie, who would be staying on the Juno. I was willing to trust the beautiful Mucine woman with this much autonomy, but I still kept the ship's kill switch with me at all times, just as a means of protection. Not that I expected to need it, but I didn't get this far in the Rangers by being stupid.
Good luck to both of you,
said Rennie as she hugged Anna.
If you need anything, let me know. I'll be linked into the command terminal if you need me to work my magic.
We just might, I said, surprised when she gave me a lasting hug, too. I'll keep in touch and let me know if you see any signs of trouble from the ship. In the meantime, see if you can find out anything useful about the Hondasses. If they move through this port, can you locate their ship so we can track it later?
I will do my best,
promised Rennie.
If they enter through Masaka, I'll be able to find out. Thank you both. Thank you for letting me be part of the solution for once, instead of the problem.
I had to admit, I liked the way Rennie's body felt pushed against me. I was even surprised when her tail wrapped around my leg playfully. Part of me wondered what it would feel like wrapped around another appendage. I shook the thought from my head, wanting to be focused on the mission and not the stunning Mucine woman's body. Even still, it didn't stop Anna from giving me shit once we left the ship.
I think someone has a little crush on you,
she teased, bumping into my shoulder.
If I didn't know any better, I think Rennie has the hots for you.
I smirked. I seem to have that effect on gorgeous women. Anna elbowed me hard as she shot a grin in my direction.
I saw you looking at her tail. Give me 3 guesses what you were thinking about.
I chuckled. You'd only need one.
It looks like I have a little competition now, don't I?
Nah, I said, taking her hand with mine. You're my wife, remember? You were the one that got a ring on it. Anna beamed with a smile. Despite it being our cover story, I got the impression that she liked the idea of all of it. That thought both thrilled and scared the shit out of me.
Come on then, husband,
she practically sang.
Let's get to the casino.
The main port of Masaka was located right in the middle of the city, which was great for us in that we didn't have to travel far to reach our destination. It was obvious from one glance down the bustling streets of the city that the gala was about to take place. Almost every building was adorned with gray and silver streamers. At party headquarters, which we came upon about 5 minutes after leaving the port, there was even a large picture of Pierce Huntsman that spanned 5 entire floors. He was shown with a fierce but confident glare on his face, like he was ready for his turn at the presidency to enact his agenda. It was hardly the only picture, too. We saw 3 more before we neared the ballroom that would host the gala. The entire thing seemed a little strange to me, but then again, I hated politics. I wasn't the only one that was bothered by it.
Sheesh. Do they have to put his picture up on every street corner?
Asked Anna after we passed the 4th banner of Huntsman.
You'd think the guy just conquered the galaxy instead of running for the presidency.
I was thinking the same thing, I replied. I don't remember the Greys being this vibrant with their last few candidates. They're really going all in on him like never before.
Well, from the latest polls, it looks like victory is all but assured,
said Anna.
Still, I hope this isn't the start of some cult of personality. The last thing this galaxy needs is a dictator.
I agreed with her and hoped that this was mostly just to win the election. We soon came upon the site of the gala, which was easy to spot because the decorations stepped up another level, if that was even possible. The entire ballroom seemed to be colored gray and silver. Gray flags flew from the top of the roof, spaced out every 10 feet or so that there were dozens of them. The largest picture of Huntsman I'd seen yet adorned the front, and even now I could see at least a dozen different species all out front, all members of the press as they awaited any new developments. There was also a heavy security presence, which I knew was partly in response to the recent bombings, but also because of Garth passing along my warning. Not only were the locals out in force, but also the several Red Boots, the slang name for the soldiers that served in the Galactic Army, identifiable by their scarlet footwear. There was even another entity that I hadn't seen before, which surprised me more than anything else. The Greys have their own security apparatus, I commented, after seeing patrols of 2 men carrying pulse rifles and wearing gray capes that fell to their knees. They wore the emblem of the Greys on their right breast, a falcon in mid-dive with its mouth open to catch its prey. Judging by the way they held their rifles and the way they marched, they were all ex-military.
I've never heard of a political party with its own army before,
said Anna as we watched them march away.
They must have really taken our warning seriously.
I didn't care for the feeling I developed as I watched the Greys' private army march around. It was the same feeling I received when I saw that giant poster of Huntsman for the first time, and I started to wonder just what kind of leader he would be if, and when, he did win the election. I couldn't dwell on it for long, though, as we were not far from the casino. The Tanaki were the biggest threat we faced, and whatever the Hondesses planned, we had to stop it. It was another 15-minute walk to reach the casino, where Anna and I weaved and dodged through the heavy foot traffic of those planning to get to their spots to observe Huntsman's speech tonight. By the time we reached the casino, most of the crowd had died down, and we were able to enter without climbing over other people. The casino was everything I expected from a Tanaki-affiliated joint and more. As soon as we were inside, we caught a classical performance of a tripleka band. Triplekas had 3 heads, hence the tri in their names, and they were known for their relatively high-pitched voices. It made them excellent singers, and this particular tripleka was accompanied by 2 human females on backup vocals and 2 skinny Mastafarians working instruments behind them. The lobby of the casino was elegantly decorated as well, with a large waterfall that fell from the middle of the reception, spilling into a giant pond with many different species of fish inside. Several of them were large hooking fish, notable for their extremely large size and the fact that their nose curved down and inside to make the signature hook. I could hear chatter from the casino that was attached directly to our right, where a group of young men were cheering loudly at a game of blindy. You bet on a sequence of lights and colors. Inside the casino, there were tables for over 100 different games, plenty of entertainment for those willing to spend credits. Anna and I checked into our room without any trouble, and we had a posh bellboy bring our meager belongings up to the 3rd floor. The bellboy turned out to be just as greedy as he was posh, and I growled at him when he kept his hand open after I tipped him. "That's all," I said, fixing him with a steely glare that made him retreat quickly. Anna giggled behind me.
No comped drinks for you, Lennox.
Fine by me. I'm not here to drink anyway. Come on. Let's get changed out of our street clothes and into something more fitting for the casino. We were dressed as plainly as we could be to fit in, but I wanted something a little flashier so we wouldn't stick out amongst the high rollers downstairs. I exchanged my simple jeans for light brown slacks, while Anna opted for another dress that had a diamond cutout that was centered on her cleavage. I looked forward to the view that would give me all night, but I didn't expect Anna to completely disrobe from her street clothes in front of me. I stood transfixed as she rolled down her jeans and tight-fitting long-sleeve shirt before randomly slipping out of her scarlet matching underwear. "Fuck me," I muttered aloud as I watched Anna bend forward to take off her panties. The generous swell of her ass was completely on display for me, and all my more primal instincts demanded that I take her right then and there. Anna heard what I said and turned to face me, giving me a wicked grin.
You think there's time?
Unfortunately, my brain said no, while my cock said yes. And no matter how much I wanted to slide back into Anna, the mission came first. Yes, no, fuck, no, I said, stumbling on my words. Anna's grin only grew wider as she used both hands to cup her tits, taking a slow step toward me. I stared down at those perfect tits, remembering how they felt pushed against my face while she rode me. Focus, Lennox. Fucking focus.
We have a job to do right now,
said Anna, not stopping until she could put her arms around my neck.
but after we complete this mission, after we nail the Hondas brothers, I'm going to fuck your brains out.
I bit my lip as all the blood in my body rushed south. I still don't know how I maintained my composure, but I somehow managed to not throw her on the bed and take her. I kissed her anyway. She tasted just like I remembered, and when she moaned into my mouth, I knew she was feeling the same way. Looking forward to it, I said once the kiss broke. Who needs brains anyway? Anna giggled before giving me another long kiss.
Come on, lover boy. Let's finish getting dressed.
After 25 minutes of primping, we were ready to go. The meeting didn't start for another 3 hours, but I wanted us to be in place long before any of the Tanaki goons got there, so as not to arouse suspicion. We made our way downstairs with Anna clutching my arm, posing as a married couple, which was becoming increasingly easy for us to pull off. Entering the main casino area, we passed a trio of Mucine waitresses, all of them carrying delicacies from across the galaxy like stuffed Calabasas rolls, a favorite delicacy of the Jinx, or spotted Honduran steaks, which was so damn good that they practically melted in your mouth. I resisted the urge to order some food as we made for the remote staircase that led to the second-floor storage. It was here that we ran into our first problem. The staircase was being guarded by 2 men, Tanaki by the looks of them, and they didn't look like they were going to leave anytime soon. Shit, I mumbled. We've got additional guards. Anna and I stopped to feign interest in a painting of the city that was hanging on the walls. Out of the side of my eye, I could see her appraising the situation.
There's no way we get up those stairs without them knowing,
she whispered.
At least they're not shotties, though.
They might not be shotties, but we can't exactly kill them, I muttered. They might scream before they die. Anna thought over the situation for a second before a smile grew on her face. She let go of my arm.
Just leave it to me,
she said, adjusting the diamond on her cleavage so it was completely centered on her tits.
I know what to do. Wait 2 minutes after we go upstairs, and then follow me.
I smirked as I watched her strut across the hallway, shaking her ass from side to side like the sexual goddess that she was. The guards saw her coming from a mile away, and judging by the grins that appeared on their faces, they thought their day was about to become a lot more interesting. I watched them from around the corner as Anna spoke with them for a few minutes, touching their arms and playing the role of seductress with elegance and poise. When they disappeared up the staircase moments later, I counted off exactly 2 minutes before following in their wake. My footsteps echoed loudly off the stairs, causing me to draw my weapon as a just-in-case measure. I came upon a long hallway where there were only 3 doors on the left, center, and right directly in front of me. The door to the right was the only one that was open, and just before I entered, I heard a male grunt and a soft thud as something hit the floor. I dashed around the corner with my Huxley and prepared to fire, but upon arrival found Anna stuffing gags into the mouths of the 2 unconscious men. Good work, I said, putting my Huxley back in the holster. Did they see you coming?
The second guy might have,
said Anna, a smile growing on her face.
But by that time, it was already too late. They'll be unconscious for the rest of the day. Help me tie them up?
With pleasure. We positioned them so that they were against a metal shelving system that was bolted to the floor. That way, they couldn't shake it up to cause a ruckus that might bring someone over to investigate. Once we were satisfied with the setup, we left the room and moved to the door across the hall, which had direct access over the conference room where the meeting would be held. Okay, here's what we need to do, I said. I'm going to get through the floor right now, but I need you to watch the top of the stairs. We don't know when our 2 friends are supposed to report in or be relieved, so if you get any company, you can dispose of them in the same fashion.
No problem at all,
said Anna.
I'll warn you if we have any trouble.
That's my girl. I said as I pulled out a small pocket toolkit. Anna left the room to take up her watch position as I grabbed a penknife and cut a hole through the cheap carpet that covered the floor. I was thankful that they clearly didn't put the good stuff up here, because the carpet was as thin as Anna's dress. I was able to get through it quite easily. I found the subfloor once I got through the carpet, a thick material that was both plentiful and sturdy, often used in commercial construction. That's where my laser came in handy, and I was able to cut out a small hole about 6 inches wide and long, finding the structural joists between them. This was the interesting part. Just between the joists were the electrical wiring, which was tightly packed into this portion of the floor. I had to maneuver around that to use a small pick to cut a tiny pinhole that went through the ceiling panel on the other side, opening a small hole. Knowing how to use the pick was half the battle, because if you weren't careful, you'd leave a pile of dust on the desk of the conference room, a surefire way of getting caught. I only needed a small hole, but I had to work delicately. It took me about 10 minutes to punch through it without making a mess, and now I had my access. I could barely see down into the conference room, but what was more important was that I'd be able to hear. As long as no one discovered the missing men, I'd be able to listen to the entire meeting like I was sitting right at the table. With the hole now made, it was time for the hardest part, waiting for the meeting to start. Anna came in to report about every hour, and by the third hour I could tell she was getting just as antsy as I was. We were ready to get this show on the road. Thankfully, that was when the first Tanaki bigwigs started to show up. They filed into the room one at a time, staying mostly speechless even as the room filled up. From my vantage point, I could only get a view of their faces as they entered, but as they sat around the table, my view was obstructed. Thankfully, the few that did speak were heard loud and clear from my position in front of them.
"Haldonius! Good to see you, you jinx bastard!"
said one of the lieutenants, shaking hands with another.
"I didn't expect to see you here."
"Mago, I can say the same for you, you ugly Flumian cheat. I heard the Feds were busting your balls all over your planet."
"Bad for business,"
replied Mago.
"All my profits are going to bribes, and it's still not enough. If things don't turn around soon, I'm going to have to start killing them."
Price of doing business, as they say,"
said an unsurprised Holdonius.
"Ain't that the fucking truth?"
"By the way, do you know what this is about? The boss didn't say anything about what this meeting is for."
"Your guess is as good as mine, Holdonius. I presume we'll find out soon enough."
"Both of you will, if you just sit down and shut the fuck up."
I peered through the hole just as Carmine Honda showed up. He was a squat, burly man, short of stature. His hair was thinning badly, and it was combed back in a way that didn't do him any favors in the looks department. He was wearing a Renostan business suit, which was overly formal, but it would fit right in with the high rollers of the casino. Just behind him, his brother Knuckles followed, and I could see that he had his famous hand kept behind his back, not often displaying it because of the severed fingers.
"Take your seat, all of you,"
growled Carmine as he sat at the head of the table. The men all rushed to follow the orders before looking expectantly at the boss. Though still brothers, it was obvious that Carmine was the real leader of the group. Knuckles sat immediately to his brother's right, but the meeting was kicked off and run by Carmine. The immediate topics of discussion were mostly introductions for the newer lieutenants, followed by status reports of the different systems under their control. Nothing of note was revealed during the first 30 minutes of the meeting, apart from who was making money and who wasn't. There also wasn't a single whisper of any connection to the bombings, which I felt to be odd. One thing I noticed was that Knuckles' temper seemed to grow increasingly foul with each lieutenant who wasn't making the kind of money they should have been making. It came to a head when he slammed his fist against the table while one lieutenant from a mid-rim system named Hoh detailed lost rackets owing to a lack of manpower.
"Then you need to bring in more earners who can make more money,"
thundered Knuckles as he stood up.
"I'm not going to listen to any more accounts of failure from this table. You have two responsibilities only.
Remain loyal to our group and to make money. If you can't make money, don't expect us to keep you in control of your system for very long.
Sorry, boss, said the crestfallen lieutenant from Ho, sinking back into his chair like the beaten mouse he was. Knuckles growled at him, which only caused Carmine to reach out to his brother. It became obvious to me that Knuckles was the loose cannon of the duo, with Carmine being the more rational one. It definitely fit with what I knew of their reputations.
Let's move on, said Carmine. It's almost time for our patron to go live.
My ears perked up as soon as Carmine mentioned a patron. Could this be the connection to the bombings that we were looking for? Carmine checked his arm guard and nodded as he tried to wipe the scowl from his face.
It's close enough. Turn on the viewer, instructed the Tanaki boss.
At that moment, I figured out there was a screen directly behind Carmine, but due to the small size of the hole, I couldn't see anything that was playing on it. It took a moment or two before I heard the kind of unnatural sound that indicated a digital feed. Judging by the reaction of the Tanaki lieutenant, someone incredibly important had just appeared on the screen because they all straightened up in their seats.
Good evening,
said the voice on the screen, an incredibly deep voice that was being artificially deepened to maintain secrecy. We can't see you, said one of the goons near Carmine.
That's on purpose,
said the voice on the screen.
None of you need to see my face to understand the simple message I have for you. If you have any doubts about who I am or why I am giving you orders, you can raise your objections to Carmine.
The man's statement was more of a challenge than anything else. It was a dare to the men in the room. Raise your objection and get killed by the boss. At least none of the men in the room were stupid enough to protest.
None of them have any objections,
said Carmine, lowering his head in subservience.
I hoped not,
said the voice.
As you all know, everything is going according to plan. The latest bomb is being assembled now, and with your help, we're going to target a crowded mall on Renosta. This one should cause quite the uproar, since it's located in the congressional quarter where the politicians have their families. It will absolutely cause mass chaos and discord when it goes off. My men are already in place to plant the bomb when it's ready to go, said Carmine. Political infighting is good for us. The more the public loses faith in traditional politics, the more the Tanaki stand to gain from the bedlam. We're of the same mind on that topic, Carmine, said the voice. However, there is still much to be done. It's of paramount importance that our real objective stays hidden from the federal authorities, including the Galactic Rangers, who are most certainly already involved in stopping the bombing.
Knuckles sneered.
We know just how to handle Galactic Rangers, don't we? The last one we caught was dismembered so severely that they'll think twice about interfering in our operation again.
I resisted the urge to growl. Clearly they were talking about tech, and I was almost blinded by anger.
Yeah, and if they didn't notice us before, they most certainly do now, Carmine said, his anger temporarily directed at his brother. We proceed with caution when it comes to any Ranger operations. The last thing we need is their direct involvement. Don't overreach yourselves, warned the voice with an alarmed tone. The Galactic Rangers are more deadly than you realize. You'd be wise to treat them with caution. So we won't let anyone jeopardize our chance to achieve ultimate power together, said Carmine. Soon enough, you'll be in complete control of the galaxy, and there isn't a thing the feds can do about it. We shall see, said the voice. For now, I want you to continue our current operations, and if you get any hint of a Fed investigation, I want to know about it.
What about the gala?
Asked Knuckles.
Any instructions for us?
Too much security, replied the voice. We won't carry out that plan for now. There are other, easier targets for us to attack. I will transmit a new list to you this evening. Remember, our goal is chaos at all costs. Only through chaos will I take over the galaxy, and it is only through my control that the Tanaki will be elevated beyond your wildest dreams.
We look forward to hastening that day's arrival, said Carmine, bowing his head again.
As do I. As do I.
At that moment, the voice disappeared, and all the men around the table turned away from the screen, indicating the transmission had ceased. I had so many questions going through my mind, but before I so much as stood up, I heard the one sound I feared most. A feminine scream from the hallway outside the door, followed by 2 rapid gunshots. Chapter 15. I was moving on fear and instinct alone, barreling closer to the sound of gunshots on the other side of the door. Lowering my shoulders, I smashed through that door like my life depended on it, finding a scene of utter chaos on the other side. Anna was on the ground near the top of the stairs, her weapon drawn with specks of blood on her flawless legs. Just next to her was a dead man, also with a drawn weapon and with a growing puddle of blood under his chest. Anna's weapon was using a silencer for this operation, something I mandated before we left the Juno, so I knew the gunshot I heard didn't come from her.
They wouldn't stop,
said Anna as I helped her to her feet.
When they drew their guns, I had no choice.
You did the right thing, I said, drawing my own weapon. But we need to get out of here now. Holding my Huxley in the ready position, I dashed down the staircase, ready for whatever trouble would find us on the other side. I knew that even in a loud place like the casino, the sound of gunfire was unmistakable and would draw the attention of every goon who had a boss in the meeting just below us. We have company, I said to Anna once I looked around the corner. 2 Frodies were making their way toward us, crawling on 4 legs, while the other 2 appendages held dual pistols. They were a beast I absolutely hated to fight because they combined dual firepower with extreme agility in their 4 legs. I hadn't seen them when we came in, but that wasn't exactly surprising to me. Though great fighters, they were unattractive, bug-like creatures that the owners wouldn't position anywhere near the patrons. The Frodies were only called out when the shit hit the fan, which let me know we were in serious trouble. I turned the corner to fire off 3 quick rounds, hitting the first Frody right in its thick body. It fired a couple times at the wall, harmlessly, but its partner was much more potent than that. I barely moved my head before there was a bullet hole in the wall behind me. We need another way out of here, I said. We can't go back through the casino. Too many potential casualties. Anna pulled up the map of the casino from her arm guard as I shot around the corner, holding off the Frody temporarily.
If we can just get around the Frody, we can go down this secondary hall,
said Anna, showing me the map.
It'll lead us past our main security room, but the exit is not far from there.
Works for me. Let's move it. Cover me. I leaned out around the corner one more time, dashing for the other side of the wall as Anna poked her head out and started firing at the Frody. She hit him once right near his main thorax as I got 2 more shots in on his torso, putting him down. The Frody made a loud death squeal, which would have echoed through the main casino, letting even the patrons know that something was going down. We weren't 5 steps into the hallway before the sound of the fire alarm started to blare, along with a thick barrage of sprinklers. If there wasn't chaos before, there was now, as everyone inside the casino began to search for the closest exit they could find. When combined with Tanaki security, it made for an extremely messy situation, where I feared civilian casualties. With cold water now stinging my eyes, Anna and I ran down the initial hallway before turning left to head down to the secondary one. I could see a mass of traffic ahead of us, all bottlenecked at the exit where Tanaki goons had taken their station. A mass of IT personnel were running through the door, but their presence didn't stop the Tanaki from taking shots at us as we neared. I didn't stop to take cover, and neither did Anna. Time was the one variable we didn't have control over, and the longer we stayed in this casino, the greater our chance of death. I fired as I ran, taking out the guy on the left while Anna did the same with the guy on the right. We barreled through the exit into a decent-sized parking garage, which was used for the valet service for the high rollers in the front. Fancy air cars and personal flyers were parked one right next to the other, glistening with the evidence of fresh wax. Because of the length of the exit ramp, any worker that could find keys in the driver's seat was taking whatever flyer they could get to first, and damn the consequences. I watched as 2 IT personnel buzzed our position, nearly crashing into my head before they straightened out and flew out the exit ramp. It would be one thing if we only had to dodge flyers, but there were even more Tanaki out here than inside, and many of them with faces I knew. It became frighteningly obvious that most of the lieutenants from the meeting ran out here first, getting a jump on us as the fire alarm echoed. And now they joined the lower-level goons shooting back at Anna and me. Unfortunately for us, they were hidden behind a service truck that had been caught in the middle of an unloading when the alarm went off. The service truck had rails on either side, which meant we didn't have a shot at their legs as they hugged the rails and shot between the cracks. Anna and I made a dive for the closest support beam, but we had very little space when we were running low on ammunition.
Got another mag for me?
Asked Anna.
This dress doesn't leave a lot of room for spares.
I grunted and pulled one out of my slacks pocket and tossed it to her. Make it count, please. Anna loaded the mag, racked the gun, and slipped out from behind the beam. She waited until the next man stuck his head up, and she took it off with one shot. With Anna keeping them pinned down, I decided we had to move if we were going to wrap this up before our weapons ran dry. I dashed from the beam toward the front of the truck, hiding behind the massive engine before inching out to take the guys down behind it. I killed one shotty whose green guts exploded on me because he was so close before aiming at the next man. It was then that I realized I wasn't dealing with just another ordinary Tanaki goon. I was staring into the enraged eyes of Knuckles Hondas. How the hell did he get out here so fast? I didn't have long to question it because he emptied his entire mag at me in the next few seconds. The engine of the truck took the full brunt of it, and it started to smoke heavily as fluid shot up out of it like lawn sprinklers. It would do me no good to kill Knuckles. I needed him alive, especially if I was going to have a chance of figuring out who the shadowy figure was back in that conference room. I didn't know where his brother was or if they had more reinforcements coming, so there was little time for proper planning, which meant I did the only thing I could think of. The front hood latch of these semi-flyers were all made the same way, with cheap materials and even cheaper attachments to keep them attached to the rest of the vehicle. I grabbed the end and bent it back as far as it could go until the weak point snapped, giving me a small, cylindrical metal object that I could use to extend my reach. I'd no sooner ripped it off than I was tackled and driven to the ground by none other than Knuckles himself. The loose cannon boss of the Tanaki was completely enraged. He started to pummel me with his fist as he let loose a string of insults.
"Fucking feds!"
he screamed right as another right hook exploded against my jaw. It wasn't the first time I'd taken a solid punch, but even still, this one made me see stars. My head spun, and I only recovered my vision just before he attempted to stick the gun in my mouth. Acting on instinct, I whipped the metal latch with all my strength against his head, achieving a clean hit that opened a terrible gash against his forehead. The ensuing movement meant that his weapon shifted and it fired against the concrete near my head, missing me by only inches.
Lennox!
I heard Anna's scream as she dashed over to help, shooting one more shotty before using the blunt end of her pistol to smash against Knuckles' face. All three of us were caught in the moment, and nobody expected what came next. The bullets that entered the semi's engine and caused all the smoking had created a fire, and it caught on something as the vehicle's front end exploded. Knuckles, Anna, and I were caught in the blast and thrown a good 10 feet. The explosion was so intense that it caused part of the ceiling to cave in just above us, and a massive chunk of concrete fell on my left arm, shattering it completely. I yelled out in agony for my shattered arm as I tried to catch my bearings from all the smoke and fire. I could see Anna only a few feet away on her hands and knees as she tried to get back to her feet. Knuckles was between us, coughing up a storm as he tried to reach for his secondary weapon, a small pistol strapped to the inside of his boot. Using whatever strength I could still muster, I used my good arm to get to my feet as my wounded one just dangled helplessly at my side. Whipping back my foot, I kicked at Knuckles' hand before the gun could be raised, sending it flying to the side. The second man of the Tanaki was effectively unarmed. I didn't have cuffs on me or anything else that could be used to secure him, so I did the next best thing. I brought the full force of my good arm down on the boss's neck, knocking him out cold. Let's steal a flyer and get the hell out of Dodge, I said to Anna, wincing at the pain in my arm.
Are you okay?
She asked, stealing glances at my dangling appendage with increasing alarm. Nothing we can't fix once we get back to the ship. We need to go now, though, Anna. Once they know we have Knuckles, they won't stop at anything to get him back. With Anna's help, we loaded the Tanaki boss into the nearest flyer, one that was painted crimson red with a retractable canopy and sexy leather seats. I hated to get blood and dust all over it, but right now I needed it more than the owner did. You're gonna have to drive, I told Anna. I'll keep everyone off the tail. Anna nodded and started the engine before jamming her foot to the floor. The flyer shot out of that garage and into the darkening skies around Masaka. Anna had the good sense to lead us away from the direction of the gala, moving toward the financial district of the city. But almost as soon as we were out of the garage, I found we had a tail. Fucking spotter droids, I cursed, turning around in my seat. You're gonna have to move faster. Anna glanced back behind us for a moment.
I'm going as fast as I can.
Turn on auxiliary power, I ordered, or they'll catch us. I fucking hated spotter droids. Not every system was rich enough to equip them, but what made them so deadly was their ability to disable any flying vehicle and bring it down safely, making it effectively useless. It did so without casualties and without damage, which made it a favorite tool of any local police force. At this point, I wasn't sure who we were dealing with, either the locals or the Tanaki, but I wasn't about to stop until I was successfully off the planet with Knuckles.
Hang on!
Yelled Anna as she went into a controlled dive. We darted under a raised bridge for foot traffic, skimming only feet above the ground before popping back up again in the face of oncoming vehicles. Anna yanked hard right and then downward, sending us crawling up the side of a building, only to flatten out once we came to a raised section of the city. I turned to look behind us, finding the spotters still on our tail without being thrown off by her aerial acrobatics. If we were going to get away, something had to change quickly. I pointed my finger at a mall that wasn't too far away. In there, take our flyer through there. Anna looked at me like I was nuts.
You can't be serious! Did something fall on your head, too?
Do you want to get away or have the rest of the Tanaki catch up to us? Go through the mall! Anna winced as she made the hard turn, flying through a pair of double doors as people and aliens alike rushed to get out of the way. We nearly crashed into a railing, a fake indoor tree, and then through the glass window of a shop before we were under control. One of the spotter droids wasn't so lucky. It failed to navigate the last turn, crashing headlong into the glass and being thrown off course where it plummeted to the ground with a small explosion. One down. Great flying, Anna, I said. Keep up your speed. Anna yanked hard to the left, sending us careening off the path and against the wall as we both struggled to hang on to the flyer. In the back seat, the unconscious body of Knuckles threatened to spill out if I didn't reach back with my good arm and keep him pushed into place. Anna flattened out and took a dive, but the droid was still on our ass. Hard turns, Anna, I coached her. Hard turns are best if you want to try to dodge it. And trust me, we really don't want to die today.
Easier said than done,
replied Anna, gritting her teeth as she yanked into another right angle turn. I was getting whiplash from how quickly we were bobbing and weaving through the mall, but nothing seemed to work. If anything, the droid was gaining on us. It was time for a truly desperate maneuver. Keep driving, I said as I tossed myself in the back seat with Knuckles wincing in pain. Anna was still driving erratically, but we were getting close to the exit on the other side of the mall. We almost took the heads off a tripleca that didn't duck in time, but Anna brought the flyer in low against the ground as we prepared to exit out the doors. Before we get out the doors, I want you to pull back on the stick and then jump out, I told her. She looked back at me like I was crazy, which I kinda was for the suggestion.
You've gotta be fucking kidding me, Lennox!
I wish I was, gorgeous. It's the only way we get away from this droid, though. We'll find another flyer.
I really hope this is right.
Wait for my signal, I said, glancing back to look at the droid. It was so close now that I could almost reach out and grab it. I wished that I still had that engine latch, as I might have been able to swat it out of the air, but I left it back at the garage. We were nearing the doors quickly, and that was when I gave the signal. Now, jump! I tossed Knuckles' big, heavy body out the side, following him as I landed on my good arm and started to roll toward the doors. I lost track of Anna, but I heard the flyer smash through part of the glass as it crossed the threshold. Seconds later, I heard the explosion as the droid finally caught up with the flyer. It was followed by 2 more blasts as it finally lost control and crashed into the ground outside the mall. I didn't even know it was possible to feel so much pain. My entire body hurt, all the way from my head to my toes. Next to me, Knuckles was groaning in pain, though he was still unconscious from the garage blast. I had to find Anna. I looked on the other side of the doors where I expected to see her body, but I started to panic when I couldn't find her. Pushing to my feet, I looked in every direction, hoping with every fiber of my being that she'd gotten out in time. "Anna!" I yelled. "Anna!" Finally, I saw her. Rather, it was the dress that I saw first, tattered, bloody, and dirty as it covered her body. She was crumpled against the ground, and she wasn't moving. I never ran faster in my life to get to her. Judging by her body's position, she hadn't gotten out before it went through the glass doors. Every nightmare scenario passed through my mind as I tried to will her to still be alive, to still be all right. My heart seized up as I grabbed her shoulder and started to shake it gently. Anna, can you hear me?" She didn't even move. I was starting to lose hope as I continued to shake her, but to my utter relief, Anna started to stir. Anna, talk to me," I said, shaking her. Her eyes opened briefly and then shut.
"I'm never going on a drive with you again."
I couldn't help but laugh. "I hate to tell you, but you were the one driving."
"Yeah, but my backseat driver was annoying as hell."
I helped Anna to her feet, even as crowds of people stared at us, wondering what just happened. We were certainly drawing a crowd, and we needed to get out of here if I was going to abscond with Knuckles. Thankfully, the Tanaki leader was still unconscious, and we weren't that far from the port. I couldn't carry him there, not with my arm in the condition that it was, but we didn't have much of a choice. After Anna recovered some of her strength, we tried to drag the Tanaki leader away from the crowd, not stopping until we made it to a secluded alley adjacent to the mall. The drag zapped most of my remaining strength, and I was sweating bullets by the time we put him down. "Just give me a minute," I said, wiping my forehead. "I don't know how much longer this I can take."
"The port is still 4 blocks away,"
said Anna, looking at her arm guard.
"but I don't know how we're going to get him through it without any questions. They're going to stop us for sure, and one scan is going to tell them exactly who he is."
I'm thinking, I muttered. My shoulder was still throbbing, my back was in agony, and my head was pounding. I could barely think straight, let alone come up with another plan. As it turned out, I wouldn't need one. Both Anna and I soon heard a familiar buzzing sound. It was only getting louder, and as we craned our heads toward the sky, a third and final spotter droid soon appeared overhead. As soon as I saw it, I could tell this one was different from the other 2. It was longer, with a bigger body, and since there was nothing to disable with us on the ground, I had a bad feeling about what it was for. Somehow, I knew we were completely fucked. "Let's go!" I roared, grabbing Knuckles' body and starting to run. The droid swooped in low, gaining speed quickly as metal gears twisted and turned. After 30 yards, I knew we couldn't outrun it, so I did the next best thing. Dropping Knuckles, I spun around on my heel, drew my weapon, hoping the last few bullets could take it down. I fired 3 times before I ran dry, hitting the droid with 2 of my bullets. Neither of them were enough to do any real damage, but the second one threw it off the flight path temporarily before it recovered. I expected an explosion. I expected fireworks that would send me flying or perhaps kill me, but I received anything but. After all that, the droid wasn't aiming for us. It swooped in low until it landed on Knuckles' back, and then I saw a large needle emerge from within the metal body. Knuckles groaned when it pierced the back of his skin, and I watched as a lime green injection entered his body. Whatever it was lethal. Knuckles took his last breath as the droid leapfrogged from his body and took to flight, never to be seen again. Both Anna and I rushed over to the body of the now dead Tanaki boss before looking at each other for answers. Finally, we both said what the other was thinking.
"What the fuck was that?"
What the fuck was that?
"Lennox, are you trying to suggest to me that the Tanaki killed their own boss? That Carmine Hondas just had his brother assassinated?"
I didn't know what else to say to Garth. It was over an hour later, and the Juno had already departed from Masaka. I needed Garth's clearance to get past the local security, who were predictably upset about the amount of damage we caused at the same time as the gala. But once Garth vouched for us, they bowed to the agency's whims. The truth was that I was just as confused as he was, and I still couldn't make sense of it.
"Are you sure they were Tanaki droids?"
asked Garth for the third time.
"They could have been local units. I'm having a report pulled of the local ordnance on Masaka, but I bet your next paycheck they have them."
"The Tanaki have spotter droids," I replied, shaking my head. "But the whole situation doesn't make a lot of sense. The first two droids tried to disable us so they could recapture Knuckles. But the third? I don't know if that was Tanaki. If it was, that meant Carmine Hondas had killed his own brother. For a group as ruthless as the Tanaki, even that would be a rough escalation of the situation. Either Carmine has a reason to kill his brother, or an outside group did it," I continued. "We can't rule out whoever Carmine is working for either. I have a lot of suspicions, but not a lot of leads right now." Garth unleashed a string of obscenities before he started to rub his eyes.
"You have no idea the kind of pressure that's on my ass. The president's office just called here 15 minutes ago demanding an explanation for what happened close to the gala. I have 2 gray senators calling for my head, and they're screaming for this assignment to be canceled. This is attracting attention like none other."
I scoffed. "The Greys should be thanking us. I led the droids away from the gala so that Huntsman could give his speech in peace. How was it, by the way?"
"The usual,"
replied Garth.
"The man knows how to stir up a crowd, and the people are demanding change. I need results, Lennox. I can't keep the political pressure at bay for much longer. I need you to find out whoever is holding Carmine Hondas's leash, and I need you to do it quickly."
I grabbed my shattered arm and dangled it across my lap. "Working on it, Garth. It's just gonna take a little more time." Garth gave me the long glare.
"Time is one thing you don't have, Lennox."
Chapter 16. Just a little after midnight, the boss of the Tanaki was drinking from a nearly empty glass of Malorian whiskey. It was decent stuff, just bitter enough to hide his utter contempt for what happened today. His hand was trembling, despite his best attempts to make it stop. The more it trembled, the more he drank. But he'd taken the right course today. He couldn't let someone as high-ranking as his own brother fall into the hands of the feds. Knuckles might have been blood, but he became a liability as soon as he was taken by those 2 Rangers. At least he knew their identity. They'd shown their faces enough times in the casino for him to be able to get a lock on who they really were. The reports were sitting in his lap just now, and Carmine used his trembling hand to pick up the report of the one. 2 Galactic Rangers, a more experienced man and a younger female partner. It was the kind of attention he knew would eventually appear, but one he hoped to hold off from getting this close to the operation. And seeing as how they appeared at his own casino, he had to assume they heard most of the meeting. His assumptions were confirmed when his own men found the pinhole in the ceiling after a sweep of the building. They needed to die, but the Tanaki couldn't be connected to the killing. That was Knuckles' mistake when killing the first Ranger that came sniffing around, and it had brought all this attention on their heads. Their patron had been far from pleased to know that the Rangers were involved, and it forced many of their plans to accelerate. With the 2 of them now poking around, he'd need another group not connected with the Tanaki to eliminate them. And he knew just who to call. It was a group that Carmine had only heard of before, but he knew that if anyone could get the job done, it was them. That was why he called in one of his lieutenants to see him that evening, a shoddy by the name of Sethra. Sethra was one person that could be trusted with this kind of matter. He'd been with Carmine for years, always earning for the Tanaki and completely loyal. He was also the only one that had a connection that Carmine needed. Sethra entered the room and nodded his head.
"What can I do for you, boss?"
"Do you still maintain that connection with your friends on Fierro?"
asked Carmine.
You know the group I'm talking about. The ones that make certain problems go away forever.
The assassin group? Yeah, I know of 'em, answered Sethra. Though I haven't been to Fierro in a few years. My contacts are probably rusty.
Even better, said Carmine. I need this one to run outside the Tanaki. There can be no links of this assassination back to us. Do you understand?
Why? Asked Sethra. They interrupted our meeting and led to the death of your brother. Why can't we kill them directly?
Carmine started to grind his teeth.
Because that's not what the patron wants. There is already too much fed attention on this plan thanks to Knuckles, and we can't afford any more.
Sethra nodded.
Who is it, boss? Are you going after the feds that killed Knuckles today?
Exactly, replied Carmine. The feds that killed Knuckles. It was a small white lie, but Sethra didn't need to know the truth. They knew the Tanaki was always being pursued by federal agents, and Knuckles' death at their hands was only a useful confirmation of their view of the galaxy. The truth was much harder to understand, so Carmine didn't bother.
Knuckles will be avenged, said Carmine finally, by this group from Fierro. It looks like they're still slavers, so it's helpful backstory to prevent anyone from knowing exactly what happened to them.
Sethra shuddered.
They're more than just slavers. They're sadistic, boss. Why the Republic continues to allow this planet to exist in its current state is beyond me. Might be the distance from the core, with it being in the outer rim. Either way, many of these people are too dangerous even for the Tanaki. Whoever gets taken by them is in for a very painful existence, followed by a merciless death.
All the better, replied Carmine, for those that killed my brother.
I understand, replied Sethra. In that case, I'll reach out to my contact. I'll send him a message tonight.
No messages, replied Carmine. No paper trail. I want you to go there. I have an unmarked ship in the flight bay. Take that one. There's no registrations and no Republic vessel will bother you that far out in the rim. Make your arrangements with your contact and get this settled.
Sethra looked unsettled by the prospect of actually going to Fierro, which only seemed to confirm the planet's deadly reputation. Understood, boss, stuttered Sethra.
Send me signal once the arrangements are made, continued Carmine. Do the Fierans work quickly?
They never let their bounties get away, if that's what you're asking, replied Sethra. Those with contracts on their lives die quickly.
Carmine looked at his trembling hand and forced himself to grab the armrest of the chair.
Good. Then we'll get retribution for Knuckles.
Now get moving. Here are your two targets, Galactic Rangers Lennox Perry and Anna Bartlett. Here's their ship serial number. I want them dead within 48 hours.
I'll make it happen, boss.
Lennox. My arm felt like shit. Most of me felt like shit, but my arm was the worst of it, even after having the bones reset and healed through the Juno's medical bay. It was incredibly stiff once the healing was over, and even giving my arm a few rotations didn't seem to loosen it any. At least the pain was going away. I injected myself with enough painkillers to bring down a shoddy, and I knew I'd be as good as new in a few hours. I just wished I had a damn lead. Knuckles was dead, so we were back to square one. Even with that development, I couldn't wrap my brain around who'd killed him. The most likely scenario was that an outside group had killed him, but who and why? And their timing was the most suspect part. After dealing with two Tanaki droids who failed to disable us, the third swoops in to kill him with a lethal injection before flying away. Why? The other scenario was less likely, the one that stated all three were Tanaki droids. If that was the case, why would Carmine kill his own brother?
or authorize the killing of his own brother. Unless Knuckles knew something that required him to die. Even still, it's a hard decision to make when it's your own kin. I didn't have a lot of answers. I also didn't have a destination in mind. My hopes for tracking Carmine back to his hiding spot after the meeting were dashed after speaking with Rinny a short while later.
This signal's gone,
she said, staring at the holoviewer with a dumbfounded expression after I stepped onto the bridge minutes later. What do you mean, the signal's gone? I asked. Rinny shook her head.
It just disappeared. It was here 1 minute, and now it's gone.
I peered over her shoulder, trying to look at the map of nearby space. Rinny had gotten a lock on Carmine's ship while we were at the casino, and was tracking its movements as it left Masaka about 2 hours ago. Based on its bearing, it was heading toward the outer rim, and we hoped it would lead to Carmine's secret hideout. But that hope was dashed as we stared at the mostly blank screen. How are you tracking him? I asked. There's no physical tracker on his ship, so how are you doing it?
Through the space net,
replied Rinny.
Every vessel in space shows up on the space net. It's not just used for pathfinding, but it also makes sure that no two vessels get put on a collision course. If you know a vessel's serial number, you can track it as it moves throughout space. But it's like his ship just disappeared.
The government maintains SpaceNet, I said, searching the blank screen. If he has the ability to just cloak his movements, that means someone is allowing him to do so. Someone incredibly high up. That or his people have found a way to hack into it without anyone knowing it. Rinny's shoulders fell forward in defeat.
I'm sorry, Lennox. I thought once we found out the serial number, we would have everything we needed. I didn't anticipate something like this.
I put my hand on her shoulder. It's okay, Rinny. It was a good effort. It just didn't pan out. Happens all the time in my line of work. She pushed herself away from my shoulder and stood up, walking toward the main viewer. Her arms were crossed and her tail was swishing around angrily.
It's not okay,
she said finally, turning to glare at me.
He's going to get away, and he's going to be more cautious than ever now that Knuckles is dead. We might have blown our only chance.
Rinny turned around quickly, sending her purple hair flying. I knew she was just as frustrated as I was, maybe even more so because of the personal element of her brother. I stepped closer to her and put my hands on her shoulders, forcing her to turn. When she did, there were tears in her eyes.
I'm sorry,
she said, trying to wipe the tears.
Probably the last thing you expected, right? Crying in front of you like I'm some kind of teenage girl. I was in a Tanaki, and now I'm crying.
Rinny continued to break down, and I pulled her closer to me. I hugged the lovely Mucine woman as she rested her head against my shoulder. I understood the pain that she felt, but I also knew it would get us no closer to Carmine. What everyone needed now was sleep. All three of us were exhausted, and we could look at this in the morning with fresh minds and renewed spirit. Come on, let's get you to bed, I said, tugging Rinny gently. She didn't give me any resistance, following me as we departed the bridge and made for her bedroom. Once we arrived, I pulled back the blanket and gestured for her to get in.
Hold on, let me get changed,
said Rinny, grabbing some clothes.
I don't want to sleep like this.
I made to leave the room to give her some privacy, but Rinny waved her hand like it wasn't necessary. Somewhat awkwardly, I stood to the side while she entered the closet and started to change. I tried to keep my eyes averted, but I couldn't help but steal glances every time I saw a flash of blue skin. Rinny had a fantastic body underneath those clothes, with smooth curves and a fit core. I caught a flash of her breast before I finally turned, chastising myself for ogling a woman that had only recently been crying. Rinny didn't seem bothered by it in the slightest. She'd put on some smaller clothes and snuck into bed before gesturing for me to sit next to her.
I'm sorry for breaking down in front of you just now,
she said, a pained smile appearing on her face.
I just want to nail that bastard as much as you do.
We'll get our chance, I replied. I haven't failed a mission yet, and I don't intend to start now. Rinny shook her head at me.
How do you do it? How do you stay calm and focused all the time? All this time I've known you. I've never seen you have a single moment of doubt.
I actually chuckled to that one. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I've just learned to keep things bottled up inside me because of the job. It doesn't help anyone if I start losing my head.
Were you always like this?
She asked.
So sure of yourself? So outwardly confident?
You should have seen me as a teenager, I joked. I wasn't sure of anything back then. Except that my goal in life was to someday touch a pair of boobs. To my surprise, Rennie laughed.
And did you achieve that goal?
Before the end of freshman year. I don't think I did too bad.
No, you didn't,
said Rennie, her eyes twinkling. The sheet had pulled lower as she shifted in bed. My eyes flickered down to the lovely valley of blue cleavage, and I couldn't help but be attracted to her. Rennie was beautiful in an exotic way, and it really didn't help my situation with the way she was looking at me right now. She raised up on her elbows, which only made her chest look bigger. A lock of purple hair fell across her face, and she fixed me with a devilish grin.
I haven't met many men like you, Lennox. Not by a long shot.
I can't tell if that's a good thing or bad thing.
Time will tell,
she joked.
But for now, I'm definitely enjoying it.
You're not the only one. Enjoying it, I mean.
Yeah?
She asked as a coy smile appeared on her lips. Yeah. Rennie shifted her head toward Anna's room.
Let me ask you something. She talks about playing for both teams. Do you think she would actually do it? Maybe all at once?
I raised my eyebrow. So we're going there, are we? She giggled.
Sorry, I can be blunt when I need to be. I thought you'd appreciate that quality in me.
You're a woman after my own heart.
In a manner of speaking. So, are you going to answer my question?
I think that's something you ought to ask her yourself. Rennie pouted.
Spoil sport.
I laughed and patted her legs. Good night, Rennie. Get some rest.
Lennox, wait.
I'd barely turned back toward her when Rennie leaned up and kissed me. I was taken by surprise by her sudden movement, but I can't say that I didn't really enjoy the taste of her lips. The Mucine woman's kiss tasted like something vaguely familiar, some kind of flowery scent that pleased me greatly. I also liked that she wasn't holding back. There was no teasing to it, no game playing. It was just obvious that she wanted the kiss as much as I did, and she poured all her energy into it. By the time she pulled away, Rennie's cheeks were flushed a very deep blue color. She was breathing heavily, and I kept stealing glances at her chest when she did it. You just fulfilled another teenage goal of mine, I said. Rennie gave me a strange look.
What goal would that be?
Make out with a Mucine woman. Checked another box. Rennie swatted at me, but her grin was unmistakable.
Good night, Lennox.
Good night, Rennie. She laid her head against the pillow as I turned off the light. The last thing I saw were those purple locks standing out against her dull gray pillow. I had to admit, I really enjoyed her being here. I made my way to my room, only stopping to slip off my boots and my pants before sliding into bed. I was just as exhausted by the events of the day and wanted to sleep off the stiffness in my arm. I was barely in bed for more than a few minutes when I heard the door open, only to watch a blonde silhouette make her way toward my bed. At that moment, I remembered the promise that Anna made to me earlier in the day, back when we were still in the hotel room. She'd promised to fuck my brains out, but considering the events of the day, I wasn't in the best condition to be a willing partner. As it turned out, neither was she. Anna slipped into my bed and rested her head against mine. I put my arm around her waist.
Couldn't sleep,
murmured Anna.
Too stiff.
She had the same problem I did. When the flyer went through the glass door of the mall, Anna had taken the brunt of it. She had a few broken ribs and many bruises over her body. Nothing that we couldn't fix in the medical bay, but she would have to sleep it off in order to feel like herself again. It's okay, I said quietly. Get some rest. She let out a contented sigh as she scooted closer to me until just about every part of her body was touching mine. Part of me felt like I should draw a boundary with all this, but the other part of me welcomed the development. Anna yawned, and within a few more seconds she was finally out. I almost chuckled at the irony of her not being able to sleep, but I was out a short while later, too. I only woke up once during the night. I found that Anna had turned onto her side and scooted back against me so that we were spooning. She'd grabbed my arm and put it across her stomach, and I just had to admit how right it felt. A guy could get used to something like this. In the morning, we were both awakened by a very chipper Rennie who was trying to get access to my room. When I let her in, she bolted toward my side.
Rennie, it's so early,
groaned Anna, wiping sleep out of her eye.
I know, but I just thought of something,
said Rennie excitedly.
I know how we can find Carmine Hondas.
Chapter 17. Rennie's excitement was infectious, especially the way she pushed on the bed like a kid trying to wake her parents up. I was ready to listen to anything by that point in the mission. We still had nothing to show for Carmine's whereabouts, and with his brother now dead, he was the only one that could point us to who the Tanaki were working for. Rennie sat down next to Anna, who was now sitting up wiping her eyes. For a brief moment, I wondered if Rennie would show any jealousy after the kiss we shared last night, but she didn't even bat an eyelash at seeing Anna in my bed.
I know how we can find him,
repeated Rennie.
Someone that I used to know. Someone that I haven't seen in a very long time.
Someone that is willing to help you? I asked. Rennie nodded.
Oh, yeah. After how Carmine treated her, she'll want to be the one holding the knife herself. Who is she?
Asked Anna.
Are you too familiar with the war between the Tanaki and the Malorian Vandals?
Asked Rennie.
The one that concluded about 6 months ago?
I heard all about it, I replied, remembering the briefings from Garth. It started off as a dispute that grew into a full-blown turf war. At the root of the conflict was the changing fortunes of the two organizations. The Vandals were an older group, more settled with their rackets, and they were being disturbed by the rise of the Tanaki. It didn't turn out so well for the Vandals, and I don't believe there's any left of them.
That's the story they told us in the academy, too,
confirmed Anna.
There's still a few of them out there,
said Rennie.
And there's one in particular that can help. Her name is Kendra.
What's Kendra do? I asked. And how is she linked to Carmine?
She was his mistress,
said Rennie.
For several years. If you saw Kendra, you'd understand why. She's a beautiful Vindrex woman, and it's not hard to see why she caught Carmine's eye. I don't know many men who don't have a weakness for Vindrexes.
I understood that sentiment well. The cat-like Vindrexes were a favorite of human men all across the galaxy. I'd had more than my fair share of experience with them, and there was something particularly seductive about them.
Wait a second. You're telling me the boss of the Tanaki had a mistress that was a Malorian Vandal?
Asked Anna incredulously.
How did that fly? Under the radar for most of their relationship,
replied Rennie.
Before their turf war kicked off, relationships between the two groups were cordial. That's how I met Kendra. She was of a similar level as I was in the Tanaki, and she's incredibly easy to talk to. No doubt that trait serves her well when it comes to being a kept woman. Anyway, she needed our help in getting some things imported into her home planet, to circumvent a Fed blockade of illegal materials, and I think my brother was smitten with her. We did several deals and kept in touch, but she stopped being his mistress not long after. The rumor that I heard was that Carmine was incredibly rough with her, and I noticed that the last time I saw her, she had bruises on her arms, so I believe it. She left Carmine, and shortly after that happened, the turf war started. We were forbidden from any dealings with the Vandals. They not only lost the turf war, but the Hondases gave the order to hunt down most of them to extinction, including his former mistress, continued Rennie. They lost 90% of their numbers, and effectively ceased to exist as an organization. Are you certain that Kendra didn't perish during the war? Asked Anna. And even if she is alive, what makes you think she would work with us? I know she's alive, said Rennie. After they killed Russo, Kendra took the extreme risk of sending me a note of her condolences. It wasn't just a risk for her, but for me as well. If anyone in the Tanaki knew I had contact with her, I would have been killed too. I know she's still out there, and I'm pretty sure I know what planet she's on.
You told us the night that we met that Russo was killed because of a deal he made with vandals after the war, I said, remembering that night above the Jade Fire nightclub. Was that deal with Kendra? Rennie looked upset as she remembered the circumstances of her brother's death. She nodded.
My brother always had a soft spot for her,
she said quietly.
After it was discovered, he was killed. It's the reason why I didn't dare respond back to her note. Not after what they did to him. I couldn't afford any contact until I severed my ties with the Tanaki.
Anna reached over and hugged Rennie.
It's okay, Rennie. You were just doing what you could to stay alive.
Rennie squeezed Anna's hand in appreciation.
I've had to do many things I don't like. But I'm ready now to do the right thing. If we can find Kendra, I know she can lead us to Carmine.
I'm willing to give it a shot, I said. What system is Kendra in?
Yitlila,
replied Rennie.
It's her homeworld, and where all of our dealings took place. We might have to dig a little to find her, but I know she'll be there. Yitlila,
repeated Anna.
But that's really far on the outer rim. There's a dangerous cluster of systems there. Systems that most citizens of the Republic avoid. True, and it's why the Vandals made it such a foothold,
said Rennie.
But now it's loosely controlled by the Tanaki. There's no real threat to their power there. Not anymore. So we should be able to look around without too much attention.
Let's set a course there, I said. At least we're not that far away. The three of us looked quite comical entering the bridge wearing only our sleeping clothes. I was just wearing a pair of shorts, deeming getting dressed not as important as getting our course set for Yitlila. The girls weren't much better than me, and there wasn't a lack of bare flesh to see in my bridge that morning. Not that I minded in the slightest, but Rennie commented on it moments after I set course as she put a hand to her mouth and started to laugh.
What's so funny?
Asked Anna, giving her a worried look. Rennie pointed at me.
That picture-perfect sight of Lennox at the controls with his chest bared. For some reason, it's gotten quite hot in here.
Anna turned her head and grinned, especially as her eyes raked my body a few times.
He does look quite dashing standing there, doesn't he? Dashing is a great word for it,
replied Rennie.
I almost feel like I'm watching a holo movie. You know, the kind where the hero is tall, dark, and handsome.
I gave them a sour look. Are you two done yet? It only caused both of them to giggle.
Lighten up, Lennox,
said Rennie.
I was just admiring the goods after all.
And you can't tell me that you weren't doing just the same thing to my ass as we walked onto the bridge,
said Anna, giving me a knowing expression.
In his defense, you do have a great ass,
said Rennie.
I'd kill for my ass to look like yours.
Anna turned red at the unexpected compliment.
Thank you. No one's ever told me that I had a great ass before. That's practically a crime,
replied Rennie.
You have a grade A rippling slurta.
Anna looked confused.
What's a slurta? Sorry, it's a mucine word for ass. It's slang for a really nice one.
Anna beamed with pride.
You hear that, Lennox? I have a grade A slurta.
Damn straight you do, I quipped, which only made Anna happier. These were the kinds of moments that I enjoyed, when we could keep things lighthearted even when in the middle of a mission. It was the kind of thing that kept you sane after so many years on the job, when your life was on the line every single day. I realized how much I'd been needing it, which was why it felt so good now that I had it. It also made me think of Rennie as being part of the team now. I also had to admit that her subtle comments about Anna's ass had me wondering about whether Rennie would have liked a closer look. I was still thinking about it as Rennie tinkered with her arm guard and then looked up triumphantly.
Done,
she said.
Now we just wait for Kendra's response. Hopefully she gets back to me quickly. How did you get her a message so easily? Asked
Anna.
With her being hunted by the Tanaki, I would think she would be off the grid for her own protection. She is somewhat,
replied Rennie.
She maintains contact with an old associate of hers, someone who wasn't part of the Vandals. That woman is the link to contacting Kendra. I just sent her a message letting her know I'd like a meeting with our mutual friend, and she'll pass it on to Kendra. It's the way we have to communicate now that the Vandals have been hunted to extinction.
I hope this works, I said under my breath. Because if your friend has gotten herself killed in the last couple of months, We're not going to have any options. Rennie gave me a sympathetic look.
It's the best we've got.
I know, I said, offering a smile. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we have your help. Now it was Rennie's turn to beam with an infectious grin. She was still grinning 10 minutes later when Anna turned on the galactic news on our holoviewer.
Looks like our actions yesterday have earned the attention of the media,
said Anna.
Look at the headline.
Sure enough, the headline across the screen was Mayhem in Masaka, and the reporter covering it was talking about the path of destruction that occurred at the mall. Or rather, he was giving the official take of the story.
Anti-government rebels?
Said Anna, stifling a laugh.
I didn't realize we were anti-government rebels. I hope nobody tells Garth that.
Garth was probably the one providing the story, I said. The last thing we need is press getting involved in the Ranger business. They'll jeopardize any mission just by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Covering it up is the smart thing to do.
How many times have you been branded as an anti-government rebel, Lennox?
Asked Rennie. I blew air through my lips. Pfft, too many times to count. Anti-government rebels, environmental protesters, security hackers, all of them are favorites of the agency to cover our tracks while on the job. If you see any news about calamities that are traced back to one of those three, there's a high chance that it was Ranger business that's just being covered up.
Fascinating,
replied Rennie.
It makes sense, too. Besides, environmental protesters aren't going to be setting off explosions at the mall. Depends on what kind of environmental protesters you run into,
muttered Anna.
Look, they're covering the Huntsman speech now.
The reporter shifted to a major part of Huntsman's speech from last night, where he detailed all the changes he wanted to make once he took office. Several of the proposals were quite radical in nature, and it wasn't hard to see why he had such populist support. Right next to Huntsman was a man I hadn't noticed before, one who fielded a few questions as the senior advisor to the politician. The only reason he stood out was because he seemed nothing like an advisor. Being gruff and blunt any time someone asked him a question, his appearance was off-color as well, sporting a completely shaved head and bulging intense eyes. I couldn't place it, but something about the man seemed off. I just didn't know why. I also didn't fail to notice members of the Greys security team in the background, the same men that I saw patrolling out front of the ballroom on Masaka. They looked just as formidable on screen as they did in person, and it was clear that the Greys were taking every precaution necessary to protect their leading candidate.
So their biggest news is about the protesters not affecting the gala last night,
said Anna, shaking her head.
While the real news about the Tanaki having an undercover meeting right under their noses goes uncovered. Unbelievable.
It's better that way, I said. That's where we work, in the shadows. If the public knew the details of what happened with the Tanaki, there's no doubt they would crawl deep down into their holes and we'd never find Carmine. Let them believe that their little meeting mostly escaped notice. That'll make them easier to find. Anna said nothing, but nodded a moment later. It was easy to see why it miffed her, and a younger version of me might have agreed with her. We so often looked at the galaxy as being black and white, with a clear right and a clear wrong. But the longer I did this job, the more I realized that everything was tainted with gray. As strange as it sounded, gray made the missions easier to work. It also made them easier to forget once the mission was over. Dwelling on the past was a distraction, and it was one that killed too many Rangers. I filed that information in the back of my brain, knowing I'd eventually have to have that conversation with Anna. There was nothing else to do for the rest of the day as we made our course for Ytlilia. The journey from the middle rim to the outer rim was quiet, and the only news we heard was confirmation back from Kendra about agreeing to meet up once we got there.
She's giving me her current coordinates now,
said Rennie as she sent them from her arm guard to the Juno's console.
I know just the spot where we can meet her.
Fantastic. Tell her to meet us there tonight, I said. I don't want to waste any more time than necessary. No sooner had I said the words than we got a new alert. For the first time since I had the ship, the Juno's proximity alarm started to blare. Rennie put her hands against her ears.
What in the world is that?
Proximity alarms, I replied. Juno, get a lock on the vessel that triggered it. I need an identity as soon as possible.
Is that something to be worried about?
Asked Rennie. Out here? More than likely, I said. It's still pretty rare in the core, despite the heavier population, but with how incredibly vast distances are in space, the only ones triggering a proximity alert to us have to be up to no good. It took the Juno about 40 seconds to scan the nearby ship before it could read back the findings. The ship jolted so hard that all three of us were thrown to our knees. The power flickered inside the Juno, and I noticed a lack of the distinct humming from the engines. Had we been pulled out of hyperspace travel? Juno, report on the situation, I said. Why have the engines slowed down? When the Juno didn't respond, I started to investigate using my own console. What I found disturbed me greatly. We've been pulled out of hyperspace travel, I said. Someone set up a barricade through this travel corridor.
A barricade?
Asked Anna.
How is that even possible?
It's very possible, just not very probable, I replied. Usually I don't see them in times of peace, but you can prevent hyperspace travel with a deep matter barricade. All the dark matter that's used to power the engines gets temporarily sucked up and the engines shut off to prevent overheating. That's what happened to us now. It must have cycled the ship's power core in the process. My suspicion was confirmed when the Juno came back online moments later. Juno, report. Are we still being tracked?
Affirmative. It's a Fearin vessel,
replied the Juno as she read the make and serial number back to me.
They are closing the distance on us now. Fearins?
Said an alarmed Anna.
Tell me she didn't just say Fearins.
The Fearins are getting bold lately, I growled under my breath.
They don't usually do this?
Asked Rennie. They could trigger another war against them for doing just this, I replied. This corridor is patrolled by the Mithrandian Navy. It's a blatant violation of every spacefaring charter out there to intercept a peaceful vessel from a hyperspace corridor. They've never been so bold in the past as to attack ships that hadn't strayed into their immediate space.
Can we get away from them?
Asked Rennie. Fearin vessels are small and fast, but what they lack in armor they make up with in firepower, I replied. We're going to have to hope we can shoot through their shields before they take us out. Juno, activate the plasma cannons and charge the power core. As the ship carried out the orders to unfurl the guns from the wing canopy, the Juno rocked as we were fired upon by the Fearin vessel. It was enough of a blow to make the power cycle again, and I noticed that we were running out of both time and space. If we stay here, we're sitting ducks, I said. Juno, prepare to jump back into hyperspace. How long until we can jump? The next hit took out both the Juno's AI as well as our hyperspace engines. I cursed as I pounded my hand against the console, trying to get the ship to prepare for the jump.
Lennox, we have a fire in the medical bay,
reported Rennie, readying the emergency warnings.
The engines have destabilized. Our long-range radar has been knocked out too,
said Anna. Fuck, I cursed, and our power core has taken critical damage. We can't get the hell out of here.
What do we do?
Asked an extremely worried Rennie.
How do we get out of here?
The only thing we can do, I said, looking at the nearby star map, is the last thing I want, but we need to get on the ground before they take out the Juno. We need to go to the closest planet.
Where's the closest planet, Lennox?
I closed my eyes. Fiero.
Oh no,
said Anna, shaking her head. Listen, it's either that or we die right now when the Juno explodes, I said, putting in the course for the nearby planet. We're out of any other options. Neither Rennie nor Anna voiced any more objections, but I knew they were all thinking the same thing. Fiero barely had a right to call itself part of Mithrandus. Some of the most vile creatures in the galaxy called Fiero home. It was one of the only places that hadn't stamped out slavery, truly relishing the concept, much like they did all forms of suffering. And if we were about to become trapped on the planet, things were going to get so much worse. That descent into the planet was unnervingly calm. Our pursuer had no desire to shoot us out of the skies after we were damaged, but then again, that didn't surprise me. We would be worth more to them alive on the planet than dead, and no doubt they would have several sadistic surprises waiting for us when we landed. If we landed. The Juno couldn't even fly straight once we were through the atmosphere and over a thick jungle-filled continent immediately below us. The engines were humming along with less than 10% power, and I knew any landing we made would be incredibly rough. We all need emergency landing suits, I said as we started to come in over the continent. I dashed over to the supply closet and pulled out 3 suits, handing them out quickly. They were designed for emergencies with a sudden loss of pressure and a rapid change in temperature, and we put them on quickly as we started to skim the dense jungle. I finally spotted a clearing where I could bring the ship down, but that was when the Juno lost what little power she had left. We careened forward, nose first, as the ground rapidly closed the distance with the front of the ship. The impact threw all three of us out of our seats. I'd never felt so much pain in my life, nor had I heard that much noise as the Juno became a charred wreck. The last thing I remembered was pulling myself from the wreckage and falling down not far from Anna, my face staring up at the light green sky above us. I was still staring as the Fieran ship landed next to us, but I had no strength left in my body. Consciousness fled. Now was the time for pain. Chapter 18. The first thing I noticed was the smell of death. It stung my nostrils as the scent of putrid, rotting flesh assaulted them continually. It was so strong that it made my eyes water, but it also brought me out of the unconscious state I was in. My head felt heavy as I tried to lift it from the resting position on my chest. The muscles in my neck cramped upon doing so, but I was able to get a look around the room before setting it to rest once more. I almost wished I hadn't. I didn't recognize my surroundings. Someone had moved me to this small, dank-smelling room. My arm guard was gone, and they'd removed most of my clothing, strapping me to an iron chair with only a ratted pair of torn jump pants to show for it. It didn't escape my attention that this was a torture cell, and it was a sudden reminder of where I was. Fierro, home of the most devious people in the entire galaxy. My thoughts immediately turned toward Anna and Rennie. With renewed vigor, I shook my head around trying to find them, but I saw nothing. I called out their names, only to hear the steady drip, drip, drip of a nearby pipe. I was alone. For now. Every muscle in my body ached. I could taste blood in my mouth. I could even feel cuffs on my hands strapped behind the chair. They weren't ordinary cuffs either. This kind had a beam of energy across the one side, which was a nasty little jolt if your skin got too close. They're deemed too sadistic for most of civilized space, but I wasn't surprised to find them here on Fierro. Here, pain was the goal. Total pain was the equivalent of orgasmic release. I wasn't sure how long I sat in that tiny dungeon before I heard slow footsteps. They were boots that I heard, echoing off the concrete walls around us. They didn't stop until he was directly behind me, at which point I heard a soft jingling, the sound of metal. There was a sudden pop and the cell door was slid open as his footsteps resumed. Every instinct in my body told me to strike when he got close, but I was in no shape to do anything except be at this creature's mercy. When he finally stopped in front of me, I lifted my head to glare at him. Everything I knew about Fierans played out in his appearance. He was completely grotesque, his skin a deep shade of maroon in hue. His eyes were full of blackness with no iris or whites to break the total darkness contained within. He was wearing dark gray robes, the kind that spilled over his body in layers to hide everything below his neck and hands. There was some kind of pendant hanging around his neck, something that he kept touching with 3 fingers on his right hand. 4 tentacles shot out from his head, spreading upward to make the appearance of a fleshy headdress, giving him a priestly appearance. But this was no man of the gods. He was the image of evil, and due to his maroon-colored skin, I found a name for him. Devil. Devil stared at me as a sadistic smile appeared on his face. He started to make a sound with his voice, something that sounded awfully like a tisk-tisk. His first statement let me know just how deep I was in the shit.
Galactic Ranger, Lennox
Perry, he said, enunciating every syllable in a slow, drawn-out manner. He spit out my last name like it was a foul morsel of diseased fat. I said nothing in response. At that point, I decided he would get nothing from me, no matter what tricks, blusters, or threats he hit me with. It was part of my training, part of what made the Rangers so feared throughout the galaxy. We didn't break when faced with torture. We were the torture, and if one of us died, another would follow.
You're a long way from home, Galactic Ranger,
taunted Devil as he started to slowly pace in front of me.
Fierro is a place that few choose to willingly visit.
He stopped pacing and hit me with a gruesome smile.
But then again, you're not here willingly, are you, Lennox Perry?
I continued not to respond while he paced around me in a complete circle. I tried to center myself, keeping my mind focused and at ease. It would do me no good to panic in this situation. Panic led to poor decisions. If I was going to survive what was in store for me, I needed to stay centered. I expected the Fieran to unveil his torture tools at any time. First would come the threat, thinking that he could get me to talk by just showing me the tools and letting my imagination do the rest. Yet it didn't come. Perhaps it was part of the game he was playing. The Devil stopped right in front of me.
You've made some powerful enemies, haven't you, Lennox Perry? That's the only reason you're strapped to this chair right now. Someone wants you not just dead, but to suffer before you die. Suffer until you're begging me to end your pathetic life.
That list would be incredibly long, I said, breaking my silence and causing Devil's eyes to widen. I've put too many pieces of shit just like you behind bars. I can't imagine which one of them would have the balls or resources to do this. Devil didn't break eye contact as he reached into his robe, pulling out an extremely vicious-looking curved knife. He extended it downward until it reached the skin above my knee, piercing the flesh until there was a small pool of blood under the tip.
Think more recently,
he said, keeping the pressure on the blade.
Who have you pissed off recently that might want you dead?
What's this about? I quipped. Let me guess, it was your sister that I slept with and didn't call back. Or perhaps it was your girlfriend. Must have slipped my mind. Or maybe she wasn't that great in bed. Devil didn't so much as flinch at my bluster. I thought there was a chance I could piss him off enough to kill me with rage, but he was just as controlled as I was. He even removed the blade from my leg, and I felt the blood slide down the side.
You're going to be fun,
he taunted as he started another lap around my chair.
I'm going to really enjoy watching you suffer for the rest of your life here. You have strength, though, I'll give you that. You might last a few days before you die.
You can make me last for the next 10 years and I still won't tell you shit, I spat. You're wasting your time. Devil shook his head slowly.
You misunderstand me, Lennox Perry. I could give 2 figs for what's in your head. If I wanted to know that, I'd have many more tools here than my knife, and you'd be singing by the break of dawn. There is something much simpler than that. The man I'm working for wants you dead. Plain and simple. I could cut off your head right now, and he'd be perfectly content.
I lifted my head, exposing my neck. Get it over with. Sink that knife right here against my throat and take care of it.
Oh, where would be the fun in all of that?
He taunted, dragging his knife all the way across my shoulder blades.
No. That is not how we do things on Fierro. On this planet, your life is a means to an end. You will die when I want you to die, and it won't be here in this dreary cell without a single other soul to witness it. Personally, I'd like you to die first, having that tasty little blonde friend of yours to witness it.
Anna. She was alive, judging by his statement, though I couldn't ask about it or he'd use that information to torture me further. I tried to keep my face calm, hanging on to every word that came out of his mouth.
Yes, it will be such a shame for her to watch you die,
he said, nodding his head in agreement with his own statement.
It's too bad you don't have any other friends to watch you go.
Rennie. Either he was toying with me, or they didn't know that Rennie was on the ship too, which meant that she either got away, or... The sudden thought about Rennie dying in the crash hit me harder than I expected. I tasted bile in my mouth, doing my best to swallow it down lest it give away the pain. Despite my best intentions, it still hurt like hell. I think he realized it too, because that was when the ordeal began. For the next hour, he continued to taunt me with that knife. My body was subjected to things that no one should have to witness, let alone experience. By the end of that hour, I was bloody, bruised, and in no shape to do much of anything. I barely felt the 2 Fierans that carried me out of the room at the end of the hour because I was so numb with pain. They deposited me into yet another cell, though this one had a distinct lack of lighting in it compared to the first. I was thrown head first against the unyielding floor, only to find them chuckling at my fate. They removed the handcuffs from my wrist and marched down the hall, leaving me in the poorly lit cell. It was then that I heard it. A whisper against the darkness, a single ray of light.
Lennox?
It was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard, spoken by the voice of my gorgeous partner. Anna, I croaked, using my elbows to crawl toward the sound of her voice. I could hear her shuffling closer to me, but my hands hit metal bars first. I reached through them, overjoyed that I was able to reach her on the other side, but only her hands.
Lennox, are you okay?
She whispered.
What happened to you? Oh, God, I thought you were dead, Lennox.
I feel like death wouldn't be too bad right now,
I said, spitting out a wad of blood.
Are you okay? Have you been interrogated yet?
Nothing,
she said.
I've been in here since I woke up, but I don't know how long ago that was. Hours ago, I guess. I can't tell time down here, and the only light is coming from your cell. Lennox, what are we going to do?
Still working on that part. You seen Rennie?
Anna's hand shook with fear.
I was hoping you had. I haven't seen her since the crash. I don't know if she got off the ship, Lennox.
There it was, yet another reason why Rennie might be dead. And if I didn't figure something out, Anna was going to join her. Not on my watch.
I'm so sorry, Lennox,
she said, squeezing my hand.
I wish something had turned out differently. I wish we weren't on another path. Maybe if we didn't listen to Rennie, we wouldn't have had to come all the way out here.
If we hadn't listened to Rennie, we'd still be searching for our next lead, I said. I'm the one that needs to apologize. I brought you out here, and we're probably gonna die here.
Anna took a deep breath.
It's not how I pictured dying,
she admitted quickly.
Me either, but here we are. I failed, Anna. I failed you.
You haven't failed me at all,
she whispered.
If not for you, I probably would have died a whole lot sooner on this mission. You've saved my life more times than I can count.
Not this time,
I said as I rolled over, taking the pressure off my bruised shoulder.
I should have insisted on doing this alone. Then it would just be me dying out here. Not you. You would have another assignment and still be very much alive. Would have been better off.
Anna sniffled. I could tell she was crying.
But then I would have never met you. How is that better for anyone?
Better off alive and not knowing me than this.
I disagree,
said Anna.
Meeting you has been the best part of my life.
There was something about the way she said it that made my battered chest swell with happiness. It was the last thing I expected from my rookie partner, but I loved the way it made me feel.
I wish we could go back to the night at the hotel,
said Anna, tracing her fingers along my hand.
The night at the casino. Do you know why?
No. Why?
Because I made a promise to you that I broke. I told you in the hotel room earlier that day that I was going to fuck your brains out after the mission. Do you remember now?
Of course, I said, finding a smile appearing on my lips. Hard to forget that.
I let you down,
she said.
I broke my promise that night.
And in your defense, we kinda went through the ringer that night. We were in no shape to have sex, Anna.
I don't care. I still should have done it anyway. I hate that I might never get the chance to do it again.
I hated that thought, too. The only good thing I had left right now was the memory of my intimacy with Anna. The way her nude body rubbed against mine. The taste of her lips. The exquisite feel of being inside her. What I wouldn't give to experience that one more time.
I'll make you a deal, Lennox,
she said, still tracing her fingers against my skin. What deal is that?
If we find a way to get out of here, I'll find a way to fuck you every single day. I don't care what's going on or what we're doing. I'll find a way for us to have sex. To really enjoy each other.
I couldn't help the chuckle that erupted from my mouth. You like having sex with me that much?
I really do. Is that a deal you want to make with me?
Hell yeah, I said. That's the best deal I've heard in a long time. Anna gripped my hand tight, like we were shaking on it.
I'll hold you to it, I promise. Now we just need to find a way out of here.
If only it was that easy. Anna's cell was identical to mine in that there was only one entrance, and it was locked to prevent our escape. I had no tools with which to attempt an escape, and it looked like we would be at the mercy of our captors whenever they returned, which they did a few hours later. Anna had been sleeping next to me, her hands still interlaced with mine. I heard the sound of footsteps from before, immediately recognizing that 2 or more Fierans were on their way. Anna, I hissed. Someone's coming. She moaned slightly as her body shifted. I could see her head poke up from the floor. I let go of her hand, not wanting to give these Fierans any more ammunition with which to hurt us. By the time they entered the light, I could see that it was 2 Fierans, including the devil from earlier. The other new arrival looked to be from the upper strata, though, based on his flashy appearance.
This is them, eh?
Said the flashy one. He glared at me and then at Anna before sticking his tongue out and making a sucky sound.
Tasty. I hope their deaths will please you, my lord,
said Devil, bowing his head.
We shall certainly find out, won't we?
The flashy one stepped closer to my cell.
I want to see him. Open the cell.
Devil moved quickly to carry out the order. He produced new handcuffs and moved into the cell to slap them back on my wrists before I could attempt to resist. Once they were on, he yanked me to my knees so that I was bowing before the Fieran Lord. It was then that the Lord walked into my cell. Once his face came into view, I could tell that he wasn't as red as the devil, being just a shade lighter. He looked no less evil, though, and his tentacle headdress was much taller and intricate. The Lord leaned in closer to my skull and smelled me, which was a profoundly disturbing experience. I would have headbutted him if I'd had the strength of my body, but he moved away quickly.
You'll do nicely,
said the Lord.
The Katawa are pleased by your offering. We'll take the man and the woman. Is the course prepared?
Completely, my lord,
replied Devil.
They will be entirely at your mercy.
The Lord beamed with an evil grin.
Excellent.
It was then that I heard Anna's voice. She was gripping the bars as she yelled at them.
What are you doing to us? What do you want?
Devil sneered.
I've always enjoyed how feisty humans are, don't you?
Not particularly,
answered the Lord.
But they'll make for an excellent hunt, and then for a tasty meal once the hunt is over.
Very tasty,
emphasized Devil.
I hope they give you a thrilling chase. It will be a shame if they perish too soon.
That's when I realized what was about to happen. We were going to be nothing more than game for their sadistic hunt, where our only option was to kill or be killed. Things were about to become much worse. As I processed what was happening, the Fieran Lord stepped closer to me and grabbed my chin roughly. He bared his teeth at me, showing a vicious grin with teeth that were more akin to fangs, while his free hand toyed with some kind of leathery baton.
I'm going to enjoy your death,
taunted the Fieran Lord.
I've never eaten a Galactic Ranger before.
Before I could respond, he whipped his hand back and clubbed me on the head with the baton, and I lost consciousness once more. Chapter 19. When I woke up again, the first thing that hit me was the heat. It was blisteringly warm, the kind of heat that reminded me of being on Edardon 6. I was still wearing the same shredded pants from the cell, but they were soaked in sweat. I cracked open my eyes, noticing that I was being carried on an anti-grav litter. Just above me, I could see the dense treetops of the Fieran jungle, a thick canopy of green that seemed to surround everything. Even though it shielded us from the harsh sunlight, it made it no cooler in the shade, much to my disappointment. I wasn't sure how long I was being carried, but I knew my cuffs were attached to the litter to prevent my escape. I craned my head, finding Devil leading the way through the jungle. He was riding something that looked like a flying motorcycle and looked immensely pleased with himself. When we suddenly came to a stop, the litter was dropped to the ground, making me groan in pain as my beaten body was impacted by the pressure. Suddenly I found that we weren't alone. I could see another litter behind me, bearing a very familiar mane of blonde hair.
"This will do just fine,"
said Devil, as he whipped his cycle around and stared down at me with that trademark grin.
"This is where you die, Galactic Ranger Lennox Perry. Here, in the Fieran jungle, you will face the ultimate test. There are no barriers to this course, no boundaries whatsoever. You will have 5 minutes to prepare yourself, and at the conclusion of those 5 minutes, the great Lord Class of Fiero, known as the Katawa, will be released into the jungle. They will hunt you, they will find you, and they will kill you."
The Devil shuddered once he said the last statement, as if he was getting some kind of orgasmic release from the thought of our deaths. When he opened his eyes again, he sneered.
"We'll see how long you can survive before you die. No one has ever escaped the jungle hunt. The Katawa always find their prey. And you shall die painfully before this is all over."
Devil produced a small metal device from the inside of his robe, where there were 2 buttons. He pressed the first button, and my cuffs were released from the litter. Upon pressing the second, the beam of energy across the side was cut off, allowing our freedom.
"I'll give you one piece of advice,"
said Devil, sticking the remote control back in his robe.
"Run."
He floored the accelerator at this point, taking off into the jungle with blinding speed. There was no hope for us to catch up to him, and Anna and I were now truly alone in the Fieran wilderness. For the first time since the crash, I stood up on my own strength. Every muscle in my body seemed to groan with pain as I did, and I was more than a little lightheaded once I locked my knees. At least Anna seemed to be in better shape than I was. As far as I could tell, she had been tortured privately by Devil. She came rushing to my side, helping me stand tall against the withering heat. "I'm going to kill that bastard before this is all over," I vowed, looking off in the direction his cycle flew. Anna looked down at my body.
"Can you walk? Are you good enough to move?"
"I feel like a ship just landed on me," I said with a bit too much honesty. "But this is going to be a fight for survival. I'll push myself to the limits. I promise you that." Anna offered me a confident smile.
"As will I. Do you have any idea where we are?"
"Not a clue," I replied. "Last thing I remembered before 10 minutes ago was being in that cell with the Katawa Lord and Devil."
"Devil?"
replied Anna, raising her eyebrow. "It's what I've been calling that red-skinned bastard," I said. Anna smirked.
"Seems appropriate to me.
I looked up at the trees, some of which were a few 100 feet above our heads, and those were just the few that I could see that weren't completely shrouded by foliage. "We should get moving," I said. "I'm sure it won't be very long until those bastards come looking for us." Anna nodded and moved toward the base of the nearest tree. It had a thick trunk, but she was able to reach for the nearest branch and prop herself up. "What are you doing?" I asked. "We need to start moving."
Going to climb as high as I can,
replied Anna.
I want to see the terrain out there. Maybe if we can get a feel for the surrounding terrain, we can figure out what direction to head for safety.
I shook my head. "Ordinarily I agree with you, but the Fieran jungle covers most of the planet. That bike he brought us here on is capable of great speeds. More than likely he put us in the middle of nowhere on purpose, so it's not going to help. We should save our strength for getting distance between us and them. Climbing that high wall will wear you out before you get to the top. We're not going to be able to outrun them like this, so we're going to have to outthink them." Anna didn't like the answer, but she didn't challenge it. She let go of the tree and stepped closer to my side.
I trust you,
she said.
Where should we go then? Pick a direction?
We're going to need something to defend ourselves with, I said, looking around the jungle floor. We're also going to need a source of water before anything else. I put my ear close to the ground, seeing if I could hear anything that might give us a clue toward what direction to go. I couldn't hear anything beyond the chirping of Fieran wildlife, but I noticed that the ground sloped lower to the west, away from our position. "We'll go this way," I said, pointing to the lower ground. "It'll be less taxing on our strength, and if we follow the low ground, we might eventually find water." Anna and I took off, setting our pace as a leisurely jog to conserve our energy. Starting the run downhill was much easier for me, and I found myself keeping up with Anna even though my muscles were still whining at the exertion. We continued to follow the contours of the jungle, weaving through the thick overgrowth and staying away from anything that looked like it might be poisonous. One thing that worked to our advantage was the fact that the ground was littered with fallen branches. While most of them were too small to be worthwhile, I found 2 of them that were long and stout, which could serve as a walking stick or a weapon of last resort. "It won't replace your Eagle 9, I joked as I handed it to Anna, "but it's better than nothing." Anna wrapped her hand around the staff and gave me a fierce glare.
I don't care what it is. At this point, I'd be willing to use a hairbrush to beat in the faces of those Fieran bastards.
"Something I'd pay to see," I replied. "Come on, let's keep running." We ran for another 30 minutes or so, becoming even more drenched with sweat. We would need to find water soon, or dehydration would get to us before the Katawa could. Right around that 30-minute mark, I heard something in the distance that made me pause. I grabbed Anna's hand so we could stop and listen, hearing a rustling sound not that far away. "Get down," I whispered to Anna. "Keep yourself flat against the ground." We didn't have much in cover, but I gestured for her to follow me as we wormed our way forward, utilizing a thick brush with orange-tipped leaves as cover. There weren't any better options nearby, and I pointed to the leaves so that Anna would stay low enough to not let them touch her. A mere minute after we were hidden, I heard the sound of something stomping on the ground. It was coming from the south, but whatever it was had the luxury of being obscured by thick foliage until it was practically on top of us. And that's when I saw them for the first time. 2 Katawa lords were making their way through the jungle, utilizing a small clearing. The lords themselves looked exactly like the one I saw in the cell with Devil, being defined by their large, scaly headdresses. Each of them carried a long hunting rifle, and there were no illusions of what kind of game they were looking for. As if that wasn't frightening enough, the beasts they were riding seemed to be the most disturbing part of the whole encounter. These Katawa weren't riding bikes like Devil, but instead a living creature that I had never seen before. It was a strange-looking beast, one that I defined as looking like a mix between an elephant and a dragon. It had 4 large circular feet that stomped into the ground with every step, having a largely grayish body with large ears. The rest of the body was long, with wings that sprouted from each side and a pointed tail that was lined with spikes, which looked especially nasty. I didn't think the beast was used so much for tracking as it was for riding, because it wasn't sniffing the ground or acting like it was trying to find us. Instead, the 2 Katawa chatted idly as they searched the surrounding area. I kept myself pushed flat against the ground, hoping they would miss us as they passed. Several tense seconds ticked by. All the while, the two Katawa passed within a few yards of our position. They were babbling in their native tongue, a language that was as grotesque as they were. It didn't seem like they were too concerned with searching the ground around them, and I realized they must have been used to far easier prey. They lumbered on, but I didn't dare move along until after they passed from sight.
What the fuck were those things?
Whispered Anna once they were gone.
Did you see how big they were?
Fast, too, I said, and they can fly. If they stay on the ground, at least we'll hear them coming by the sound they make. If they're in the air, who knows, though. Anna looked freaked out by them, and I had to pull her out of the bush to help her recover a measure of composure. Come on, we're not dead yet, I said, touching both of her arms. Are you with me? Anna steeled herself and nodded at me.
Until the very end.
That's my girl. Come on. We continued to run, following the course downhill. With how far down we were traveling, we had to come upon some kind of water soon. From the little I knew of Fierro, I remembered there being liquid water on the surface, usually in small rivers and streams that crisscrossed the jungle. I did know that it would be safe for us to drink as long as it wasn't stagnant, and that was the only bright ray of hope we had in this dark abyss. After another hour of following the contours of the ground, we finally came upon a sight for sore eyes.
Water!
Exclaimed Anna, a smile appearing on her weary face.
We found water!
Right before our eyes was a small waterfall, the length of which was no more than triple my height. It was part of a larger stream where the water pooled in a small basin before continuing on lower in the jungle.
This is perfect,
said Anna, taking several excited steps forward toward the waterfall.
I'm gonna drink the damn thing dry.
I grabbed her arm to stop her from moving forward. Hold on. Let's be careful. This could be a trap. Anna searched the area by her feet as well as some nearby trees.
I don't see anything, though.
I wouldn't put it past these sadistic fucks to have something nasty waiting for us. It wasn't that hard to find this place, so perhaps they thought we'd stumble on it eventually. Let's move slowly until we get there. I pushed out my walking stick, checking the ground in front of me as I walked. Once I felt like the ground was secure, I waved it in front of the air, making sure there were no wires, nets, or other mesh that could be used in a trap. Anna walked close to me, using her staff in the same manner as we inched closer to the waterfall. There was a small path that was just large enough for us to make it to the side, where we could reach over and take a drink easily. It was here that I moved even slower, expecting the worst. At first, I thought I was being too paranoid, but when my staff hit something that wasn't solid, disturbing the undergrowth near my feet, I knew I was right to be suspicious. Using the staff, I pushed a thin covering of leaves and limbs away, revealing a hole that was more than large enough for someone to fall into. The hole was about 10 feet deep, having vertical sides that would make escape difficult. Making it even more difficult, I could see some hairy, fast-moving bugs on the bottom, which were numerous enough that it made the dirt floor hard to see. Using my staff, I kicked a few rocks into the hole to see what the bugs would do. They swarmed the rocks, no doubt expecting a source of food. That would have been nasty, I said, stepping back from the hole. You think you're about to get much-needed water, and the next second you're bug food as they eat you alive. Anna averted her eyes.
That's disgusting, Lennox.
Trust me, I agree with you. Let's see if we can still skirt around this hole to get to the water. Even though the hole took up much of the approach to the waterfall, we were able to lightly step around the top, kicking dirt into the hole with every step. Once we got to the other side, I checked the ground to make sure there were no more surprises. After a few minutes of checking almost everything in sight, I stepped up to the waterfall and held out my hands. The water was incredibly hot, but it was clear, and it tasted damn good against my parched throat. I brought another handful to my mouth before stepping back and allowing Anna the chance to do the same. She splashed some on her face, which had been covered with dirt and grime from our trek so far. Now I remember what you look like, I teased, causing Anna to splash me with some water.
You're not the picture of cleanliness either,
she sassed.
You might as well jump in the water. You have dirt mixed in with your chest hair. Not that it's a bad look.
I noticed the hidden compliment and took some of my chest hair dirt and smeared it against her arm, making her yelp. She smacked my chest, but Before anything else could happen, we heard an awful screeching sound just south of our current position. Anna and I froze in place as the creature screeched again, this time much closer than the first cry. My eyes quickly scanned the southern sky, where there was a break in the tree line because of the stream. That's when I saw it. Another flying dragon hybrid. He was being ridden like a bird by the Katawa lord on his back, and they were going to soar right over us. I pulled Anna flat back against the waterfall, but we were still exposed in our current position. There was no time to move before the creature reached our position, and I could only hope that our lack of movement would keep us concealed. I felt the shadow of the beast wash over us quickly as it soared over the waterfall and disappeared from sight, being hidden by the treetops. Anna let out a sigh of relief, but I kept my grip firm on her stomach, waiting for the creature to come back. Sure enough, it came in low and from the east the next time, which put us directly in his line of sight. "Shit, we gotta move," I yelled right as the beast roared and dived, landing with a heavy thud against the ground near the waterfall. It sat up on its hind legs, stretching its wings to make it look so much bigger than it actually was. The beast blocked off our only line of retreat, though, keeping us pinned against the waterfall. On top of the dragon, the Katawa lord raised his rifle and took a shot. A beam of plasma erupted from the rifle, striking the rock behind my head and taking a good portion of it. We were cornered, with nowhere else to turn. I looked down into the water, wondering what kind of creatures we would find inside. I could only imagine something foul to match the rest of the beasts on this planet, but we were truly out of options. "Jump!" I yelled, grabbing Anna's hand and dashing off the edge. The jump wasn't very far, maybe about 10 feet or so, before we splashed into the water. It was like jumping headfirst into the hot tub on the Juno, and it wasn't as refreshing as we might have expected. Just behind us, the dragon leapt into the air, taking flight and soaring above our heads as its shadow passed over us once more. I was under no illusion that it would forget about us, though, as it continually circled the area, allowing the Katawa lord to take pot shots into the water. Anna and I swam as quickly as we could, trying to escape the stagnant pool near the bottom of the waterfall. It was only once we reached the current that we were able to pick up speed, floating along the steaming hot water as it wound through the jungle. My biggest focus was on getting us through without getting dashed on any rocks further downstream, but every so often I looked up at the sky to check the location of our predator. The dragon was following along, soaring above our heads as though it kept a rough pace with us. If I could find something to grab onto, we might be able to pull ourselves out of the stream before the dragon even realized we'd stopped moving. That was going to be next to impossible, though, with how fast the current was moving. We were still picking up speed, and even though Anna was still holding my hand, I was afraid we'd be separated at any moment. I felt the water splash near us as the Katawa took another shot, missing my position by only a few feet. Something had to change. We had to get out of this damn water. Finally, I found the break I was looking for. Further downstream, there was a tree that was right next to the bank of the stream. Part of the tree's roots were exposed, giving me something to grab onto. If we timed this right, we would have a small window of opportunity. There was no time to tell Anna the plan, so I focused all my strength on keeping her hand inside mine as I threw out my other arm and latched onto one of the roots. My body jerked as it was caught on the root, sending a wave of energy down my hand and into Anna's. I heard a painful yelp from her, but she managed to hold on, letting us bob in the water as we stayed anchored to the tree. "Get to shore," I said once we'd settled down, "and then run." It was shallow enough in this spot that I was able to touch the bottom with my feet, using that leverage to propel Anna toward dry land. I felt something incredibly slimy against my leg and didn't want to look down to see what it could be. Sometimes not knowing was just a better option. While pushing Anna toward the shore, she managed to crawl out and get on dry land before extending a hand to me. I moved, pulling my way to her before taking off running. We didn't bother to look back, not wanting to know if the dragon figured out the ruse or not. For now, we just wanted to keep going as fast as our legs could carry us. I estimated we ran for about half an hour before we slowed down. In that time, I hadn't seen so much as a whisper of the dragon or any other Katawa. In fact, I couldn't see much of anything. So thick was the jungle in this part that it was getting harder to keep up a quick pace.
Do you think we lost them?
Asked Anna, putting her hands on her knees as she took a breath. For now, I think, I replied.
How did they find us so quickly?
She asked.
We'd barely gotten to the waterfall before they were on top of us.
I think that's the idea, I said. They probably watched that stream very closely, knowing we'd eventually stumble on it. I hate to say it, but it's going to be too risky to go back there. Anna looked crestfallen at that news, but I couldn't say I blamed her. Without water, our prospects were looking increasingly bleak. After so much time moving downhill, we were finally starting to climb again. The ground started to get rockier as we climbed out of the valley floor, and our pace slowed as it took us longer to navigate the rough terrain. I thought I was winded before, but my legs were screaming for me to slow down after 15 minutes of climbing. At long last, I could take it no more. I found a rock that was dug into the ground and sat on it, giving my legs a rest. "Hang on for me," I said, panting. "I need a break." Anna looked around for a moment, trying to get a clue on our bearings before joining me on the rock. It was at that point I realized she had a good amount of dried blood caked to her leg. "What happened?" "You're bleeding, Anna." She ran her fingers along her leg.
I hit on something underwater, a rock or something. It was so painful at the time, but I didn't want it to be the reason we slowed down.
"Let me look at it." "Put it on my lap." She leaned back and swung her leg over, letting me examine it closely. The blood was mostly dried except for a fresh pool close to the wound. I used my finger to put a little pressure on it, which made her gasp in pain. "Sorry," I said, offering a smile. "I should have warned you. Just wanted to put a little pressure on it." Anna gave me a weary smile back.
I'll remember that the next time you're wounded. I'm just gonna jam my finger in it until you start crying.
"You wouldn't," I teased.
Maybe. You never know, Lennox.
She joked, laughing as she said it. It was amazing that we could still share a laugh in this hell that we were in. Every second that I was with Anna, I thanked Garth and every other power above that she was assigned to me. There was something about her that just fit me, that made her extremely comfortable to be around. I was so grateful that I didn't turn my back on her. She was the single bright light in this darkness.
What are you thinking about?
She asked, noticing that I'd been quiet. "Honestly," I replied, "you." She looked taken aback.
Why me?
"Even with all this shit, I'm just grateful you're the one here with me," I said. "I only wish it hadn't been on my last mission that I met you." Anna wormed her way closer until our bodies were touching.
Or my first. Weird how life turns out in a way that you never expected.
I wrapped my arm around her shoulder. "Very weird," I agreed. "But I don't regret a thing. I'm just tired of running, tired of pretending like we have a chance to get away. I almost want to plant myself here and let them come to me, go out with one final stand." I glanced over at Anna to see that she wasn't feeling the same. There was still that spark of life inside her, even if I felt like mine was fading. "I won't," I said finally. "I'll keep running. I'll keep going until the very end." Anna laughed softly.
Come on, old man. Your break's over.
She helped me to my feet and hugged me tightly before we started to move again. I felt like we hadn't stopped to rest at all, and I didn't think I'd be able to get much further before I needed to stop again. At least the rocky terrain seemed to stabilize once we got near the top of this current hill, opening up to a much more open part of the jungle. It was here that I got the chance to see how high we truly were. The ground on the other side of our feet sloped down greatly toward another valley before rising again. Looking down into the valley, I'd guessed we were a few thousand feet high. No wonder I was so exhausted. Anna was setting the current pace, and I was trying to keep up with her. Every so often, she'd look behind, cajoling me to catch up with her.
You're not gonna let a rookie outrun you, are you, Lennox? She taunted.
My reply back to her was filled with more curses than usual as I huffed my way up that hill. She started to laugh.
So much swearing. I must have struck a nerve.
The only thing that's going to get struck is your ass if you let me catch up to you, I warned. Anna gasped playfully.
You promise?
Get moving, woman. We continued on a path on the top of the cliff, following the dense jungle until we heard it again. That sound that seemed to signal our doom. It was followed by another, and then yet another, coming so quickly that they couldn't possibly be from the same beast. My blood froze when I looked again to my right over the valley, seeing 3 flying dragons on their way to our current position. "Run, Anna, run!" I yelled as I took off in a dead sprint. Almost from the point of discovery, we started to take fire from their plasma rifles. Gaping holes opened up in the ground around our feet as we ran, our pursuers doing their best to close the distance between us. Suddenly, one of the dragons roared, the sound coming from just over our heads as we spotted an open field, the first that I'd seen that day. The last thing I wanted was to enter the field, allowing them an easy shot on us without the benefit of cover, but the 3 Katawa had split up and they were now approaching us from 3 different directions. The only place we could go was to the field. Cursing our luck, Anna and I took off through the field as the dragons toyed with us from above. If they wanted to, they could have ended us right now without so much as a single thought, but I knew this to be part of the game. The Fierans wanted us to suffer before they put us out of our misery. Anna and I were halfway through the field when I felt the blast against my shoulder, followed by a searing pain. One of the shots from the Katawa had nicked me, and it was enough to throw me face first into the dirt. The searing agony of the blast would have knocked me out if my adrenaline hadn't been pumping like it was. For some ungodly reason, I was able to push myself to my feet and keep running, though Anna's help was critical in making it happen. Gritting my teeth, we dashed through the rest of the field until we came to a sudden cliff. Looking out over the edge was a steep drop onto the valley floor below. We were completely trapped, with nowhere else to go. I turned around, preparing to accept my fate. I wanted to take as many of these bastards with me before I went, but they were content to stay in the air above us, taunting us while they shot at our feet. Finally, there was no other place to go. They had us working back to the cliff, and I prepared to say my last goodbye to Anna. I opened my mouth to speak just as I heard the unnatural sound of a ship's engine. Judging by the look on Anna's face, she heard it too. I prepared for the next round of chaos by crouching low to the ground, but I saw the look of confusion on the faces of the Katawa as the sound of engines grew louder. Squinting toward the sun, I could see something coming in low and hot, flying so fast that it made the dragons look like lumbering bees. It wasn't that large of a ship, maybe slightly smaller than the Juno, but it stopped near our position right as I saw 2 cannons move in the direction of the Katawa. The cannons erupted seconds later, and the first Katawa was blasted from the skies. The Lord's body hit the ground first as the dragon let out a death rattle that pierced my ears. The other 2 Katawa seemed to be frantically calling for reinforcements as they started to shoot back at the ship, but their weapons did not match the ship's armor. The ship took down the second Katawa effortlessly before the third one fled, disappearing over the treetops without so much as a glance in our direction. With the Katawa having fled the scene, the only thing left was for the ship to center on us. I didn't know if they'd make a distraction between us and them, but I was still prepared for this to be some kind of trick. The ship prepared to descend, coming in softly toward the field with its landing gear down. I couldn't see the pilot, nor could I see any indication of hostility toward us. Looking over at Anna, I could see she was just as confused as I was.
"Do you think it's a trick?"
she asked as the ship's main doors opened. "I guess we're about to find out," I said. We crept closer to the door with cautious optimism. At the top of the ramp, I could barely see a figure waiting at the top. As we grew closer, I couldn't contain my smile. I'd recognize that purple hair and tail anywhere.
"I thought you two might need a lift,"
said Rennie, hands planted on her hips.
"Care for a ride?"
Anna and I looked at each other and grinned. We took off at a near sprint to reach her. "You have no idea how happy I am to see you," I told Rennie once our feet were planted on the ship.
"I bet,"
said Rennie with a giggle.
"You both look like shit. You sure you don't want to stay here?"
I arched my eyebrow. "Rennie, get us the fuck off this planet." She laughed.
"With pleasure."
Chapter 20. I don't think I was truly able to relax until we jumped into hyperspace, taking us far away from the hellish planet of Fiero. I was still in a great deal of pain, both from the exertion of running for our lives and from the last blast that clipped part of my back. I hadn't realized just how bad it was until Rennie looked it over right after arriving in the medical bay.
"Jeez, Lennox, that looked like it really hurt,"
she said, wincing as she examined the wound.
"Whatever hit you frayed most of the skin off, but it also cauterized the wound so it's not bleeding out. My biggest question is how are you still alive?
I wish I knew, I said, finding the first chair in the room to sit on before looking around. Where'd you get the ship? And how'd you know where to find us? And how'd you escape the wreckage of the Juno? I'll be honest, Rennie, we thought the worst had happened to you. Shh, shushed Rennie before pulling me over to the healing capsule.
There will be plenty of time for questions later. We need to make sure you get healed. Lay down and Anna can go when you're done. It's okay. I'm not that bad,
said Anna, moving toward my side.
I think Lennox took the brunt of it.
Rennie bent over to pull something out of her refrigerated compartment. She tossed it to Anna.
Drink this. It'll help restore your body. It's not the healing capsule, but it should be just what you need. When you're both done, exit this room and go to the right. I'll introduce you to our pilot.
Rennie threw a wink at me before disappearing, leaving Anna and I alone. Before I could even get into the capsule, Anna had her arms around me. She nearly squeezed the air from my lungs. I chuckled through the pain. Anna, what are you doing? She looked up at me with glistening eyes.
I'm so glad you're okay. Lennox, I thought we were done for. I thought we were going to die. I thought we were...
I soothed her by putting my hand against her cheek. Anna closed her eyes and rested her head against it. It's okay, I interrupted. We're here now. We're safe. We managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Anna let out the smallest laugh.
I don't even know how, but I know better than to ask questions. I'm just thankful. Thankful that you're still alive.
As I am with you. Now, I only see one little problem. Anna's brow wrinkled in confusion.
What's that?
Can you help me get into this capsule? Anna was all too willing to give me a hand. She also stayed with me while the machine healed my body, caressing my forehead with her fingers in a loving manner. Her presence was so soothing to me. I really enjoyed the way her skin felt against mine. Within 30 minutes, there was no evidence that I'd taken any hits to my back, apart from a tiny scar that I left as a reminder, and I'd been given a fresh bag of blood to make up for what I'd lost. I took down one of the refrigerated drinks that Anna had been given, and I felt good as new. So good that I pulled myself out of the capsule without a hand from Anna. Come on, I said, putting my arm around her waist. Let's go see Rennie and meet our new friend. There was only one way to go after leaving the medical bay, which occupied the last room on this section of the ship. After taking a few steps, it was obvious the ship wasn't as nice as the Juno, but what it lacked in luxury it made up for in sheer utility. The kitchen area wasn't made up of many fancy machines, but it had a newer model food processor that would do the job just as well. I counted 3 separate bedrooms, including one that was covered in signage and stickers that I assumed to be our pilot's.
I take it our pilot is a very feminine kind of woman,
said Anna after eyeing the pink stickers.
She seems like the expressive type.
You'd be surprised at the number of men I run into like that, I joked. We came to the bridge of the ship, and Rennie opened the door for us.
Much better,
said Rennie, giving me a long hug and pecking my cheek.
You're looking just like yourself again, full of color and vibrancy.
Rennie kissed my other cheek before she let go, pulling me by the wrist over to the pilot of the ship. The pilot was indeed a woman, but she wasn't human. The first thing I noticed about her were the tiger stripes that seemed to cover her entire body. She was hairless, which meant that the stripes were actually different colored patches of skin that stood out from the rest of her. My eyes continued to travel north, stopping over a pair of wide-set hips that were covered by a dainty pair of little shorts. From her hips, her body flared inward to a very tiny waist before coming out once again once I reached her breasts. She was gifted, I had to say that. Most women would kill for a pair of tits that large and perky. They were covered by dull brown tank top that did little to hide her nipples, not that I minded much. Once I reached her face, I saw some cat-like features, including a squashed nose and pronounced ears. Her eyes were feline slits, and her lovely mane of red hair was loose and flowing. I knew her to be a Vendrex, the seductive and proud cat people that heavily populated the galaxy. It also meant I already knew her identity. You must be Kendra, I said, offering my hand to her. You're the ex-mistress of Carmine Hondas. Kendra smirked at me before her eyes flickered toward Rennie.
You were right, Rennie. He is good.
We all sat down together in the bridge, and I was placed opposite of Kendra where I could take in her rich and exotic features. I always liked Vendrexes personally, but there were a small group of humans throughout the galaxy that avoided contact with them. It wasn't so much because of the way they looked, but because of the way they acted. There was a reason why most Vendrexes that consorted with humans tended to fall on the sexual side of the spectrum. The strip clubs and street corners were full of flirtatious Vendrex women, and it was only a man with absolute self-control who could abstain from their affections. Some men preferred not to even try, hence the reason they avoided contact. I wasn't one of those men, but I knew the seductive power that her trance-like gaze could have on me. Thankfully, it wasn't my first rodeo with a Vendrex. Even still, I found myself struggling as Kendra stared at me, a coy smile perched on her lips.
I suppose you both have to fill us in,
said Anna, starting the conversation.
We were coming to find Kendra, but now it looks like you were the ones to come find us. And not a moment too soon,
added Rennie, looking relieved.
I don't know what kind of creatures were chasing you both, but they looked incredibly nasty. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised since it was Firo.
Kendra glanced at Rennie.
Despicable planet. The Mithrandian Navy should have eviscerated it a long time ago. Nothing of value would have been lost.
You'll find no disagreements here, I said, staring at Rennie. But back to the questions. How did you survive that wreckage? Rennie spread her hands apart.
I really wish I knew. I remember us coming in hard for a landing on Firo, but I don't remember much of the impact. The landing was hard enough that it knocked me out, but I was lucky enough that I was tossed away from the wreckage. The Furans never found me. I searched the crash site for any signs of either of you, even without your bodies. I knew you were pulled away from the wreckage alive. How?
Asked Anna. Rennie winced.
I found tattered clothes and bloody imprints not far from the crash site, alongside your arm guards. I suspected that you two survived, but that the Furans found you and took you away. I didn't have much to go on, but I was still alive. And as long as I thought you were alive, I was going to find you. My arm guard was still working, and I let Kendra know that I desperately needed her help. That's where I came in,
said Kendra, giving Rennie a fond look.
I was the one that came to Firo to find Rennie after I received a message. Once I got a message from her arm guard, I was able to rescue her from the crash site, where she'd taken some solitude in a nearby bog. Finding Rennie was the easy part. The hard part was finding both of you.
You found Rennie thanks to her arm guard, I said. How did you do the same for us without that luxury? Kendra gave me a coy smile.
It wasn't that hard. My ship is equipped with a life-form scanner that can cross an entire planet. It can tell me all the important things. Species, race, sex, age, etc. As you can imagine, there aren't many humans on Firo,
said Rennie, rubbing her arms.
So we set our scanners for a man and a woman at your ages, and let the technology do the work. It only took 5 hours of searching to find you,
added Kendra.
I'm thankful it didn't take longer. We might not be speaking right now. Yeah, you and me both,
said Anna as she shivered.
Thank you,
she told both women.
I didn't want to die at the hands of those dragon hybrids. It's my pleasure to come to the aid of an old friend,
said Kendra as she bumped into Rennie affectionately.
I have missed her greatly. For the longest time, I didn't think I was going to see her again. And any friends of mine are friends of Kendra's,
added Rennie with a large grin.
You know, for being good friends, you didn't really tell me why you wanted to meet me,
Kendra said to Rennie.
But it must be important because of the risk you're taking. What happens if the Tanaki find out? The Tanaki are not my concern anymore,
said Rennie, crossing her arms defiantly.
I've left the organization. I've gone rogue.
Kendra leaned in closer and lowered her voice.
Because of your brother.
Rennie closed her eyes and nodded.
Rousseau was a big part of it. And because of what they've done. Surely you've heard about the forum bombing? Of course. That news made it all the way to the Outer Rim,
replied Kendra.
But what does that have to do with the Tanaki? The Tanaki were the ones behind it,
said Rennie.
And, as much as I hate to say it, I was the one that sourced the metal for the bomb.
Rennie's head fell forward, as if she was embarrassed in front of her friend. A lesser person might have chastised Rennie for the mishap, but Kendra just reached over to hug her.
We all make mistakes, Rennie. You couldn't have known.
Rennie sniffled.
Either way, I wanted out, and the winds of fate put Lennox and Anna in my lap. They're Galactic Rangers.
For the first time since meeting Kendra, she looked apprehensive. I knew why, and I wanted to put her at ease from the start. I know you're a Malorian vandal, I said, putting up both hands cautiously. I'm not after you or any remaining members of your organization. This is about getting the people responsible for the forum bombing and nothing more. Kendra relaxed slightly, but I noticed she was still squirming in her chair.
You'll have to forgive me,
she said.
Vandals are still very cautious when it comes to the feds. There are so few of us now, and most of our encounters with them haven't been pleasant.
This one will be, I said firmly, but we need something from you, something that only you can give us. Kendra looked confused.
What's that? The location of Carmine Hondas,
replied Anna.
You were his mistress. You know where he actually lives. Probably one of the few people in the galaxy that actually do.
Kendra blew air through her lips.
You want me to tell you where he lives?
I was hoping you'd lead us right to it, I said. I assume that someone like Carmine has an impressive security setup. I want you to help me figure out how to get around it so that I can get to him.
You're crazy,
said Kendra, crossing her arms.
No, you're not just crazy, you're insane. Why, Kendra?
asked Rennie.
What makes it so difficult? Because he's Carmine Hondas, that's why,
said an exasperated Kendra. It was interesting to see this side of her. It seemed that Kendra went to great lengths to play the role of the smooth operator, the one that had seen and done it all. But now, when confronted by something of great danger, that facade started to fall apart. I know this is a tough ask of you, I said, broaching the subject with sensitivity, and I know it puts you in danger.
You should also know there aren't that many ex-mistresses of Carmine Hondas around either,
said Kendra quietly.
I didn't get to this position by being stupid. You also didn't survive the Vandal Purge by being stupid either,
added Anna.
We know you're capable. We know you're a survivor. But right now we need help. And you're one of the few people that can actually give it to us. What do I get out of it?
asked Kendra sweetly. That made me smile. Now we were starting to get somewhere. What do you want?
1 billion credits and an army of male servants,
quipped Kendra quickly. I rolled my eyes. Realistically, what do you want? Kendra let out a deep sigh and pursed her lips.
What can you offer then?
Safety and comfort, I said, utilizing a line I'd used many times in my career. Somewhere far from the reaches of the Tanaki. Anonymity as well. You won't want for anything.
Immunity too,
she said.
I don't want to ever be prosecuted for being part of the Vandals.
I can do that, I said. Will you help us? This is really important, Kendra. More people are going to die if I can't get to him.
Why do you want to go to his home world so much?
Asked Kendra stiffly.
What makes you think he's there?
Because we've made things very uncomfortable for him in the last couple weeks, I said. And we had a role in the death of his brother. Carmine might be a gangster, but he's not stupid. He's going to lay low for a while in the only place where he truly feels safe. That's his homeworld. That's where I need to be. Kendra stared at me with her slit-like eyes.
You really believe he's going to hurt others?
I nodded. It's only a matter of time. This isn't just Tanaki stuff, Kendra. Gangsters killing other gangsters. There are innocents involved. And behind all of that is something much darker. Something we have to stop. Carmine is the key. I need to get to him. Can you take me to him? Kendra shifted away from us, turning so that her body was facing the main console. There was a troubled look on her face, and her body language shifted from that of a comfortable seductress to one of a battered victim.
I'd love to see him face justice for everything he's done,
whispered Kendra, daring to make eye contact with me again. There were tears in her eyes, and they were soon falling down her cheeks.
He was such a monster, even to me. You'd think being his mistress would entail some romance, even just slightly. But there is nothing romantic about Carmine. He's nothing but an arrogant, twisted brute who thinks only in terms of power. The first time he hit me, I thought it was my fault,
continued Kendra.
I thought that I did something so terribly wrong that I upset him. When it kept happening, I thought I was losing my touch. It was only once he discarded me and tried to kill me that I realized the truth. I wasn't the broken one. He was.
Rennie shifted closer to Kendra, putting a comforting hand against her back.
You did what you needed to do, Kendra. You got away from him. You survived. I survived,
sniffed Kendra.
Do you know how many that I saw that didn't? How many people were killed in cold blood in front of me? I think Carmine wanted it that way. He wanted me to know that he had no qualms about killing. I should have taken it for the warning that it was, but I was young and idealistic. I thought I could tame the demon inside. Life has a way of humbling us all,
said Anna. I shot her a sideways glance, proud of the wisdom that came from such a young woman. Anna shot me a small smile before we turned our attention back to Kendra.
Everybody in this room wants the same thing, don't we?
Asked Kendra.
We all want to see Carmine Hondas brought to justice.
I nodded. You said it perfectly, Kendra. Will you help us? Will you show me where he lives?
Mukalo,
whispered Kendra.
What was that?
Asked Anna.
Mukalo,
repeated Kendra.
It's a small system, in the Middle Rim. It's not very populated, and there aren't many things going on there. It's the perfect place for someone to hide. And it's been Carmine's home ever since I've known him. I know of Mukalo,
said Rennie.
It was one of those systems that was always underperforming in the Tanaki's rackets. Used to piss off the Ondas as something fierce. It makes sense that they wanted the best for their homeworld.
Let's set a course for Mukalo, then, I said. Well, perhaps I should be asking you, Kendra. It's your ship, after all. Kendra took a deep breath and then smiled at me, showing off her cat-like teeth.
Lioness, set our coordinates for the Mukalo system.
When the ship acknowledged the order and began to plot the course, I couldn't help but express my gratitude to her. Thank you, Kendra, I said, touching her arm. We're going to get justice for you, I promise you that.
Just promise me one thing,
she asked.
If you do kill him, I want to see his body. Not alive, but dead. I just want to see that old bastard get what's coming to him. I want to see him get what he doled out to all those people while he was alive. Can you promise me that?
I nodded and smiled. I think we can make that work, Kendra. After our introduction to Kendra, there was a real desire for rest. Both Anna and I were still running on fumes, and I knew I was going to crash hard if my head didn't hit the pillow soon.
There is a slight problem with sleeping arrangements,
said Kendra, after she recovered her normal seductive composure.
I only have 3 beds on the entire ship. You probably saw my room before you arrived at the bridge. Hard to miss with all your stickers,
said Anna, which only made Kendra look a little embarrassed.
What?
Asked the Vendrex woman.
I like to express my individuality.
I chuckled. Duly noted, Kendra. Are you saying that I'm going to be sleeping on the couch in your common area? It wouldn't be the first time I made do without a bed. Kendra and Rennie shared a glance before looking back at me.
That's not exactly what we expected you to do,
said Rennie, shooting a wink at Anna. When I turned to face Anna, the sexy blonde was wearing a coy smile that looked better suited on Kendra's face.
Come on, Lennox. You can bunk with me,
she said, leading me into the 3rd bedroom.
Sweet dreams,
called out Rennie as she and Kendra giggled to themselves and returned to the bridge. At least the rooms were outfitted with queen beds. Not that I couldn't make it work, but I wanted to be comfortable as we made our way to Mukalo. We had nearly nothing besides the clothes on our backs, which meant that we would need to get restocked with supplies before we got there too. I was still pleased about Kendra's decision to help us, and I think it showed as I looked around the room.
Care to tell me what you're so happy about?
Asked Anna, raising an eyebrow.
Is it just about sharing a bed with me tonight? Or something else?
I laughed softly as I checked out the closet, only to find it already full with some of Kendra's things. I'm happy that we were able to sway Kendra. If she had said no, this would have been a lot more difficult.
It seems like she likes you,
said Anna.
And Rennie does too. It's hard to turn down a request from a handsome Galactic Ranger. Trust me, I know the feeling.
I'm just glad she didn't, I said, or else we would have been back to square one. I could hear Anna making herself comfortable behind me, but I didn't turn around. The inside of this overflow closet of Kendra's was weirdly interesting, including her choice of equipment. I picked up an old arm guard that couldn't even power on, which reminded me of something else. Before we get to Macalo, we'll have to get some supplies, I said. Arm guards are a must since we lost ours on Fierro. Good clothing too, but most importantly weapons. I'm not sure what weaponry Kendra has on this ship, but if it's anything like her room decoration, I'm pretty certain I won't want to go hunting for Carmine Hondas with a sparkly pink gun. I heard Anna pull the bedding down. The bed started to creak as she climbed on it.
We can always charge it to our agency cards. I'll just blame my losses on you when I talk to Garth. I bet he doesn't bat an eyelash.
I snorted. No, he probably won't. He'll probably have me on armory duty for a few months after he finds out about the Juno. Oh well, not like I didn't warn him. I continued to search for anything that might be useful to us, finding some light clothing that might fit Anna. When I turned around to show her, I nearly dropped it on the ground in shock. Anna was laying back on the bed. She had the covers pulled all the way down, and the only thing she was wearing was a smile. My fucking God, I muttered under my breath. Anna giggled.
See something you like?
Did I ever? What wasn't there to like about a fully nude blonde bombshell in your bed? I really enjoyed the way she was leaning back against the headboard, her body completely on display for me. Anna's body really was the best of both worlds, having the kind of curves most women would die for, but just being slim enough that it seemed to emphasize her natural assets. I couldn't have designed a better woman if I tried. She turned me on in ways I never thought possible, and judging by her extremely hard nipples, she was feeling the same way.
Well?
Asked Anna after a long moment of tension. Well? I repeated, bringing my trance-like stare at her body and chancing a look at her warm brown eyes.
Are you just gonna stare at me or what? She
asked, cupping her breasts with both hands. I was still dead tired, but there was no way I was going to turn down that request. I had my clothes off in about 3 seconds flat before I crawled into bed, my body hovering over hers. Anna let out a sigh of contentment when I reached her, and she placed her arms around my neck, pulling me in for a kiss. Our tongues dueled for several minutes as I felt myself press between her legs, searching for that intimate source of heat. I didn't even have to guide myself into her when the time came. Our bodies were such a great fit that I lined up naturally, and my cock slipped inside my beautiful partner. Anna only kissed me more passionately when my cock entered her body. I loved the way that she gasped at that first incursion, especially when she threw her hips back at me to force it deeper. We quickly forgot just how tired we were in order to enjoy each other's bodies to the fullest. I had no idea how long we were moving together, but I suspected it was about 25 minutes later. Between the two of us, we'd racked up 4 orgasms, and Anna couldn't have been more content as she snuggled against my chest. I thought our first time was really good, I teased her, but our second time was off the charts. Anna lifted her head to grin at me.
I didn't think you'd care if I upheld my promise.
What promise?
The promise I made you on Fierro,
she said.
About getting off that stupid planet and fucking you every day moving forward, remember?
Oh, that promise. Anna poked me.
Yeah, that promise.
A promise made between 2 partners, I said soberly. 2 friends who just like to fuck. I wasn't sure why I said that last bit. Maybe to my brain, I thought it needed to be said. Maybe I just wanted to remind Anna of the other promise we made to each other, that we wouldn't let sex and feelings get between us and the mission. When Anna didn't respond, I knew exactly the reason why. I put my finger under her chin and forced her to look at me again. One look in her eyes confirmed everything I suspected. Anna had deep feelings for me. In a way, the idea thrilled me. Who wouldn't be happy to have someone like Anna in their lives? She was everything a man could want and more. And the truth was, she wasn't the only one with feelings for the other. I let out a deep sigh. We're screwed, aren't we? I said, chuckling at my own statement. Anna gave me a cautious look.
In what way?
You know what way, I said. Why'd you have to be so damn sexy? I think I surprised her, which made her laugh nervously as she turned around and placed her chin against my chest.
I could ask you the same thing. Why'd you have to be so amazing? I couldn't just have sex with you and let it mean nothing.
Yes, we're stuck in the same boat.
Mm-hmm. Guess so.
The mission still comes first, though, I said. Nothing changes on that front. Anna nodded her head in agreement.
And after the mission?
After the mission, I said, we find out what the hell this thing is. Anna beamed with a smile.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Chapter 21. The next morning I was refreshed, recharged, and re-engaged as we neared the home world of Carmine Hondas. I popped out of bed with a vigor I hadn't felt in days thanks to the joint efforts of being healed and Anna's affections. It was amazing just how much I responded to a little tenderness, and I was already looking forward to sharing some intimacy with Anna later that day, as long as she kept her promise, which I had no doubt she would do. We were playing with fire, but I was losing my ability to protest. The truth was, I didn't want it to end, and I thought that we were a better team because of it. I thought about waking Anna, but I didn't want to spoil the picture-perfect way she was laying on my bed, with her hand draped over the side and with the sheet only covering the lower half of her body, her glorious mane of blonde hair spread out across both pillows, which I only realized now she'd stolen in the middle of the night. I leaned down and kissed the space between her shoulder blades, which made her sigh peacefully. I still didn't have much for clothing, so I had to make do with what Kendra had on the ship. Only a few garments were made for men, and none of them were for men with my size and proportions. So getting new clothing was the first item on my agenda as I made my way to the kitchen, where I found Kendra and Rennie already sitting.
We were wondering who was going to get out of bed first,
teased Rennie as she took a sip of her morning tea.
My bet was on you, so it looks like Kendra will be paying up.
Kendra gave both Rennie and me a sour look.
Duly noted. I can say one thing about having Lennox aboard. It reminds me that I need to invest in better soundproofing for the walls.
I froze in my tracks and looked at both women, who looked amused at the indiscretion. You heard what happened last night?
Sweetie, I think half the Woden system heard what you were up to last night,
said Kendra with a snicker.
And we were just passing through.
Sorry, I said sheepishly. I didn't mean to disturb anyone's sleep.
Disturbances like that are most welcome on this ship,
said Kendra.
But it is considered poor form not to share. Kendra!
Shrieked Rennie, laughing as she hit her friend on the elbow.
You haven't changed one bit. Would I be any fun if I did? Countered
Kendra. I let the two women continue to have their fun while I made a steaming cup of coffee for myself and sat down at the table.
I do have to say one thing, though,
said Kendra more seriously.
This ship hasn't seen this much life in a long time. Thin walls or not, it's nice to be able to share the space with other people again. Ever since the culling of the Vandals, there hasn't been much in the way of good times.
How many Vandals are left besides you? I asked. I heard the Tanaki had been particularly thorough at the end of the turf war. Kendra nodded.
At our lowest, there were less than 20 of us. The Vandals have doubled the numbers since then, and the group has shifted in purpose from what they originally were. Most of the galaxy knew us as little different than the Tanaki, gangsters and nothing more. The new Vandals are much more than that.
In what way, I asked.
You can say it was born out of our near destruction,
continued Kendra.
We watched our organization not only lose the war, but be exterminated afterward. There wasn't a person left that watched the devastation without seeing friends, partners, and lovers killed in the process. You could say those of us that were left tragically scarred. But the Vandals were also given a new purpose.
Revenge? I suggested, guessing where this was going. Kendra clicked her tongue and shook her head.
Not exactly. Protection is a better way to put it. Those remaining members banded together, closer than they were before, to protect those that were left. At first, it was about simply not traveling alone, as well as not creating opportunities for the Tanaki to pick us off. Later, it became striking back at the Tanaki when they expected only weakness from us. They only called the war off because we were killing too many of them when they already thought we were a beaten force. If word got out, it would be embarrassing for them. So they declared the war won and stopped targeting us. Out of that experience, the Vandals turned to protection. The new Vandals are rebuilding as a semi-legitimate organization,
continued Kendra.
One that focuses on protecting the weak from the world of gangsters. I think it's a natural progression for the group, coalescing around a shared value that resonates with all of them. The Vandals can be hired by nearly anyone who has a problem with local gangs, and they'll offer their protective services. You can say it's a more conscientious path than the one we came from. Still semi-legitimate, though?
Asked Rennie, raising an eyebrow. Kendra smirked.
Some habits are hard to break. They are moving in the right direction, though, but it won't be a destination they reach overnight.
I get the impression that the Vandals are moving on without you, I said, picking up on the way she phrased a few key words. Do you not consider yourself a Vandal anymore? The Vendrex woman spread her hands apart.
Caught that, did you? Yes. I've decided to part ways with them. I'll maintain my contacts, but I want to move on and just be Kendra. Not a Vandal, just me. Make sense? Makes perfect sense to me,
said Rennie, who was also in a very similar situation.
Besides,
added Kendra,
in a more legitimate organization, there's not as much work for women of my caliber.
The look that Kendra shot me at that moment put me in absolute agreement with her. I was barely wearing anything, but she already had me hot under the collar from a single look. I needed to change the subject, if only so I could get my head back on straight. I was hoping to send a message today, at least so we can have someone meet us at Mukalo, I said.
Did you need something in particular?
Asked Kendra. I gestured to my shirt, which was just a shade too light to pass for red. I can't exactly take down Carmine Hondas wearing this.
Well, you could,
joked Rennie.
And it would make for a very interesting visual. I doubt Anna would mind,
chimed Kendra. Yeah, very funny, I said, rolling my eyes. Anyway, the agency has its own contact for this kind of thing. If I get the message out now, I might be able to make a rendezvous right as we get to Mukalo. By the way, what's our ETA? Kendra checked a small tablet that was sitting on the table.
5.5 hours.
That'll be all the time I need.
You can get someone out here that quickly?
Asked the surprised Rennie. I smirked. The agency is a galaxy-wide organization. We have our people spread throughout the galaxy to support our agents, especially in a time of need. And I don't have any other needs right now than getting this pink shirt off my back.
You won't hear any objections from me if you want to do that right now,
said Kendra, licking her lips.
Or me,
added Rennie. I chuckled. You two are nothing but trouble. Kendra patted my hand.
It's good that you realize these things now instead of later.
The Vendrex woman passed over her tablet and opened a secure comm channel, which I used to reach out to the agency. One thing that I really liked about being a ranger was access to the MA, or the Mobile Armory. The agency knew that once out in the field, all bets were off, and it was incredibly easy to lose or destroy equipment in the line of duty. In my case, they knew that a bit too well. Whenever that happened, you reached out to the MA and told them what you needed, where you were going, and when you would be there. They met you bringing an entire arsenal of weapons, clothing, and supplies with them to outfit your every need and desire. It also helped that I knew most of the MACs, or Mobile Armory Commandants, on a first-name basis. Like I said, I have a tendency to need their services more than most. I had put in my passphrase to make sure they knew it was me, and then I put in a list of things that Anna and I would need once we arrived on Mukalo. It only took a few seconds for me to get a confirmation, and I grinned when I saw who wrote me back. The Macs were constantly rotating throughout the galaxy, and this particular one was a favorite of mine. "Done deal," I said, handing the tablet back to Kendra. "Thank you." Kendra took one last look at the tablet and frowned.
Shit, I'm almost out of battery. I should charge this. It's the best piece of equipment I have on the entire ship, and I can't afford for it to die. Be right back.
She left the room quickly, but I couldn't help but notice the heavy saunter in her step as she left. I had to pull my eyes away, putting them back on Rinny, who happened to notice the entire thing.
First Anna, and now Kendra.
She teased.
Are you ever sated, Lennox?
"I was very sated last night," I quipped, which only made her laugh.
Yeah, I could tell. I think you even impressed Kendra, which is definitely saying something. Let's just say in her line of work, she's not used to that much stamina.
I think most Vendrexes are like that, at least most of the ones I've met, although Kendra seems to take it to another level. Rinny giggled.
My brother was infatuated with her. I think if he had the money and the time, he would have tried to run away with her. Kendra never felt the same, and of course she was always attached to someone else as part of the job, so it never happened. But they stayed friends.
"And you?" I asked. "Is it good to have your friend back?" Rinny didn't have to think about it before nodding.
Just like old times. She's barely changed at all. She is more relaxed now, I think, which is nice, not being part of the Vandals.
"I'm sure you can sympathize with that more than most." Rinny nodded.
Part of the reason we became such fast friends. Same interests, same lifestyle, and we even had the same taste in men.
I couldn't help but notice just how charged that statement was. When I met Rinny's eyes again, they seemed to be glowing, and they showcased a heat that I hadn't seen from her since before the Fierro side trip. Before I could form a response, Rinny sat up from her seat. She wasn't wearing much else besides a form-fitting white shirt and a pair of tiny shorts as she sauntered closer to me. Lifting her smooth blue leg, she swung it over my lap slowly, taking her time before sitting down against my legs and putting her arms on my shoulders. She was close enough that I could practically hear her heart beating. I wondered if she could hear mine as it sped up rapidly once she sat down. Her scent was tantalizing too, a sweet fragrance that just made me want more. As I gazed back into the eyes of the purple-haired siren, I became incredibly turned on.
I hope you don't mind,
whispered Rinny sweetly.
If I didn't say something now, I thought I might miss my chance.
I glanced down at the way she was perched in my lap. I think you let your body do the talking with this one. She giggled.
Is that a problem for you? Sometimes our bodies say things that words can't.
Believe me, I know that feeling well. Rinny shifted her hips as she gave me a more serious look.
I was worried sick about you on Fierro. Worried about both you and Anna. I thought the worst had happened.
Rinny closed her eyes for a moment. I put my hand against her cheek. It's okay, I said. We survived, thanks to you and Kendra. She opened her eyes and centered on me.
I was just afraid that something would happen to you before I got to truly get to know you better. And I hated that.
I opened my mouth to say something, but Rinny didn't give me the chance. Her lips came to mine and we started to kiss. I really enjoyed the taste of Rinny's lips. The Musine woman knew how to strike the perfect balance between overt desire and teasing. Her tongue probed my lips, and we dueled together for nearly a minute before it broke.
Now I know why Anna's so damn happy all the time,
teased Rinny as she shifted in my lap.
Who wouldn't be with this incredible package? I'm glad I took her advice.
I raised my eyebrow. What advice?
About this,
she said.
She said I'd be waiting a while if I wanted you to make the first move. So I had to do it myself.
Anna put you up to this? I asked, surprised. Rinny laughed softly.
You should really do more than just fuck her when you're alone, Lennox.
She can be a very devious woman when she wants to be. I think the thought of us being together excites her a little. I can't say I blame her for that. It excites me a great deal too.
So Anna is more than just bisexual, I said, putting it all together. She wants us together, so she has an extra playmate.
Or 2 or 3,
added Rennie.
But it's just sex, though. I have no doubt that you have a permanent place in her heart. She's not looking for romance with women, only a little added heat.
That made me feel a little better, and it reminded me that I had to talk with Anna before this was all over. But if this was her plan all along, being with Anna was going to be very interesting.
Can you do me a small favor?
Asked Rennie, holding up her 2 fingers in front of my face. Of course. What is it? Rennie smiled.
Can you kiss me again?
For the next 10 minutes, Rennie stayed rooted against me as we explored each other with increasing amounts of passion. By the time we were finished, Rennie had her shirt pulled up high, exposing her blue-tinted breasts for my viewing pleasure.
Like them?
She asked, cupping each mound in front of me. I growled under my breath. What is it with every woman on this ship having a perfect set of tits? Rennie giggled.
Only the finest for a Galactic Ranger. Don't you know that by now?
If I didn't know it at the start of the day, I knew it after Rennie was done. We separated before Kendra could return, who'd gotten dressed after recharging the battery on her tablet. For the rest of the morning, I wondered what I'd gotten myself into. I was on a ship with 3 gorgeous women, all of whom had shown varying levels of interest in me. My life had gotten complicated quickly, especially as we barreled ever closer to the home world of a kingpin of the underworld. I didn't regret 1 second of it, though. Neither did Anna, it seemed, as we sat down to go over the details of our assault on Carmine Hondas's home about an hour before our arrival. She bumped me with her hip and gave me a mischievous smile, one that told me she knew all about what happened with Rennie earlier. And she didn't seem upset about it at all. In fact, she almost looked a little turned on. The 4 of us gathered around a large holoviewer that was part of the common area. Kendra worked the controls as she brought up a small-scale replica of the planet Mukalo. Mukalo was a red-tinted world, one that was incredibly rich in minerals at one point in time. Most of those minerals had been mined more than 1,000 years ago, with the inheritors of that wealth setting up permanent homes on Mukalo with the proceeds. Long after the mines were tapped out, the few remaining wealthy families still continued to control local politics on the planet. But it was very much the definition of a backwater system.
Would it surprise you to know that both Honda's brothers come from money?
Asked Kendra as we looked at the red planet.
Not really,
said Anna after thinking about it for a moment.
Family wealth makes it very easy to form a criminal empire, giving you the excess cash, free time, and contacts to start an illegal enterprise. Most of the leaders of major gangs and mafia-like organizations come from money. One of the things we learned at the academy. Very good, Anna,
said Kendra.
You're exactly right. The Hondases are descended from a long line of moneyed ancestors that made their fortune on Mukalo. I'm not sure if they were native to the planet or came here shortly after it was discovered, but either way, that wealth lasted for many centuries, until the current generation. Now, most of the old money on Mukalo lived a relatively low profile,
continued Kendra.
But the Hondases are a special breed. Both brothers wanted more than just a tame but wealthy life on Mukalo. They created the Tanaki. But when they needed a place to lay low, they came back here.
If the Hondas name is so old and attached to Mukalo, how did we not make that connection sooner? I asked. Kendra pointed her finger at me.
Great question, Lennox. Hondas is a deviation from their original family name. They changed the name to prevent that very problem. But the planet still held meaning to them. They made their homes here, but only a chosen few ever really knew about it, lest they make the connection back to their historical family name.
Kendra hit a button on her tablet.
Anyway, enough of the history lesson. Here's what you really came here for.
The holoviewer started to zoom in on the planet, moving for a spot that was just north of the equator, on a peninsula that jutted into one of the very few bodies of water on the planet.
Most of the planet is a dry desert,
but the settlements are clustered around the places where you can find water,"
said Kendra as she navigated to a city that was near the tip of the peninsula.
"This city right here is known as Verdun. It's not the largest city on the planet, but it was one of the more mid-sized ones. It's not known for its beauty either."
Kendra zoomed in on the city of Verdun, and she wasn't kidding about its lack of beauty. Verdun was downright ugly. Either there was no such thing as Mukalan architects, or they had a sick sense of humor, since the city's buildings didn't seem to follow any rhyme or reason. They shot up and twisted at odd angles, giving the city a jagged appearance that made it look completely disfigured. There also happened to be one color that was more prevalent than most, which happened to be shit brown.
"Why is everything so brown?"
asked Anna, once more showing we were on the same wavelength.
"It's a protective coating for their buildings,"
explained Kendra.
"It was explained to me before that trace amounts of minerals are still in the atmosphere when the planet was still being mined, and they wore away at the exteriors of their buildings when they had frequent dust storms. That coating helped to prevent that, but my understanding is that it ceased to be as big of a problem after they stopped mining. Why they didn't stop using the coating is beyond me, but from the little I know about Mukalo, they seem to like the fact that their planet is ugly."
"Well, it probably keeps away the visitors, which is another reason Carmine Hondas likes it," I said. "Now, where's his compound?"
"Outside the city a good distance,"
said Kendra.
"You would never find it unless you knew where to look for it. Carmine used to have an air car come meet me in the dead of night, so that it wasn't easy to find. But he wasn't always strict with his security when it came to me."
Kendra moved to view the west of the city, where the land became towering cliffs that jutted out over the water. It was on those cliffs that she finally stopped, or rather, it was under the cliff. Anna's mouth fell open.
"Kendra, are you telling us that his home is attached under the waterside cliff?"
Kendra smirked.
"That's what makes it so hard to find. The house is definitely unique in that the entire grounds is attached to the side of the cliff wall. You can see how the rock around it is completely recessed, so that it's not so much hanging as it is sitting on a tiny cubbyhole inside the rock. That's what prevents it from being seen even from the water below."
"How do air cars get in and out?" I asked, "especially if they don't want to be seen?"
"There's a tunnel opposite the wall that you can't see from this view,"
said Kendra.
"They come out of an unmarked entrance on the other side of the cliffs. One that's pretty remote and heavily guarded. I don't recommend coming in from that side." "What about from the water?"
asked Anna.
"Can we fly around the cliff and land on his back porch?" "Not unless you want the entire compound to know you're there,"
said Kendra.
"The seaside approaches are watched by his security, and Carmine didn't cheap out on the cheap stuff. He's got both flying and walking droids that watch the property, extensive cameras, and laser-guarded entrances. Now, I can show you where all those things usually are, but I wouldn't recommend coming in from the sea."
"I can handle the rest of that stuff," I said. "But, Kendra, you know the property the best. Where can we have the best chance of coming in with stealth?" Kendra took a deep breath and rolled the viewer upward.
"You're not afraid of heights, are you, Lennox?"
"Not particularly. Why?"
"Because coming down from the cliff is the best way to do so unnoticed,"
said Kendra. She showed the top of the cliff where the ground stuck out the furthest from the recessed rock walls below. Coming in from the cliff meant diving down an inverted slope for a few hundred feet before you arrived at the compound. It also meant that anyone that saw you would be able to kill you long before you reached the bottom. They didn't even really have to kill you. They could just shoot at you until you dropped from fright alone and let the fall kill you.
"From above?"
whispered Anna.
"Are you serious, Kendra? I know it sounds crazy, but it's the only place that isn't crisscrossed with cameras,"
explained the Vendrex woman.
"The droids barely cover it, mostly because no one would be crazy enough to attempt coming down in the first place. The few safeguards that are in place can be removed easily if you know where they are, which I happen to do." "How do you know about all this security?"
asked Anna.
"Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for it. But I wouldn't expect a mistress to know this level of detail about it." "It's a fair question,"
said Kendra.
"Honestly, you're not the first ones to approach me about getting into the Hondas compound. When the war between us was still going on, there was a plan for the Vandals to take him out as a way to stop the fighting. It just never came to fruition because the people that were planning to make the assault were killed in other fighting. They brought me on because I'd been there, and we found out about the security after some high-level observation.
Would you be able to tell if he's there currently? I asked. I'm operating on a gut feeling that tells me he's there and laying low currently, but I don't have proof. Can you tell if he's there?
This feed isn't live,
said Kendra, pointing at the viewer.
The one we used to plan our original attack required us to be on the planet to get a live feed. Once we arrive on Mukalo, I can switch to a live feed and I'll be able to tell. Carmine likes a fresh breeze that comes up off the water when he's here. There's a window to his office that he leaves open. If the window is open, he's there.
I glanced at Anna, who seemed more certain of this plan now than she was a few minutes earlier. After getting a nod from her, I looked back at Kendra. Then let's do this. Let's see if we can ruffle his feathers. Chapter 22. We left the common room a short while later to prepare for the meeting with the Mac. As we were leaving, I could tell that Anna was a little nervous about the task in front of us, and I wanted to do my best to soothe her anxious nerves. You feeling okay about all this? I asked as we walked.
I don't really know. I've never rock climbed before, at least not for real,
said Anna.
I've also never rappelled down an inverted rock face before.
That's not what I remember from your training, I teased. You rock climbed and rappelled like you've been doing it your whole life. You got this, Anna. She snorted as she gave me a sideways look.
That was just the training course.
The training course is what prepares you for real-life situations. Don't worry. When the time comes, you'll be great.
I'm glad you have faith in me,
she muttered quietly. You don't have faith in yourself?
I'm just a little scared,
said Anna finally, once we reached our shared bedroom.
Heights are not exactly my favorite thing, and I was already going to be nervous about this mission before we planned it. I know I shouldn't tell you that, but I'm being honest. I'm scared.
I took Anna by the shoulders and forced her to look at me. The beautiful blonde's eyes were full of anxiety, which was a rapid departure from the confident woman that beckoned me to bed last night. At that moment, it wasn't hard to see that despite Anna's competence on the field, she was still relatively young and inexperienced. You're gonna kick ass when we get there, I said softly, while giving her a confident grin. You won't even need me. You're gonna descend down that slope, kick the door into Carmine's office, and take him down just by yourself. She rolled her eyes, but at least she was smiling again.
Let me guess. I'm also going to disband the Tanaki single-handedly too?
She bantered, making me chuckle. I expect an immediate promotion to Garth's job as soon as we get back, I teased. You're so much better than you give yourself credit for.
I don't feel that good,
she said.
I couldn't even hit the target when we met.
But look at you now, I said. Look at how far you've come. I haven't had many partners in this job, but I've seen enough of you to know that I don't want any other partners. You fit me perfectly, and I have the utmost confidence in your abilities.
Yeah?
Asked Anna, as some color returned to her face. Fuck yeah, I said, making her giggle. She arched her head to the side.
You're not just saying that because you like fucking me.
Yeah, I'm only saying that because I like fucking you. Anna jabbed me in the stomach, but she laughed. When she was done laughing, she threw her arms around my neck and kissed me tenderly.
Thank you,
she whispered.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Probably find some other guy to arrange bisexual threesomes with, I suggested. Anna grinned wickedly.
Rennie told me what happened. I know we didn't really talk about it, but I didn't think you'd mind.
It was a surprise, but a good one at that, I said. Rennie is beautiful. Anna nodded genuinely.
That she definitely is.
But so are you. Is this what you really want? The grin never left her face.
I figured it was a great way for us to have our cake and eat it too. I didn't think you'd mind because of the extra variety and spice.
Variety and spice generally go well together, I replied. She put her hand on my chest.
It's just other women, though. No one else, okay?
Well, I sure as fuck wasn't about to invite another guy into the equation, I quipped. No matter how much I like you. Anna giggled.
That's the opposite of what I want, totally. No other men, ever. Just me and you. And a few sexy playmates that we get along with fabulously.
So how did we go from partners who sleep together to suddenly setting up my own harem? I joked. She smiled sweetly.
Your life became very interesting the day I entered it.
You can say that again. Anna kissed me one more time, but there was no time for us to explore that passion any further. Kendra stuck her head into our room.
We're getting a hail from someone named Mavis with a mobile armory,
she said. Sure is, I replied. He must be just about here. Once we reached the bridge, I could see the red planet of Mukalo taking up most of the viewer. We could be on the ground shortly, but I wanted to meet the MA before we landed, so there was less chance of discovery. I could see the open line to the MA on the main console screen, and I hit the button to speak. Galactic Ranger Lennox Perry, I said clearly before reciting my agency identifier number.
Passphrase,
said a grizzled voice on the other end of the line. I gave a sheepish glance at the women before hitting the button again. Mucine women are sexy, but nothing compares to a Vendrax, I said, reciting the passphrase perfectly. Kendra snickered.
I'm guessing that's your friend?
Rennie raised an eyebrow.
The more I see of him, the more I like him.
I winced. It was a little roguish in my youth.
Something tells me we're going to talk about this later, Lennox,
giggled Rennie. I gave her a rakish grin before turning my attention back to the hail.
And I see that's never changed.
See, that's why I've always liked you, Lennox,
said the grizzled voice, now a lot more friendly.
Even when you stick your foot in your mouth, you always manage to recover nicely.
Not as gracefully as you, Mavis, I joked.
Well, you're not wrong there.
Good to hear from you, old friend, I said. I could surely use your help about now. I'm bone dry on just about everything, and I have an important mission tomorrow.
And you thought you'd call your old buddy Mavis to come bail your ass out again, did you?
You're one of the few people in the galaxy I actually trust, Mavis. He grunted.
Yeah, just guide me in and save the sweet talk for someone else. See you at the airlock.
Less than 40 minutes later, the MA ship was fully docked against ours, with both ships latched together by the single airlock between them. Looking at the viewer screen, the MA ship completely dominated ours, being about 5 times bigger. I knew every inch of space on that ship was full of enough weapons to take over a small planet, and I couldn't wait to get my hands on it. Once the airlock opened, I saw a familiar face on the other side. If I could have picked 2 words to describe Mavis, those words would be space cowboy. He was the only person I knew that preferred a cowboy hat for headgear, never parting with his signature light brown felt. His eyes were a mischievous blue color, and he was almost always perpetually overweight due to his love of all kinds of food. Most importantly, he never ran out of the critical stuff, and he was always quick and responsive. But that came from so many years of experience. Mavis had been doing this job for far too long, always talking about the day when he could hang up his hat for real and retire to some backwater planet. The day that actually happened would be a sad one indeed. He was the kind that wasn't easily replaceable.
Man, do you get uglier each time I see you,
Mavis said, grinning like a fox as he shook my hand.
What'd you break this time?
More like what didn't I break, I said, chuckling. It's not even my ship this time. Mavis let out a low whistle.
Garth is gonna kill you one of these days.
Nah, he'll be fine, I replied. By the way, have you met my new partner, Anna Bartlett? Anna stepped forward while Mavis made a dramatic showing of removing his hat and kissing the back of her hand.
Charmed to meet a beautiful and exquisite lady such as yourself. You can call me Mavis.
Anna laughed softly.
I like him already. Do you think you can teach Lennox the finer points of being a gentleman like you?
Mavis closed his eyes and shook his head.
I've been trying for years on that one, Miss Anna. It never took. Some men are just born scoundrels.
Anna giggled while I scowled at him.
Scoundrels now?
Mavis grinned.
What? I never said I wasn't one, too.
I rolled my eyes. Just show me the goods. Do you have all the usual stuff? Mavis blew air through his lips.
Do I have all the usual stuff?
He repeated arrogantly.
Of course I do. I even got some stuff that's better than the usual stuff. Things I'm not supposed to have.
How'd you manage that? I asked.
I stumbled on a fire sale on the other side of Renostal last time I was home, said Mavis. Some private security company went out of business and they were selling off their gear. It's good shit, Lennox. You might want to check it out.
Clothing first, I said, gesturing to my attire. I need real clothing.
Mavis winced. I was gonna say that you're not that kind of man that can wear pink and get away with it.
I don't know, Mavis,
said Anna, her eyes ablaze with playful fire.
I think Lennox is the kind that looks cute in anything.
Mavis opened his mouth and pointed his finger in a gagging motion.
Yeah, agree to disagree on that one, Miss Anna.
Mavis led us on to the ship, which was a lot like stepping into a giant organized closet. We started off with rows and rows of clothing, which were available on the first floor of the MA ship. It was clothing that fit all sexes, shapes, and sizes, and it didn't take me long to find the dull green compression shirt that I was after.
Still like those compression shirts, do you? Asked Mavis as I ripped off the pink one.
I like 'em a hell of a lot better than I like pink, I said as I put my head through the collar and pulled down the sleeves.
Much better. I suppose you can have your man card back now, too, joked Mavis.
I need a few more of these in various earth colors, as well as a few with short sleeves, I said. For pants, utility is best. More pockets, the better. Neutral colors here. You still have my size?
I do, unless you've been eating like a pig since the last time I saw you.
My line of work comes with frequent exercise, I said, chancing a glance at Anna, who wiggled her eyebrows at me secretly. Now, on to women's clothing.
We might struggle a little bit there,
said Mavis, a bit too seriously at first.
I mean, how to properly pick out the right clothing for such a lovely flower of a woman.
Anna let out an embarrassed laugh.
There are too few men in the galaxy like you, Mavis.
I've been trying to tell my wife that for decades. She just doesn't believe me for some reason,
he said, shaking his head.
Come on this way, though. I have something new you just might like.
We moved down another row that was more clearly designated for women. We didn't stop until coming to a rack that looked to be full of utility vests.
This is about perfect for anyone looking to get into a fight, said Mavis. There's 8 different compartments on this vest, and each one will fit a mag during a fight. You're about to start something deadly, you don't want to be outfitted in anything else.
It's perfect,
replied Anna.
I'll take 2. I'm afraid I'm in a similar situation as Lennox, though. All my other clothes were destroyed.
Already picking up his bad habits, I take it? Asked Mavis, shaking his head playfully. We need to find you a better role model.
I punched his arm lightly, which made him feign an expression of pain. He glanced at Anna. See what I mean? Mavis led us down another aisle where I could see large boxes of different colors sitting on the shelf. One glance at the label told me they were pre-assembled bundles of clothing. Mavis picked one up and held it out to Anna.
Everything a lady needs for clothing for 10 days, he said. There's an item list on the side if you want to take a look at the contents.
Anna didn't look that impressed.
Everything's already in the box? But what fun is that if I can't select my clothes?
Well, I think the agency figured it was cheaper for 'em in the long run to have boxes that were ready to go right off the shelf, said Mavis sympathetically, although I will pass on your concern to the leadership.
Anna pursed her lips.
Whoever made this program is definitely not a woman, but I'll take one, I suppose.
You got one of those for men? I said. That sounds like a great idea to me. Mavis covered half his mouth as he glanced at Anna.
See what I mean? He whispered. Men love the idea.
Anna giggled, and we moved on. We picked out a few odds and ends like socks, boots, other footwear before descending to the next level where we could find all-purpose supplies.
I have one of just about everything, said Mavis, spreading his arms out wide. But it'll help if you tell me what you're trying to do so I can guide you in the right decision.
No, I said quickly. Telling you is like the equivalent of telling half the galaxy. Last time I told you even the smallest detail, I read about it the next day on the Huloviewer.
Mavis looked hurt. Can you blame a guy for liking to talk when he drinks?
No, but that's the reason I don't tell you anything, I quipped.
Oh, all right then, be that way, said Mavis, crossing his arms. If you need something, just let me know.
I need outdoor equipment, I said. Anything for rock climbing, rappelling? Mavis didn't even need to think about it.
Aisle 16.
We moved until we came to the 16th aisle, which was full of all types of outdoor kits. I saw underwater diving sets, mobile jetpacks with a 2-hour flight time, special garments that could walk through lava unscathed. You name it, and Mavis had it. I found the rappelling kits next to 0-degree tents and picked up a couple for both of us. Electronics now, I said. I need something that can get us around security droids without being seen. Preferably without interrupting normal operations so we don't tip off the other security. Have something like that? Mavis blew air through his lips.
Well, that sounds like a simple signature blocker. You'll need 2 of them to work. I'm not sure how the technology works exactly, but if you read the instruction manual, it's like putting a secure web around your body and makes you invisible to the droids.
Does it work with good old-fashioned cameras, too?
Does the Mithrandian president shit in the woods?
Countered Mavis. By that question, the answer is no, I said, shaking my head. He most certainly does not shit in the woods. Mavis rubbed his chin a little while Anna giggled at us.
Well, maybe he would if he was trapped there. Like he couldn't get out or something and he really had to go. I imagine if he had shoddy cuisine that gave him the runs.
Mavis, I interrupted. Will it work or not?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Add it to the list. What about something that can handle laser tripwires?
Oh, that's my personal favorite, said Mavis. This batch came in from the fire sale. It's just over here.
Mavis led us around 2 more aisles until he found something small and cylindrical that fit in the palm of my hand.
This is a particle disruptor, said Mavis. Hit the switch once you're near the laser. It'll scramble the beam so much it won't be able to detect that the beam has been crossed.
What's the range on something like that?
5 feet only, said Mavis. You gotta make sure you're standing at the door when you turn it on. I've been trying to get a 10-foot version, but the factory's delayed in sending it to me. Thus, you gotta make do with the 5.
We'll make it work, I said, adding it to the list. Anything else you'd recommend? Have anything new? Mavis didn't have to think about the question as he grabbed me by the arm and led me to the next aisle. What's this? I asked as he put 2 items in my hands.
1 word. Distraction, answered Mavis. See this goodie box? There's a few things in here like a noisemaker, some fireworks, and some other cool shit as well. You set this up out of the way where it can't be found and use the remote control to pick what detonates. Perfect for when you need to make noise that you want to be obscured by something else.
We'll take it, I said. Could come in handy during the mission. Anything else? Mavis put something that looked like a metal gauntlet into our hands. I stared at it in confusion as I tried to hand it back. I'm planning on shooting anyone who gets in my way, Mavis. I don't plan on using this to punch their lights out.
That's not what it's for, growled Mavis. It's a grappler. With you needing a rappel kit, I'm guessing you're gonna need a way to get back up, too. Use this when the time comes. Just point your fist towards solid rock and shoot. Then all you need to do is hang on. Perfect for a speedy getaway.
What's the weight limit on these things? I asked. Mavis gave me a dull look.
Not planning on gaining a few pounds between today and tomorrow, are you?
The look I gave him in return made him take a full step back. Okay.
It'll handle up to 400 pounds, no problem. Anything more than that, and, well, I'd say you're better off finding another way back up that cliff.
More than enough to handle Carmine's weight if we take him with us, I said to Anna. We'll take 2. Now, add a couple backpacks, canteens, a couple of knives, a few pairs of gloves, and I think we'll have everything we need.
Perfect, Lennox, replied Mavis. I trust you'll also need a weapon.
Does the president shit in the— Oh, hell yes, I'll need a weapon, I said. Mavis led us to the 3rd and final floor, which was outfitted with the main armory. Racks upon racks upon racks were filled with a whole host of weaponry. Mavis had everything from army plasma rifles all the way down to your grandmother's pea shooter. He also had 2 weapons that I was very interested in replacing.
An Eagle 9 for the lady, said Mavis, putting the box in Anna's hand. And there's also 5 boxes of ammunition available that you can have as well.
Anna hugged the box to her chest.
An Eagle 9. This is just perfect. Thank you, Mavis.
Mavis beamed with a grin before turning his attention toward me.
At least someone here appreciates what I bring to the table.
I pursed my lips. My Huxley? Did you bring it with you? Mavis rummaged for another box.
So impatient, Lennox. Yes, here's your Huxley. Though ammunition is getting harder to find for it. You ever consider upgrading your gun to something more modern?
I like my Huxley, I said defensively. It's never done me wrong, so why fix what isn't broken?
Well, you only get 3 boxes of ammunition, said Mavis. I trust you'll make 'em count. You want anything with more firepower? Anything that'll help with the initial assault?
2 Army-grade plasma rifles, I said, just in case we get in a pinch.
I'd expect nothing less,
replied Mavis, pulling out 2 standard-issue rifles.
This is a newer model I just received. They don't take as long to cool down. You can fire continuously for 2 full minutes before it overheats and requires a cooling period. Of course, if you fire in short bursts, you'll hold off that cooling period a lot longer. I trust you'll conserve your fire unless you actually need it.
Yeah, something like that, I said as I took the rifle from his hands and held it up. Anna did the same thing, testing the weight and position in her arms as she held it up. Mavis grinned at us.
The cavalry has definitely arrived.
With those last major items ticked off, we made our way back to the upper deck. Our purchases were tied back to our agency IDs, where a full expense report would be sent back to Garth. At that point, Mavis assembled everything into several kits and helped us move them over to Kendra's ship.
That should be the last of it, said Mavis. Won't take bets on next time you'll need my help again?
Not particularly, I replied. I'm not a big fan of you taking my money. Mavis grumbled under his breath before he turned his attention back to Anna. He removed his hat.
Lovely to meet you, Miss Anna. I hope this next mission goes extremely well for you and your rascal-like partner over there.
By the way, I threw in a few treats for you both in the last leg.
Stuff that should come in handy.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Mavis,
said Anna, putting on her best smile.
May I trouble you for one more thing before you go?
If it's within my ability to do, I'll do it for you, Miss Anna.
Anna leaned in closer.
Do you have an extra cowboy hat?
Mavis smirked.
What you need one for?
Oh, nothing in particular,
said Anna, grinning mischievously.
I just know a certain rascal that would look dashing in it.
Mavis couldn't control his laughter as he produced a nearly identical hat and placed it in Anna's hands. Without missing a beat, she placed it on my head and winked at me.
I think you just went up a few points on the attraction scale,
said Mavis, still struggling to contain his laughter.
I was a 10 before.
Guess I'm a 12 now, I said. Mavis grinned and gave me a firm handshake.
Take care of yourself out there, Lennox. I'll see you soon.
With one last tip of the hat, the airlock closed and the MA prepared for takeoff. As we carried our stuff back to our room, I couldn't help but notice that Anna was giving me frequent glances. What? I said finally. She giggled.
I think we're gonna have a lot of fun with that cowboy hat. You're really getting me going right now.
I rolled my eyes. I would never have pictured you as the cowboy type.
I'm full of surprises, Lennox. Didn't you know that already?
Trust me, I'm figuring it out a little each day. We got a chance to change into our new clothes as well as to outfit our gear for the upcoming expedition. By the time we were done, it was late in the evening, and it was time for us to rest. There wasn't any time for bedroom antics tonight, as we were both occupied with thoughts of the mission. I slept relatively well, but I didn't fail to notice that Anna twisted and turned more than usual. Finally, we received our wake-up call in the later part of the morning. Kendra was the one to announce the news to us.
We've landed outside Vadoo,
said the gorgeous Vindrex woman.
I hope you're both ready for this, because his window is wide open.
Chapter 23. As the main landing door opened, I had to squint my eyes as my face was illuminated with the light of the setting sun. Like everything else on Mukalo, the sun was an angry red color, ensuring that everything on the planet received a deep maroon tint. Within 30 minutes it would set for the rest of the day, and we would have 18 hours of darkness to pull off our mission. Both Anna and I were laden down with our supplies and weapons. I'd exchanged the cowboy hat for a pair of night vision goggles, which were resting against my forehead. I had my plasma rifle slung over my arm and my backpack attached to my other shoulder. As I glanced over at Anna, I saw her face was a mask of measured anxiety. She was like a duck on the water, calm on the surface, with all the tension underneath. I gave her an encouraging smile and was pleased when she smiled back.
"Are you sure there's nothing else we can do for you?"
asked Rennie as she and Kendra stood near the door. I shook my head. The assault will be a two-person job. Any more than that will only increase our chances of discovery. Anna and I are trained for this kind of operation.
"I don't know, Lennox,"
said Kendra suggestively.
"I'm very used to moving around without causing a disturbance, especially through bedrooms. And I've seen my fair share of that house."
I smirked at her. I have no doubt about that. I need you here, though, with the ship. If we got in a spot of trouble, we might need a quick evacuation. I need Rennie in front of a workstation, too, just in case we run into anything unexpected. Rennie bit her lip.
"I don't like leaving you alone again. Not after what happened last night."
I pulled the gorgeous Mucine woman to me and hugged her. Don't worry, I have Anna to protect my butt. She's never let me down. I chose my words carefully, wanting to reassure both women at the same time. It largely worked, and the encouragement seemed to boost Anna's spirits. With one last wave at Rennie and Kendra, Anna and I took off in the direction of a cliffside mansion. The ship had come down far from the city, using the barren wastes as cover to escape any local attention. The planet's atmosphere was remarkably friendly despite the hostile exterior, and I found that breathing was easy and oxygen was plenty. The soil was incredibly dense from the lack of liquid water, meaning that it was like walking on hardened concrete instead of walking on loose dirt. It would take us just under an hour to reach the house at the current pace, which would put us directly on schedule for the loss of daylight. The elevation grew more extreme as we moved closer, moving from flatter plains outside the city to more jagged cliffs near the water. The hour passed by rather quickly, as I found they usually did when the adrenaline was pumping. No sooner had we arrived at the seaside cliffs than we found the location of his house. To anyone else, the cliff we were standing on now would look completely unremarkable. No one would have guessed that one of the fiercest gangsters in the galaxy made his home a couple 100 feet below us, but we were about to ruin his secret hideout. I hazarded a glance over the cliff, seeing the water directly under my position. Making this kind of descent in the dark would be tricky for experienced climbers, let alone us. Still, it needed to be done, and I knew I had to keep my nerves about me for Anna's sake. From the reconnaissance we did on the property, I knew there was a ledge about halfway down, on the east side of the cliff. The ledge was critical to our operation, since it would allow us a chance to rest as well as pick where we came down on the property. I also planned to put the noisemaker on the ledge, just in case we needed a handy distraction. After finding a secure jumping point for both Anna and I, we stepped up to the ledge as our hands tightened on our ropes. "We go together," I said, giving her a confident smile. "On my count. 3, 2, 1. We both took that first backward step. I'd always heard that the first step was the hardest, especially when heights were involved, and this time was no different. I listened to Anna's ragged breathing as we descended, and I tried my best not to look down. We kicked up a couple rocks on the way down, but our descent was mostly measured and without incident. Anna came to the ledge first and sat down against the sheer wall we'd just descended, no doubt trying to catch her breath. Once my feet hit the ledge, I let go of the ropes and peered off the landing so I could make my first real glimpse of Carmine Hondas's house. It really was more akin to a mansion. The entire property sat on a much bigger ledge set into the rock, but the limited space meant that the property was taller than it was wide. I knew most of the upper floors were part of the residential area, but the ground floor of the mansion was reserved for running the Tanaki. Our target was his office, which had the ocean view on the south end of the property. The entire mansion was surrounded by a walking path and gardens, and Kendra said most of the people we would find on the ground tended those gardens during the day. They went home after dark, though, leaving just the security force. I could see a few of those security forces making their rounds now. The place was protected by human security as well as android, with most of those on the ground being of the human variety. In the air were 2 flying droids, keeping a watch on all the approaches and activity below. I shuddered when I saw that both of the flying droids had integrated plasma rifles attached to the lower part of their machinery. I hated to think what would happen if they discovered us before we got protection. Best for us to turn on the signature blockers now, I told Anna. No need to take any further chances. Anna pulled hers out of her backpack and activated it while I did the same. To our eyes, nothing changed, but to all those droids below, we were now virtually invisible. There were now only a few hundred feet or so of air between us and the roof of the building. With the noisemaker box planted, we started to rappel down, having to move much quicker this time in order to prevent being spotted. When my feet hit the solid tiles on the roof, I let out a sigh of relief. I helped to guide Anna in until we were all set, and then we hid what was left of our rappelling gear. By the time I was done, Anna grabbed my arm suddenly.
Lennox, incoming!
We both froze as one of the flying droids was due to make a pass of our position. I knew the blockers worked, but seeing an indiscriminate death machine with no conscience barreling toward us while looking down the barrel of a plasma rifle would make anyone nervous. Anna and I didn't breathe again until the droid flew by harmlessly.
It's going to take me some time to get used to that,
whispered Anna.
I still felt like it looked right at me.
You're not wrong, I replied. It did look at you, at the space your body was occupying. It just didn't see you. With our tracks being covered by the signature blockers, Anna and I found the access ladder to the 3rd floor. This part of the 4th floor didn't cover the entire building's footprint, so once we came down the ladder, we were now on the 3rd floor roof. Since there were no more ladders to the lower floors, we used the last ropes we had to tie on to part of the building's chimney and rappel down into the outer garden on the east side of the property. The entrance to Carmine's office was on the west side, and now that we were on the ground level, I could hear commotion coming from the room. There was no way for us to walk around the southern face, which would have been the shortest route, so we had to take the long way around the building to get to the entrance. But first, we came upon a human guard. He was walking the courtyard, patrolling all the walkways on the east side of the property. He hadn't heard us rappel down, but he would need to be dealt with before we moved on. Raising my Huxley, which was equipped with a silencer thanks to Mavis, I shot him twice right between the shoulder blades. The man fell without even making a sound, and Anna and I dashed forward to hide the body behind one of the fountains.
Almost too easy,
whispered Anna. Don't get ahead of yourself, I replied. We still have a lot of ground to cover between here and the office. Let's keep moving. Following the walkway, Anna and I moved through the eastern courtyard until we came to our next roadblock. There was a stone wall in front of us, passable only through an archway that led to the other side. For some reason, this section of the courtyard was separated from the other, but that wasn't the worst part. Laser tripwires, I told Anna. You can just faintly see the heat signature. Anna walked closer to the wall, where there was a fingerprint pad.
This is how the guards get through it. Fingerprint scanners. Probably disables the laser while we walk through.
There's more than one way to skin a cat, I said, pulling out my particle disruptor. I activated the device and held it at waist height against the metallic strip that generated the lasers. Once activated, I could faintly see the solid beams of laser being pulled apart, allowing us to pass. I tested it first by sticking my hand through the archway and giving it a wave. If the particle disruptor hadn't worked, my arm would have been blown clear off along with the rest of me. Seeing that it worked, Anna and I quickly stepped through the archway before I toggled off the device, allowing the lasers to reform.
Phew,
said Anna, shooting me a grin.
Glad to know that one worked.
Before I could respond, I saw a flash of light directly in front of us. It was followed by a second one, and they were about to hit our position. I grabbed Anna and yanked her against the building, laying low in an effort to hide, but it was already too late. Did you see something? I heard one of the guards say as they worked to close the distance between us. Anna's face was full of worry, and it was way too early in the mission to be discovered. I needed to create a distraction. It was time to test out the noisemaker. Pulling the little remote out of my pocket, I toggled the device on and sped through the options until I came to wildlife. Pressing the button, I held my breath for a second. Out on the ledge, I heard the loud call of a frightening creature. To my ears, it sounded like one of those big lions or tigers letting out a roar, and the sound seemed to echo off the rocks before coming down to the courtyard. Both guards froze in their tracks.
Did you hear that? What the fuck was that noise?
You think it was a rock lizard? Man, I hate those things.
Didn't sound right for a rock lizard. Sounded even bigger than that. But I don't think we got anything bigger on this part of the planet.
The two guards continued to argue about it for a moment until their arm guards buzzed. The other guards had heard it too and were trying to figure out the noise. While they did that, Anna and I crawled along the side of the house, careful not to make any further noise. We were shielded from sight by the shadow of the building, and I didn't stop until we were about 15 feet from the two guards. Finally, the guards came to a conclusion of what it was.
Mukal lynx,
said one of the guards to the other, smacking him on the chest like it was the most obvious answer in the world.
Nothing to worry about. They can't climb.
I still don't like it, said the first guard, shining his light in the position where he almost saw us. That position was now empty, and his light only bounced off the stone archway. Shaking his head, he turned around as the two guards went about their rounds.
You take one, I take one, I said to Anna. I got the left. 2 clean shots right between the shoulders. Got it?
Anna nodded and pulled out her Eagle 9. I said the countdown, and our guns fired at the same time, taking down both guards as they walked away from us. Just like last time, I dashed forward to grab their bodies, depositing them into the shadows where we'd just been hiding. With all the eastern guards taken care of, it was time to move toward the north side of the building. This was where the Tanaki boss had a partially underground garage, one that was hidden from view even by aerial reconnaissance. Calling it a garage was a bit of a stretch, since there were only a few steel reinforcements visible inside the structure that prevented the ceiling from caving in. Otherwise, it made use of the natural open space available, and I could see several air cars parked inside. Most of them were fancy models, things that would have put the Juno to shame, even before she was wrecked. There was one that was a limo, and one that was built for speed, judging by the low profile. None of the air cars stood out except for one, a vehicle that was emblazoned with a familiar logo on the side. I couldn't quite make it out from this distance, so Anna and I quickly crossed the garage until we could decipher what it was. And when we did, I nearly shit myself. What the fuck is a Gray's air car doing in Carmine Hondas's garage? I said, almost too loudly. Anna gave me a look of confusion.
That doesn't make any sense. Politicians don't associate with gangsters.
Then what is it doing here? I asked, putting my hand over the engine.
It's still warm, Anna.
Someone brought this here fairly recently. I thought back to all the commotion I heard from Carmine's office on our way down. Was the owner of this vehicle in that office right now, and were they really affiliated with the Greys? Either way, it was important. I had to get a screenshot of this to Garth, as well as the car's galactic identifier to be sure. Using my arm guard, I captured both the logo and the identifier, which was located on the side of the rear exhaust port, and uploaded them to Garth with the highest urgency. This is not a good sign, I told Anna. A Gray's ship in the garage of Carmine Hondas? Can you imagine the damage this would do to their campaign if this got out? Nobody wants to think of their politicians consorting with gangsters. Anna gave me a weird look.
What if it's deeper than just that, Lennox? What if this is...
She froze again when we heard the sounds of footsteps. There were 2 more guards coming, making their rounds through the garage area. I nodded my head to Anna, and we aimed our weapons at the same time.
You take left,
I whispered to her.
3, 2, 1.
We both fired at the same time, but that was when calamity happened. Anna's shot wasn't entirely clean, and the bullet only nicked her guard. He was brought down to his feet like the other one, but he certainly wasn't dead. To make matters worse, he started screaming in pain before he was even on the ground, which was accompanied by several rapid-fire pulse shots. I acted on raw instinct as I immediately put 2 shots in his head, but the damage was already done. There were more footsteps coming, and now the lights in the garage were toggled, flooding the area with light.
Shit!
Swore Anna, already trying to beat herself up for the mistake. Don't dwell on it, I replied quickly. Just take the head off the next guard you see. Time to switch to something heavier now that we've lost the element of surprise. I pulled the plasma rifle off my shoulder and quickly took down the next two guards as they entered the garage. Anna did the same, exchanging fire with a new guard as he appeared on the roof. The guard's shot went wide, hitting the air car next to us and causing the alarm to go off. If Carmine Hondas didn't know we were here, he was about to find out. It was time to haul ass toward his office. Before I did it, I made sure to shoot every car currently in the lot. It wasn't enough to cause an explosion for any of the vehicles, but it did disable them, preventing anyone in the house from making a quick getaway. I took out one more guard who appeared on the far side of the driveway before making a dash toward the house. There was a tripwire that was still active on this side, set between another stone archway. Using my particle disruptor, Anna and I snuck through and entered the west side gardens. Almost immediately we were under fire. The worst offender was one of the flying droids who was shooting all over the courtyard because it couldn't get a toggle on our actual location. This only lasted for so long before someone had the wisdom to turn it off before it caused friendly fire incidents. Instead, they switched to a delivered payload instead, and the droid started swooping in our suspected position before dropping plasma grenades. I hated plasma grenades. I still had a scar on my leg from one that went off a little too close to me during an operation on Cachatl 7 years ago. I didn't plan to add any new scars, so I had Anna focus on the guards while I tried to take out the droid. The little bastard's flight plan was pretty simplistic for what it was doing, and after the second pass I figured out where it was going to be next. I waited until it just about cleared the building and fired, sending a beam of plasma straight for it. My shot hit the droid dead center, and it became nothing more than a scrap of metal, tumbled against the side of the building, and fell toward the ground. The other flying droid joined the fight too, but since time was of the essence, I started a measured burst of continuous fire until it too was nothing more than a charred bundle of wires. By this point, I could see that Anna had reduced the guards to just 2 men. Judging by the way they were positioned against the side of the house, they were hiding someone important behind them. The identity wasn't a mystery for long, as I saw Carmine Hondas's enraged, ugly mug sticking out from the wall. We were so damn close, we just had to capture him without killing him. Seeing that his escape path was closed off, Carmine dashed back inside the house, leaving his 2 guards to our mercy. I mowed down one, sending a wad of plasma through his head until it exploded into a shower of brains. Anna grabbed the other one, putting a gaping hole in his chest where his heart used to be. With the final guard down, we rushed forward, stepping over the bodies of the dead and barreling into Carmine's house to find a scene of utter chaos. Carmine was holding a pistol, but he wasn't the most interesting sight in the house. What was far more interesting was the guy that was sitting halfway out the window, his ass on the seal. It was a face I'd seen before. The last time I'd seen it, he'd been standing right next to Pierce Huntsman as the politician gave a speech to the media. It was the man with the shaved head, the one with bulging eyes that seemed too blunt for the job he had. He wasn't armed, but his glare let me know that he wanted me dead. At first, I thought it was an impromptu suicide attempt, seeing as a drop from the window would land more than 100 feet below on the rocks. That was before I saw the jet board in his hands. Carmine didn't say a single word as we entered the office, our guns ready to fire as we shouted for both of them to surrender. Instead, the Tanaki boss sneered at me as his gun started to fire. He left me no choice. I was too far away to stop him before he got off a few rounds, so I did the next best thing. I shot his wrist. The pistol fell to the ground as Carmine grimaced in pain, soon falling to his knees. In that span of time, the shaved-head Gray's advisor jumped out the window, prompting Anna to make a mad dash for him. By the time she'd arrived, he was standing on the jetboard as its small rocket engine roared to life. He stopped falling and started to fly, cruising along the cliff until he was out of sight.
"He's gone, Lennox,"
said a crestfallen Anna.
"He's getting away."
"Doesn't matter as much," I said as I kicked Carmine's gun away from his hand. "Kendra said the security room is on the other side of the office. Download the footage from the last 24 hours. That'll give us all the proof we need that he was here." As Anna moved into the security room, I watched Carmine fall on his back, still clutching his bleeding wrist. I went to grab a scrap of cloth to stem the bleeding.
"You can put that away,"
said Carmine, sneering at me. He then showed me his tongue, where 2 silver pills were resting on it. Poison. Carmine bit down on it, starting the inevitable. It was poison I was familiar with, one that worked incredibly fast. We'd only have minutes at most. I grabbed him by his shirt, which was stained with his blood. What was that Gray's advisor doing in your home, Carmine? He was already turning purple.
You're the one, ain't you? The Ranger asshole. The one that tried to take Knuckles.
Yeah, that was me, I said. Too bad someone had him killed before we got away. Carmine stiffened.
There's only one way to deal with loose ends.
My eyes narrowed. You killed your own brother?
Wasn't that hard of a decision,
he said, as he started coughing.
The plan had to be protected at all costs, just like now. You think you've won, that you've discovered something useful tonight. You didn't. All you did was succeed and get yourself killed that much quicker. You'll be dead before the night is over. I guarantee it.
Big words for a man that's coughing up blood, I said. Carmine scoffed, then started coughing again.
You have no idea what you've stumbled on. This is bigger than me. Bigger than even the Tanaki. The galaxy is about to change drastically. A new order is about to begin.
Why? I said. What are you helping the Greys to do? Carmine sneered, showing a bloody smile.
You're never gonna last in this new world.
The Tanaki boss took one last breath before his body stiffened. Carmine Hondas was dead. I let go of his shirt, letting him fall to the floor. I knew I would need proof of his death, so I snapped a quick picture of him with my arm guard before pushing up to my feet. Almost immediately, I felt some kind of tremor below my feet, something that happened deep in the rock below the foundation. My body froze after I felt it again. At the last second, I realized what I was hearing. Explosions. I looked down at Carmine's body, searching for anything that might give me a clue. I found it hidden in his hand. A small box with a maroon button on it. Whatever it was, he pressed it right as he died. The last explosion was the worst, in that I felt the entire house shift under my feet. I nearly lost my footing as I ran toward the security room to grab Anna. She met me at the door, already figuring out that something was very wrong.
What's happening?
She cried out.
What did I just hear?
We need to get back up the cliff right fucking now, I said as I grabbed her arm. Carmine activated a dead man switch. The house is going to collapse into the ocean. Chapter 24. Anna and I nearly lost our footing as part of the office caved in around us. Large pieces of the ceiling shattered against the floor, making it that much more difficult to get out unscathed. A giant hole opened up in the ceiling, and I watched as a 6-foot-tall bookcase came crashing through, landing on Carmine's head unceremoniously, and splattering bits of brain and blood in a 3-foot arc. Jesus, I swore as I tried to catch my balance. We've got to go. Now. Anna and I made it to the main doorway that exited out toward the west gardens, but we weren't moving fast enough. 1 second the house was still relatively intact, but the next, at least 10 feet closest to the cliff, was sheared straight off. It caught Anna in the middle of a stride, taking the solid ground under her left foot away.
Lennox!
She screamed as she tried to grab onto anything that would keep her from falling into the deadly abyss below. I dropped to the ground to grab her arm as she lost her backpack and plasma rifle, each item smashing against the rock face below several times before hitting the water. Hang on, I yelled. Don't let go of my hand. The first time I tried to pull her up, she slipped after another tremor, and I almost lost her. Anna's eyes were wide with terror as her legs dangled over the edge of what used to be Carmine's office. Gritting my teeth, I used what strength I had to pull her slowly upward until she could get a toehold in the only part of the floor that remained. I yanked her so hard that she went flying past me, emerging safely on the only firm ground we had left. just wasn't much time. I toggled my night vision goggles as soon as we were outside, feeling another tremor almost bring us to our knees. As soon as we were in the western courtyard, the entire fourth floor pancaked and collapsed into the third, and then the second, throwing up a great plume of dust and making it that much harder to see. There was only one play we had left. Digging into my backpack, I snatched the grappler and stuffed my fist into it. I felt the entrance tighten around my wrist as I grabbed the strength bar inside, praying that we would still get to use it before we were killed by falling debris. Or worse. The biggest problem I had was one of sight. With all the dust in the air, I couldn't easily find a patch of solid rock for the grappler's anchor. I moved around quickly, trying to clear my sight when the rest of the house collapsed. I heard Anna's scream as the rock ledge we were standing on gave way. Out of both time and options, I wrapped my arm around Anna's waist and aimed the grappler as best I could. I pulled back the pin just as we fell off the ledge. I didn't know how long we were falling. Seconds felt like an eternity, but when I felt the line strike into the rock face, giving us a healthy jolt, I silently said a prayer of gratitude. Anna's eyes were closed as we zipped upward, utilizing the strength of the grappler until we cleared the remaining wreckage of the site. We didn't stop until we reached the top of the first ledge, with Anna refusing to let go until I told her it was safe. Letting go of the grappler, we both looked over the edge at the remains of the mansion. There was just nothing left of it. The cubbyhole that it sat in had been completely sheared off. At the bottom of the cliff, I could see what was left of the house dashed against the rocks in a mix of steel and dust.
Oh my God,
whispered Anna, still trying to catch her breath.
Let's not do that again. Ever.
I chuckled, happy to be alive. That is, until I remembered what we'd just witnessed. By the time we got back to the Lioness, I found that Rennie and Kendra were already waiting for us. I'd called ahead to let them know what happened, figuring they might just be close enough to hear the explosions from the house. Both women hugged me tightly, relieved to see we were relatively unscathed after the events of the evening. I was just as grateful to see them. We entered the ship and took off as Anna and I changed into more casual clothing.
Where's Carmine?
Asked Kendra, noticing that he wasn't with us, which was the original plan. It didn't work out that way, I said, shaking my head as I toggled a button on my arm guard. He's dead, Kendra. Are you sure you want to see this? The Vendrex woman steeled herself and nodded without showing a drop of emotion. Taking a deep breath, I showed her the picture of his dead body. Kendra stared at it momentarily, but she turned away quicker than I expected.
It looks like he suffered. Was it quick?
Oh, it happened quickly, I confirmed. He took a nasty poison that works in minutes. He was in pain until his last moment.
Good,
said Kendra, raising her chin.
Thank you, Lennox. You've given me a gift that I won't be able to pay back anytime soon. Thank you for removing that monster from this galaxy. Carmine was just the tip of the iceberg,
said Anna.
It's who we found in his office that is of far greater importance.
Speaking of that, we need to talk to Garth, I said. He needs to know about the Greys. Rennie and Kendra left the room while I tried to make the call. Garth was one of those people that was always at his desk, answering calls at all times of day. He didn't have a family life like the rest of us, and he was the very definition of reliable. Which is why I was confused when he didn't answer my call. I tried again a few minutes later, only to be forwarded to messaging. Strange, I muttered under my breath. He's usually available.
Maybe he's in a meeting?
Suggested Anna.
He could be with leadership right now.
Even then, he usually sends me a message to say he'll call when he's out. I said, toggling over my messages. There was nothing in there from Garth recently. It wasn't a reason to panic, but it made me suspicious almost from the start. With the Greys now being involved, things could definitely become more, well, gray. And if there was one thing I knew, it was that politicians could be even deadlier than gangsters. We had to know what was going on in that office. My heart seized up when I realized that Anna lost her backpack during the collapse. Do you still have the security footage? I asked as my face turned pale. You didn't lose it with the backpack, did you? Anna shook her head. She tapped a button on the metal console of her arm guard, and out popped a data stick.
There wasn't enough time to put it in my bag. I barely popped it out of the mainframe before the house started to collapse.
I let out a sigh of relief. Finally, something that's going our way. Let's see what kind of conversation Carmine was having with our Gray's friend. The data stick contained records of nearly 20 different cameras that went back the last 24 hours. I selected the camera for the office, rewinding it all the way back to when the shaved-head advisor entered his office. Finding the right spot, I pressed play.
"Everything is moving along nicely," said the advisor as he leaned back in his chair.
In his mouth was one of those electric cigars. He took a deep puff before he started talking again.
"The next attack will happen in 6 hours, correct?"
"The biggest one yet,"
confirmed Carmine, his feet perched high on the desk.
"It'll take out a few city blocks in Renasta. The death toll should be at least 30 to 40,000 people, maybe more."
"Excellent,"
replied the advisor, putting his hands together.
"And when the people see yet another attack that the incompetent Blues government can't stop, there will be riots across the entire galaxy. They'll be inflamed and perfectly ready for radical change, which is ideal timing for our next move."
"You're still planning for the annual state address?"
asked Carmine.
"Naturally," answered the advisor. "Pierce believes it'll be a symbolic move. Wash away the old, usher forth the new. We can finally do away with the weak and ineffective Republic and bring forth a new Mithrandis that doesn't cower behind our enemies. One that isn't full of weak-minded fools sharing a system of checks and balances. It's time to usher in an entirely new era, one with ruthless pragmatism and a strong, steady hand on the wheel."
"With a little assistance,"
added a sneering Carmine,
"from their Tanaki partners."
The advisor tipped his head forward.
"Of course. There will be many enemies of the new government. A few who don't like the changes, and a few will start just for the perks that war can bring. Some of these alien races need to be taught a lesson they won't soon forget, that humans rule Mithrandis and the galaxy. A good old-fashioned war against an outnumbered enemy will strengthen the new regime and put our enemies back in their place."
"War is good for business,"
replied Carmine.
"The Tanaki profited greatly off running weapons during the last war a few years ago, the one against the Uzites."
"And under the supreme leadership of Pierce Huntsman, the Tanaki will have an honored position as keepers of the peace," replied Tegan, "as well as all the perks that come with it."
That made Carmine snort in laughter.
"To think, I'd see the day when the Tanaki were elevated to the same rank as the Galactic Rangers. What a future we've created, no?"
"It's a future that is all but assured now," replied the advisor. "The bombs will go off tonight. Outrage will fester for the next 2 days, and at the appointed time we will seize power from the Blues with the help of our newly trained security apparatus."
"You mean those gray troopers I seen on the holoviewer?"
asked Carmine, before letting out a whisper.
"They're pretty slick, Tegan. Better equipped and armored than army soldiers."
Hearing the advisor's name for the first time in that call triggered his identity. It was a name I was familiar with, one that was spoken in almost as many statements as that of Pierce Huntsman. Tegan Frost, Senior Campaign Advisor. And in this scenario, he could add a new title, Mastermind of Destruction. Anna and I continued to watch for another 45 minutes while they talked about nothing else beyond what they were going to do once Huntsman was firmly in power. At the end of the tape, I could hear the firefight that developed in the garage, as well as Carmine's urging for Tegan to get away.
"My people and I can handle this,"
growled Carmine as he thrust the jetboard into Tegan's hand.
"Get the hell out of here before they see you."
When Anna and I burst into the room, I stopped the video. Neither of us had a single word to say for almost a solid minute before I broke the silence. "Holy shit," I mumbled. "I can't believe what we just witnessed." Anna looked as pale as a ghost when I turned toward her.
"Lennox, this is so much deeper than we thought."
"The Tanaki were the smallest piece of the puzzle," I said while uploading the video to Garth. "Carmine wasn't running for the election. He was backing Pierce Huntsman instead, and he's the cat's paw behind all the violence.
It doesn't make any sense, though,
said Anna, shaking her head.
Huntsman is known for his youth, charisma, and willingness to get things done. He could never sanction bombings of his own people. What kind of president would he be if he got elected off the back of bloody, wanton violence?
That's because he's not trying to be president, I said, recalling a certain phrase that Tegan had used. Do away with the weak and usher in the new. He's not talking about a change in leadership from blues to grays. He's talking about much more than that. They're going to overthrow the entire government.
He's risking civil war,
said Anna.
Even as popular as Huntsman is, there's going to be a backlash against it.
Which is why he's rolling the dice on full power, I said, putting it all together. Huntsman is going to win the election, but it would be as president of the Republic. That's not good enough for him. There would be too many judicial constraints on his rule. So he enlisted the Tenaki to start a terror campaign to make the Blues look so weak and ineffectual that the people would clamor for the enhanced security that a government shakeup could bring. They just won't realize that the Republic transitioned into an empire until it's too late. Anna covered her mouth with her hand.
We can't let that happen, Lennox. Think of how many people would die. A galactic civil war would kill millions, if not billions of people.
And if it already appears that the Greys don't have any qualms about killing off other alien inhabitants of the galaxy, I said, we have to get back to the core now. We have to. Both Anna and I heard alerts going off on our arm guards. I grimaced as soon as I saw what it was.
Terrorist attack in Renasta,
whispered a frightened Anna. She glanced over at me.
They've already made their move.
We need to get to Renasta now, I said, leaving the room and making with all haste to the bridge. I found 2 anxious women already sitting there who looked even more bewildered once I gave my order.
What's wrong, Lennox?
asked Rennie.
What's happening?
Pierce Huntsman is trying to overthrow the Republic, I said, and we're going to Renasta to stop it. It was a long and sober ride from Mukalo. Everyone on the ship was quiet as we shifted into hyperspace for the 36-hour trip to the Mithrandian capital planet. That included Rennie and Kendra, who were briefed on what was going on once they heard the news about the attack.
50,000 people are dead,
whispered a nearly speechless Rennie.
How could anyone sanction such violence against their own people?
Someone who values personal power more than they value life itself, I said. Someone who's using the violence as a means to an end. Kendra shook her head.
I don't get it, though. What do they have against the other races? The Musine, the Vindrix, even Shorties? No Mithrandian government, either blue or grey, has ever advocated for anything other than peaceful coexistence.
No governments had absolute power before, I said. Humans make up nearly 40% of the entire galaxy, with the other races comprising the other 60. The invitation for the other races to join Mithrandus was done out of a necessity. At the time Mithrandus was created, we were never strong enough to stand our own against the others.
Do you really think it's different now?
asked Rennie quietly. I shrugged. Most of the army is full of humans, as many as 80%. The Navy isn't much different. It's not that much of a stretch to use those forces against the other races, most of whom would be relatively defenseless.
It all sounds so dystopian, though,
said Kendra.
Who would be foolish enough to think a war would be good for anyone, let alone as a means to seize total power?
There are some groups that advocate for total human control, for subjugating all the other races, but that would almost certainly lead to mass dissent, I said. Now, I might just be speculating, but what's the easiest way to quiet all internal dissent within the government? Both Rennie and Kendra looked confused until Anna spoke up.
Create a war against an outsider,
she said, turning red once all attention was on her. Exactly, I said. Create an enemy and watch the people unify behind you. My guess is they're going to blame these attacks on one of the other alien races, and then the public will clamor for revenge against them. Meanwhile, Huntsman gets a war that makes his allies rich and happy, and he removes all worthwhile opposition to his new government. Not a bad idea at all.
But he can be stopped, can't he?
asked Rennie.
We can still stop him.
If we hurry up, we can stop him, but I need to let the agency know immediately, I said, checking my arm guard one more time. It had been another 45 minutes since my last message to Garth, and I still hadn't heard back from him. was beginning to worry. This really wasn't like him. It was no sooner that we crossed from the middle rim to the boundary with the core that I finally received a holocall from the agency. I grabbed Anna hurriedly and accepted the call, prepared to tell Garth everything we'd learned on Mukalo, except I wasn't looking into the face of Garth when I answered the call. Instead, I was looking into the face of one of the upper echelons of agency leadership, one of the directors that was always after my job. I've only met Magda Kuntz a handful of times before, but every time I did, I came away with a sour taste in my mouth. Magda was the very definition of a pencil-pushing bureaucrat, someone who traded away their active status for a desk with a comfortable chair at headquarters. How she got through the academy in the first place was anyone's guess, but I'd heard a few unsavory characters who paid their way in, even though it wasn't officially allowed. Most of it was swept under the carpet. Today, Magda looked at me with neutral disdain, like I was nothing more than an invasive bug that needed to be squashed. I glared back at her with impassioned contempt, like she was a barrier that needed to be smashed through. "Where's Garth?" I asked, skipping the pleasantries. "I need to speak with Garth immediately."
Garth Valmus is no longer your CO,
informed Magda.
I will be taking over his duties for the foreseeable future.
I shook my head. No, I can't have that. I've reported to Garth since I started at the agency. Magda didn't seem to give two shits about that.
Ranger Lennox Perry,
she said curtly, her upper lip as stiff as the rest of her.
You are to return to headquarters as soon as possible.
I don't think you heard me, I growled. I need to talk to Garth. My current mission is—
I don't care what your current mission is,
interrupted Magda.
Your current mission has been terminated.
What? I muttered, glancing at Anna, who shrugged her shoulders. Magda's attention turned to Anna next.
Anna Bartlett, your mission is terminated as well. Both of you are to return to agency headquarters as soon as humanly possible.
Lady, you can't just shit-can our mission, I said. Many people's lives are at stake here. The entire Mithrandian Republic is at risk, and the government is going to be struck next if we don't act soon. The Greys aren't what they seem. Magda remained eerily calm as her eyes narrowed.
I can assure you that the galaxy has never had more stable leadership than it does right now. Your mission is no longer of any importance to the Republic.
There was something about the way she said it. Some sort of body language tick that gave away the hidden meaning in the statement. Either way, I knew exactly what she meant. The agency was compromised. The Greys had even reached into the leadership of the Rangers. It only made sense. We were the only force left in the galaxy capable of stopping their impending treachery. Whoever had planned this had tried to work every angle, and it was about to succeed.
Now,
said Magda, giving us a dull smile full of spite.
When can we expect your arrival at headquarters for debriefing?
I knew exactly what was going to happen once we got there. Tegan Frost would let the entire organization know that 2 Galactic Rangers had stumbled upon his meeting. He would know us by sight, and one of the first things he must have done once he got away was to find out the names of those who were on his case. All he needed to do was pull the right strings, and now we had Magda trying to put her boot up my ass. Not if I had anything to say about it. I'm continuing with my mission, I said. Just try and stop me. I ended the call before Magda could get another word in, while Anna and I exchanged fearful looks.
What happened to Garth?
She said quietly.
Lennox, you don't think—
I don't know, I said. But either way, the Galactic Rangers are compromised. Someone in leadership has thrown their lot in with the Greys. It might be Magda or it might be someone higher on the food chain. Either way, they had us called off, and now we're going to be offered up to the wolves. I couldn't have been more on the money. Within minutes, both Anna and I got messages on our arm guards. The words "notice of termination" stood out to me immediately. And now we've just been sacked, I grumbled. We're no longer Galactic Rangers thanks to Magda Kuntz. Anna covered her mouth and glanced at me.
What are we going to do?
I gritted my teeth. This changes nothing. We still have a job to do, and right now we need to stop Pierce Huntsman before he overthrows the government.
Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Lennox?
Damn straight, Anna. We're going rogue. Chapter 25. I was always used to doing things my own way, having the reputation as being a rogue within the Galactic Rangers. Still, it was a different feeling altogether to know that this time it was for real. We'd been officially disowned by the organization, with all ties cut and all permissions rescinded. Within 10 minutes of receiving the termination, Anna and I were booted out of the Ranger mainframe, which was the bedrock of nearly everything we did. I lost my contacts, my access to the MA, my license to carry arms, and even my identity. I was officially a ghost to the Mithrandian Republic, someone with a sealed file who was neither alive nor dead. It was a chilling feeling, and I could understand how the threat could be used to corral even the strongest Rangers into doing what leadership wanted. But it wasn't going to work for me and Anna. We still had a job to do, and we were going to do it with their support or without. As much as it unnerved me, Anna took it harder. As much as it unnerved me, Anna took it much harder. It was her first mission after all, and now she was seeing 5 years of schooling and a lifetime of ambition being thrown down the drain. I wrapped my arms around her after finagling with my arm guard. "It's going to be all right," I said, running my hand through her gorgeous blonde locks. "This isn't the end. Far from it." Anna nodded stiffly against my chest until I forced her to look at me. She had tears in her eyes.
"Do you think we bit off more than we can chew with this one, Lennox?"
Part of me wanted to say yes, we did, but I put on a brave face for her sake. "Fuck no," I growled, "and I'm not going to stop until my foot has been jammed up Pierce Huntsman's ass." The ruse worked. Anna smiled and wiped away her tears. She kissed me on the lips.
"I suppose we need a plan on how to do that,"
said Anna.
"because our list of enemies continues to grow. Not only do we have the remnants of the Tanaki, but now we've lost the support of the agency and we're up against the entire Grey's leadership. Not great odds for us."
"Not great odds, no, but not impossible," I replied. "It can be done, and we're going to find a way to do it." I tapped my almost worthless arm guard. "As long as I can get a message out to some friends somehow." I knew that Rennie and Kendra weren't constrained by the same problem, so I planned to talk with one of them by the time we were done here about getting out some important messages.
"Lennox, do you think there's a chance we could have other Rangers sent after us?"
asked Anna.
"They know we're out here, and they know we're determined to interfere. Isn't it natural to get other Rangers involved?"
"All the more reason to get a little support of our own," I said, because, yes, I think it's all but a certainty. It was an honest answer, even if it dismayed her. Still, I couldn't let her fall back into the abyss. I smiled at her.
"I'll tell you when the day comes."
Anna laughed softly. "I know you will." We separated shortly after, with Anna wanting to get something to eat for the evening. It was an excuse that I used to find Rennie, who was in her room. She was using a destination projector, which was a unique piece of technology that allowed you to insert yourself nearly anywhere in the galaxy and explore places like you were actually there. It worked best in the core worlds, which were well detailed compared to the middle and outer rims. Right now, I could see that Rennie was walking the streets of Renasta, and she was standing in front of the Greys HQ. "Doing a little reconnaissance?" I asked. Rennie took off the headset and smiled sheepishly as she shut down the program. Her room went back to normal as she sat down on her bed.
"I figured I can't offer to help if I don't know a little about where we're going,"
she said.
"And after all you've done for me, I want to help with your mission."
I sat down next to her. "You have been helping me. I wouldn't be alive right now if not for you. Trust me, you've helped more than you think." Rennie smiled.
"Still, I want to do more. I see what's at stake. I just think about what could happen if the Greys target the Mucines, and it makes me shiver. I have to do everything I can to prevent that from happening."
I put my arm around her waist. "I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to stop them, Rennie. As long as I'm still breathing, I'm not going to let the Greys take over."
"I believe you,"
she said, shifting closer.
"You've never given me a reason to doubt you. Really. I need to thank you for what you did back on Mukalo."
"Mukalo?" I asked. "Why Mukalo?"
"For Carmine meeting his end,"
she replied.
"I know Kendra was ecstatic about it, but I'm happy too. Carmine was involved in ordering the death of my brother. I can sleep easier at night knowing that my brother's killer is no more."
"Carmine touched way too many lives in a negative way," I said. The galaxy won't miss him. Good riddance. Rennie gave me a sideways grin.
That's what I like about you, Lennox. Always putting things into perspective. One of your better traits.
Is that right? I asked, playing along. I hate to ask what my bad traits were. Rennie giggled.
When I find one, I'll let you know.
Funny. Anna just said something pretty similar.
Well, she has the right idea when it comes to a lot of things,
whispered Rennie as her fingers traced a line on my arm. We locked eyes at that moment, and I was all too happy to stare into her eyes. I never tired of the exotic features of Mucine women with their pointy ears and rich sapphire skin. Before I knew what was happening, Rennie's face was inching closer to mine until our lips connected in a euphoric way. Her kiss just felt right. I really enjoyed the way that Rennie poured her entire body into the kiss, leaving no doubt about the richness of her feelings for me. I kissed back with just as much emotion, and it wasn't long before she was in my lap. My hands went all over her body, teasing her in a tantalizing way as I explored her velvety skin. Rennie moaned when I cupped her ass, and it caused her to grind her hips against my lap uncontrollably. Her eyes flashed with fire.
You're driving me crazy,
she said quietly. I kissed her in response, our tongues dueling together for a minute before I replied, I want you. Rennie bit her lip and shifted in my lap. I knew she could feel my hardness pressing against her bottom, trying to dig a hole through our clothes to get where it really wanted to be.
Then take me,
replied Rennie. She let out a playful squeal as I rolled her over suddenly, switching places so that I could be on top. Rennie locked her arms around my shoulders as we continued to make out, but I wasn't happy to just stop there. Soon I was kissing my way down her jaw to her neck. When I reached the leather outfit she was wearing, I practically ripped it off. I remembered just how lovely Rennie's chest was once fully exposed, and I wanted to feast on the sight once more. She was only wearing the flimsiest bra underneath, and one quick snap later her breasts were revealed. I stopped so I could kiss her white-tipped nipples, using my tongue to tease each nub to hardness. Satisfied with my work, I continued working my way, dragging my lips along her smooth stomach until I came to her pants. This was new territory for Rennie and me. I'd never seen her below the waist, and I wondered just what kind of pleasures I would find underneath. I undid each button slowly, exposing more of that blue flesh until I found a smooth expanse of skin that led to a plump pair of juicy lips.
Oh, Lennox,
cooed Rennie as my tongue slid between her thick folds.
You're such a dirty boy, aren't you?
I definitely fucking was. I attacked Rennie's body like it was the sweetest treat I'd ever had. My tongue worked in her tight little hole until she was squirming. When I brought my fingers to her clit, she could barely take it anymore.
Lennox,
she moaned, grabbing my hair. At that point, there was a new sensation to contend with. Out of nowhere, I felt something warm wrap around my cock, stroking it softly as I licked Rennie. I was out of reach for her hands, and when I noticed that she was doing it with her tail, I couldn't have been more turned on.
I figured you might like that,
Rennie said, grinning mischievously. Fuck, yes, I said. Don't stop. Keep going. She continued to jerk me, stroking my cock with her tail in tandem with my affections against her pussy. It was even better than doing it by hand, and I thought of all the fun we could have with secret tail jobs in the future. Once I was sure Rennie was sufficiently sated with my tongue, she flipped over slowly, going to great lengths to stick her perfect ass in the air. She arched her back in the process, which made her butt pop out for my viewing pleasure. When she started to sway it back and forth, I knew I could wait no longer. I had to be inside her. Rennie's tail didn't let go of me until I raised myself up on my knees and moved right behind her bottom. In fact, her tail guided me to her body, releasing me only once the tip had been notched inside. She didn't wait for me to thrust. She pushed back on her own accord, letting me fill her body until I was white-knuckle gripping her ass cheeks. The feeling was simply exquisite. Rennie's body gripped me like a glove. I could feel her squeezing me along the entire length of my shaft, from the very base all the way up to the tip. It was so different from being with Anna, but it was just as pleasurable. I started to hammer against her, using my hands against her hips for leverage as her ass rippled with every thrust. We moved together erratically, figured out each other's pace in a deliberate and slow manner. Once I knew what Rennie liked, I moderated my thrusting so that she was soon moaning loudly, the sound echoing off the walls of the ship.
Oh, Lennox, just like that. Oh, so fucking deep,
she moaned. We were both in heaven, but what made sex with a Mucine woman truly memorable was the way their bodies responded to an orgasm. The closer Rennie got to coming, the more her skin hue changed from sky blue to something much closer to purple. I could see it radiating out from her pussy, spreading out to her stomach and down her legs as she approached ecstasy.
I'm so close,
she called out. When her entire body flashed purple, I felt Rennie squeeze down on my shaft as she exploded in an orgasm. It was one of the sexiest sights I'd ever witnessed. Rennie started to mutter under her breath, a deeply incomprehensible mix of sounds as she continued to flush purple. It wasn't until her body resumed its bluish color that she whipped her head back around.
Please do that again,
she asked sweetly. I made Rennie's skin turn as purple as her hair twice more before I finally came. When the moment arrived, I had Rennie pulled upward, holding her back against my chest while her hair tickled my shoulders. I was giving her long, smooth strokes as I cupped her tits with my palms, squeezing them gently. When I just couldn't take any more of it, I buried myself deeply inside Rennie and flooded her with cum, letting out a mighty roar in the process, while her velvety pussy milked my shaft of every drop of seed. When we fell to the bed a few moments later, we were both utterly soaked in sweat. It didn't stop her from grabbing my arm, though, pulling it across her stomach as my body spooned hers.
Do you want to know something?
Asked Rennie after a few moments of silence. I grunted.
I was wondering what that would feel like for quite some time,
she admitted.
Almost from the first moment I met you, back on Edardon 6. Remember?
How could I forget? I teased. It was truly memorable. If not because it was when I saw Rennie for the first time, but also because she killed a man right in front of my eyes before I ever heard her speak. The Tanaki had turned Rennie into a brutal operative, but ever since we rescued her from that life, we were bringing back the softness that had been pushed so far below. Rennie took my hand in hers.
You know I'd do anything to help you, right? For this mission or anything else, whatever you need from me, it's yours.
I knew the offer to be genuine after one look in her deep eyes. There was nothing but pure affection there, which had been cemented even further by our intimacy. There was one thing that came to mind, though, one thing that I needed her help with sooner rather than later. I squeezed her hand gently. I do need your help. I need you to reach out to an old friend of mine. Chapter 26. By the time we arrived at Renasta, my crew and I were ready for action. It was the morning of the state address, which was due to take place right at noon in the elegant palatial building that housed the Galactic Congress. It was there that the Mithrandian president, the old and ineffective Bruce Venosia, would give his speech that would be witnessed by billions of beings across the entire galaxy. And if Pierce Huntsman had his way, it was during that speech that he would ambush the president and take over the remnants of the Republic, officially creating his own empire. There was no way I was going to let that happen. Even though the plan was being sprung today, our descent into Renasta was almost too calm. I was ready for anything, including an interception by Kalos fighters or even triggering the missile defense shield that covered the planet. And yet there wasn't a hint of any hostile reaction as we flew over the city. We were only about 50 miles from the Congressional building, but that wasn't my first target. First, I had a few friends that I needed to meet up with if we hoped to contend with the firepower that we would find there. Assuming they were still willing to help us, considering my rogue status.
It's too easy,
muttered Anna by my side, dressed in black tactical suit that was reinforced with energy-dispersing crystals and strengthened armor. It was the mirror to the one I was wearing, one of the few treats that Mavis had given us before we left the M.A. What's that? I asked. Getting down to the city without any fighting? Anna nodded.
You'd think they would have tried to stop us somehow. What was the point of letting us put our feet on the ground? The easiest solution would be to blow us out of the sky before we even got close.
Anna had a point. If I knew someone was coming to Renosta to do something foul, I would have scrutinized all traffic coming to the planet and not hesitated to fire upon any ship that would harbor such a person, but I still didn't know if they knew Kendra's ship was associated with us. We could have come in undetected, but I wasn't about to tempt fate. Only a few minutes more until we reach the rendezvous point, I said, for both Anna and Kendra's benefit. I'll feel much better as soon as I get my feet on the ground. Below us, Renosta spread out with a massive amount of urban sprawl. The entire planet had been urbanized to create the city, and buildings sprung up in every possible shape, size, and direction. Traffic was usually heavier than this, and we were only one of a few ships traveling through this portion of space. At one point, I looked below to see us passing a missile defense battery. A nasty structure. There were over 500 different slots contained inside a massive tower, stretching nearly 5 stories in the air. It was potent enough to engage an entire fleet massing over Renosta, and death was all but assured to anything that managed to get close enough to see it. It was at that point that a cold feeling seized me as I stared at the battery. What if we were noticed as we came down? What if someone was waiting until we were close enough that they could guarantee our destruction? Getting nervous, I put my hand on Kendra's shoulder. Put us down right now. She gave me a confused look.
Why, Lennox? We'll be there in another 5 minutes.
Bad feeling. Just put us down right now before... At that moment, the warning klaxons went off inside the bridge. Kendra hit a few digital buttons on the console to show the origin of the warning. Of course it was that fucking battery. I was right about it, and I fucking hated it. Get as close as you can to the ground right now, I yelled. Kendra went into a deep dive, throwing us forward as the lioness barreled toward the ground. We were losing altitude in a hurry, but it wasn't fast enough to stop 3 tactical missiles from getting right on our ass, newly launched from the battery. They were closing the gap quickly, and there was no way we could avoid them before coming in for a landing. Kendra, can you evade them? I asked, gripping the console tightly as the ship dove for the street level. Kendra winced.
I can try, but I wasn't trained for that kind of thing.
Looks like you have to do some on-the-job training, I said. Start weaving between the buildings. Kendra yanked the controls, simulating a hard right turn. It brought us directly around one building, but wasn't enough to fool the missiles, who fell harmlessly past it, still on our ass. Again, I told Kendra. She continued to weave through buildings as frightened civilians and air cars dodged out of our way. She had a death grip on the controls as sweat started to build on her striped forehead. Her evasive actions were getting more fluid, but it was also slowing us down greatly, meaning the missiles were gaining on us. Finally, something went our way. I heard the rumblings of an explosion in the distance behind us as one of the missiles cut the corner of an intersection too tight, taking out several floors of a skyscraper.
Down to 2,
cried Anna with excitement.
Great job, Kendra.
You can do this, Kendra, I added. Keep going. She gritted her teeth, and I could tell the pressure was getting to her. She whipped the ship around, putting us nearly vertical as she took a turn a little too tight. We were quickly running out of space in which to move. Our antics had taken us from a populated business area with skyscrapers to more residential area, much of which was populated by urban green space and apartment buildings. It was exactly the space I didn't want to be in, but there were still opportunities for evasion. One of which came in the form of a massive carbon steel structure that was mostly hollow, that was in the middle of the park area directly in front of us. It was some kind of war memorial, something built centuries ago to celebrate some forgotten war. Most of the structure was all supports, allowing gaps just large enough that a ship like the Lioness could fly through. I pointed to the memorial. Fly right through there, Kendra. She gave me a look like I was out of my damn mind.
You cannot be serious, Lennox.
We might be able to trip it up and fly it into one of the supports if you turn hard as soon as we get out, I said, but I need you to throttle up.
Throttle up? No way!
If you don't, we're dead, Kendra, I said sternly. We don't have any other options. She didn't like it. But then again, neither did I. Going through that memorial at breakneck speed was the only way we stayed alive. I saw Rennie close her eyes right as we entered through the open air middle of the structure, with Kendra having to bob and weave to make it through the supports. By some kind of miracle, we didn't hit anything, but there were 2 close calls when we almost got our wings clipped off. As soon as we were outside, Kendra banked hard left, just as the missiles entered the memorial. Suddenly, an explosion happened, engulfing the entire memorial as one of the missiles hit the carbon steel supports. The memorial toppled at the base as flames licked the entire structure, and it soon fell to the side in a raging inferno. I wanted to celebrate, but then I saw the last and final missile emerge from the flames, still dead set on our ass. All of our aerial acrobatics had slowed our speed considerably, and that meant the remaining missile was still right on our 6. Kendra tried one more banking maneuver as the Lioness was brought down low, moving across a grassy lawn that was decorated by futuristic buildings on either side. As soon as the wing was brought up high, it was struck by the remaining missile. The explosion caused the power to flicker inside the ship, followed by the flashing of strobes of the klaxons as nearly every system went critical in a matter of seconds.
"We've lost power!"
yelled Kendra as she struggled to remain in control. It was useless, though. The controls were dead, and the Lioness was flying on borrowed time. Our only saving grace was the fact that we were so low to the ground that we'd lost much of our airspeed dodging the other missiles. We were skimming barely 10 feet off the lawn, and when the nose burrowed into the grassy mall, my world went dark. It took me more than a minute to come to my senses, realizing I was still alive. Most of the Lioness was still intact, too, but I could already smell something burning from inside the hull. I was able to stand without too much trouble, and the emergency lights flickered on, allowing me to see the other women, too. "Is everyone okay?" I called out, hoping that no one had paid the ultimate price for our entry onto the planet. I heard coughing first, and I found Kendra a short distance away. She had blood on her forehead, most likely from striking the console upon impact. She didn't respond to me, and she seemed a little dazed as I helped her get out of her seat. Kendra had the worst of it. Rennie appeared next, easily visible by her purple mane of hair. After that, I could see Anna trying to pry open the door to the bridge. As soon as she did, the room started to fill with smoke.
"This whole ship is gonna burn up if we don't move now!"
yelled Anna, helping Rennie push past the door. I checked to make sure I still had my bag and my Huxley, and I followed out through the bridge door alongside Anna. We kept our heads low, avoiding most of the smoke as we moved through the main hallway. It seemed the flames had engulfed most of Rennie's room, so I was still able to dart into the one I shared with Anna to grab our plasma rifles. We all took a deep breath of sweet air once we were clear of the ship. The Lioness was now burning uncontrollably, and there were many bystanders circling it, just trying to get a view. Kendra wasn't moving any faster once we were outside, so I put her over my shoulder and carried her, not stopping until we came to a low-lying retaining wall that was positioned outside a building with 2 spiral towers that rose thousands of feet above our heads. "I think she might have a concussion," I said, looking into Kendra's eyes as she blinked back at me slowly.
"Will drinking some water help?"
asked Rennie, shaking one of the bottles she had taken from the ship. "Couldn't hurt," I said. "What she really needs is rest. We need to get her somewhere safe." At that moment, a chunk of the retaining wall was impacted by a shot of plasma. We were showered with bits of rock and dust as I searched the rest of the lawn, trying to see where it came from. By the time I did, another shot was traveling toward our position, showering us again. The shooters were recognizable to me by the gray color of the capes they wore. "Gray troopers!" I yelled. "Return fire!" Both Anna and I shot in the direction of the troopers. My shot went a little wide, but Anna's was dead on, putting a hole in the nearest trooper. I remedied my miss by nailing the next 2, but this wasn't some lowly squad of gray troopers. This looked to be an entire platoon that was bearing down on our position. I had to duck quickly lest a wad of plasma take off my head. I heard it impact a civilian that had been standing not far behind me, clearly not realizing that they were now in the middle of a war zone. With that impact, civilians scattered. Even the androids had the good sense to scatter, running in a janky fashion as they tried to escape the lawn.
"Lennox!"
yelled Rennie.
"Give me something to fire with!"
In no mood to argue, I tossed her my Huxley as I took the head off another trooper who'd gotten just a little too close. For the most part, they were well trained, though, and they stayed behind cover of the existing ornamental decorations present on the mall lawn, We might have had a chance pinning down the group if they were attacking us from one direction, but a group of them split off, making their way around the closest building to emerge on our unprotected flank. If they did, we were as good as dead, if we stayed put. The problem was that we had nowhere else to go. Leaving the safety of the retaining wall meant moving across the open lawn, meaning that any of these troopers could shoot us, probably even their grandmothers too. It was a bad situation, but I had to do something to change our fate. "Wait here," I said to the girls, dashing toward the flank where our enemy would soon appear. "Keep your heads down, and if I die, I want you to run as fast as you can for one of the alleyways across from the mall. Got it?"
Lennox, let me help you,
started Anna before I cut her off. "I need you right here," I said. "I'm going to take care of our flanking problem." I didn't stay to hear her response. I was nearly killed twice as I made for the nearest building, not stopping my frantic run until I was safely behind the walls. I arrived not a moment too soon, as 2 troopers appeared on the other side of the building, firing at me as soon as they could get a shot. I was ready, though. I mowed them down not long after each man left the safety of the building. None of them expected to find me going on the offensive, and I continued to move forward as I destroyed the troopers. Once I killed the entire group, I found the corpses of 10 troopers at my feet, sprawled out in a mass of blood and burnt flesh. I checked the other side of the building to make sure there would be no more nasty surprises before retracing my steps to get to the women once more. My timing was fortunate. The remaining troopers were practically on top of Anna and Rennie, both of whom were struggling to keep them at arm's length. I started firing, but I was having a hard time stopping their momentum. That is, until I heard a strange sound erupt from across the mall. My eyes went wide as I saw the fired projectile seemingly making its way for the girl's position. There was barely any time to react beyond me jumping over top of them, trying to shield them from the blast. The ground whined and roared under our feet. My ears were ringing as the world was surrounded by a dark cloud that smelled like spent fuel. Seeing that all 3 women were all right, I rolled onto my back in preparation to leave our position when I saw what had happened to the remaining troopers. They'd been utterly obliterated by the rocket. There was a smoking crater where the remaining gray troopers had been, and it was littered with broken limbs and spent ordnance. The smell of charred flesh was in the air, and it stung my nostrils. It was eerily calm as I waited to see who fired the rocket and what they would do next. It wasn't until I saw 2 familiar figures walking toward us that I realized we'd finally linked up with some old friends. "Get yourself in a bit of a mess, Lennox?" asked Hamilton, grinning from ear to ear. The chief instructor from the academy carried a rocket launcher that was resting on his shoulder. "Nothing we couldn't handle," I replied, grinning myself as I closed the distance and shook hands with him firmly. "But it helps to have a few old friends to share the burden." "I'm just glad we got your message," replied Hamilton as he elbowed his partner in the ribs. The partner, an older ranger that I knew as Wade, grunted as he searched the mall for any hidden threats. "Wade and I weren't sure what to expect when you told us you were going to take down the Greys here in Renasta. In fact, I'm still not sure what to expect."
"That's fucking crazy,"
growled Wade, giving him an angry glare before it melted into a boyish smirk.
"But I like crazy."
"As all 3 of your ex-wives can attest," joked Hamilton.
"Oi, they knew what they were getting into when they married me,"
replied Wade.
"I wasn't meant for high-rise condos, fancy ships at tea time. I was only meant to kick ass."
"Which is exactly why I called you," I said. "I need someone I can trust. We're in a world of shit, and I need a few steady guns that I can count on to watch my ass." In all honesty, there were no finer rangers anywhere in the galaxy than Wade and Hamilton. I always believed that Hamilton deserved a second chance after his first mission in the field. Making him the chief instructor of the academy was an insult to his talents. Wade was an impressive ranger too, or he was before he was forcibly retired 6 months ago. The reasoning was flawed from the start. The rules on the book said that the active-duty rangers couldn't be older than 45, and that any ranger that crossed that threshold was capable of jeopardizing their mission from their decaying cognitive and physical abilities. It was a bullshit excuse, especially for someone like Wade, who was one of the most consistent and hardened veterans we had. Forcing him out when he was still at the top of his game left a sour taste in the mouths of every ranger, and I knew Wade had spent the last 6 months chomping at the bit to get back into some real action. In turbulent times like these, they were the two men I could count on the most. I didn't see Anna and Rennie slip behind me, but I did see Hamilton give his old student a nod. "Anna, I've already heard good things about you in the field," said Hamilton, trying to give her a wry grin. "You've been busy saving Lennox's ass."
About as often as he saves mine,
teased Anna.
Good to see you, Instructor Hamilton.
"Just Hamilton out here," he replied. "No longer an instructor either. The academy has been shut down as of 6 o'clock this morning. I'm out of a job." "It's all because of the Greys," I said. "They're the ones behind all the bombings, including the Forum and this most recent one. They're using the Tanaki so they can keep their hands clean, but they're hoping people rise up and demand extra security so that Pierce Huntsman can overthrow the Republic and take total power. I also believe they've infiltrated the Rangers because Garth has been removed as my CO and they've ordered me to abort the mission once we got too close."
"Explains the strange messages we received this morning, then," said Wade. "All current and retired Rangers got the same one from the agency. The message ordered all of us to report to the building at once, but it didn't say why."
"It didn't smell right," added Hamilton, "but it didn't stop us from checking out the agency building from a distance. You wouldn't believe what's happening there."
"What?" I asked. "The entire building was being put up into air cars and taken into the Greys HQ, said Wade, shaking his head. "We knew they were up to something. If they're trying to take over, it makes sense to neutralize the Rangers."
"That's exactly what they're trying to do," I replied. "Today at noon is the annual state address where Huntsman is going to make his move. They have their own private army in the form of those gray troopers, and they aren't afraid to use them, as you just saw. I need to stop that before it happens."
"What do you need from us?" asked Wade. "Your message was a little vague on the help part."
"Honestly, I need some heavier weaponry." Wade grinned evilly.
"You came to the right place."
Chapter 27. I'd told both Hamilton and Wade to travel through Renasta in an obscure manner, not wanting to attract attention. They took that message to heart, and I wasn't surprised when they led me to an old beater that was parked a short distance from the mall.
An actual car?
Asked Anna incredulously.
On wheels? I didn't know there were still many of these things left around.
Wade's pride looked wounded.
"There are still plenty of them, but you tend not to see them when you're floating in an air car. But the poor still use them. It's a surefire way not to attract attention."
"Besides, Wade's place isn't that far away," added Hamilton. "It'll only take us 20 minutes to get there, even in this old shit bucket."
"Shit bucket?" repeated Wade, offended. "It's not a shit bucket."
"It's just what we needed," I said, trying to make peace as I gestured for Anna to get into the rusty vehicle. I helped Kendra get inside, who was still dazed from the crash, and then we took off through the streets of Renasta. We managed to get away without attracting any unwanted attention from the firefight with the gray troopers, and I was grateful when I could see civilians walking the street again. Civilians who had no idea what was about to happen to their beloved republic if I didn't stop the Greys. And yet, every street we went down was full of propaganda, which Anna noticed as we drove by.
"Remove the blues,"
she read from a sign that had a red X that crossed out a blues emblem.
"The people are behind Pierce."
"We demand security," I read from another banner, this one a short distance away from the first. "Vote gray." That's not ominous at all, is it? Not long after we saw the banners, we saw a small-scale demonstration a few blocks away. Gray's supporters were using projectors to put their slogans on several nearby buildings. Most of the slogans were your standard political fare, but some were pretty revolutionary, including calls to remove all the blues from the government.
"Has been like this for the past month,"
said Wade as he drove through.
Based on the signs, you'd think it was the Blues behind all the bombings. Most of the people are ready to turn over full power to Huntsman and his allies.
Which is why they won't bat an eyelash when he dissolves the Republic and creates an empire, I said quietly. What they don't know is that the person they're putting all their trust in killed thousands of his own people just to frighten everyone into surrendering their rights. They're going to be riotous when they find out, said Hamilton, being played like fools. I'd hate to be a member of the Greys when the news breaks. I'll hang them all from the nearest lampposts, private army or not. That's if I leave any of them alive, I said. I don't mean to doubt you, Lennox, but there's only 4 of us, including Anna, said Hamilton. Do we know how big this private army is? I shook my head. I don't, but I figure that 4 Rangers can handle just about anything that's thrown at us. I've seen what those Grey Troopers can do, and I'm not terribly impressed by them.
I want to help too,
added Rennie, speaking up for the first time since the fight.
I can fight too, Lennox.
I opened my mouth to say no, but Anna touched my hand and spoke before I could.
We'll find a role for you, Rennie,
promised Anna.
I know you'll be a great help to us.
Rennie beamed with a smile and turned her head to look out the window. I caught Anna's stare moments later, hoping that she realized how dangerous this could be, even for Rangers who were trained for it. When she squeezed my hand, I figured she had some kind of a plan. Well, even with 5, we don't have the best odds, said Hamilton, especially if the rest of the agency is being held at Gray's HQ. Maybe not, but we're going to use their hubris against them, I said. Hamilton raised an eyebrow. Hubris? Of course, I answered. They think the Rangers have been neutralized. They think Anna and I are the only ones left out there, and that was why they attacked us when we got here, hoping to kill us before we landed. Even if they know they didn't kill us back there, they're not going to expend too many resources on 2 Rangers that don't have the support of the agency behind them. It's that arrogance that we're going to use against them. We're going to show them why no one fucks with the Galactic Rangers.
Hey, fucking men, growled Wade. God damn it, I miss this kind of shit. I've been out of the game too long.
I patted his shoulder as he drove. The Rangers just haven't been the same without you in it, Wade. We continued to drive for another few minutes until we came to another, older residential block of homes. I knew it was old because the apartment buildings were only about 50 stories high. Most of the newer builds in the last 100 years were at least 200 stories high, dominating the skyline with their shadows. This block had a shabby outside appearance, and it was colored a very dull brown that only made it more of an eyesore. Wade parked the car in an underground garage, where I saw several other old vehicles, reinforcing the belief that this housing block was for those without much in the way of money. Together we left the car and climbed 2 rickety sets of stairs before we entered an apartment with several stains on the door. We were immediately greeted by an older, matronly woman that I pegged as being Wade's wife. Her hair was prematurely gray, no doubt from living with Wade, but her eyes were kind and gentle as we entered the room.
Oh, this is Lisa, my wife, introduced Wade. Lisa, I found a few friends on my way home.
I didn't know how much Wade had briefed Lisa, but she seemed to know more than she let on. She immediately figured out that something was wrong with Kendra and started to play mother hen to her.
Come on, dear,
said Lisa, gesturing for Kendra to sit on their couch.
Let me take a look at you.
I think she might have a concussion, I told Lisa. I'd be grateful for any help you can give us.
Of course,
replied Lisa with a smile.
Any friend of Wade's is a friend of mine. I'll take good care of her.
I thanked her and glanced at Kendra, who was looking at me with confused eyes. It's okay, I promised her. I'll come back for you when this is all over. She gave me a pained look, but didn't say anything further.
Be careful, Lennox.
With one last glance at Kendra, the rest of us followed Wade down into the basement. It was a dark trip on squeaky stairs, but when Wade turned on the light, I was surprised by the sheer amount of weaponry in front of me. Holy shit, I muttered, looking at the racks of plasma rifles on the walls. You trying to start your own MA, Wade?
Well, I thought about it, said the old ranger proudly. They wouldn't have me there either. But most of what you're seeing in front of you was accumulated throughout my career as a ranger.
Accumulated?
asked Anna, raising an eyebrow.
I thought any surplus weapons had to be turned in once a mission was completed.
Wade grinned.
Well, that is technically true. I managed to hold on to a few pieces I suspected the agency wouldn't miss.
He means he stole them, said Hamilton.
Well, it turned out to be the right idea,
said Wade, grabbing a plasma rifle off the shelf and blowing off some of the dust.
Especially considering our present circumstances.
I have to agree with Wade, I said, once I eyed some of the heavier stuff. I get how you came to have so many plasma rifles. The agency wasn't very thorough in making sure everything was turned in when it came to rifles, but how in the world did you manage to hold on to a few beamers? Wade put down the plasma rifle and moved toward the wall of beamers. Short for beam emitters, they were like handheld artillery for the Mithrandian army. One beamer did the work of about 20 plasma rifles firing together at the same target. It could cut a 20-foot hole through solid granite, and finding not just one, but several here in this residential block was shocking to me.
Do you remember a few years back when there was that mission to root out the fanatical group within the army?
Asked Wade.
We ended up catching the guys responsible for it, and the entire battalion was disbanded. Well, the government forgot to have their weapons confiscated once the battalion was no more. And seeing as I was the nearest representative of the government, I took him for safekeeping.
Safekeeping? Repeated Hamilton, chuckling under his breath. Here's something else, Wade.
Funny. Lisa's been saying the same thing for years,
said the old ranger, clearly proud of the compliment. And she's not wrong, I added as I looked around the room. Do you guys have a projector? Now that we have some weaponry, we need to plan how we assault the Greys HQ. It only took Wade a few minutes to set one up, but once he was done, they were looking at a holographic projection of the Greys HQ, including the streets on either side of the building. The headquarters of the most powerful Mithrandian political party was uniquely shaped. The base of the building was squarish, occupying the first 6 floors. After those 6 floors, the front of the building sloped toward the other side, forming a right-angle triangle for much of its appearance. The only break from the triangle was the attached landing pad near the top, no doubt for aircar travel for the executive leadership of the party, if there was any place Huntsman would be, or the hostages from the agency. It was at the top. I could see there were a few military checkpoints around the building, the largest being at the main entrance, which was marked by an aircar stopping point as well as 2 towers for security. No doubt the entire building would be teeming with gray troopers, making it all the more formidable. All right, listen up, I said while trying to project an aura of confidence. This is a high-stakes operation, and we need to be thorough. The building might not look that dangerous, but it's the people inside who will make it so. And, most importantly, they'll be on high alert after what they have planned for later. What approach are you going for, Lennox? Asked Hamilton. Stealth? I shook my head. They already know we're here, and I am so fucking tired of sneaking around like a thief. No, we're gonna batter our way through until I can shoot Huntsman myself. If we move quickly enough, we can stop this whole thing before they leave for the state address.
Now that's a plan I can get behind, said Wade. The Greys have always acted like their shit didn't stink. Now would be a great time for payback.
Hamilton looked at the time. We only have about an hour before the address kicks off, and it'll still take us at least half that time to get there. A half hour might be all the time we need, I said. The building's floor plan isn't that complicated. We just know we need to keep going up to get Huntsman.
What if we took an air car and landed on the roof?
Suggested Rennie.
If we need to stop him from getting to the Galactic Congress, that seems like the easiest way, right?
I shook my head. Look at the rocket emplacements near the landing pad, I said, gesturing with my hands. They'd be able to shoot us down before we got close. I also don't want to risk getting shot down again. We're lucky the first time that only one of us got a concussion out of it. No, we're going to have to go in through the bottom and make our way up. Seems like the hardest part will be that initial security checkpoint, said Hamilton, gesturing to the live feed of gray troopers patrolling out front. And once we engage them, the whole building will know we're there. I nodded and glanced over at the wall where the beamers were still hanging. Seeing them gave me the idea. Everything we do is going to revolve around speed, I said, taking the beamer off the wall. That's why we hit the initial checkpoint with a beamer. Wade grinned.
You're one crazy bastard, Lennox. Might be why I like working with you so much.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't think to use a beamer somewhere like Renasta, but the situation is desperate, I said. And we're going to have to move quickly. We won't have time to clear it out in the usual manner.
I can do that.
Rennie piped up.
I can fire the beamer if you'll let me.
I glanced at the others in the room to see if they had any objections. The only one that spoke up was Wade as he appraised the beautiful Mucine woman.
No offense, but have you ever fired a weapon before? Asked Wade. That's not like firing some little pulse pistol. It packs a punch.
Rennie planted her hand on her hip.
I used to be in the Tanaki. I have plenty of experience firing many different guns. This would be no different.
The first time I met Rennie was when she killed a man right in front of me, I added, which only made her smile at me. If she wants to do it, I have enough confidence to let her. What about the rest of us? Asked Hamilton. That is quite a large building. How are we going to cover all of it during the assault? We're going to work in pairs, I said. Anna and I will clear the east side of the building. You and Wade will take the west. We'll work our way up floor by floor, eliminating hostiles and gathering intel. Communication is key. We'll maintain constant contact via our comms, relaying any pertinent information or threats. We'll keep going up, eliminating resistance as we move until we get to Huntsman. With a little luck and speed, we'll end this before he has a chance to get away.
What about the agency hostages?
Asked Anna.
At some point, we're bound to come across them, right?
Freeing the agency hostages will be our second priority after stopping Huntsman, I said. But we'll give priority to anyone that could help us, like Garth. We need to be leery of agency people that aren't being restrained in some fashion, though. They're probably working with the enemy.
Never did like bootlickers, personally, said Wade. I can only hope some of the people that can me are the ones that are collaborating. I'd like to get payback.
We spent a few more minutes looking at the layout of the building before it was time to go. We were running short on time, and every second we wasted was another that brought us closer to the state address. Finally, it was time to break. We're going to take those assholes down, I said resolutely. Remember, we're the best of the best. The fate of countless lives hangs in the balance. Let's do what we were trained to do. Execute with precision, protect the innocent, and strike fear into the hearts of the Greys. With those last words, we all made last-minute preparations. I selected a new plasma rifle, one with rapid air cooling that wouldn't overheat nearly as quickly as the one I landed with. Wade and Hamilton put on armored tactical suits while showing Rennie the finer points of operating the beamer. For the moment, it left Anna and I to ourselves. Are you ready for this? I asked, touching her shoulders lightly as she put her hair into a ponytail. This is the big one, Anna. It doesn't get any more dangerous than it does now. She was nervous, and her words seemed to confirm that.
You really think I'm ready for this, Lennox? With all that's at stake?
I gave her a confident smile. I'd bet my life on it, Anna. I couldn't ask for a finer partner. I know you'll be great today.
I just don't want to miss another critical shot,
she said, lowering her eyes.
Like when I missed that guard at Carmine.
You won't miss, I interrupted. That was just a fluke. Anna's eyes searched mine.
I'm glad you think so, but it still worries me.
Just remember everything I taught you, I said. I know you won't let me down. Then I did something I shouldn't have done. I leaned down and kissed her soundly. Anna was a little shocked by my brazen behavior, especially considering that we were still within sight of the others, but when we pulled away, I could tell she was happy I did it.
Lennox?
She hissed.
We're not alone.
I don't care, I said, truly meaning it. I wanted to do it. Plus, I can already tell it made you feel better. The blush in her rosy cheeks wasn't lying.
What about the others?
She asked, eyeing Wade and Hamilton. Well, I don't want you kissing them, I said. Don't worry about it. Just worry about staying alive so I can ravish you after the mission, okay? To my surprise, she beamed a coy smile.
Yeah? Is that a promise?
You bet your ass it is. It seemed to be just what she needed to hear. Within moments, her confidence was back, and Anna looked like she was ready to take on the Greys all by herself. By the time everyone else was suited up, it was time to go.
Let's go kick some ass,
said Wade, resting his rifle against his shoulder. It was time to save the galaxy. Chapter 28.
Sweet mother of... Lennox, why did we have to be up so high?
I wrapped my arm around Rennie's waist as we stood near the edge of the incredibly high signal tower. We were more than 200 feet off the ground, but only about a quarter of the way up the tower. From this height, we had a great view of the surrounding buildings in Renasta, but only one of the buildings truly mattered at the moment. I squinted my eyes at the Greys HQ, which was just a couple blocks away. From our vantage point, we had an excellent perspective of nearly the entire building, including the main security checkpoint where we would make our assault. It was the entire reason we'd selected the signal tower to kick off the fighting. It was an ideal platform for Rennie to fire the beamers, and it had the added benefit of not having a human staff inside the building to interfere with our plans. No one at the Greys HQ would know what hit them. I didn't realize you were so nervous about heights, I said, looking over the edge.
Heights? I can do,
said Rennie as she mimicked my glance below.
But it's being out here on the ledge without any protection from falling that gets me.
She had a point. We had to cut a hole through the glass on one of the levels just so she could have a clear firing path. It required Rennie and I to step through the glass to an open-air ledge. She was entirely safe in this position, but it wasn't for the faint of heart, especially if you looked down. We just need 2 shots, and then I need you to get off this ledge, I said. Put 1 shot at the security checkpoint and then shoot at the air car platform at the top of the building. The last thing we need is for any of those bastards to get away. After that, I want you to ditch the beamer and wait for further instructions.
Ditch the beamer and wait for instructions,
she repeated, clearly nervous about what was about to happen. I touched her shoulders. Are you okay? I can get someone else to do this, Wade or Hamilton or someone. Rennie shook her head fiercely.
I can do it. I'm going to clear the way for you, and then I'm going to get the hell out of here. Besides, we both know what happens if I don't. I won't let that happen.
She might have been scared, but in her steely gaze I could see the Rennie that sacrificed so much just so she could get away from the Tanaki. There was an incredible amount of strength there, and it made me proud to have her on my side. I kissed her gently before motioning toward the hole on the side of the building. I'm heading down now. Light it up when the time comes. Rennie smiled.
They won't know what hit them.
With one last nod, I stepped through the hole and made my way down the security elevator to the basement floor, where I found Anna, Wade, and Hamilton. Wade was the only one that looked calm about what was about to happen. Hamilton looked a little nervous by the way he was fidgeting with his hands, but he fixed me with a determined stare that put my anxiety to rest. The only other one that looked nervous was Anna. I pulled her aside for a moment right before we kicked off. If you have something to say, now's the time, I said, expecting her to ask for last-minute advice or get rid of any anxiety. I didn't expect to hear what I received, though. Anna took a deep breath.
Okay, fine. I love you, Lennox.
I gave her a weird look. Say what now? She started to fidget as panic set in.
What? Isn't that what you were asking? We're about to take on a private army where death is practically assured. We have no idea how many Grey Troopers we're up against, and it's only the entire Republic that's at stake. I feel like we're in one of Wade's teenage wet dreams right now.
I laughed at the imagery before Anna took a deep breath.
I just figured it was the right thing to say. Besides, I've been wanting to say it for a long time. Crap, why are you looking at me like that? I shouldn't have said that. Fuck.
I couldn't help it. A grin parted my lips, and I pulled her close to me. I just wanted to make sure you were good, that you didn't have any questions or concerns before we get going. Anna blew air through her lips.
I have plenty of concerns and too many questions to ask, but I've learned to just put them aside and do what needs to be done. I'll be fine. I still have you, don't I?
And I still have you, I said. The best partner I've ever had, or could ever ask for. Anna giggled.
I'm the only partner you've ever had.
It still counts. Stay with me throughout this firefight and I'll protect you.
Same goes for you,
said Anna, finding her confidence.
I'll watch your butt if you watch mine.
I could watch your butt all day long.
Why just watch it when there's so many more interesting things you could be doing to it?
I chuckled. Don't tempt me right now.
I'm sorry. Eyes on the prize, right? Let's do this, Lennox.
Anna checked her weapon one last time and started to walk away. Before we could rejoin Wade and Hamilton, there was one more thing that needed to be said. Hey, Anna! She turned to face me.
Yeah?
I caught up to her, squeezing her hand briefly as I walked by. Love you too, gorgeous. The effect on her was simply radiant. I'd never seen her smile as wide as she did now. When she started walking again, there was some serious swagger in her step. It was funny how just a few little words could change her entire aura. Okay, let's get moving, I said, looking at my arm guard to see the time. We have 25 minutes before the state address starts, and Huntsman is still in that building. Our goal is to make sure he never leaves. Let's move out. As a team, we left the basement of the signal tower, moving through an access tunnel for waste management that ran under the street. The tunnel was a tight fit, especially for 4 Rangers loaded down with gear. I had to walk sideways just to get through without snagging on anything, but it was better than being spotted on the street above us. After we crossed about 2 city blocks, we found the lift that would bring us to street level. I checked my arm guard, seeing that it had taken us nearly 2 minutes to cross the distance, which meant Rennie was going to fire any second now. The 4 of us piled onto the lift, and I rested my hand on the lever, waiting for the right moment. Come on, Rennie, I muttered under my breath. Take the shot, take the shot. I closed my eyes, hoping that she hadn't let the fear of heights get to her. Moments later, my faith in Rennie was rewarded when I heard a cataclysmic explosion on the ground above us. It flickered the power in the access tunnel, and it shook the ground as small pieces of earth fell on our heads. Despite the carnage, I pushed the lever all the way. There was no fear that we'd be stuck down here because of the flickering power. This lift operated via a counterweight, so I didn't need to worry about fried electronics. As soon as it popped up on the street level, I could see the smoking wreck of the security checkpoint right in front of me. It had been completely obliterated. Even the concrete in front of it was torn up, creating a jagged field that we'd need to navigate to get inside the building. Most importantly, though, there wasn't a single gray trooper in sight. As we looked upon the ruined checkpoint, I heard the sound of another beamer shot directly above us. I didn't know how it was possible, but this one was even more destructive. We watched as fire consumed the entire platform, which spanned at least 200 feet across the air, held in place by supports that connected it to the rest of the building. Rennie's shot had completely destroyed several supports, and the platform's weight was crushing those supports that remained. It started to lower gradually until the metal gave out entirely. At that point, the entire platform fell off the side of the building, bringing with it several air cars that freely fell through the air. They impacted the ground on the other side of the building, throwing up a cloud of dust and debris so great that it started to block out the sun. Rennie's job was complete. We had our entrance, and the enemy had been denied his exit. I turned toward the rest of my team, giving them the signal, go. We moved like wraiths through the night, emphasizing speed and efficiency as we covered the ground toward the HQ rapidly. The closer we got, the more the dust from the beamer tended to obscure our vision, but at least it performed just like I hoped. There wasn't a living soul in sight near the entrance. 2 manned towers and pillboxes on the street had been completely destroyed. As such, our first steps onto the Greys' compound was marked with an eerie silence. That silence wouldn't last for very long. Within seconds, I could hear the internal alarms going off, signaling to the rest of the Greys' private army that the enemy was near. My hope was to make it the last sound they ever heard. Moving quickly, we split up into 2 teams as we approached the checkpoint from 2 sides. I came across one gray trooper who hadn't been taken out in the beamer blast. He was lying on his side, coughing up blood as I neared his position. When the time came, I didn't even hesitate. I fired twice, sending 2 bursts of plasma through his chest. After that, there was no more coughing. On the other side of us, Wade and Hamilton were stepping through ruined debris, though they didn't find any gray troopers still alive. Once past the towers, there was a small building that housed the guards on duty, but it was empty as well during the attack. Even the concrete barrier that prohibited unauthorized entry into the compound was damaged, with a hole large enough that we could all slide through it. The plan was going almost too well so far, especially as we neared the front entrance. It was as we slipped through the double doors of the building that we took our first rounds of live fire. 4 gray troopers were the first to respond to the carnage outside, and they shattered the glass of the doors, firing at us. I put a hole through the torso of the man nearest to me before dropping to the ground, with Anna falling not far from my side. She got off a couple rounds that took the head off the second man, and the other 2 wised up and sought cover. All 4 of us traded rounds with the 2 gray troopers as Wade and Hamilton dashed forward, hiding behind the 2 pillars in an effort to find cover. The gray troopers, clad in their gray-colored armor and capes, proved to be formidable adversaries when they nearly took out Wade and Hamilton, shifting their fire to take down the 2 experienced rangers. Explosions of plasma erupted in dazzling bursts, destroying the surroundings of the lobby, with the 2 gray troopers focusing on Wade and Hamilton. It allowed me to inch forward, crawling on my elbows to get toward the enemy position. Just behind me, Anna was moving closer toward the wall, providing covering fire as I moved toward the remains of a ruined ledge. Once I arrived, I could see the legs of the troopers sticking out from under a low-weight partition. I couldn't see the rest of their bodies, but it was the only target I had, so I took it. 4 shots erupted from my rifle, taking down both troopers, but not killing them. It devastated their legs, though, making it impossible for them to stand. I pushed off my knees and approached the only one that was still trying to shoot back, quickly ending his life. In doing so, my attention turned toward the last man who had dropped his rifle during the fall. He wasn't long for this world, but as I stepped closer to put him out of his misery, he glared at me with wild eyes.
"You're too late," he said, choking on his own blood. "You'll never stop the Supreme Leader from taking his throne. Our army's on the way."
It was an ominous warning, and one that seemed to confirm everything we suspected about Huntsman. Furthermore, we might have been too late to stop the assault on the Galactic Congress. The man expired seconds later, falling limp against the floor. "We might be too late," I said, standing all the way up. "Either way, speed is still essential. We need to clear out this building and find Huntsman before it's too late."
"I think it's time we split up then," said Wade. "Hamilton and I will take the west side, just like we planned."
"Let us know if you find anything. We'll take the east side and work our way up." Alarms were still going off inside the building as we hit the first set of stairs, with Wade and Hamilton dashing off towards the west as Anna and I started clearing floors. On that second floor, we didn't find so much as a single gray trooper, with only a few office staff, most of whom were trying to escape the threatened building anyway. It wasn't until we made it to the third floor that Anna finally said something about it.
"This just doesn't seem right, Lennox,"
she said after we cleared more than 20 empty rooms.
"Where are all the gray troopers? We've only killed 4 of them ourselves outside the blast that took out the security checkpoint. Where are they all hiding?"
Thinking back to the one on the ground floor, the answer became obvious to me. "They're with the Supreme Leader," I replied. "A private army like this only exists to protect their leader. Once we find Huntsman, we'll find the rest of his army." Anna found the nearest window, looking up at the triangular tower.
"Too bad we weren't lucky enough to take him out in that first blast."
We made our way to the next set of stairs, continuing to clear rooms without any signs of gray troopers. This unfortunate chain of events continued until we reached the 6th floor, where we finally ran into a familiar face. Unfortunately, it was a face I never wanted to see again. I received my first look at Magda Kuntz since our call a couple of days ago. The bureaucratic and corrupt director of the Galactic Rangers was standing near the doorway to a large conference room. She was surrounded by 3 other Rangers, though calling them Rangers was a bit of a misnomer. They were 3 of the lowest of the low, men I wouldn't trust to lace my boots, let alone cover my back during a mission. It was little wonder to me why they were in league with Magda, and I realized the betrayal of the Rangers went further than just the leadership. They'd ensnared some of the lower echelons, too. Seeing Magda's face in the din of traitors only enraged me. Magda's attention was drawn to the opening by the stairwell, and as she watched, Anna and I took our first steps onto the floor.
Kill them!
She shrieked at the 3 traitors standing near her. I had to give them a little credit. Despite being traitors, they were still better trained than the gray troopers we killed below. They acted immediately, pulling their plasma rifles against their shoulders and taking out part of the wall near the staircase. I could hear commotion coming from the conference room once the firing died down, but right now Anna and I were pinned against the wall of a separate hallway with only one way to go. I gestured for her to follow me as I made a beeline down the hall while Anna covered my ass. I heard her start firing once we reached the end of it, and I yanked Anna behind the next turn as plasma shots impacted the wall behind us. I suspected the traitors would think we'd keep running from them, thinking the numbers were on their side. Waiting a split second too long, I pushed out from the wall and mowed down the first traitor that I saw before pulling behind the wall once more. 1 down, 2 to go, I told Anna. We had 2 options now. At the end of this hallway was a dead end, and there were 3 other rooms that we could go into, but no other ways to escape. Inside each room there was a balcony that opened up to the outside, which gave me my next idea. Grabbing Anna's arm, I moved into the second room and quickly threw open the door to the outside, closing it as soon as we were on the balcony. I didn't hear any shots impact the glass above us as we knelt below the window, which led me to believe that we'd temporarily confused the 2 remaining Rangers. I heard them slam open the doors, and then I heard their footsteps echo off the floor inside. I would have shaken my head if they weren't trying to kill us. These men were the bottom of the barrel, and it showed. When the door to the balcony opened, I was ready to spring into action. Using the butt of my plasma rifle, I cracked the skull of one of the traitors before he'd even stepped outside. His body crumpled like a sack of potatoes, and his partner started firing in my direction. That was Anna's cue. She sprung up from behind the partition and shot through the glass, blasting the last traitor right through the groin. He grabbed his balls in pain, clearly not aware that they'd been vaporized by raw plasma. Moments later, he was dead. I couldn't have been more proud of my partner, and I grinned at her before we left the balcony.
What?
Asked Anna, noticing my smile. You literally shot the balls off that guy, I joked. Remind me never to piss you off. Anna laughed.
He betrayed everything the Galactic Rangers stand for. I'd say he had it coming, wouldn't you?
Damn straight. We left the room and re-entered the hallway, moving down with slow but measured steps. By the time we reached the conference room where I'd seen Magda, she was hunkered down behind the doorframe, no doubt expecting trouble. Magda had a pistol drawn, and she fired several lead bullets at me that bounced harmlessly off the walls around me. I growled as I raised my plasma rifle once and brought her down, blasting a hole through her stomach. There were a few others to mop up before I could get into the conference room, but none of them had the training that Anna and I did. As soon as we entered the room, I saw an array of familiar faces, including the one I most wanted to see. Garth. My old handler was tied to a chair alongside nearly 24 others. I recognized a few Rangers amongst them, many of whom probably answered the call to come back to the agency only to get arrested.
Holy shit, am I happy to see you,
said Garth as I went to untie him. That was unexpected, boss, I said, smirking as I helped him to his feet. Since you're so happy to see me, maybe now's the best time to tell you I wrecked another ship. The angry glare that Garth gave me only lasted a moment before he turned his attention to Anna.
Anna, great to see you, too. I was worried that you two might show up at the agency like the others.
No, we'd already been canned as Rangers before that happened, I said, courtesy of Magda herself for not abandoning the mission. Garth cursed under his breath.
Fucking Magda. Always knew something was wrong with her. And this proves it. Her and half of the rest of the leadership of the Galactic Rangers. They'd been planning this for some time, Lennox. They were offered spots in Huntsman's new regime, and they betrayed the Rangers based on nothing but a promise. The second we got a little too close to their plan, they tried to pull the plug.
I glanced over at Magda's dead body. I'd say she got the right penance for it, though, sir.
I couldn't agree more,
replied Garth.
What time is it?
I looked at my arm guard. 11:51 a.m.
Shit.
replied Garth.
9 minutes until the Galactic Congress is going to kick off. Huntsman is going there now to take over.
We know already,
interrupted Anna.
That's why we're here. We're going to stop him before he leaves.
Right, muttered Garth. You better get moving then. I don't know if he's still in the building, but if you can stop him from leaving, it'll be better to fight here than at Congress.
That's the idea, I replied, and we took out the air car platform at the top of the building to prevent them from having an easy escape.
Brilliant move,
said Garth. I smirked. Brilliant is all I do, Garth.
I'll tell that to the board when I explain why you wrecked the Trevalari,
he said sourly. Appreciate it, I replied. I need you to do something for me, though.
What's that?
Get the word out to the entire planet about what Huntsman is trying to do, I said. Most of the Grey Troopers aren't in the building, and my guess is there was Huntsman. If he's leaving soon, they might still be at the top or on their way to Congress. We're going to need the home garrison and maybe the army to bring them to heel, and I can't do it working outside the agency's authority. Garth nodded.
Consider it done. I'm still part of the agency, at least. Magda thought we could all be turned once Huntsman took power. You believe that shit? That we would just fall in line while the Republic burned around us? It's criminal. But I still have all the credentials, so I can get the word out.
Home Command will listen to the agency, I said, but they wouldn't have listened to a disgruntled ex-ranger like myself.
Ex-ranger no longer, replied Garth. If you two can stop Huntsman, I'll reinstate you. I'll even get you another Trevalari for your next mission.
I grinned. Hell of a bargain.
You gotta stop him first, Lennox.
We'd better get started then. I grabbed some of the discarded weaponry from the downed traders and passed it out to Garth and a few other rangers. Try not to get yourselves killed.
Likewise, Lennox. Likewise.
Garth wished us luck before Anna and I were off, finding the stairs and making our way up in the tower once more. The upper floors were incredibly quiet compared to the one we'd just been on, and I could tell by the way the doors had been flung open that Wade and Hamilton had already bypassed us. As we moved into the triangular spiral portion, the floors became smaller and smaller. It was once we got to the 12th floor that I saw the bodies of about 10 dead Grey Troopers, and I realized we were getting closer. Not much further, I told Anna. There's still time left. Once we reached the stairs, I heard the sounds of plasma fire coming from further up in the building. We leapfrogged over several floors, following the noise until we emerged on the last floor, where a vicious firefight was already taking place. Wade and Hamilton were pinned down, but they weren't cornered by Grey Troopers. Instead, they were being fired upon by walking androids, the kind that had pulse weapons in place of hands. It was the kind of machinery that was usually only seen within the army, and I was surprised that Huntsman had access to enough funds to afford them. The androids weren't the most jarring sight on the top floor. I could also see where the floor connected to the destroyed air platform, which was nothing more than a gaping hole in the side of the building. What I could also see was a wall of 6 jetpack holders, with at least 4 of them already missing. Someone had made their getaway already, and I had a feeling I knew exactly who it was. I flipped the notch to full power on my rifle as I mowed down the first 2 androids, desperate to save Wade and Hamilton. Once the androids realized they had company, they turned their attention to me and Anna. We hid behind a marble staircase, using it for protection as I yelled out to Wade and Hamilton, "You guys doing okay over there?"
"Never better," yelled Wade. "Hamilton's been hit, though, and our prey got away as soon as we got to the floor."
My stomach dropped. "Hamilton, you're not going to die on me, are you?" "Just a flesh wound, Lennox," he replied. "But I'd be grateful if you destroyed the last of these droids." "With pleasure," I said. "How about some covering fire?"
"Make it count, Lennox."
Once I heard Wade draw the attention away from us, Anna and I sprung up from our positions and blasted the remaining androids. There were only 5 of them now, and they went down one by one as we gave them a taste of their own medicine. As soon as the last one was destroyed, we both rushed over to reunite with Wade and Hamilton. That was when I saw Hamilton's supposed flesh wound. "Jesus, Hamilton, that's not what I'd call a flesh wound," I said, staring at the bloody chunk that had been taken out of his lower thigh. A few more inches to the right, and he would have lost the leg entirely. "Nothing the docs can't fix," said Hamilton lightly, trying to make a joke of it. I would have believed him if he wasn't already turning pale.
"We have to get you looked at,"
said Anna as she worked her arm guard.
"I'm telling Garth to send a medical team up here."
While Anna kept her attention focused on keeping Hamilton alive, Wade pulled me aside.
They were both here,
said Wade, gesturing to the jetpacks.
Huntsman and that other guy, the senior advisor.
Tegan Frost, I growled. He's the mastermind behind all of it, at least the part with the Tanaki.
I get the impression they were pissed off about the air car platform,
said Wade.
Luckily for them, they had a plan B. They and 2 of the guards took the pecs. No doubt they're on their way to Congress now.
I'm already having Garth alert the home garrison so we can stop their attempted takeover, I said. Hopefully warn the president, too.
I know we're short on time,
said Wade, wincing as he looked back at Hamilton.
You 2 take the remaining jetpacks. Go after Huntsman. Stop him. I'll follow right along behind you as soon as I can get my ass over to Congress.
We clasped hands together. Don't take too long, okay? No promises that I'll leave any gray troopers behind for you. Wade snorted.
You damn well better.
Once Anna had the medical team called, we bid a temporary goodbye to Wade and Hamilton before approaching the wall with the jetpacks. Strapping on the 2 remaining packs to our torsos, we approached the broken window that looked out on the city of Renasta. In the distance, I could see the dome-shaped building of the Galactic Congress. It was now or never. I looked over at Anna. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, go! Together, we jumped off the ledge. Chapter 29. The sudden rush of air as we dropped a few stories was exhilarating. Within seconds, the jetpacks came to life, sending upward thrusts that stabilized our descent and started to propel us forward. I glanced over at Anna to see a look of excitement on her face as we flew through the air over the rooftops of some of the lower-lying buildings of Renasta. It looks like you like this better than rappelling, I teased. Anna grinned and flashed me a thumbs up, and from there we were on a straight trajectory toward the Galactic Congress building. The dome-shaped home of the most powerful legislative body in the galaxy stood out from everything else on the horizon. It was easily the largest building, having to house thousands of delegates as well as give them places to meet and confer. Covering all that ground would be daunting as we searched for Huntsman, and I knew that getting help from the home garrison would be critical in the end. The flight over to Congress was short and without incident, at least until we cut power to come in for a soft landing. Almost immediately I could hear sounds of plasma fire as we got closer. I could see a great host of gray troopers around the outside of the building. The missing army had been found. Thankfully, we weren't the only 2 people standing between them and total power. Their assault on Congress had attracted the attention of the home garrison stationed around the building, and those defenders were now firing back, starting a full-scale war at the center of galactic power. I was grateful for the extra help, but I knew if we were really going to stop Huntsman, we'd need a great deal more home garrison soldiers. I started firing before my feet hit the ground, a feat on its own considering I still had to man the controls of the jetpack. Several gray troopers noticed our descent and redirected fire our way. All the while, congressmen fled the building, not wanting to be caught up in the crossfire. The main courtyard in front of Congress became a bloody battlefield as a 3-way fight developed between us. The gray troopers massed near the building and the home garrison. Strangely enough, the gray troopers didn't seem determined to hold the exterior of the building. They were slipping inside Congress one by one, possibly knowing they couldn't withstand the full firepower of the garrison. Either way, it made me realize that the building was already under their control. Huntsman has already taken over the building, I told Anna. We're going to have to clear it out one room at a time until we find him. Anna looked dismayed.
That could take all day with how big it is. And we don't know how many gray troopers are inside.
I glanced over at the home garrison before shaking my head. No, but at least we'll have some help. I picked off a few more gray troopers before the last of them slipped inside the building. At that point, Anna and I linked up with the home garrison, flashing our credentials to let them know we were on their side. Thankfully, they didn't realize the credentials had been technically deactivated. Who's in charge here? I asked one of the soldiers, a man that had someone else's blood covering the front of his uniform. The soldier pointed me toward a captain a short distance away, and Anna and I rushed to close the distance. He eyed us warily at first. Galactic Rangers, he said, more as a confirmation than a question.
Can you explain to me how my quiet mornings got interrupted by a firefight?
Long story, Captain, I replied. Too long for us to explain. The long and short of it is that the Greys are trying to overthrow the government. Pierce Huntsman is the enemy, and he's going to take over as soon as the state address goes live. The captain's eyes widened.
Holy shit! You're sure about all this?
I gestured to all the dead Grey troopers laying on the ground. You need any more proof than this?
I suppose not. What do you need from us? Home Command told us to protect Congress at all costs, but I've lost contact with all the groups currently inside the building.
No doubt because the Greys have already killed them, I said. We need to assault the building and clear it out to find Huntsman before he does something drastic, like kill the president on a live feed.
You really think it would come to that, Ranger?
I nodded. Unfortunately, I think it might.
Say no more then, replied the captain. I'll dictate to my men to cover each entrance and to mount a full-scale assault. We'll have plenty more men coming, but it might take upwards of an hour for us to have enough numbers to carry out the assault.
I shook my head. An hour will be too late. We're going in now.